Vhumad God chapter 1719 to chapter 1803. However, the result was not what they had expected. The crimson dragon was not pierced. Instead, he shattered the terrifying light with a slap. What? That's impossible. Damn it. I don't believe it. The warrior roared crazily and activated the bronze mirror in his hand with all his strength, shooting out terrifying light beams one after another. However, the crimson dragon looked disdainful. He waved his dragon claws and formed a red claw print. He grabbed at the void. Boom! Boom! In the shocking collision, countless light beams were completely shattered. That incomparably terrifying bronze mirror had no effect in front of the dark red divine dragon at this moment. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon's figure swayed and directly arrived in front of the martial artist. What? The warrior was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. He did not even have time to react. Bang! The dark red divine dragon sneered and slapped the ancient bronze mirror away from the man's hand. Then, he waved his dragon claws and pierced through the warrior. Bang! A bloody mist exploded, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. What? He killed another warrior. When the remaining two saw this, their scalps went numb. They did not expect the four-horned crawling snake in front of them to be so powerful that it surprised them. Oh no, the enemy is too powerful. Run! The two warriors looked at each other and did not attack. Instead, they fled in the opposite direction. The crimson dragon looked at the scene and smiled. Then, he raised his head and spat out two balls of dragon flames. Whoosh, whoosh, the red flames were like flowing lights. They instantly wrapped around the two warriors and burned them. Ah! 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 Two screams were heard. Then, the two warriors were burned to ashes. Clang! In the distance, two storage rings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A few pieces of trash. You want to attack Ben Huang? You're courting death. The crimson dragon snorted disdainfully. He waved his dragon claws and took away all the storage rings of the warriors. Lin Xian, on the other hand, watched quietly from the side. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. Seeing the crimson dragon take care of his opponent, he said with a smile. Alright, Ruzalong, go hunt a few wild beasts and roast them. At the same time, he also brought out the snow-white fox and asked it to pick some spirit fruits. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little roar transformed into a streak of white lightning and flew towards the forest. Not long after, it returned with a large pile of spirit fruits. This wasn't because Lin Xian was lazy, but because the little white monkey was very intelligent. The heaven-chosen fruit definitely didn't contain any poison. Moreover, their spiritual power was the most abundant. On the other side, the crimson dragon had also returned. Its tail was dragging a huge tiger, a cheetah, and a white jade elephant. After that, Lin Xian began to prepare the barbecue. 3 bonfires were set up on the beach. Then, the corpses of 3 huge demonic beasts were cut into pieces and placed on top of the bonfires. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over. Not only that, Lin Xian even cut the spirit fruits into pieces and placed them aside. He even took out some secret spirit wine and placed it on the beach. The 3 of them, the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey, surrounded the bonfires and laid on the golden beach comfortably. The sky was blue and spotless. The sunlight was clear and shining on the ground. The sea breeze blew from time to time, bringing with it a salty smell. The aroma of barbecued meat was getting more and more fragrant, making people salivate. If it wasn't for the battle just now, those who didn't know would have thought that the 3 of them were here for a vacation. Soon, the meat was roasted to a golden color and emitted a rich aroma. The crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey couldn't wait any longer and pounced on it. Lin Xian also cut a meat leg and slowly tasted it. Not long after, above the sea in front, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. 5 or 6 rainbows cut through the void and flew towards the golden beach. Those auras were so powerful that they directly cut open the sea surface, causing countless waves to crash in all directions. Soon, those rainbows arrived on the beach. In the next moment, those people were stunned. Because they saw Lin Xian and the others on the golden beach. It wasn't strange that there were people on the beach, but the scene in front of them was strange. A handsome young man was half lying on the beach, eating golden barbecued meat and drinking supreme-grade spirit wine. It was as if he was on vacation. Beside him, there was a dark red four-legged snake and a snow-white monkey who were also eating the golden barbecued meat. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was like a dream. Heavens, am I dreaming? Who is this kid? How can he be living such a comfortable life? We risked our lives to escape the sea of death, and he's enjoying himself so much. Could he be a native of this place? Thinking of this, the few of them looked serious and stared at Lin Xian with cold eyes. Lin Xian also put down the golden barbecued meat in his hand and quickly stood up, frowning. Because he felt a sense of danger. Although the 5 people in front of him were injured, and their auras were unstable and even very chaotic. But the energy contained in their bodies was still shocking and terrifying. Needless to say, they were definitely 5 experts, especially the one at the front. His aura was even more fierce. It was a burly young man with wounds all over his body, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was quite handsome, but he gave people a very special feeling. Especially his eyes, which were extremely deep and emitted a cold aura. It was like a poisonous snake that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. On his left was a woman. She had a graceful figure and graceful curves. Her clothes were torn, and her slender snow-white legs were faintly discernible. Her jade-like arms and flat stomach were exposed, and it was extremely tempting. On the right were 3 young men. They were all injured, but their eyes were unusually fierce. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that the 5 of them were wearing the uniform of a sect. Even the Crimson Dragon frowned and quickly transmitted, "Brat, be careful. These are people from the All Beginnings Holy Land." All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying sect. In fact, they were not any weaker than the Wavering Light Holy Land. Moreover, from the looks of these 5 people, they should be elites of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he pondered whether he could kill them in one strike. In the end, he discovered that it was somewhat difficult. Even if he could kill them, he would most likely be seriously injured. In that case, the gains would not make up for the losses. From the current situation, it seemed that he was not the first person to reach this golden beach. Nor would he be the last. Before and after this, there would be other experts coming. He had to preserve his strength as a precaution. Therefore, now was not the time to make a move. Moreover, he did not have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, it was not necessary for them to make a move. Just as he was pondering, the 5 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him opened their mouths. One of them, a round-faced fatty, coldly shouted, "Brat, who are you? Are you a disciple of a sect or a native of this place?" As he spoke, an exceptionally sharp aura was emitted from his body. It was as though he would immediately attack Lin Xian if his answer didn't conform to his expectations. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not a native. I'm just an ordinary loose cultivator." A loose cultivator? Hearing this, the group heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't a native. They didn't care about disciples of sects in the outside world. Even if the other party was someone from the Wavering Light Holy Land, they wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, the other party was just a small loose cultivator. They didn't care about him at all. At this time, the handsome man at the front spoke. "The 5 of us are disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, we encountered a powerful sea monster in the sea. That's why we came here. How about this? Go and prepare some food and spirit wine for us." The killing intent on the handsome man's body disappeared. However, his words carried a commanding tone. It was as though he was a high and mighty monarch and Lin Xian was only a servant. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon immediately became displeased. "When have we ever been ordered like this?" However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He even transmitted his voice to the Crimson Dragon, telling him not to act blindly without thinking. After all, he didn't have the confidence to kill the other party right now. "Okay, I'll go and prepare some food for you." Lin Xian's expression was calm. Then, he dragged the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey and walked toward the forest. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the beautiful woman at the side asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you kill him?" "Kill him? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? We're all injured right now. Moreover, we've consumed too much spiritual energy. We need to rest right now. Why would we do things like cooking in our daily lives? Don't you think that taking him as a slave is a very good choice?" "Right, right. It's indeed a very good choice." The beautiful woman also smiled. The three youths behind her also smiled and said, "Senior brother Gua, you're truly a good strategist." Following this, light blossomed from their bodies, forming a powerful wave of heat that dried the wet clothes on their bodies. The five of them sat cross-legged around the bonfire and took out some pills from their storage rings. Soon, their bodies glowed with a translucent light, quickly healing their injuries and damaged spirit energy. Not long after, they opened their eyes and started to eat the cooked food on the fire. In the forest, the Crimson Dragon was unhappy. "Brat, why aren't you making a move? Isn't it just the All Beginnings Holy Land? If the two of us go all out, I don't believe that we can't beat the five of them. Don't be rash. Now is not the time. The five of them are not ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. They must be elites. I'm afraid we don't have absolute confidence in winning. Let's wait." The Crimson Dragon couldn't do anything about Lin Xian's actions. Moreover, Lin Xian was right. The two of them did not have full confidence. In particular, the aura of the young man in the lead shocked them. Soon, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon killed another dozen or so monster beasts and collected a pile of spirit fruits. Lin Xian put away half of the food. Then, he took the other half and slowly walked back to the beach. By the time Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon returned, the golden barbecued meat on the fire was already gone. However, the five of them still hadn't eaten their fill. Therefore, they asked Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to get some more. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He wasn't angry at all. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted in his heart. "Damned five bastards. Just wait. When the time comes, Ben Huang will definitely teach you a lesson." Soon, the corpses of five huge monster beasts were placed on the bonfire again. The five cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land sat cross-legged around the bonfire. They didn't leave any space for Lin Xian and the others. The handsome young man in the lead even said coldly, "You can go to the side and wait. We'll call you when we need you." Lin Xian frowned. However, he still nodded. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon went to a distant ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. She looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon sitting in the distance. The woman sneered. "Humph. As expected, he's trash. He does whatever he's told and doesn't even dare to resist? That's only natural. He's just a small loose cultivator. Before our All Beginnings Holy Land, he won't be able to cause any trouble." The several people beside her sneered disdainfully. The senior brother in the lead narrowed his eyes. "This brat has some skill. He's actually not afraid of us at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's concealing his cultivation." "Concealing his cultivation?" The woman didn't understand. "Indeed. From what I've discovered, his strength is much stronger than what he's shown now. He might even be able to contend against a five-star king." The others were also surprised to hear this. They hadn't expected that senior brother Gua would give such a high evaluation of the other party. However, the woman curled her lips. "So what? No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat any one of us." That senior brother Gua nodded. "Indeed. Let him be a slave for now. When we don't need him anymore, we'll naturally deal with him." As they chatted, they didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian remained expressionless when he heard these words. However, he sneered inwardly. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land and didn't want to attack these people. However, from the looks of it, these people didn't plan on letting him off. He wasn't someone who would allow others to bully him. The reason he hadn't attacked before was because he wanted to preserve his strength. Now that the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to make his move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. At this time, the cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land in front of him started chatting again. However, this time, their topic shifted from Lin Xian to the ancient ruins. The woman complained, "What kind of damned place is this? It's actually so dangerous. Those sea monsters are too terrifying." Indeed. It'd be pretty good if even a tenth of the people who came in this time could pass through this sea of death. Senior Brother Gua's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. This sea is indeed dangerous. However, what's even more dangerous is that there are actually natives here. If that's the case, it'll be even more difficult for us to obtain treasures. Senior Brother, what kind of place is this ancient ruin? The woman asked. The Oblique Moon Mystic World. It was an extremely famous place during the ancient era. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by someone. Until now, it has reappeared. Originally, I thought that there wouldn't be any living creatures in this ancient ruin. Who would have thought that it would be so unexpected? That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious monstrous beasts. That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious monstrous beasts. We must be careful. We must not fall for their tricks. While eating the golden roasted meat, the group of people quickly chatted with one another. Of course, their conversation also reached Lin Xian's ears. Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was not the first time he had heard of this place. The first time was from the natives. The second time was from the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Ruzalong, exactly what sort of place is the Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. It is an extraordinary place. It is a world of its own. It can be said to be a paradise on earth. Furthermore, a very powerful race lives in this place. However, this place was sealed later on. It is even rumored that it was done by a great emperor. Since then, the Slanted Moon Mystic World disappeared. Never would I have expected that it would reappear now. A great emperor? Lin Xian was extremely shocked upon hearing those words. Which great emperor? Who did it? Lin Xian asked again. I don't know. After all, it is only an ancient legend. It might not necessarily be true. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. On the other side, the golden roasted meat was completely eaten by the 5 people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. This was no ordinary meat. It contained enormous power. Thus, the 5 of them sat down cross-legged and began to operate their cultivation techniques. They consumed the energy contained in the roasted meat to recover their cultivation. Half a day later, the 5 of them opened their eyes. Soon after, the leading youth, Gua Chuanfei, stood up. His eyes were shining brightly. Beside him, the beautiful woman, Wang Yu, also revealed a smile. We've more or less recovered. Let's set off, Gua Chuanfei said in a deep voice. Soon after, the others also nodded their heads. Among them, the round-faced fatty pointed at Lin Xian and said, "Get up and follow us." Okay. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He had a calm expression on his face. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to take care of these 5 people in this forest. However, he still had to find an opportunity to make his move. These people from the All Beginnings Holy Land naturally didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Furthermore, they did not think that a mere rogue cultivator would dare to attack the 5 of them. Therefore, they did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Instead, they carefully sized up the forest in front of them. The forest ahead was dense and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primitive scene. Furthermore, roars could be heard from the dense forest from time to time. Among them, some of the voices were extremely terrifying, bringing with them a monstrous demonic aura. With a single glance, one could tell that they were released by powerful demonic kings. Be careful. This primeval forest is not to be underestimated, Gua Chuanfei said to those behind him. Don't worry, Senior Brother Gua. Wang Yu and the others nodded. After that, the group set off towards the primeval forest. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed behind. However, they still underestimated this primeval forest. That was because not long after they entered, they discovered an enormous skeleton ahead. There were still remnants of blood and flesh on the skeleton. It was clear that the corpse of this powerful demonic king had just been killed. From the remnant aura on the skeleton, Guochuanfei and the others could clearly sense that this was an extremely powerful demonic king. However, it had still been killed, not even its corpse was left behind. From this, one could imagine that the one who had killed it was an even more terrifying existence. This caused the expressions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators to become extremely unsightly. As for Lin Xian, he was also extremely shocked. It seemed that this primeval forest was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Following that, everyone's eyelids jumped wildly. That was because they discovered those enormous skeletons from time to time. Those skeletons were all at the demonic king level. They were extremely terrifying. In fact, Lin Xian and the others even discovered that there were huge footprints around the corpses. It was clear that those footprints were left behind by some extremely terrifying life form. From the looks of it, it seems to be a human. Could it be an ancient giant? Wang Yu's complexion turned slightly pale. Guochuanfei's expression was also unsightly. He said in a deep voice, "All of you, be careful." The three cultivators behind him also nodded their heads. Their palms were somewhat cold. Lin Xian was also secretly circulating his spiritual energy. He was prepared to take action at any moment. However, gradually, the complexions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators darkened. That was because they discovered that the further they went, the more frequent those huge footprints became. It was clear that they had entered the lair of a terrifying demonic beast. There was no need to think about it. That terrifying demonic beast was definitely in the vicinity. As soon as they thought of this, the few of them couldn't help but want to flee. Judging from the current situation, that demonic king was definitely incomparably terrifying. It wasn't an existence that they could contend against. "You, go and scout ahead." In the end, the round-faced fatty tossed Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to the front so that they could scout ahead. This way, if there was any danger, they would be able to quickly escape. As for the safety of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, they didn't care about it at all. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were walking at the front. The two of them sneered in their hearts. It would appear that the other party was no longer concealing their evil intentions. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. They had to quickly find an opportunity to kill those people. Otherwise, if they really entered the lair of that demonic beast, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. Gradually, the sky darkened. The dense forest and the surroundings also became eerie. It could even be said that the demonic aura was overflowing. At this time, it was no longer suitable to travel. The reason for that was because some powerful demonic beasts would appear from time to time during the night. Because of that, Guochuanfei and the others decided to find a place to rest. Fortunately, there were many mountains in the forest. The few of them chose a decent mountain top and constructed an enormous cave for them to rest in for the time being. They even set up a spirit formation in the surroundings to prevent demonic beasts from entering. Guochuanfei's group of 5 sat cross-legged in the cave to rest. However, they left Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon outside. Because in their eyes, the two of them were slaves. Of course, they didn't deserve to live with them. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but want to attack. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy, but he quickly transmitted his voice. "Don't worry. Find the right time and kill them in one strike." After midnight. The surroundings of the cave were gloomy. There was only a flickering bonfire in the cave. Inside the cave, Guochuanfei's group of 5 had already sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't cultivate. The two of them keenly sensed that there was a dull aura slowly gathering. This aura was very oppressive. Even Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. "Damn it. What the hell is going on?" The Crimson Dragon also whispered. As a member of the Dragon clan, even he felt a trace of panic. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to cultivate at all. They knew that something terrible was going to happen in the second half of the night. Roar. Sure enough, before long, a roar was heard. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it tore through the tranquil night sky. Not only that, but this roar was also extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was very close to Lin Xian and the others. Thus, Lin Xian and the others received a very strong impact. The sound wave tore through the void, carrying with it a powerful monstrous aura that filled the air. Strong wind swept through the world. Terrifying energy surged forth and collided with the surrounding formations. Buzz, buzz. The formations in the surroundings instantly lit up to resist the attack. However, they were unable to block it. Like paper, they were instantly torn apart. Whoosh! Without the defenses of the formations, the berserk energy instantly attacked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly retreated. At the same time, their bodies lit up to defend themselves. However, the two of them did not use their full strength. This was because they could not reveal their true strength in front of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators. Otherwise, they would be in a very passive position in the battle. Thus, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon appeared to be at a loss as they quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. At this time, 5 figures instantly appeared in the cave like lightning. Their bodies shone with light and emitted powerful auras that formed an energy barrier that resisted the surrounding wind energy. What the hell is this? The 5 of them looked at their surroundings with unsightly expressions. Senior brother. The beautiful woman, Wang Yu, also had a pale complexion. Guo Chuanfei's expression was grave. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. In the distance, the world was in turmoil. Boundless spiritual energy surged and monstrous aura soared into the sky. It was as if a peerless beast had been born. Moreover, countless dark clouds had gathered in the sky at an unknown time. They were pitch black like 100,000 great mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down from the dark clouds. That lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. It was like a silver dragon that roared as it descended, instantly illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, it also illuminated the beast below. Lin Xian and the others quickly looked over. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a mountain-like figure in front of them. Its entire body was golden. It was a golden divine ape with 6 arms. At this moment, it was facing the sky and roaring. He let out a roar that was as loud as a flash flood. The terrifying sound waves were like a tidal wave, accompanied by the 6 arms waving in the air, resisting the silver lightning falling from the sky. Boom! This scene was simply too terrifying. Even Guo Chuanfei and the other martial artists from the All Beginnings Holy Land were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect that the fierce beast nearby was actually a 6-armed divine ape. This was a type of ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this at the moment. This was because Lin Xian realized that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Therefore, in the next moment, without any hesitation, he quickly transmitted his voice to the Crimson Dragon. Then, the energy in his body burst out instantly. Puff! In an instant, he pulled out the 9-Hell Devil sword and drew a black sword light in the air, quickly stabbing towards Guo Chuanfei. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws and enveloped the other 3 martial artists. Puff! Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. This sword strike was too powerful. And it was so sudden that Guo Chuanfei didn't expect it at all. An ant in his eyes had actually attacked him. Therefore, he hadn't been on guard before. Moreover, the 6-armed divine ape was resisting the 9 heavens divine lightning, erupting with terrifying energy that swept out in all directions. As a result, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. There was only a ball of energy around his body that resisted the storm. However, this ball of energy seemed incomparably weak at this moment. In an instant, the ball of energy was broken apart by the 9-Hell Devil sword. Then, the sharp edge of the sword stabbed into his back. Puff! Blood spurted out. However, as a martial artist from the All Beginnings Holy Land, Guo Chuanfei was exceptionally strong. Therefore, he was able to discover something amiss at the last moment. At this moment of crisis, he forcefully moved his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack that was aimed at his vitals. However, the sword still managed to pierce through him. After Lin Xian succeeded, he didn't stop. An incomparably terrifying berserk aura erupted from his body. His left fist was like a black dragon as it ruthlessly smashed towards his opponent. "You're courting death." Guochuanfei was furious. He endured the pain and frantically turned around. He hadn't expected that an ant would actually dare to attack him. However, he didn't have time to think about it. A black fist carrying the shadow of a huge black dragon was rapidly smashing into his body. Bang! In the next instant, he was sent flying. Most of the bones in his body were broken. On the other side, the sound of an intense collision could be heard. It turned out that the Crimson Dragon's dragon claw had ruthlessly smashed into the bodies of 3 other martial artists. Immediately, an earth-shaking tremor was created. However, this tremor was insignificant in such a berserk environment. The 3 martial artists were also sent flying. 2 of them were injured, and the last one was pierced through by the dragon claw. What? When the woman, Wang Yu, saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that the 2 martial artists would dare to attack. Moreover, their sneak attack had succeeded. Her senior brother and her companions were severely injured in an instant. "Brat, you are courting death." The other 2 martial artists had sinister expressions. As for Guochuanfei, he was covered in blood. He seemed like a demon as he emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent. "You dare attack me?" Even now, he didn't dare to believe that the other party would dare to attack him. How could an insignificant loose cultivator dare to attack the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land? However, the other party had really attacked him. Not only that, but his sneak attack had succeeded. Not only had he seriously injured him, but he had also killed a martial artist. "Humph. So what if I attack you? Don't think that I don't know what you were thinking. Didn't you want to kill the 2 of us? It's just that the 2 of us attacked first." Lin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. He had already sensed the sinister intentions of these 5 people. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. "Kill." Guochuanfei didn't speak any nonsense. Right now, he could only survive by killing the other party. Thus, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique and rapidly healed his wounds. Then, he swallowed some healing pills. Now that his life was at stake, he couldn't care less about holding back. In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying radiance erupted from his body. Then, like a demon, he charged at Lin Xian. On the other side, Wang Yu and the other 2 martial artists also roared and charged at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. "Brat, you dare to injure my senior brother? Die for me!" Wang Yu shouted. Her entire face was filled with killing intent. Her body shone brightly as she held a sword in her hand. Then, she quickly stabbed it at Lin Xian. This sword was like a flood dragon emerging from the water. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he waved the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand and slashed forward. Pung! The 2 swords collided, causing heaven and earth to shake. However, the sword in Wang Yu's hand was directly cut in half. "What? This is impossible." Wang Yu was stunned. She didn't expect the demonic sword in the other party's hand to be so sharp. However, in the next instant, she screamed. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect the demonic sword in her opponent's hand to be so sharp. But in the next moment, she screamed. That was because the 9 underworld demonic sword didn't stop. Instead, it pierced toward her with countless sharp sword energies. Primal Chaos Shield. At this critical moment, Wang Yu shouted. Light blossomed from her body, forming a simple shield of light in front of her. This was indeed a lost technique. However, she couldn't block it at all. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had completely surpassed hers. Secondly, Lin Xian wasn't holding back at all. Wang Yu couldn't contend against such battle prowess. Therefore, in the next moment, the shield of light shattered. Not only that, but Wang Yu was also pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword energies carried her body and nailed her to the mountain peak on the opposite side. Junior sister. Seeing this scene, Guochuanfei roared crazily. He didn't hold back anymore and charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the 2 All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were blocked by the Crimson Dragon. Guochuanfei's expression was malevolent and murderous. He spread open his 5 fingers, and 5 divine rainbows flew out from his fingertips. The void was instantly pierced through. The 5 divine rainbows emitted powerful killing intent as they rushed toward Lin Xian. These divine rainbows were comparable to divine weapons. However, Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. If you were in your peak condition, you might be able to fight against me. But now, you're seriously injured. You're no match for me. As he spoke, he brandished the 9 underworld demonic sword. The black demonic sword emitted a jet-black radiance. It looked like a sword from hell. It contained an astonishing amount of power. Offensive saint technique. At this moment, Lin Xian was displaying it to the extreme. Its battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, with a single sword strike, he was able to sever the 5 divine rainbows. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped Guochuanfei. Being enveloped by the black sword light, Guochuanfei felt his hair stand on end. This was too shocking. His opponent was just an ant. Yet, he actually possessed this kind of battle prowess. This surprised him. From the looks of it, even if his opponent hadn't launched a sneak attack and he wasn't seriously injured, this battle would have been extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Guochuanfei's face became terrifyingly gloomy. He knew that he had to attack with all his might. He couldn't let the other party escape. Otherwise, it would be an endless disaster. Therefore, in the next moment, he endured the pain and pushed his strength to the limit. Boom! All the bones in his body emitted crackling sounds as they were repaired in an instant. Clearly, Guochuanfei had used some kind of secret technique. However, the sword wound on his body had not completely healed. Because this was the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it was abnormally sharp and no one could heal it in a short period of time. However, Guochuanfei couldn't care less about that. Even though he was still bleeding, he had to attack with all his might. A palm stretched out. The light on it was like a scorching sun as it pressed towards the void. Boom! Immediately, the void trembled and emitted a boundless amount of chaotic energy. It formed a wanton radiance that was incomparably hazy and laid horizontally in front of him. Clang! Clang! The black sword chi that filled the sky collided with the chaotic chi, creating an earth-shattering sound. The chaotic chi was very impressive. It did not immediately shatter. This was a powerful technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The All Beginnings Holy Land. Just from its name, one could tell that it was very domineering. Since it dared to use the word 10,000 beginnings, it was enough to prove its strength. Mr. Primal Chaos had yet to appear. Thus, the All Beginnings Holy Land cultivated the Primal Chaos technique. This cultivation technique was incomparably mysterious and abnormally powerful. Now that Guochuanfei used it, it had a different kind of might. Seeing that he had blocked the black sword chi, Guochuanfei breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hands and sent out even more chaotic chi. The chaotic chi formed a simple and unadorned picture scroll that revolved around him. Brat, die for me. This simple and unadorned picture scroll emitted the power of a domain. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Not only that, but countless strands of chaotic chi also fell down. They turned into sharp rays of light that pierced towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned and coldly snorted. He used Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. His entire body was like a flickering shadow as he rapidly dodged. Humph! It's useless. You can't dodge my chaotic chi. Guochuanfei sneered. This was because the chaotic chi had combined with his domain to form a powerful technique. His opponent was just a small loose cultivator. How could he possibly block it? Sure enough, the chaotic chi was like a poisonous snake that chased after him. It pierced through Lin Xian's afterimages one after another. As for Lin Xian, he coldly snorted when he heard his opponent's words. An arrow at the end of its flight. You can't even withstand a single blow. Watch how I break you. In the next moment, he stopped dodging. A blue domain rapidly appeared around his body, emitting a monstrous aura. As for the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand, it shone with boundless radiance. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the void in all directions was slashed open by him. This black sword chi was like a black nether river as it quickly slashed forward. The sword chi crisscrossed, and a terrifying killing intent filled the wilderness. Guochuanfei felt the sharpness of this sword chi, and his heart turned cold. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly recalled the chaotic chi and used it to block in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black sword chi slashed on the chaotic chi. However, what made Guochuanfei's scalp go numb was that his chaotic chi couldn't block it at all this time and was directly cut in half. No! Guochuanfei vomited blood and flew backward. He really didn't dare to imagine that his opponent's combat strength had reached such a level. That was his ultimate move, but it was actually split in half by a sword. He had to admit that it was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He carried the dragon sword domain and instantly chased after him like a flash of light. He knew that his opponent was a terrifying opponent, and the reason why he was able to severely injure his opponent so quickly was because he had taken him by surprise. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat his opponent. Because without mentioning anything else, just the chaotic chi alone was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Guochuanfei. The sword light on his body soared into the sky. Lin Xian was like a killing god at all times. Meanwhile, Guochuanfei was lying on the ground. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. In a sorry state, he was in a sorry state. Previously, he was high and mighty like an emperor, mercilessly commanding Lin Xian and not taking him seriously at all. However, he didn't expect that in just one day, the status of both sides had changed drastically. The powerful combat strength displayed by his opponent shocked him. As for himself, he was seriously injured and was about to be killed. Damn it, who are you? Guochuanfei stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. That was because he really couldn't believe that a small rogue cultivator could have such powerful combat strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that it's all over. The nine darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a cold light, then stabbed forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everything is over. The nine underworld demonic sword in his hand emitted an ice-cold radiance as it pierced forward. Ha 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 ha. You want to kill me, Guochuanfei? Dream on. Brat, let's perish together. As Guochuanfei spoke, a crazed expression appeared on his face. Then, the radiance on his body grew brighter and brighter as the primal chaos picture wrapped around his body. Not good. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He rapidly retreated as he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to the limit. At the same time, the storm war boots on his feet started to shine brightly. Whoosh! Like a sword ray, he rapidly retreated. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon's palm pierced through a disciple of the All-Beginnings Holy Land. Then, he also rapidly retreated. At this moment, the storm cloak on his body shone brightly. His entire body was like a red lightning bolt. As for the other surviving All-Beginnings Holy Land disciple, he couldn't care less about him. That was because Guochuanfei had self-detonated. The self-detonation of a king, a 5-star king at that, was extremely terrifying. For a time, an incomparably terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Although Guochuanfei was only a 5-star king, he was a cultivator of the All-Beginnings Holy Land. Moreover, he was an elite. His battle power was even more terrifying than ordinary 6-star kings. Therefore, the might of the explosion was extremely shocking. No. The other surviving All-Beginnings Holy Land disciple roared crazily when he saw this scene. He immediately fled into the distance. However, he wasn't fast enough. In an instant, he was engulfed by the terrifying energy storm. Although Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had grasped Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and were extremely fast, they were still affected by the energy storm. However, they were still struck by the energy storm. The two of them quickly activated their king domains to resist the energy storm. The two of them were like sailboats in a storm that could capsize at any moment. However, they managed to resist it in the end. Whoosh! Lin Xian's complexion turned extremely ugly as he looked at the pitch-black crater in the forest before him. He had been too careless this time. Previously, he had killed the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Perhaps the hierarchy in the Holy Land was even more detailed than in Danzong. The disciples of the Holy Land that he had killed before were probably the most ordinary disciples. Even so, he was still more powerful than the top elites of the three affiliated sects such as Danzong. And someone like Guochuanfei should be one of the more powerful ones in the Holy Land. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. They could even contend against ordinary six-star kings. Therefore, such people had to be guarded against. Guochuanfei's self-destruction created a terrifying explosion of energy that affected both Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Therefore, the two of them quickly flew away from this area. They came to a safe place, sat down cross-legged, and quickly recovered their strength. Lin Xian didn't even hesitate to consume elixirs and supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. Because his heart was beating wildly, and he had an extremely bad premonition. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a murderous aura to come from the rear left. It turned into a cross-shaped sword wave and rushed over quickly. Boom! Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out a large amount of energy that collided with the murderous aura. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. In the forest behind him, a figure quickly appeared. Her figure was enchanting and had a seductive aura that made one's blood boil. "It's you." Lin Xian frowned when he saw the other party. This woman was none other than the half-demon woman who had sneak-attacked him before. He didn't expect her to appear again. Moreover, the timing was too good. It happened right after he had a great battle with someone. Could it be that she had been following him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The art of longevity in his body quickly circulated and digested the energy of the healing elixirs. "Yes, it's me." The beautiful woman sneered. "I told you that I would come back for you. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you can't bear to part with me?" Lin Xian smiled slightly, but he was secretly speeding up his recovery. "Indeed, I can't bear to part with you. Your vitality is so strong, and you're the best choice for a cauldron. If I can absorb your energy, my cultivation will definitely rise to another level. Moreover, you dared to kill someone from the Demon King Palace. No matter what, I can't let you go. Why bother?" Lin Xian laughed. "Why don't you follow me and leave the Demon King Palace? I'll let you live freely for the rest of your life. You want me to leave the Demon King Palace with just you? What a joke." The half-demon woman sneered. "You don't know the strength of the Demon King Palace. Moreover, you've underestimated me." The half-demon woman stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Alright, cut the crap. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want me to break your limbs and drag you back? You sure talk big. Don't tell me you think you've got me?" Lin Xian snorted, but he didn't make a move. The half-demon woman, Xianxia, walked over step by step. "Kid, don't struggle. I know you're recovering your strength, but it's useless. I saw everything that happened just now. After being hit by that energy, you won't be able to recover in a short time. Even if you try to stall for time, it's useless." Indeed, she was hiding in the dark and saw the scene just now. When she saw Lin Xian being hit by the explosion, she decided to make a move. If it was an ordinary person, she wouldn't have done anything wrong. After all, when a cultivator was injured, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, she encountered Lin Xian this time. She didn't know how powerful Lin Xian's art of longevity was. Lin Xian didn't move as he watched his opponent slowly walk over. However, he secretly mobilized the energy in his body and prepared a thunderous assistant. Sure enough, when the opponent was 10 meters away from Lin Xian, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from Lin Xian's body. His fists danced as the apocalyptic black dragon fist rushed out. The powerful energy transformed into two black dragons, surging and roaring. "What?" The half-demon woman, Xianxia, narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect her opponent to be able to display such power despite being injured. However, since she had decided to make a move, why would she run away? With a shout, light bloomed from her body and a domain quickly appeared behind her. The 5 silver scorpion tails were like silver spears. They were extremely sharp as they pierced through the void and flew forward. Boom boom boom, the void was pierced through in an instant. A terrifying silver light, like the Milky Way, wrapped around the two black dragons. Boom, the scales on the silver scorpion tails flickered and emitted a cold light, instantly killing the two black dragon phantoms. The world shook as the 5 silver lights flew up again and pounced on Lin Xian. A terrifying killing intent shook the world. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Facing the 5 silver tails, he had no fear at all. The apocalyptic black dragon fists were constantly swung around. His fists had turned into 2 black dragons, spiraling in the void and surging forward. They unleashed earth-shattering energy. Heavenly Scorpion, reappear. On the other side, Xianxia also shouted, and the silver domain behind her shone even brighter. Then, a huge silver body appeared in the void. It was a huge scorpion. Its body was silver and emitted a cold light. Waves of energy surged out of its body, shaking the entire space. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a real ancient demon beast had crossed time and space and appeared in the sky. In the next instant, the enormous silver body swayed, and the terrifying scorpion tail and 2 silver pincers rapidly descended. Boom boom boom, silver light crisscrossed, illuminating the entire space and colliding with the black fist shadows in the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 10,000 mountains were colliding in the sky. Large swathes of forests collapsed, the earth caved in, and terrifying cracks appeared in the void. In the end, Lin Xian let out a long cry and unleashed his ultimate technique. 2 pitch-black dragon claws appeared on his palms, and he waved them forcefully. Suddenly, the entire space cracked open. The silver light that filled the sky disappeared. Damn brat, you actually have such powerful strength. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia's face was solemn. Unexpected, it was too unexpected. She had expected the other party to be severely injured and unable to exert much strength. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Her opponent's strength was too strong. There was no difference at all from before he was injured. That berserk and destructive aura made her extremely fearful. But how was this possible? No one could withstand that kind of impact, but fortunately, he was unharmed. Therefore, she concluded that Lin Xian must be injured. But how could he still display such terrifying strength when he was injured? Zhao Tianxia could not understand at all. But in the end, she coldly snorted. Brat, I don't know what secret technique you used to forcibly recover your strength. But thinking about it, this secret technique won't last for long. Therefore, the final victor will be me. As for you, you will become my slave and be sucked dry by me. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Indeed, the explosion just now had injured him. However, his secret art of long life was heaven-defying. That ferocious recovery ability of his had already healed more than half of his injuries. However, he did not let his guard down. That was because the half-demon woman was also extraordinarily powerful. She was probably not any weaker than Guochuanfei. Especially since the other party had a group of bloodlines. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go all out again. The next moment, a green light flashed behind him, and the dragon sword domain quickly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the air as sword chi soared into the sky. Even the void couldn't withstand it. A king's domain? Looks like you want to fight with your life on the line. My guess was right. Your secret technique won't last for long. On the other side, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Tianxia's face. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard the other party's words. Naturally, it wasn't that the secret technique's time was up, but that he didn't want to waste time and wanted to finish off the other party quickly. However, since the other party had misunderstood, then so be it. He wouldn't explain. As the energy in his body surged, the dragon sword domain around him became even more resplendent. There was even a low dragon's roar. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also shouted as a silver light flashed behind her. The silver domain shone brightly, and within it was an ancient sky scorpion. The silver sky scorpion carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a silver mountain that crushed the void. This scene was too terrifying. The silver sky scorpion carried the bloodline of the demon race and had an unparalleled pressure. This undoubtedly made Zhao Tianxia's king's domain even more powerful. Seeing the other party's powerful domain, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. However, in the next moment, he took a step forward. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi vibrated together and let out a cry. The terrifying sword chi soared into the sky with unparalleled power. Then, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword domain and charged forward. Boom! 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 The entire void collapsed. The dragon sword domain and the sky scorpion's silver domain collided, creating a sound like a tsunami. Boundless light burst forth, and terrifying energy whistled, filling every inch of the void. The entire forest was shaking, and there were even roars of demon beasts in the distance. Obviously, the battle between the two had alarmed the demon kings here. After another fierce collision, the two figures quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between them. Lin Xian's figure was tall and straight, and his face was sharp like a knife. He looked like a god of death. Sword chi revolved around his body, and it was incomparably resplendent. On the other side, Xianxia also appeared in the void. Behind her, a silver king's domain appeared. She stood on the sky scorpion's shadow. As expected of the cauldron I chose. You are indeed powerful. Your vitality has even surpassed the average disciple of the sacred lands. Be my cauldron obediently, and I can spare your life. Spare my life? Lin Xian snorted. You talk big. Worry about your own safety first. You think you can kill me? On the other side, Xianxia sneered, I think your secret technique won't last for long. It will probably disappear soon. When the time comes, I'd like to see how stubborn you are. Xianxia snorted and attacked again. The battle began again. The two fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. But gradually, Xianxia frowned. Because she realized that something was wrong. After such a long time, even if there was a secret technique, its effect should have disappeared. However, not only did the other party's combat strength not weaken, it grew stronger and stronger. She couldn't believe it. Damn it. Impossible. Why is your combat strength still growing? Shouldn't it weaken? Ignorant. Lin Xian snorted and didn't answer. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword and swept it forward. Sword chi swept out like a giant dragon, tearing the sky apart. Damn it. Impossible. This is impossible. Xianxia frantically tried to block. Did you not use a secret technique? She finally lost her composure. She couldn't take down the other party after so many moves, and she was gradually being suppressed. If the battle continued, she wouldn't be a match for the other party. At this moment, Lin Xian roared. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Every illusory figure was incomparably resplendent and carried with it a shocking sword chi. In the sky, Lin Xian roared. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Every illusory figure was incomparably resplendent and carried with it a shocking sword chi. Sword God Phantoms. This was Lin Xian's 6 god sword technique. He could already condense 3 sword phantoms. These 3 sword phantoms quickly rushed out and stood in 3 directions. Together with Lin Xian, they suppressed the entire void. A special domain appeared and trapped Xianxia within. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and attacked together with the 3 sword god phantoms. Terrifying sword chi swept out and instantly covered the entire void. This scene was simply too terrifying. The space was instantly blasted apart. As for Xianxia, he was instantly enveloped by sword chi that filled the sky. Bang bang bang, in an instant, Xianxia was forced to retreat. His domain had been suppressed and had even become much dimmer. Not only that, when the sword chi slashed his domain, it immediately caused his chi and blood to churn. Not long after, he vomited blood and was injured. Damn it. These are clones. Xianxia looked at the sky with a shocked expression. How can clones be so strong? She really couldn't understand. That was because the 3 sword god phantoms were simply too powerful. Each of them shone brightly with monstrous battle intent. Their terrifying battle strength was like a vast ocean with no end. It seemed that they were not weaker than the main body. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's expression was abnormally ugly. She already couldn't beat Lin Xian alone. Now that there were 3 more clones, it was even more impossible for her to be a match for the other party. Moreover, the other party didn't look exhausted at all, which made her even more terrified. So at this moment, she didn't dare to fight the other party. Instead, she was thinking about how to escape. Because if they continued fighting, she would definitely lose. So, she carried the silver domain and charged around, wanting to leave the space. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, don't you think it's too late? He roared, and the energy in his body surged rapidly. His battle strength was even higher. 3 sword god phantoms quickly rushed forward and surrounded Xianxia. As for Lin Xian's body, it was shining brightly. He brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist and unleashed a terrifying fist technique. The world-destroying black dragon scroll was incomparably violent and unstoppable. At this moment, in Lin Xian's hands, it was even more ferocious. With a punch, the sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Each dragon's shadow was entwined with incomparably terrifying sword chi. They crushed the void and roared abnormally as they charged towards Xianxia. Pung! In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering tremor, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Blood spurted out as half of Tianxia's body was smashed. However, she did not die. Instead, she quickly retreated. A ball of red light appeared on her body. It was her demonic bloodline. In the next moment, she ignited the demonic bloodline in her body and erupted with unparalleled power. At the same time, the ancient scorpion in the king's domain opened its eyes. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. The ancient sky scorpion phantom shone with boundless light. A part of it enveloped Xianxia, while the other part turned into a silver longsword and slashed forward. In an instant, a crack was torn in the void. The silver light rolled up and carried Xianxia away into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted and activated the dragon's sword domain. Immediately, countless sword lights rushed out and turned into rainbows as they quickly chased after Xianxia. However, that silver light was too strange. It had awakened some kind of ancient bloodline and was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, she had escaped without a trace. She actually ran away? Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene. After thinking for a long time, he did not chase after her. First of all, she definitely had some secret techniques in her hands. It would not be easy to kill her. Moreover, the continuous battles had consumed too much of his strength. Right now, he did not have much strength left in his body. Therefore, he should focus on recovering. After all, he still did not know how long he would have to stay in this mystic world. Therefore, in the next moment, she did not hesitate and her figure flashed and left this place. In a dense forest, the Crimson Dragon had set up a powerful array to isolate the surroundings. In front of it, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged. Beside him, there were 6 pieces of top-grade secondary crystals arranged into a small spirit-gathering array. And he was operating the longevity art with all his strength to quickly absorb the energy. Rays of resplendent light circled around his body, like the rays of the sun. This energy was quickly repairing his body and replenishing Lin Xian's spiritual energy at the same time. Not only that, Lin Xian's longevity art was operating faster and faster, and even began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This was simply too incredible. One had to know that this space was a world of its own, and it was very difficult for outsiders to absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, those foreign cultivators would crazily collect other people's storage rings. They wanted to obtain enough energy to maintain their combat strength. And now, Lin Xian was actually able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. And the speed was much faster than before. It had to be said that this was simply too shocking. Lin Xian seemed to have noticed this as well, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. In the next moment, he operated the longevity art with all his strength, and the spiritual energy from all directions quickly gathered towards him. Gradually, an energy storm was formed and enveloped him. With this energy storm, Lin Xian's recovery speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he was restored to his peak state. Not only that, he absorbed with all his strength and cultivated. However, after a while, the spiritual energy storm quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, feeling as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he revealed a puzzled look. What's going on? He didn't stop cultivating, but the spirit chi was quickly receding, which surprised him. On the side, the Crimson Dragon said, this should be a protective method to prevent people from consuming too much of the energy in the mystic world. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Boy, you're really surprising. You can actually absorb the energy here. To be honest, even the Crimson Dragon could not do this. Lin Xian smiled and said, this is all thanks to the longevity art. This technique is really amazing. Indeed, the longevity art was incomparably mysterious, and it allowed Lin Xian to have a strong recovery ability. Not only that, his spiritual energy was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Now, he could even absorb the energy in the Tilted Moon mystic world. Although Lin Xian did not know where the ultimate limit of the longevity art was, being able to absorb the energy here was undoubtedly good news. This gave him a bigger trump card. When the time came for battle, he would not have to worry too much. Without any worries for the time being, Lin Xian was completely at ease. He planned to carefully explore this primeval forest. At the very least, he had to figure out what was here. Soon, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon set off. The two of them walked carefully in the forest. Lin Xian used his soul power to observe the surroundings to avoid the powerful monster kings. He knew that he could not be careless in this forest. There were probably many terrifying monsters hibernating here. For example, the six-armed ape that they met the other night was absolutely terrifying. Even a mighty figure might not be able to fight against it. If he encountered it, there was no way he could survive. The two of them walked for a day and entered the inner part of the forest. Along the way, the two of them were very careful and were not discovered by the powerful monster kings. However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar that shook heaven and earth. The sound was very shocking and carried a monstrous aura. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian's scalp went numb and he prepared to take a detour. However, at this moment, a few more roars came from the front. Then, a violent energy aura surged. Sensing these auras, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a bewildered look on his face. Someone is fighting? Moreover, these auras did not belong to humans. Could it be monsters? Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. At the side, the Crimson Dragon was also a little excited. Kid, should we go and take a look? There are so many monsters fighting. I'm afraid there's a reason. Maybe it's for treasures. It was possible. They walked in the forest for a few days and did not find any treasures. Perhaps the monsters in front of them were really fighting for some kind of treasure. The two of them walked forward carefully. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. Because the battle in front of them had already ended. The surroundings were a mess. Monster aura filled the air and blood flowed like a river on the ground. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stepped on broken trees and cracked ground and walked forward carefully. They found a few huge corpses in front of them. Each of them was at the Monster King level and was extremely terrifying. At this moment, their bodies were cut open and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Evidently, he had been killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were extremely shocked. Even such a powerful Yao King was killed. It seemed like there was another terrifying existence. The two of them didn't dare to stay any longer and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the cave ahead. It was a black bear with a single horn on its head. It looked extremely ferocious. On its body, its black fur flickered with a jet black light, flowing with a strange energy. Especially the horn on his forehead, it was like a black jade, sparkling and translucent. The energy contained within it was even more terrifying. Compared to the surrounding demonic beasts, he was not very big, only 3 meters tall. But at this moment, he was emitting an incomparably horrifying supreme aura. The Black Bear Demon King was walking out of the cave. But in the next moment, it stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, its eyes emitting a fierce light. Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body when he was being stared at like that. He sensed danger. According to his original plan, he should have retreated by now. However, in the next moment, he frowned. Because he discovered that although the black bear was powerful, there was a terrifying crack on the left side of its back. Although the blood had coagulated, the crack was still very eye-catching. It was obvious that it was injured in the battle just now. And it seemed that the injury was not light. Otherwise, with this demonic beast's ferocious personality, it would have pounced on them immediately. It would not have issued a warning here. Perhaps there was a chance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claws excitedly. Kid, do you want to make a move? That Black Bear King is injured. Let's do it. Lin Xian nodded. He was not willing to give up this opportunity. That was because he felt a strange energy in the cave. It should be some kind of treasure. In the next moment, Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he took out the 10,000 beast ding. The Crimson Dragon's body glowed red as it prepared to attack. Roar! Seeing that Lin Xian and Lin Xian were about to attack, the black bear in front of them roared angrily. Its murderous aura instantly spread out. As a demonic beast king, and an extremely powerful one at that, it would not allow humans to provoke it. Therefore, in the next moment, it roared angrily and turned into a ray of black light, charging towards Lin Xian. However, halfway through, the black bear's body suddenly stiffened. That was because the wound on its back had split open again. Blood gushed out, and even the airy white bones were exposed. Roar! The black bear roared in pain. This is a good chance. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and activated the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. Suddenly, the 10,000 beast ding released a ray of black light that flew forward. Boom! This ray of black light was like a black divine spear. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the black bear, leaving a fist-sized wound on its body. Roar! The black bear was injured again, and its entire body became extremely frenzied. Its murderous aura soared to the sky, and its demonic aura turned into smoke that quickly surged into the sky. However, at the same time, a crimson dragon tail, like a heavenly pillar, lashed out from the void. Boom! The black bear's body trembled and he was sent flying. That was because the crimson dragon tail had sent him flying. It was obvious that this was the crimson dragon's attack. Roar! Roar! After receiving two extremely powerful attacks in an instant, the black bear's already injured body became even more fragile. At that moment, its body was covered in blood, and it had become extremely frenzied. However, its ferocious nature had been stimulated. Instead of running away, it quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. Boom! In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian, and its terrifying black bear paw quickly slapped down. In an instant, a pitch-black hole was formed in the void. This attack was too violent. Even though the black bear was injured, it was still extremely terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian did not want to take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into an afterimage, dodging the attack in an instant. At the same time, his paw kept slapping the 10,000 beast ding. Buzz! 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 The 10,000 beast ding vibrated rapidly, and pitch-black figures kept moving around on it. Then, a black heavenly rock rushed out and flew towards the black bear. The feathers that filled the sky turned into black sword aura. The black sword aura was extremely sharp, and it quickly slashed downwards. The black bear waved its paw and unleashed a wave of energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly shattered the black sword aura that filled the sky. However, in the process, it suffered 2 more dragon claws on its back. Suddenly, its huge body shook continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. Roar! The black bear's eyes turned blood red. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and roared behind it. A sound wave rippled out, carrying a strange energy that surged towards the crimson divine dragon. The sound wave was too terrifying. It was even sharper than the heavenly blade. Moreover, the sound wave could be stacked. Therefore, when it came close to the crimson dragon, the sound wave was still extremely powerful. Roar! The crimson dragon's body glowed as its dragon blood surged. In the next moment, it roared as well. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, carrying with it an unparalleled pressure as it fought against the Black Bear King's sound waves. Although the Crimson Dragon's cultivation was not as strong as the Black Bear King's, the power of its bloodline far surpassed the Black Bear King's. Therefore, when the two sound waves collided, they were actually evenly matched. The sky surged as countless black cracks appeared. The two terrifying sound waves disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment, Lin Xian leaped high into the air. The 10,000 beast ding in his hand emitted an even brighter light. A strange energy wave was emitted from the 10,000 beast ding. It quickly surged forward and enveloped the Black Bear King. The mysterious light was incomparably dark, as if it was going to suppress the Black Bear King. Roar! At this critical moment, the Black Bear King's hair stood on end. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the horn on its forehead suddenly emitted light. The horn was originally jade-black in color. At this moment, mysterious patterns appeared on it. A terrifying aura instantly surged out. Whoosh! For a moment, the surrounding wind howled and dark clouds covered the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Then, a ray of light surged out from the horn. It directly pierced through the void and turned into an eternal ray of light. This ray of light was really too terrifying. It directly tore apart the attack of the 10,000 beast ding and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as his body swayed. He held the 10,000 beast ding in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He directly punched out. A black dragon roared, carrying with it a black light that shook the heavens and earth. While, on the other side, the 10,000 beast ding was spinning even faster. Then, it suddenly grew in size like a black mountain, pressing down on the ground. Clang! In the next moment, it collided with the black light emitted by the horn, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled, and a terrifying light burst forth. However, the 10,000 beast ding was an Earth-rank mid-grade artifact. It was too terrifying. It directly shattered all the attacks. The void instantly returned to calm. The 10,000 beast ding was still pressing down on the Black Bear King quickly. The Black Bear King's expression finally changed as he let out a terrified cry. However, he found that he could barely move his body. There was a mysterious power in the void that had completely shackled him. At this moment, his eyes finally revealed a look of fear. One had to know that it was no ordinary demon king. Its strength was extremely terrifying. So many demon kings joined forces and they were unable to kill it. But now, this little human in front of him was a threat. Boom! The Black Bear King was Black Bear King was completely. The ground sank and the air billowed. The surrounding forest collapsed in an instant. In fact, even the mountain peak in the distance was blasted apart by this burst of energy. Ding Linz's demon king he waved his hand and put away the 10,000 beast ding. The Black Bear King was indeed a very powerful demon king. Fortunately, it was heavily injured before. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon would not have been able to kill it so easily. Lin Xian summoned the Black Earth and put away the corpses of these demon kings. When these demonic beasts reached the demonic king level, it could be said that their entire bodies were treasures. Their flesh and blood contained powerful energy. Their scales and fur could be made into weapons and armor. There were also demon cores in their bodies, which were their energy essence and contained powerful energy. These were all very precious. After collecting all the demon king's corpses, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked ahead. There was a cave there. Lin Xian had already checked the Black Bear King's body and did not find any treasures. It seemed that the Black Bear King had not obtained anything from the cave yet. Therefore, he guessed that the treasure must be in the cave. Thinking of this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not hesitate and walked forward. The cave was dark, but Lin Xian's light was enough to illuminate the entire cave. In front of him, there were countless gravel. Among the gravel, there was a ray of light. It was very bright and could be seen at a glance. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and blew away all the gravel. Then, the ray of light appeared in front of him. Seeing that thing, Lin Xian was stunned. The Crimson Dragon screamed. Dragon crystal! Boy, this is a dragon crystal! Ha 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 ha! We're rich! The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster, roaring crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. A dragon crystal was a type of crystal energy. Its value was equivalent to a divinity crystal, or even higher. One had to know that there were spirit veins in the world that would form ordinary subdivinity crystals and supreme-grade subdivinity crystals. They would even form divinity crystals. In addition to spirit veins, there were also dragon veins. That was something even more terrifying than spirit veins. Dragon veins naturally formed dragon crystals, which were even rarer than divinity crystals. Some of those powerful seeker spirit masters could cut out divinity crystals, but very few could cut out dragon crystals, because they were too precious and too rare. Lin Xian did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. It was indeed shocking. That dragon crystal was as big as a fist and shone with incomparably bright light. Every strand of it contained a powerful energy. Those lights were like divine clouds, illuminating the entire void. Good stuff. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. With a wave of his hand, he held the dragon crystal in his hand. Presumably, the demon kings outside were fighting over this dragon crystal. We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave. Lin Xian said quickly. The Crimson Dragon nodded. He knew that the tremors here had already alarmed the other monster kings in the forest. It would not be long before those powerful monster kings arrived. One or two of them would be fine, but if there were a few more, they would not be able to leave at all. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly moved and left this place. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few huge figures appeared nearby again. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Their killing intent was monstrous, stirring up the wind and clouds. In the end, even the six-armed ape from that day appeared. With a stomp of its golden feet, the entire ground trembled. Countless birds quickly soared into the sky. The surrounding wild beasts trembled and all fell to the ground. Even though Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had left for a long time, they could still vaguely hear the angry roars. Exciting, it was too exciting. If they were any later, they would not be able to leave at all. They might not even be able to obtain this incomparably precious dragon crystal. This thing must not be known to others. Otherwise, it would attract endless disaster. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon planned to absorb it first. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used his sword qi to open a cave abode. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up several formations and directly covered the entire cave abode. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the fist-sized dragon crystal. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used his sword qi to open up a cave abode. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up several formations and covered the entire cave abode. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the fist-sized dragon crystal. He placed the dragon crystal on the ground. Then, the Crimson Dragon began to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Through the formation, the dragon crystal's power was transferred to the two of them. In this way, it could speed up their absorption. Soon, the dragon crystal emitted a bright light, forming rays of light that surrounded Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. If someone saw this scene, they would go crazy. This was a rare treasure. Everyone would go crazy, even almighties would be no exception. But now, this thing belonged to Lin Xian. Feeling the rich power around him, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly used the longevity chant to absorb the energy inside. The rays of light in the sky seemed to be attracted and rushed into Lin Xian's body. For a time, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon both entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The fist-sized dragon crystal had shrunk by half. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's bodies were completely enveloped by the bright rays of light. They were like two jade cocoons, emitting a hazy light. Another 3 days passed. The entire cave abode was surrounded by rays of light, and the dragon crystal was still the size of a walnut. At the side, the Crimson Dragon opened his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He had successfully recovered to a 4-star king. Therefore, he did not absorb any more energy. Instead, his body swayed and he retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian was still cultivating. The light on his body became more and more vigorous, and his aura became more and more powerful. However, he was still a 3-star king and did not break through. After another 2 days, the dragon crystal became the size of a fingernail, and its light became extremely dim. Most of the energy inside had been absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and his aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, his combat power had also increased tremendously. However, his cultivation remained at the 3-star king realm. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the dull dragon crystal. He knew that he needed a lot of energy to break through. But he didn't expect that he would need so much. An incomparably precious dragon crystal was actually unable to help him break through. One had to admit that the great dragon sword soul was truly terrifying. If it were any other king, they would have broken through long ago. But Lin Xian actually forcibly did not break through. However, his combat power had greatly increased. Now, even if he were to encounter a genius cultivator like Guo Chuanfei from the Holy Land, he would be able to kill him even without launching a sneak attack. Moreover, ordinary Holy Land cultivators were no match for him. Perhaps only those top genius Holy Land cultivators were worthy of fighting him. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also said, "Kid, don't be discouraged. The great dragon sword soul is extremely terrifying. If you break through to become a 4-star king, your battle prowess will be heaven-defying and terrifying. The problem is that the energy required is too much." Lin Xian also knew this, so he decided to set off again. This was because he believed that there must be other dragon crystals in this forest. As long as he could find another one, he would definitely be able to break through. Next, Xian and the Crimson Dragon continued to search this primeval forest. But one had to admit that this forest was really too big. It was boundless, like a green ocean. Moreover, the monster kings here were too terrifying. They had encountered a few in the past few days, and their strength was not inferior to the 6-armed divine ape at all. It could be said that they were terrifying. Even now, Lin Xian and the others had to take a detour. This was because in front of them was an extremely terrifying lair of a monster king. Just the demonic aura at the edge of the lair alone made Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's scalps tingle. Even if an almighty came, they probably would not dare to enter this place easily. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not want to cause trouble, so they took a detour. In the end, after half a day, Lin Xian found a waterfall in front of him. Near the waterfall, there was actually a bamboo house. The bamboo house was very exquisite, and even the bamboo on it was emitting a faint glow. Obviously, the bamboo house was not built with ordinary bamboo. There was a grassland near the bamboo house, where countless flowers grew. It was surrounded by a bamboo forest. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing that bamboo house, Lin Xian slowed down, and his expression was extremely solemn. Because a bamboo house meant that there were humans. However, he did not know if they were primitive residents or foreign martial artists from the sections. Sure enough, not long after, a figure walked out of the bamboo house. It was a young man. He was tall and handsome. However, there was a coldness between his eyebrows, which made people tremble all over. The young man was wearing a 5-colored robe that flickered with a luster. Someone from the 5-element sect. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect to meet someone from the 5-element sect here. However, the next moment, he was even more shocked. Because another figure walked out of the bamboo house. This figure was very familiar. It was the half-demon woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, Xianxia, who had fought with him before. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would walk together with someone from the 5-element sect. Xianxia and the handsome man exchanged a few words, and then entered the bamboo house again. The young man was still standing in front, as if waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious, and did not know what they were doing. Therefore, he and the Crimson Dragon hid their auras and quietly squatted to the side. He wanted to see what Xianxia wanted to do. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the front, and then 2 figures quickly rushed over from afar. Soon, they arrived near the bamboo house. They were also 2 young disciples. The 2 of them appeared and quickly bowed to the handsome young man. The handsome young man asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Did you find out? The Sea of Death is very terrifying. I'm afraid that less than 1/10 of the people can come to this continent. Anyway, those who could come to this continent were not weak." The 2 disciples quickly said. After hearing this, the handsome young man nodded slightly. Those ordinary rogue cultivators probably can't reach it. However, those peerless giants, peerless sacred grounds, and the clan of the ancients are not to be trifled with. They won't die in the Sea of Death. They will definitely reach it. however, they haven't appeared yet. I wonder what they are doing. The handsome young man frowned slightly. Then, he turned to look at the bamboo house behind him, and a glint appeared in his eyes. That peerless face is really rare in this world. If I can take her in, it will be a happy thing. The handsome young man whispered. After hearing this, the two young disciples behind him laughed. Senior brother, with your means, it will be easy if you want her. The two young disciples behind him laughed and said, Senior brother, with your methods, it's easy if you want it. The handsome young man smiled when he heard this. You should know that I like to do things willingly. I heard that Miss Zhao has a strong enemy on the island. If we can kill him, Miss Zhao might throw herself into his arms. The other two disciples laughed when they heard this. Don't worry, senior brother. He's just a small warrior. How can he fight against our Five Elements sect? As long as we find that kid, we'll tear him to pieces. Their conversation was completely captured by Lin Xian. His face darkened when he heard this. From the looks of it, these people were from the Five Elements sect, and in order to curry favor with Xianxia, they wanted to take his life. Humph. They're really obsessed. Lin Xian snorted and quietly retreated. With Xianxia's personality, even if these people from the Five Elements sect succeeded, she would not throw herself into his arms. Instead, she would suck their blood essence dry. More importantly, Lin Xian wasn't going to sit around and wait for his death. He had absorbed the power of the dragon crystal and his strength had increased greatly. Even if these people from the Five Elements sect outnumbered him, he would not be fearless. Since these people dared to target him, they would have to pay the price. Lin Xian would not hesitate to make a move, but he would not be rash either. The Five Elements sect was an unparalleled sect. The handsome young man in front of him must be a genius in the Five Elements sect. Moreover, there were many disciples of the Five Elements sect around him. Therefore, Lin Xian had to figure out the number of warriors on the other side. Other than Xianxia, the handsome young man, and the two disciples in front of him, there were 4 more disciples of the Five Elements sect hiding in the surroundings. Presumably, these people were guarding in secret. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were not careless. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by the 4 hidden warriors. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take action and get rid of the 4 people in the dark first. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, the Snow White Monkey, and the 2 sword shadows moved quickly. The assassination this time had to be a one-hit kill. They could not give the other party a chance to call for help. Lin Xian was the first to act. He executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps silently like a ghost. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand released a cold light. In an instant, he arrived near a hidden martial artist. He waved his long sword, and the sword light flashed. With the sword piercing his vitals, the hidden martial artist's eyes widened. He wanted to make a sound, but he found that he couldn't. Plop, that martial artist fell to the ground. Then, Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a black flame surged out, instantly incinerating that martial artist. Not a single drop of blood was left in the sky. At the same time, the other 3 parties also made their moves. The Crimson Dragon had just broken through to become a 4-star king. He was very powerful, so he killed the other party easily. On the other hand, the Snow White Little Monkey cooperated with the 2 sword deity phantoms and also silently killed the other 2 hidden warriors. In an instant, the hidden martial artists around the bamboo house were all killed by Lin Xian. Next, it was the 5-star sect's martial artists in front. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other, and then they quickly made their moves. A shocking sword chi, a terrifying dragon claw, and 2 sword god shadows quickly killed their way forward. This change was very sudden. In fact, the Five Elements sect's martial artists in front did not even react. In an instant, these terrifying attacks arrived in front of them. One of the disciples did not react at all. Under the attack of this energy, he directly exploded. However, the handsome young man quickly retreated with the other person. Not good, senior brother, there's an assassination. The disciple's face turned ugly. The handsome young man's face was also cold. Men, kill him. In the end, it was quiet all around, and there was no response at all. Stop shouting, they've already gone to hell. You'll join them soon. Hearing this, the handsome young man and the other disciples' faces turned ugly. Not good, our people have been killed. Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack my Five Elements sect? If I don't attack you, should I wait for you to attack me? Lin Xian sneered, and appeared in front of them with the Crimson Dragon. It's you. You're that damn thief. The handsome young man's face turned gloomy when he saw Lin Xian. He naturally knew that this was the powerful enemy that Xianxia had mentioned, and also the target that he was going to kill next. However, he did not expect that the other party would attack before him. Good boy, I didn't go looking for you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. How dare you kill my Five Elements sect's people, you really deserve to die. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The handsome young man sneered, and his face regained his confidence. This was because he had already seen 3 figures in the distance, and they were rushing towards them quickly. They were the disciples of the Five Elements sect. The other person also laughed. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, so you barge in. Since you dared to kill my Five Elements sect's people, today will be the day you die. Kill. Seeing that there were more people coming, Lin Xian frowned, but in the next moment, he decisively attacked. His entire body turned into a terrifying sword light, and he quickly rushed forward. At the same time, the dragon sword field was released, and it quickly expanded, forming a terrifying sword principle world. With a stab of the sword, the world lost its color. What? So powerful. The Five Elements sect's disciple turned pale with fright, and even the handsome young man's face turned solemn. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying sword chi. However, as a genius of the Five Elements sect, he was not a useless person, so he immediately shouted and attacked with all his strength. A dazzling brilliance burst out from his hands. Boundless divine power surged out, forming 2 yellow mountains that pressed down viciously. Boom! The void trembled as the 2 yellow mountains collided with the dazzling sword light, and a huge explosion occurred. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful, and it finally tore the 2 yellow mountains apart. However, this also gave the handsome young man a chance. His body swayed, and he once again retreated to a safe distance. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the bamboo house, and Xianxia also came out. When she saw Lin Xian, she immediately gnashed her teeth. Damn thief, how dare you chase after me? Miss Zhao, don't worry. Let's work together and kill him. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. This kid won't be able to escape today. Okay. Xianxia revealed a cruel smile. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. Ben Huang will teach you a lesson. Little girl, come here. Let this king teach you how to behave. The Crimson Dragon pointed at Xianxia with his claws and sneered. Damn snake, you're courting death. As a genius disciple of the Demon Emperor Palace, she had never been provoked like this. Therefore, she moved her palm, which turned into a silver ray of light and slapped at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon laughed without fear. His body flickered, and he dodged like a red bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his dragon claws, forming a strong gust of wind that swept across the sky. At the same time, he said loudly, Kid, leave this little girl to me. As he spoke, he raised his hands and formed 2 arrays, which enveloped the 3 martial artists flying over from afar. Seeing that the Crimson Dragon had temporarily restrained Xianxia and trapped the 3 people who came to help, Lin Xian smiled. It seems that your numbers won't work. Lin Xian looked at the handsome man in front of him and said coldly. The handsome man, Li Wei, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect that the 4-legged snake beside him would have such strength. He was able to restrain Xianxia. Not only that, but the people he came to help were also trapped by the array. It seemed that they would not be able to break it in a short time. However, he still sneered, Kid, do you think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight? You're too naive. I'll let you know the power of the Pentaphase sect. Then, he turned to the martial artist beside him and said, Go and help them break the array. Yes, senior brother. The disciple quickly moved to help the 3 people behind him. Only Lin Xian and Li Wei of the Pentaphase sect were left in the field. With a cold snort, Li Wei's body emitted a strong light that swept in all directions like a stormy sea. The powerful aura caused the entire void to tremble. In the next moment, he punched out. Li Wei's movements were not very fast, but that power was abnormally terrifying. It was like a sea, flying in the air. The wind was strong and mighty, and the blue light was like a wave, surging forward violently. That berserk aura was as unstoppable as before. Lin Xian also felt the pressure. He realized that this fist was like the sea, boundless and incomparably vast. Even though it was only a single punch, it had sealed off all paths of retreat. As for him, he could only face it head-on. However, Lin Xian would not be afraid even if he were to face them head-on. He shouted coldly and punched out as well. The Armageddon Black Dragon fist surged forward with a violent aura. The Black Dragon roared, and strong winds blew, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Boom! In the next moment, the two terrifying fists collided, and a terrifying storm swept out in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, flashing non-stop. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was solemn. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to block his punch. Therefore, his face became a little gloomy, and he increased his strength again, punching out quickly. Explode! The void exploded in an instant, and the blue waves turned into a substantial sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a real sea, and it was incomparably terrifying. The blue light that filled the sky instantly shrouded the black fist shadows. The void trembled rapidly, and the ground cracked. Terrifying cracks appeared and spread into the distance. Those black fist shadows were completely engulfed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Li Wei laughed wildly. Kid, no matter how powerful you are, you can't resist my 5-element fist. 5-element fist. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that his opponent's fist technique was indeed terrifying. It should be one of the 5 elements sect's unique techniques. Lin Xian's guess was right. It was indeed a unique technique. The 5-element fist contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The blue fist earlier was the water element fist of the 5-element fist. It was extremely terrifying and could devour everything. It could be said that Li Wei definitely had the right to be arrogant. Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Today, I'll let you know what regret is. Li Wei sneered and waved his fist again. The blue light was extremely vast, covering the entire sky. It was like countless thousands of feet of sea waves rushing down. Watch me break your 5-element fist. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and his eyes shone brightly. The aura on his body became incomparably violent again, as if he was the king of destruction. Thunderbolt Dragon. He waved his fists, and 2 black dragons with countless lightning bolts rushed into the sky. Boom boom boom, this scene was too terrifying. It was as if 2 giant dragons were rampaging in the boundless sea. Their huge bodies rushed forward, tearing everything apart. The black lightning even penetrated the sea that filled the sky. This scene was like a raging dragon coming out of the sea. In the end, the sea that filled the sky and the huge dragon shadows disappeared together in the sky. The fierce wind between heaven and earth also quickly dissipated. Lin Xian and Li Wei's figures appeared in front of him again. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his eyes shone brightly. The blood in his body surged, and the dragon sword soul quickly awakened. To be honest, he had not met such an opponent for a long time. The person in front of him seemed to be even more terrifying than Wu Chuanfei. Such an opponent was worthy of his full strength. On the other side, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the opponent could resist his water element fist. It was really shocking. It was hard to believe that the opponent, a rogue cultivator, could reach such a level. However, he had already decided that he must kill the opponent today, or else it would be a disaster in the future. He, Li Wei, would not leave such a threat alive. With a cold snort, Li Wei's aura rose again, and at the same time, the water blue turned into a fiery red. A terrifying flame aura rushed out, covering the entire space. He threw out a punch, and flames surged in the sky, turning into countless flames that swept forward. Fire element fist. After the water element fist, Li Wei performed the fire element fist. This fire element fist was even more terrifying. The heat wave that filled the sky seemed to swallow the sky, burning everything. In an instant, Lin Xian's black fists were all burning. Humph, Lin Xian snorted, and the sword qi on his body soared into the sky, turning into a sharp sword light that slashed forward. The terrifying sword light swept in all directions, suppressing the flames. What? It can actually suppress my fire element fist. When Li Wei saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. His fire element fist was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary 6-star kings could not resist it. However, the opponent's sword light was so strange that it could actually suppress his fire element fist. In fact, even the flames that filled the sky started to dim. Damn it! Li Wei shouted coldly, and his fists changed again. The flames in the sky disappeared, and majestic mountains appeared. They collapsed in all directions, carrying a violent force as they fell mercilessly. Earth element fist. When this fist technique was performed, Li Wei's fists became incomparably heavy. They were like ancient demonic mountains that kept falling. Earth element fist. Li Wei's fists became extremely heavy as soon as he used this fist technique. It was as if many ancient demonic mountains were descending continuously. Those majestic mountains were indeed extremely terrifying. The sword light in the sky was bent from the pressure. This scene was too terrifying. The entire space sank as it could not withstand this power. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His figure was like a ghost as he constantly changed his position. He quickly dodged those terrifying mountains. Between heaven and earth, the void trembled. The earthy yellow light was extremely heavy as if the 9 heavens divine mountains had descended to the mortal world. That weight gave Lin Xian a great sense of danger. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress him. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Lin Xian used the Apocalypse Black Dragon Fist again and used a terrifying technique. Boundless black dragon shadows quickly appeared, roaring in the void, and then rushed into the sky. Giant dragon carrying mountains, one after another, huge black dragons spiraled into the sky, lifting up the huge mountains in the sky and charging straight into the clouds. That incomparably terrifying fist of earth was also neutralized by this move. This scene made Li Wei's expression even more ugly. The other party had given him too many surprises. He was clearly a small rogue cultivator, not a martial artist from any top sect. However, he was able to break his 5-element fist. It was indeed unbelievable. Not only was the other party's sword qi incomparably sharp, but his fist technique was even more violent, as if it could destroy everything in time. He had never heard of such a fist technique before. Indeed, very few people could master the Apocalypse Black Dragon Fist. If Lin Xian did not have the Great Dragon Sword soul, he would not have been able to master such a terrifying fist technique. However, after fighting for so long, how could he stop now? Therefore, he shouted coldly and attacked again ruthlessly. Metal Element Fist. Golden light shone in the sky, enveloping the entire world. Li Wei's aura became incomparably sharp at this moment. It was as if he was the god of war. Between heaven and earth, there was golden light everywhere. It was like a golden sword that swept in all directions. It was overwhelming and incomparably sharp. Like a divine weapon, it charged towards Lin Xian. This was the Metal Element Fist. Once it was used, it was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian's expression also turned grave when he felt the sharp aura. He was not careless at all. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a golden heavenly rock also rushed out. The heavenly pun grew bigger with the wind and filled the void. Its entire body shone with golden light. Not only that, those golden feathers turned into countless sharp sword qis at this moment, crisscrossing the area. 108,000 swords. The terrifying sword light was like a surging river, gushing down. It collided with his opponent's fist of metal. Boom, the collision between the two caused a huge collision in the void. Countless bolts of lightning continuously descended. These two terrifying energies clashed with each other, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void one after another. This scene was too frightening. Even the 5 elements sect martial artists who were fighting in the distance had a drastic change in expression. Xianxia was also paying close attention with a solemn expression. Li Wei's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent's sword chi to be so sharp, even surpassing his fist of metal. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that he was very confident in his fist of metal. It was a fist technique with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. Once it was used, it could even kill an ordinary 6-star king. But now, it was unable to shatter his opponent's sword chi. Damn it, I don't believe it. Break! Li Wei roared crazily, and the golden light on his body shone even brighter. Suddenly, golden fists appeared in the void one after another. They carried terrifying energy and fiercely blasted toward Lin Xian. The violent energy shook violently, shattering everything in the surroundings. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body became even sharper. 108,000 swords, each extremely terrifying. They were like real dragons roaring in the void. Boom, boom. Boom, the entire space was completely pierced by the terrifying sword chi. Boom. Li Wei's face changed drastically. He felt incomparable pain all over his body, as if a mountain had crashed into him. He kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, a huge crack would appear on the ground. After retreating for more than 10 steps, the entire ground was completely cracked by him. There were even a few sword scars on his body. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian stood tall and straight. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and the other 5 Element sect disciples in the distance all paled. They did not expect Li Wei to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that Li Wei was a genius martial artist of their 5 Element sect. He had even killed a 6-star king before. His strength could be said to be extremely terrifying, but they did not expect him to be suppressed now. Li Wei's face was even more ferocious. Damn it, impossible, how can his sword chi be so powerful? It can actually break my metal element fist. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I have to say that the 5 Element fist is indeed extremely powerful. It's an ultimate technique that can pierce through heaven and earth. But it's a pity that you haven't mastered it. So, you'll definitely lose this battle. Impudent, damn brat, you're too arrogant, don't think that you can win just because you've suppressed me, let me tell you, I still have an ultimate move. Li Wei roared angrily. His opponent actually said that he had not mastered the 5 Element fist. This was really infuriating. In the next moment, he used the 5 Element fist again and attacked wildly. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm directly enveloped his opponent. Thousands of terrifying sword chi crisscrossed. It turned into a silver river and blasted his opponent's body. Poof, not long after, Li Wei's body was sent flying again, crashing into a mountain in the distance. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there were many sword wounds on his body. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Damn brat, just you wait. Li Wei gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. But this time, he did not attack. Instead, he turned around and fled into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, asking him to leave with him. Humph, Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. He did not expect Li Wei to run away. However, he also quickly retreated. Because now, he was no match for Lin Xian. The two of them fled quickly. At the same time, they attacked wildly, shattering the array set up by the Crimson Dragon. He led the remaining 4 disciples of the 5 Element sect and fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. Then, he moved and chased after Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon also laughed strangely, waved his dragon's power, and followed. Ha 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 ha, little girl, now you know how powerful Benhuang is. If you obediently become Benhuang's human pets, maybe Benhuang will be in a good mood and let you go. Otherwise, you're dead meat. He yelled and screamed like an old monster. Be obedient and be Benhuang's human pets. Maybe Benhuang will let you go if he's in a good mood. Otherwise, you're dead. He yelled and screamed like an old monster. Xianxia, who was in front of him, was furious. Her legs went soft and she almost fell. Ah! Damn you, snake! I'll catch you and tear you to pieces. Xianxia roared madly, but he did not dare to stay. In the next moment, they entered a dense forest and disappeared. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. However, he found that this forest was too strange. He could not accurately capture the other party's tracks. This primeval forest was very mysterious. There was even a faint purple mist surrounding it. Not only did the mist block one's vision, it also interfered with soul power. Therefore, after entering this forest, Li Wei and the others had completely disappeared. Lin Xian frowned, but he still followed. He had to deal with Xianxia today. Otherwise, who knew how many more enemies she would bring to him in the future. Therefore, he and the Crimson Dragon walked inside. At first, he found some monsters nearby. He even witnessed a battle with his own eyes. A 20-meter-long crocodile with a murderous aura was hiding in the swamp. It suddenly dragged a white jade elephant into the swamp. The white jade elephant struggled crazily, causing the ground to tremble, but it could not break free. Soon, the violent tremors disappeared. The white jade elephant was killed, and its blood dyed the ground red. This set off the danger of this forest even more. Roar! Suddenly, a crocodile stretched out from the ground and bit at Lin Xian. The situation was exactly the same as before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He was not the white jade elephant. He would not be dragged into the swamp. His right leg kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom! A violent vibration sounded. Even the ground was shaking. The mutated crocodile was kicked away. Seeing this, the surrounding crocodiles that wanted to attack suddenly stopped. It seemed that the human in front of him was not to be trifled with. They had plenty of food if they wanted, so there was no need to get into trouble. Therefore, these crocodiles all walked away. Lin Xian coldly snorted and set off again. Gradually, he frowned because he realized that the purple mist around him was getting thicker and thicker. Even the air seemed to have a corrosive quality. With a wave of his hand, streams of sword chi revolved around his body, resisting the corrosion. On the side, the crimson dragon's blood also surged, and a layer of red light rose from its body. Kid, be careful. The yin chi here is heavy. I'm afraid there are some undead creatures here. Lin Xian nodded with a solemn expression. This was not the first time he had seen such a place. Back in Feng Mountain, he had seen a similar environment. In such an environment, it was most likely for those kinds of undead creatures to appear. For example, zombies and skeletons. I'm afraid there will be some here as well. After all, there were killings every day in this primeval forest, and there were corpses of demonic beasts everywhere. In addition, in this environment, it would be strange if there were no zombies or skeletons. Sure enough, as he walked forward, he found a pile of skeletons floating in front of him. The small ones were 3 to 4 meters long, and the big ones were 20 to 30 meters long. These skeletons were scattered on the ground, and it seemed that they had been there for a long time. Lin Xian stepped on them, and they immediately turned into a pile of white powder and blended into the swamp. Gradually, the surroundings darkened. The crimson dragon shrunk its neck. Kid, let's leave. This place is dark. I'm afraid there will be changes at night. Besides, those people from the 5 Elements sect have entered here. I'm afraid they might not be able to leave. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He also felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. Therefore, he did not want to stay in this place for too long. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar, followed by a low voice. There was a battle. Lin Xian frowned, but the crimson dragon's eyes lit up. Judging by the voice, it should be humans. Could it be those people from the 5 Elements sect? Let's go take a look. Originally, the two of them had already left, but they did not expect to find new clues. Anyway, the distance was not far for them, so they might as well go take a look. If it was really the people from the 5 Elements sect, then they would take care of them. The next moment, the two of them moved happily and ran forward. Sure enough, it was the people from the 5 Elements sect in front of them. They were fighting a group of skeletons. These skeletons had strange shapes, but without exception, they were all made of bones. Although they were skeletons, their speed was extremely fast. They were like white lightning, constantly attacking the people from the Five Elements sect. The people from the Five Elements sect roared and counterattacked, colliding with the opponent's attack and making a low sound. Humph! In front, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He roared and the Five Elements fist rushed out quickly. Monstrous flames appeared, illuminating the sky. A fiery red fist fiercely blasted forward, sending a pile of skeletons flying. Furthermore, the power of the flames they carried with them was burning them. On the other side, Xianxia also waved his finger, and rays of silver light pierced through the void like the spears of gods and demons. They pierced through the skeletons. With the help of these two experts, the skeletons were quickly defeated. However, they were not happy because the surrounding swamp fluctuated again. 6 figures crawled out from the ground again. This time, it was no longer skeletons, but zombies. The 6 zombies were incomparably tall. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The clothes on their bodies were very old and tattered. As soon as the 6 zombies appeared, they roared and pounced crazily at the people from the Five Elements sect. Get lost, Li Wei roared and directly rushed out with the fire element fist, sending one of the zombies flying. However, what was shocking was that the zombie that was sent flying stood up again, and the clothes on its body were even more tattered. However, it was not injured. What? How is this possible? The people from the Five Elements sect were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was the fire element fist. It was very terrifying, and even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the zombie in front of them was unharmed. This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Xianxia also roared. The silver light turned into sharp saber lights and slashed the surrounding zombies, making clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and the void shook, but it did not have much effect. The silver light only left shallow white marks on the zombies' bodies. It could not penetrate them at all. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone's faces were ugly. Damn it, how could this be? I can't pierce through them? Impossible, how can they be so powerful? Everyone's faces were ugly. They discovered that these 6 zombies were much more terrifying than the skeletal creatures from before. The other party's attacks were not particularly fierce, and their speed was not particularly fast either. However, that defense was simply too strong. It was as if their bones were made of divine gold and iron, and they were not damaged at all. Therefore, the people of the Five Elements sect were so angry that they roared crazily. To be honest, Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was also extremely shocked. He had experienced the power of the Fist of Fire before. That valiant power shocked him to the core. Moreover, he knew that even a 6-star king might not be able to resist it. However, these zombies were not harmed at all. It was indeed shocking. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. That was because he had already decided to attack. In front of him, the people of the Five Elements sect were fighting with the 6 zombies. The commotion was extremely terrifying. However, suddenly, Li Wei frowned because his heart was beating wildly as if he had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his figure retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, the void where he was originally standing was directly cut open, and a black crack appeared. Terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions as if ice had arrived. Eh? He actually dodged it. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and appeared. To be honest, he was also extremely surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. Damn brat, it's actually you. When Li Wei saw the other party, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He did not expect the other party to still chase after him. Moreover, he chose this moment to attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough just now. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by now. Even so, his expression was still very ugly. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Originally, he was already having a headache because of the 6 zombies. Now that the other party was here, he could shift the trouble away. He would let the detestable thief in front of him fight with the 6 zombies. Meanwhile, they could calmly retreat. However, he soon realized that his idea would not work at all. That was because the other party's speed was too fast, it was so fast that it made his heart palpitate. Therefore, not only did he not shift the blame, he even had to endure the combined attacks of the zombies and Lin Xian. For a moment, his situation became even more dangerous. Wang, a wisp of sword light like autumn water, incomparably sharp, directly slashed down from the sky. Seeing this, Li Wei quickly retreated, wanting to retreat. However, at the same time, two sword gods appeared behind him and quickly attacked. In addition, he was surrounded by zombies, so he couldn't escape at all. He could only take it head-on. Puff, however, he still underestimated these two sword god phantoms. At this moment, the two sword god phantoms were incomparably sharp. They were like two heavenly blades that directly injured Li Wei. Immediately, blood spurted out. Li Wei roared madly as his entire body slowed down. However, at this moment, the three zombies in front of him smelled the fresh blood and rushed over in a frenzy. 6 terrifying palms ruthlessly slapped Li Wei's body. Pung pung pung, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and Li Wei's body was once again sent flying, smashing into the ground, creating an incomparably terrifying crater. Senior brother. Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 Elements sect disciples hurriedly ran over. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was gloomy. In the end, her eyes flickered as she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Her body turned into a silver light and fled into the distance. She didn't care about the 5 Elements sect anymore. Seeing this scene, Li Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. His already heavily injured body became even more serious. He didn't expect Xianxia to flee at the last minute. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with Lin Xian. He only wanted to kill Lin Xian to win Xianxia's favor. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to flee. He couldn't believe it at all. Humph, ignorant fellow. You don't even know that you've been used. Lin Xian snorted coldly. At the same time, he ordered the dark flood dragon god to chase after Xianxia. As for himself, he was keeping an eye on the 5 Elements sect disciples. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was very ugly. He swallowed a few pills and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, with the help of a few people, he kept fighting. This was because the surrounding zombies were attacking again. As he dodged, Li Wei yelled crazily, "Stop, stop fighting. I have no enmity with you. Previously, I was possessed. I actually believed that bitch's words and became your enemy. Now that I know what kind of person that B*TCH is, I won't be your enemy anymore. Why don't we stop here and shake hands and make peace? I know that you have a grudge with that B*TCH. As long as you let us go, I promise that the 5 Elements sect will help you catch that B*TCH and tear her into pieces." His words were very sincere, but Lin Xian could see the killing intent in his eyes. He immediately sneered. "You don't have to worry about who I have a grudge with. However, will the 5 Elements sect really help me? Don't think that I don't know what you sect disciples are thinking. I'm afraid that if I let you go today, you'll lead a group of 5 Elements sect experts to hunt me down tomorrow. I won't leave any trouble for myself. Damn it." Seeing that Lin Xian didn't believe him, Li Wei's face turned even uglier. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't let him go. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you have to think carefully. I'm a genius disciple of the 5 Elements sect. If anything happens to me, the 5 Elements sect won't let you go." Lin Xian sneered, "What? You want to use force when you can't persuade me? Do you think that this kind of threat will work on me? Since you dare to have ideas about me, you'll have to pay the price." After saying that, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The sword aura on his body became even sharper. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword realm flew out and completely enveloped the other party. He didn't attack directly. Instead, he coordinated with the attacks of the 6 zombies and continuously slashed out sword aura. The 6 zombies were extremely powerful and forced the 5 Elements sect to retreat. In addition, Lin Xian's sword aura put them in danger. Not long after, those people were seriously injured. 2 of them were even directly pierced by the sword aura. "Damn kid, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." At the last moment, Li Wei roared crazily and burned his spiritual power without caring about the consequences. Then, 5 different elemental lights appeared around him, circling around him and enveloping him. It was obvious that he was going to risk his life. He was going to burn his power at all costs and escape from this place. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes burst with light. Rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Dao patterns. These eyes, this is. These eyes, this is. When Li Wei saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his scalp went numb. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He was a genius of the 5 Elements sect, so he naturally knew about the heavenly secret divine eyes that had caused an uproar a while ago. Moreover, he had also heard about the legends of these divine eyes. However, he had never imagined that he would discover such an eye technique in his opponent's eyes. This was simply too shocking. How could his opponent have the heavenly secret divine eyes? Could he be a member of the heavenly secret race? He seemed to have discovered a shocking piece of news. However, in the next moment, his body trembled as he fell into an illusion. With his current soul power, he was unable to resist the illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes. Puff, on the other side, Li Wei had a sinister expression as he resisted with all his might. However, his body was still in place. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the 9 nether devil sword and a black sword chi sliced his opponent in half. Buzz, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. His figure flickered as he took the opponent's storage ring. He pulled away from the 6 zombies and flew into the distance. The 6 zombies roared again and again. However, in the end, they gave up on chasing Lin Xian. They returned to the corpses of Li Wei and the others and quickly ate them. This scene was extremely terrifying. If someone were to see it, they would definitely scream. However, this was none of Lin Xian's business. He followed the Crimson Dragon's trail and went to kill Xianxia. Compared to Li Wei, Xianxia was an even greater threat. This was because Xianxia knew that he had fought against the people of the 5 Elements sect and the All Beginnings Holy Land. If Xianxia spread this matter, the All Beginnings Holy Land and the 5 Elements sect would definitely not let him off. Moreover, Xianxia's charming technique was extremely strange and could confuse those genius cultivators. If this happened, he would have many more enemies. Therefore, he had to get rid of that witch. Before long, Lin Xian met up with the Crimson Dragon. Unfortunately, he did not see Xianxia's figure. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. "That damned girl. She's too strange. I can't believe she got away." The dark red divine dragon was also furious. "He ran away?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He was well aware of the Crimson Dragon's methods. It was extremely terrifying. Even if it was tracking a powerful being, it would still be able to chase after it. But now, he actually managed to escape. One had to admit that Xianxia was too strange and mysterious. That girl's bloodline is very special, and her regenerative ability is very strong. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch her," the Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. After that, the 2 of them searched the area again and found that the other party had completely disappeared. Thus, the 2 of them could only retreat decisively. Since they couldn't find him, they didn't want to stay here any longer. That was because there were zombies and skeletons all around. If they weren't careful, a fight would break out. The 2 of them quickly left the area and found a safe place to hide. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon came out again. They realized that after walking around for a while, they had actually arrived near the Golden Beach. However, the beach here wasn't the same as the one they had stopped at previously. Since they were here again, Lin Xian took out a beast corpse from the black earth and the 2 of them started to roast it. The sun gradually rose and the sunlight shone over the entire sea. The water rippled, and the sunlight was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. However, amidst the endless sunlight, a figure walked over. "Someone's coming." Lin Xian and the Anhui Divine Dragon both had serious expressions on their faces. That was because the people who came last time were Guochuanfei and the others. After that, they had a huge battle with them. They didn't expect another person to come this time. However, they didn't know which sect this person belonged to. In front of the sea, a white figure walked on the waves. His speed was very fast. With a single step, he could cross 1,000 feet. It was as if he could shrink the ground into an inch. After a few steps, he arrived at the Golden Beach. It was a very handsome man in white. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He wasn't old. He was only in his 20s. He seemed to be about the same age as Lin Xian. His eyes were as bright as the stars. The vitality in his body was even more vigorous. It was as if an ancient beast was hibernating in his body. Lin Xian was shocked. The man in white in front of him was definitely extremely powerful, even he felt a sense of trepidation. When the man in white saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, he was also slightly surprised. However, his expression soon calmed down. "You two are?" the man in white asked in a deep voice. He didn't know Lin Xian at all, but he could feel how terrifying he was. That surprised him. One had to know that his background was extremely extraordinary. Moreover, his strength was extremely powerful. There were very few people who could match him in the same realm. However, he didn't expect to meet someone who was about the same age as him and whose strength was unfathomable. Therefore, he was very curious. "I'm Long Xian. I'm a rogue cultivator," Lin Xian said. Now that he was wanted by the Wavering Light Sacred Land, he naturally wouldn't use his real name. "Long Xian?" the man in white whispered, as if trying to recall the name. However, he realized that he had never heard of this person. However, that didn't mean that he would underestimate this person. "I'm Yi Wudao," the man in white said in a deep voice. "Yi Wudao? What a domineering name," Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that this person was indeed surprising. Compared to Guochuanfei and the others, he was much stronger. Although he hadn't seen this person's true strength, Lin Xian was certain. To the side, the Crimson Dragon was also shocked. He was shocked that this person's surname was Yi. The surname Yi was not an ordinary surname in the Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, there was a clan of the ancients with the surname Yi. However, he didn't know if this Yi Wudao in front of him was a disciple of a clan of the ancients. "Brother Dragon, may I know if there's anything strange about this land?" Yi Wudao asked. He had just arrived, so he naturally wanted to ask about it. Lin Xian saw that Yi Wudao didn't have any killing intent towards him, and didn't put on airs either. Therefore, he roughly explained the situation here. He had too many enemies now, and he needed some companions. And this Yi Wudao in front of him seemed to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to get closer to him. As the two of them were talking, a few figures flew over from the sea in the distance. These figures had powerful auras, and they were very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the beach. When they arrived on the beach, they began to look around. When they saw the man in white, their expressions changed. They didn't expect him to be here. However, what was even more shocking was that the white-robed young man, Leaf Dao Denier, was standing next to someone else. However, what shocked them even more was that the white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, was actually standing side by side with someone else. Who is that person? He's actually standing together with Yi Wudao? For a time, those people were shocked. They all looked at Lin Xian. But then, they became even more confused. They didn't recognize this person at all. Moreover, they had never heard of this person in the various peak powers. Perhaps he was a genius disciple that those peak powers had secretly raised. These people thought to themselves. Because in their opinion, anyone who could stand together with Yi Wudao was absolutely not an ordinary person. While these people were sizing up Lin Xian was also sizing them up. This was because he discovered that these people were indeed abnormally strong. Each one of them seemed stronger than people like Li Wei and Guochuanfei. Moreover, these people didn't seem very old. They were in their 20s, and the oldest was in their 30s. They were all from the younger generation. There was no need to think about it. These were all geniuses of peerless sects and peerless holy lands. This refreshed Lin Xian's opinion of these peak powers. He originally thought that people like Guochuanfei and Li Wei would be considered decent geniuses in these peak powers. But now, it seemed that he was far from correct. Every single person here was stronger than Guochuanfei and Li Wei. Perhaps those two people from before were only ordinary disciples in their peerless holy lands. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. What a beautiful woman. That's right, there was a beautiful voice among the people who had arrived. Her beautiful face was not inferior to Murong Qingqing's. She was definitely an unrivaled beauty. At this time, the people in front of him quickly greeted him. Brother Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Wudao nodded. Then, he explained to Lin Xian, do you see that beautiful woman? She's a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lu Mingyue. She has a very high chance of becoming the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Lu Mingyue, a candidate for the Holy Daughter. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also shocked. Firstly, he did not expect the woman in front of him to be so powerful that she was qualified to be the saintess. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the other party was actually someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. One had to know that not long ago, he had killed Guo Chuanfei and several other martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He hadn't expected to run into people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If news of him leaked out, there would be a battle between the two sides. Other than Lu Mingyue, the others were also very powerful. One of them was even more eye-catching because he was too tall. It was a full 3 meters, the muscles on his body coiled like a dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a humanoid beast, terrifying to the extreme. According to Yi Wudao's introduction, Lin Xian knew that this powerful youth was a martial artist from the Four Symbols Holy Lands. His strength was boundless and incomparably terrifying. The other two were also disciples of great sections. Among them was a pale-faced youth. When he saw the vast primeval forest in front of him, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful forest. It seems that this place is indeed suitable for me. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not know why the other party said that. However, in the next instant, he understood. That was because he saw the pale-faced youth walking forward. Soon after, the tall trees in front of him started to tremble. Many branches and vines came to life at this moment, and all of them quickly extended towards the pale-faced young man. In fact, wherever the youth walked, grass would grow on the ground. There were also unknown flowers. What kind of technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. His name is Yan Qing. His domain is the thorned flower domain. It's very special. It belongs to the plant system. It's very special, the white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, explained. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He had to admit that these people were too mystical. The pale-faced youth, Yan Qing, looked around and said with a smile, it seems that we aren't too late. There aren't many people in the forest. Indeed, Yi Wudao nodded, however, it won't be long before more experts come here. On the other side, Lu Mingyue said in a sweet voice, it's easy to come here, but it won't be so easy to leave. I didn't expect there to be indigenous people here. That's a big problem. Lu Mingyue was not only beautiful, but her voice was also very pleasant. Everyone frowned when they heard her words. Indeed, there were indigenous people here. They could be said to be a potential threat. Because they did not know when they would make a move. Moreover, they still did not understand how to leave this special mystic world. Boom, however, at that moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the sea in the distance. Then, a wave of air exploded and boundless waves slapped in all directions. One of the waves was 1,000 feet tall. It rushed toward Lin Xian as if it wanted to devour them. Humph, the 3-meter-tall youth, Ouyang Feng, snorted and waved his fist. The terrifying power directly shattered the horrifying waves. However, the others frowned because they did not understand what was going on. But soon, their eyes widened. Even Yi Wudao, Lin Xian, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Because they discovered that there was a battle in front of them. Above the sea in the distance, a fierce battle was going on at this moment. One side of the battle was a human powerhouse. They did not know which sect he was from, but the aura he emitted was abnormally terrifying. His opponent, on the other hand, was a terrifying black octopus. Its body was huge, like a small island, and it emitted an incomparably terrifying demonic aura. The battle between the two was abnormally fierce. Seeing this black octopus, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. Because he had encountered this opponent before. However, he had dodged it quickly. But he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to fight the black octopus. Because from what he felt at that time, this black octopus was very terrifying. It was probably at the level of a human almighty. Ordinary martial artists were not its opponent at all. But now, it seemed that the human powerhouse could contend with it. Could it be that an almighty has made a move? The pale blue youth's eyes flickered. It was indeed an almighty. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. But soon, she frowned. But this power doesn't seem right. Something was wrong, something was indeed wrong, not only her, but everyone else had noticed it. Among them, Yi Wudao frowned. This power doesn't seem like an almighty at all. What's going on? Is he hiding his strength? That can't be. That black octopus is extremely terrifying and has reached the level of an almighty. He wouldn't be so careless. Indeed, the black octopus was extremely terrifying. As it waved its 8 tentacles, it brought about a terrifying light as it bombarded the opponent. As for the human almighty, he was dodging non-stop. However, the power he used did not seem to be at the level of an almighty. He did not even use some of the almighty's techniques. What was going on? Everyone frowned. They did not understand what the other party was doing. Based on the current situation, the human almighty was extremely dangerous. Sure enough, after a few hundred moves, the human almighty was hit by a huge tentacle and his body was smashed into the sea. Not only that, the black octopus roared. A black ball of light formed above its head and blasted into the sea. Boom, the ball of light was so terrifying that it completely overturned the entire sea. The aftermath of the energy caused Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others to hurriedly put up their energy defenses to resist. Because this was the energy of an almighty, they were unable to resist it. However, the aftermath could still be blocked. After a long time, the entire sea returned to normal. In the distance, blood flowed along the sea. Soon, a corpse floated up. What? He was killed. How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified human mighty figure had actually been killed. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that that was a human almighty. Extremely terrifying, even if he could not defeat the black octopus, escaping would not be a problem. However, he had been killed by the black octopus. What puzzled them was that the human almighty had not displayed any extraordinary techniques from the beginning to the end. That was why he was killed. What's going on? Was that almighty seriously injured? Is that why he couldn't use his full strength? Lu Mingyue frowned. The group was very confused. The Crimson Dragon's expression was extremely ugly. What's wrong, Ruzalong? Lin Xian asked. That almighty was not injured, the Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. However, his strength has not reached the almighty realm. There might be one possibility. What possibility? Even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were curious. His cultivation is being suppressed, said the Crimson Dragon. The oblique moon profound world is a world of its own, and its laws are different from the outside world. Here, we can't easily mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy. In other words, the rules here are very disadvantageous to outsiders like us. If that's the case, it wouldn't be difficult for the Almighty's cultivation to be suppressed. After all, it contained the power of the laws. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that the cultivation level of an almighty being was being suppressed was simply too shocking. However, what the Crimson Dragon said was reasonable. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all top geniuses of various major forces. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, they believed those words in their hearts. If this was true, then it was definitely very bad news. Because in this way, their advantage would be gone. The clan of the remote antiquity, the peerless sacred grounds and other forces in the eastern barren territory had all sent grand overlords. But now, if their cultivation levels were being suppressed, the situation would be very disadvantageous for them if they encountered the natives. For example, the giant octopus from before could kill grand overlords. Thinking of this, their faces turned gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. It might not be good news for the major forces that the Almighty's cultivation level was being suppressed, but for him, this was the best news, because he was alone, without any sect, and there was no Grand Overlord protecting him. Originally, he was worried that it would be difficult for him to escape if the Grand Overlords of the Wavering Light's sacred ground chased after him. But now, it seemed that these things were no longer a problem. If the Grand Overlord's cultivation level was suppressed, no matter how powerful he was, Lin Xian would have no problem escaping if he couldn't defeat him. Moreover, there were many monsters in this primitive forest. As long as he made use of them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Grand Overlords. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement. Humph. Wavering Light Sacred Ground, how dare you put me on the wanted list for so long? You'd better not let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a super gift. Lin Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Since they knew about this situation, they had to make preparations in advance and inform the other members of the sect as soon as possible. Therefore, Lu Mingyue and the other three said, "Brother Yi, we're going to leave this place. Would you like to join us?" Hearing this, Yi Wudao shook his head and said, "No, I have other things to do." "Alright, then we'll part ways here." Lu Mingyue smiled sweetly. Then, the four of them moved and left the place. During this process, they didn't invite Lin Xian. In their opinion, although Lin Xian was mysterious, he wasn't qualified to be with them. Regarding this, Lin Xian remained calm. After all, even if they invited him, he would still refuse. He couldn't walk together with the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Then, Yi Wudao also left. For a time, only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were left on the beach. However, the two of them moved quickly. Their goal was the dragon crystal in this primitive forest. After killing Li Wei, Guo Chuanfei, and the others, Lin Xian believed that apart from those powerful monstrous beasts, there was no one else in this forest that could be his match. But now, it seemed that things had changed. The cultivators that had rushed over from behind were too powerful. For example, Yi Wudao, Lu Mingyue, and the others were all extremely terrifying. They far surpassed the cultivators from before. This posed an enormous threat to him. Therefore, he had to find the dragon crystal and increase his cultivation. Only then would he be able to survive in this forest. And so, they entered the forest again. However, after walking for a while, the little snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out. It grabbed Lin Xian's hair and started chirping non-stop. Its little paws were constantly gesturing as if it wanted to bring him to a certain place. "Where are we going?" Lin Xian asked. Then, he followed the little monkey into the forest. But not long after, Lin Xian's face darkened. That was because he discovered that the little monkey had brought him to the lair of a monstrous beast king. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary monstrous beast king. It was the incomparably ferocious six-armed divine ape from before. The Crimson Dragon felt his scalp go numb. He said in a low voice, "Damned brat, are you trying to kill us? Why did you bring us here?" His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. That was because the six-armed divine ape was sleeping. He was afraid of disturbing it. If it woke up and discovered them, it would be difficult for them to escape. The little white monkey waved its paws as if to say that it was very safe here. Lin Xian was very suspicious. He carefully probed with his soul power and found that the six-armed abyss seemed to be in a very strange state. It probably wouldn't wake up for a while. Should we go and take a look? Anyway, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and his speed was terrifying. Even if there was danger, he should be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go and take a look. After all, if the little white monkey was so concerned about it, it was probably a rare treasure. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon discussed for a while and then cautiously walked forward. In front of them, the six-armed godly ape was like a small golden mountain, crawling there. Although it was in a strange deep sleep, the demonic aura emitted from its body was still very terrifying. It made them all feel a sense of trepidation. Not only that, when Lin Xian got closer, he found that there were a few terrifying cracks on the back of the six-armed godly ape. It must have been injured by the 9th heaven divine thunder that day. It was probably in a deep sleep now because of the injuries on its body. If that was the case, Lin Xian and the others would be much safer. In front of them, the little white monkey was jumping up and down on the six-armed godly ape quickly. This scene almost made the Crimson Dragon's jaw drop. He quickly pulled the little white monkey over and scolded it. He was afraid that it would wake up the six-armed godly ape. However, it was reassuring that the six-armed godly ape hadn't woken up yet. Woo woo. The little white monkey stopped fooling around. It pointed to the front and signaled Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to go over. Then it took the lead and ran over. Could it be that there's really a treasure? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly went over. Then they were stunned. Because they found that there was a five-colored stone in front of them. The five-colored stone was the size of a palm and stood in front of them. It was surrounded by a five-colored radiance and emitted waves of spiritual qi. When Lin Xian saw it, he was also stunned. Ruzalong, what is this? He asked in bewilderment. I don't know. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he still didn't know what the five-colored stone in front of him was. Because that stone was simply too strange. Judging from the brilliance, it seemed to be a treasure. However, the faint aura it gave off seemed to be something that had existed for a very long time. It gave people a very contradictory feeling. In the next moment, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws, trying to grab the colorful stone. But soon, he was stunned. Because he realized that he couldn't pull it out at all. That five-colored stone seemed to be connected to the earth. It was abnormally hard. F***ck, did I see a ghost? The Crimson Dragon didn't believe it. It circulated its strength again and pulled up quickly. However, he couldn't shake it at all. F***ck, this is really weird. Ben Huang can't pull it out. The Crimson Dragon frowned angrily. Lin Xian stopped him when he saw that the Crimson Dragon was about to attack again. Ruzalong, don't mess around. It won't be good if you break this treasure. Let me try. After saying that, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. A palm of light appeared and carefully enveloped the five-colored stone. Then, he pulled it up forcefully. The result was the same. He still couldn't pull it out. This is really weird. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't dare to use his full strength for fear of alarming the six-armed ape beside him. However, judging from the strength he had exerted, even if it was a mountain, he would be able to pull it out. But now, he couldn't pull out a stone the size of a palm. It was really too weird. However, the little white monkey squinted his big eyes like crescent moons. He quickly ran in front of the five-colored stone, then stretched out his furry little paws and hugged it in his arms. Plop, with a gentle hug, the little white monkey pulled out the five-colored stone. What? That works? The dark red dragon widened its eyes, unable to believe what it was seeing. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He couldn't pull it out after using so much strength, but the little white monkey pulled it out with a gentle hug. This was too weird. Sigh, the Crimson Dragon held his chin and thought for a long time before saying, this is definitely a treasure. Legend has it that a divine item can choose its owner. It seems that the two of us were unlucky to not be chosen by the divine item. Lin Xian was also confused. You mean, we couldn't pull out the five-colored stone because we weren't fated with the treasure? And Little White was chosen? That should be the case. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Damn that little guy. His luck is too good to be able to obtain such a divine item. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't get it, it was good to give it to the little white monkey. After all, Little White was his partner. Since they had obtained the five-colored stone, Lin Xian and the other two didn't dare to stay here any longer. They quickly moved and ran into the distance. This time, they climbed over more than a dozen mountains in a row. After putting enough distance between them, they stopped. They had no choice. This thing was next to the six-armed ape. Who knew if it belonged to it? If it woke up and found that the divine item was gone, it would definitely go berserk. They couldn't fight against a berserk monster king. Therefore, they could only run as far as they could. In a safe forest, Lin Xian and the other two stopped. Then, the little white monkey jumped on the ground, still holding the five-colored stone in its arms. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also observed it carefully. They didn't take a closer look before and only felt that the five-colored stone was extraordinary. Now that they took a closer look, it was indeed so. The five-colored stone was the size of a palm and almost as tall as the little white monkey. There were 5 colors on it and it emitted a bright light. It was like a divine light that contained a lot of power. Lin Xian even found that wherever the five-colored stone was, the surrounding spiritual energy would involuntarily gather towards it. Could it be that the five-colored stone can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? Lin Xian was shocked. The snow-white little monkey hugged the five-colored divine stone and was as happy as a child. It took a deep breath, and a five-colored light appeared on the five-colored stone and then entered the little white fox's body. Soon, Little White's body was suffused with a faint five-colored light. It was very sacred. Damn. At the side, the crimson dragon was very envious. Its saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. In the next moment, it also took a deep breath. Suddenly, a five-colored light rushed out and entered the crimson dragon's body. Damn, no way. I can absorb it too. The crimson dragon was very excited. Lin Xian tried and found that he could absorb it too. This made him very happy. However, he found that after they absorbed it, the five-colored stone's light became much dimmer. Damn, no way? It's out of energy? Damn, are you kidding me? There's no more energy? The crimson dragon's eyelids twitched. After waiting for a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that the five-colored holy stone was gradually regaining its luster. The stone could automatically replenish its energy. The crimson dragon opened his mouth wide. It was indeed a heaven-defying divine object. Lin Xian was also shocked. Judging from the energy absorbed just now, it was no less than the energy of the dragon crystal. More importantly, the five-colored holy stone could replenish its energy by itself. It was equivalent to an unlimited dragon crystal. However, the only drawback was that the five-colored holy stone did not contain much energy. It would take some time to absorb it. Oh, no. The little white monkey was also playing with the five-colored holy stone in its hand. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to think that the stone was too big for him to carry. However, the stone seemed to be very intelligent. It could understand Little White's meaning. Hence, under the shocked gazes of Lin Xian and the crimson dragon, the five-colored holy stone gradually became smaller. However, the light on it became even more dazzling. In the end, it became like a jelly bean and was swallowed by the little white monkey. Damn, no way. Damn monkey, you actually ate it? This is a treasure. The little white monkey looked at him with disdain. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out the five-colored holy stone again. Not only that, but the five-colored holy stone was even more intelligent this time. Under Little White's furry paws, it kept changing into various forms. Swords, spears, staffs, cloaks, clothes, helmets. In short, it could change into various forms. The little white monkey was very excited by this change. The crimson dragon was also curious. He took it and tried it. In the end, he realized that he could not make the five-colored holy stone do this. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the five-colored holy stone was born to belong to the little white monkey. Just as the few of them were studying the five-colored god stone, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. That voice was too terrifying. It contained infinite anger. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shattered. On top of that, the ground began to tremble violently. In fact, a few of the mountain peaks even exploded. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon felt their scalps tingle. They knew that the six-armed ape had woken up. The six-armed divine ape had indeed woken up. However, the moment it woke up, it was incomparably furious. This was because he discovered that the five-colored divine stone beside him had disappeared without a trace. This made him extremely furious. So in the next moment, he immediately went berserk. The six-armed godly ape was an extremely terrifying demon king with heaven-defying strength. Its rampage caused the entire primeval forest to descend into chaos. That terrifying body swept in all directions. The demonic aura on his body soared into the sky, forming a golden demonic cloud that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The nearby demonic beasts were all affected and fled madly. Even a few human ancient martial art practitioners were affected by it. The 6 arms waved and grabbed the nearby mountain peaks, uprooting them. Not only that, the 6-armed divine ape did not find the whereabouts of the 5-colored divine stone after searching the surroundings. Thus, he began to run towards the distance. The earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps tingle. They hurriedly took the little white monkey and left. However, the little white monkey was not afraid. It shrank the 5-colored divine stone again and swallowed it directly into its mouth, cutting off the connection between the 5-colored divine stone and the outside world. As expected, the 6-armed divine ape could no longer find the right direction. It could only destroy everything around it. Only when the 6-armed divine ape left and Lin Xian and the other 2 were safe did they heave a sigh of relief. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up a spirit-gathering array. The little white monkey stood in the spirit-gathering array with the 5-colored divine stone in its arms. In the next moment, the 5-colored divine stone shone brightly. Lin Xian and the other 2 absorbed the 5-colored energy together. Whoosh, whoosh, the energy was too pure and rich. Lin Xian's secret art of longevity was running wildly in his body, absorbing the energy of the lotus with all his might. 5 days later, a low vibration came from Lin Xian's body. It was like a muffled thunder. Then, a terrifying energy surged from his body. Boom, sword chi soared into the sky. It was incomparably sharp. It slashed through the void and disappeared into the clouds above. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes. There were even mysterious Tao patterns appearing. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. I broke through. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face. Finally, he had successfully broken through to the 4-star king realm. Compared to before, his cultivation and strength had increased tremendously. Sensing that the great dragon sword soul had become more powerful, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Now, even if he encountered Lu Mingyue or other genius martial artists, he would not be afraid. Moreover, with the 5-colored divine stone in his hand, his strength would continue to increase. Then, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon went on their way again. Half a day later, a valley appeared in front of them. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and the spirit chi was very dense. The valley was filled with flowers, birds, and beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. Not only that, Lin Xian saw 2 familiar faces in the valley. Lu Mingyue and the pale-faced young man, Yan Qing. Lu Mingyue was in a blue dress. Her body was graceful, and she was very agile and elegant. Her peerless face was like a dream. Beside her, Yan Qing's face was pale. There was a strange glow on his body. It was as if he could dominate the entire forest. In the next moment, the 2 of them turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then, they frowned. "Why are you here?" Lu Mingyue asked. Her voice was cold. "I passed by on the way." "I didn't expect you to be here too." Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. When he saw the other party's expression, he became vigilant. He thought that they knew that Guo Chuanfei and the others had been killed. In front, Lu Mingyue's clothes fluttered like a fairy. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Leave. This is not a place where you can come. There are some things that you can't touch." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The other party's attitude made him very unhappy. However, at the same time, he also relaxed. Because he realized that it wasn't about Guo Chuanfei. Instead, the other party seemed to have discovered something and didn't want others to enter the valley. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't want to be entangled with the other party, so his figure flashed and he left the area, flying into the distance. Yan Qing's eyes were cold as he watched Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon leave. He's lucky that he ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would definitely bury him under my thorned flower. Lu Mingyue frowned slightly and said softly, "His origin is a little mysterious. He actually knows Yi Wudao. But fortunately, he was tactful and didn't force his way into the valley. Otherwise, we would have to make a move on him." In the next moment, the two of them retracted their gazes and ignored Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the valley. That thing should be here. Search carefully. We can't let it escape. Soon, the two unleashed their powerful soul powers and began searching the valley. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left the valley. Brat, those two were too arrogant. Why didn't you attack them? The Crimson Dragon snorted angrily. The other party's arrogant attitude made it very unhappy. Lin Xian shook his head. No hurry. There's no need to fight them now. At least we need to figure out what they're looking for. This primeval forest was too mysterious. He had once found a dragon crystal and a 5-colored divine stone here. Presumably, other cultivators would also have made great discoveries and found heaven-defying treasures. This wasn't strange at all. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian found traces of other cultivators. He even found many scenes of fighting along the way. Obviously, someone had made a move. In front of him, there was blood and several corpses. It seemed that the battle was very fierce. However, those people had already left and seemed to be rushing forward. What were these people looking for? Even the Crimson Dragon was very curious. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked behind him to his left. He realized that there was a strange energy fluctuation there. Someone was rushing over at a fast speed. In the next moment, he showed a surprised expression. Because there really was someone rushing over. Not only that, he was very familiar with that person. It was the person he had seen before, Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao was still dressed in white, spotless clothes. His face was handsome, like a god of war. His whole person exuded a majestic vitality. Brother Long, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yi Wudao smiled when he saw Lin Xian. That's right, Brother Yi. I wonder what these people are looking for. Lin Xian voiced his doubts. Not long ago, someone found a spiritual old medicine. These people are desperately trying to find traces of the spiritual old medicine. Spiritual old medicine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. As an alchemist, he knew about this spiritual old medicine. That was because it was an extremely precious spirit medicine. Not only was it extremely old, but it also had spirituality. It could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground to avoid martial artists. It could be said that it was full of spirituality. Its effects were even more terrifying. It could increase a martial artist's power, extend their lifespan, and even bring the dead back to life. It could be said that its effects were extremely miraculous. This was definitely a rare treasure. This kind of psychic old medicine was very rare in the outside world. To think that it actually appeared in this primeval forest, that's right. Unfortunately, the appearance of this psychic medicine is going to cause a rain of blood and a foul wind. If you don't have a special need for this psychic old herb, Brother Long shouldn't get involved in this mess. Leaf Dao Denier said slowly. This was because he knew that Lin Xian was just a rogue cultivator without a sect behind him. It would be very dangerous for him to participate in such a competition. Indeed, many experts had landed in this primeval forest, causing the situation here to become very complicated. Those top sects could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under their combined strength, even a genius martial artist would be defeated. Next, Leaf Dao Denier left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that these people would be fighting over the psychic old herb. This was a rare divine medicine that would be very useful to him. How could he not fight for it? Moreover, the cultivation bases of the Almighties who were the greatest threat to him had already been suppressed by the laws of this place. With his heavenly dragon's 8 steps and his extreme speed, he could fight against the major forces. At least, his safety was guaranteed. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon went on their way. The two of them quickly set off to search for the psychic old herb. Not long after, they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The two of them were delighted, thinking that it must be related to the psychic old herb. Therefore, they sped up. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon landed and found a few corpses in front of them. Moreover, there was an intense battle in front of him. It was a very tall figure, like a demonic beast, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. With a wave of his arm, countless gusts of wind were created. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. In the distance, Lin Xian's pupil shrank when he saw the figure. He wasn't unfamiliar with this figure. It was the tall youth he met on the beach, Ouyang Feng. The other party was a martial artist from the Four Symbol Sacred Grounds, and his strength was terrifying. Now that he saw him, he was indeed so powerful that it made people tremble. His opponent wasn't weak either. It was a man in a black robe, with a sinister and cold aura around him. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying cold wind blew, and blue ice pierced the bones as it quickly blasted forward. In an instant, the entire forest was frozen. The other party was an ice-type martial artist, and the power of his ice was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze everything in the world. However, the tall demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, laughed maniacally. He waved his fist, and a terrifying force smashed into the ice that filled the sky. Ka ka ka, a terrifying sound rang out, and the ice that filled the sky instantly cracked and fell to the ground. Not only that, the black-robed youth's body was torn apart by a punch. Blood gushed out, and the scene was terrifying. Seeing this scene, even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's hearts beat wildly. They had to admit that the other party's strength was too violent. It was as if he was a human-shaped dragon. The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, sneered disdainfully after dealing with his opponent. However, in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head, and his eyes were as cold as a blade as he stared at Lin Xian. "Who is it? Get out here!" He shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a powerful force that blasted in Lin Xian's direction. Boom! In an instant, the mountain peak in the distance exploded, and Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon appeared in another place in a flash. "What? It's you!" The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, was stunned when he saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, his expression soon turned cold. "Kid, what are you doing here? This is not a place where you can come. If you know what's good for you, scram." Ouyang Feng's nerves were cold as he looked down at Lin Xian. On the other side, a figure also walked out of the forest. It was another youth, the same one who had appeared on the beach. He looked at Lin Xian with disdain. "Kid, you should know your place. You're just a small rogue cultivator. You don't have the qualifications to fight for the treasure. If you didn't know Yi Wudao, you would be a dead man by now." The two of them had arrogant looks on their faces, and they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The last time he met Lu Mingyue and the others in the valley, he didn't make a move because he didn't know what they were fighting for. Now that he knew that they were fighting for the spirit herb, how could he hold back? Treasures are ownerless. Anyone can look for them. If you can look for them, why can't I? Lin Xian sneered. "Do you really think you're superior? You want to look for treasures too? Humph, you're overestimating yourself. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you compete with us? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." Ouyang Feng snorted with a murderous look in his eyes. Lin Xian's face darkened. Ouyang Feng's attitude annoyed him, so he didn't answer him. He raised his fist and punched at Ouyang Feng. "You're courting death." Ouyang Feng was furious. Ouyang Feng dared to attack him. He was courting death. In the next moment, he punched at Ouyang Feng as well. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body and instantly filled the entire space. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, everything around him was smashed apart. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. The surrounding forest was instantly blasted into powder. The mountain peak in the distance also exploded. It turned into countless boulders and rolled to the ground. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. It was a shocking scene. Everything was smashed to pieces. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. Bang! A terrifying fist broke through the air. It carried endless energy and the power of a savage beast as it blasted toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows collided in the air and made a deafening sound. A terrifying storm tore through the void. "Kill!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. Sword chi surged from his body and a huge sword ray shot into the sky. "What? He's a swordsman." the surrounding warriors exclaimed. Ouyang Feng was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his punch. It was too surprising. There were also warriors watching the battle. When they saw Lin Xian block Ouyang Feng's punch, they gasped. They knew how powerful Ouyang Feng was. In the forest, he had killed many experts with one punch. It could be said that he was an extremely fearful demon king. But now, there was actually someone who could block his attack. It was simply too shocking. Dazzling sword chi swept out in all directions. At this moment, the entire space was filled with violent sword chi, quickly enveloping Ouyang Feng. Humph, it's useless. Ouyang Feng sneered, fighting with me is the biggest mistake of your life. He roared and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist collided with the sword chi that filled the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. Clang! Clang, the void trembled and the earth cracked. However, to Ouyang Feng's surprise, the sword chi that filled the sky did not crack. This was something that surprised him greatly. One had to know that his fist was extremely powerful, and it could even blast open the body of a 6-star king. But now, he was actually unable to break through his opponent's sword chi. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Even Sun Yang, who was watching from the side, was frowning. To be honest, he didn't care about Lin Xian at all before, but he didn't expect that the other party's strength would exceed their expectations. So powerful. For Symbol Sacred Grounds? You're just SOSO. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke. Lin Xian held the 9 Darkness demonic sword in his hand and walked forward step by step like a god of death. With every step he took, the aura on his body became more tyrannical. In the end, a sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. It was incomparably sharp, as if it was a heavenly sword. It was terrifying to the extreme. You're courting death. Kid, I'll let you know my true power today. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was furious. As a genius, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He waved his fists, and light shone. An immemorial mammoth appeared, letting out a dull roar. That scene was too terrifying. The immemorial mammoth was like a demonic mountain. It was incomparably heavy, and its terrifying roar caused the entire forest to tremble. Then, the immemorial mammoth rushed toward Lin Xian with its fists. Bang! Bang! The void could not withstand this force at all and directly cracked. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. However, it was impossible for them to defeat him with this amount of power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, raised his arm, and brandished the 9 Darkness demonic sword. The great dragon sword soul within his body circulated. The terrifying sword chi turned into a boundless galaxy, slashing forward. In an instant, the black sword chi that filled the sky enveloped that immemorial mammoth. In the void, a terrifying sound was emitted. The two people's attacks exploded in the air, covering the entire space. Even those martial artists watching the battle in the surroundings had a change in expression, running toward the back like crazy. Because this explosion was seriously too terrifying, if they were swept into it, they would not be able to resist at all. Who is this person? So powerful. He could actually contend with Ouyang Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, extremely shocked. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was shocked again. The fist art that he displayed just now was an ultimate skill of the 4 symbols holy lands. The immemorial mammoth fist could summon the phantom of an immemorial mammoth and use it to fight. One could say that the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even a 6-star sovereign could not trap it. And the other party's sword chi was actually blocked. This surprised him. Not only that, the swift and fierce aura that the other party's sword chi carried made him have a feeling of palpitating with fear and trepidation. Who is this kid? How can he possibly possess such a sharp sword Dao aura? He seriously could not figure out how an itinerant cultivator could possibly possess such formidable power. The next moment, Ouyang Feng roared angrily and attacked again. Immemorial Mammoth Fist. In the void, the silhouettes of immemorial mammoths appeared once more. But this time, there were two. The two immemorial mammoths stood indomitable, emitting terrifying power from all over their bodies. Countless light rays revolved around them as if these two immemorial mammoths could suppress everything in the world. Two immemorial mammoths? How terrifying. In the distance, the martial artists watching the battle felt their hearts beat wildly. Because just this aura alone made them tremble uncontrollably. If facing it head-on, they probably could not withstand a blow at all. This Ouyang Feng is too powerful to actually be able to condense two immemorial mammoths. As far as I know, each additional immemorial mammoth, the power will double. What? Double? You're saying that the power of this punch is double of the previous punch? Heaven, just what kind of fist art is this? Is he still human? After everyone heard this news, their scalps tingled. That punch from before was already extremely terrifying. Now, it even doubled. Just how terrifying would it be? They did not dare to imagine. Most likely, it was very hard for anyone to block in the same rank. Opposite, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He felt a terrifying aura from the two immemorial mammoth phantoms. That aura was already able to threaten him. He didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword domain appeared and floated around him. As soon as the dragon sword domain appeared, a terrifying sword chi shot into the sky. The sharp aura made the entire space unable to withstand it. The surrounding cultivators were even trembling, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Heavens, what a terrifying sword Dao domain. Why do I feel that young man is not weaker than Ouyang Feng at all? Yeah, this sword chi is too sharp. I've never seen it before. Who is he? On the opposite side, Ouyang Feng's pupil shrank when he saw Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Needless to say, the other party's sharp aura made him feel threatened. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly moved out. With a punch, the two immemorial demonic elephants roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying power surged, and the earth shook as if there was a huge earthquake. The two immemorial demonic elephants each had destructive power, enough to kill a 6-star king. Now that the two had appeared together, the scene was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and the dragon sword domain around him trembled rapidly. Rays of dazzling sword chi crisscrossed and protected him. At the same time, more sword chi slashed forward. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Every ray of sword chi was extremely sharp as if it could destroy everything. In the end, the sword chi that filled the sky intertwined and formed an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on the two immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! Boom! The sky collapsed, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Humph! At this moment, Ouyang Feng snorted and waved his fist quickly. Demonic elephant sky suppression. He roared, and the two immemorial demonic elephant phantoms roared toward the sky. The light on their bodies soared into the sky, and the two immemorial demonic elephants' bodies continued to grow. They were like two immemorial stone tablets that wanted to suppress the azure dragon. The immemorial demonic elephant was a very powerful demonic beast in ancient times. It was rumored to be a demonic beast that suppressed hell. At this moment, when Ouyang Feng used it, it was extremely terrifying. The two immemorial demonic elephants gradually grew larger and covered the sky, wanting to suppress the azure dragon sword chi. Suppress! Ouyang Feng roared, and the azure dragon sword chi. What? He actually suppressed it. This immemorial demonic elephant is too terrifying. It can even suppress such a sharp sword energy. I'm afraid nothing in this world can stop it. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Ouyang Feng sneered, "Kid, you're going to lose. You want to fight me with this little bit of strength? The difference is too great." Lin Xian's face darkened as he coldly snorted. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve wildly, causing the void in front of him to tremble violently. Pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two immemorial demonic mammoths in front of him collapsed. Endless sword chi gushed out from below and shot up into the sky. Then, it transformed into an azure dragon that roared at the sky. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. What? He's out. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose, but they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the sword Qi Azure Dragon would rush out. It had to be said that it was really too surprising. Even Ouyang Feng's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. He did not expect that his two immemorial demonic mammoths would be shattered. What kind of sword Qi was that? How could it be so powerful? You finished your attack. Next, it's my turn. Lin Xian said coldly. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and in a flash, he arrived on top of the sword Qi Azure Dragon. Then, one man and one dragon quickly charged forward. Roar, boom, the terrifying sword Qi tore through the sky and slashed toward Ouyang Feng. Humph, seeing the shocking sword Qi, Ouyang Feng moved his body and quickly dodged. However, he still underestimated the sword Qi because he could not dodge it at all. Ouyang Feng's face was gloomy as he quickly waved his palm. The light on his body bloomed and instantly formed a huge demonic mammoth's head. It was as if a gate of hell was placed in front of him. Pung, in the next moment, the shocking sword Qi slashed on the black gate formed by the immemorial demonic mammoth, making a loud noise. However, the black gate of hell was too terrifying. It was incomparably hard and was not damaged. In fact, there was not even a crack on it. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not expect Ouyang Feng to have such a powerful defensive technique. White Tiger Aura. After blocking Lin Xian's shocking sword Qi, Ouyang Feng roared again. In the next moment, his fist technique changed rapidly, and a terrifying murderous aura gushed out from his body. At this moment, Ouyang Feng was tall and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He really looked like a demonic beast and was extremely terrifying. As his fist moved, a loud and clear whistling sound could be heard. The sound shook the forest and made people's blood boil. A huge white tiger appeared in his palm, roaring and rushing toward Lin Xian. The azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. The white tiger was in charge of attacking, and its murderous aura was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner, as if it was going to tear him apart. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He did not expect Ouyang Feng's random fist technique to be so terrifying. This white tiger phantom before his eyes made all the hairs on his body stand on end. In the next moment, he roared and waved his fist. The apocalyptic black dragon fist surged out violently. The black fist surged and formed a huge black dragon, covering the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. In the surroundings, black lightning fell and pierced through the void. Boom, in a fierce battle, powerful energy swept out in all directions. The entire sky was drowned in an instant and turned into chaos. After blocking Ouyang Feng's white tiger, Lin Xian made another move. With a wave of his hand, a black dragon claw quickly grabbed at Ouyang Feng, as if it was going to tear him in half. Crack crack crack, the void split open in an instant. A terrifying crack appeared and spread towards Ouyang Feng at a high speed. Roar, Ouyang Feng roared and his eyes were bloodshot. He waved his fists and a terrifying energy surged forward. Get lost, white tiger demonic tattoos appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Clang, in a shocking collision, Ouyang Feng dodged Lin Xian's attack. However, he was incomparably shocked. Ouyang Feng was too powerful, so powerful that he could not believe it. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. He put away the 9 underworld demonic sword. Ouyang Feng, martial artist of the 4 symbol sacred grounds, aren't you proud of your fist techniques? Today, I will defeat you with my fist techniques. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe it because they already knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. With his sharp sword Qi, he could contend with Ouyang Feng with his terrifying sword techniques. But now, Ouyang Feng wanted to give up his advantage and use his fist techniques to contend with Ouyang Feng. Was he not courting death? Lin Xian wanted to give up his advantage and fight Ouyang Feng with his fists. Wasn't this a suicidal act? One had to know that Ouyang Feng was most proficient in terrifying fist techniques. Ouyang Feng sneered when he heard this. Stupid boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. To be honest, he was going crazy with anger. Since Lin Xian dared to look down on him, he had to kill him here and now. On the other side, Ouyang Feng's companion, Sun Yang, sneered. What an idiot. Instead of using his sword, he dares to fight Ouyang Feng with his fists. It seems that this boy is really dead. Seeing Lin Xian give up his sword and fight with his fists, Ouyang Feng laughed wildly. Then, he waved his fists and used the White Tiger Divine Fist. A terrifying white tiger shadow quickly attacked. Lin Xian also quickly brandished his fist technique. He did not use the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Instead, he used another fist technique. The Five Elements Fist. This fist was a unique skill of the Five Elements sect. Lin Xian naturally did not know how to use it. But he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique that could simulate everything. Lin Xian had seen the Five Elements Fist before and could simulate it with the Great Dragon Sword. In an instant, he used the Metal Element Fist of the Five Elements Fist. Golden light shone in the sky. It was terrifying. The Metal Element Fist of the Five Elements Fist was similar to the White Tiger Divine Fist. It specialized in killing and was extremely fierce. Moreover, the fist contained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. When it was used, it was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the terrifying Golden Fist collided with the White Tiger Divine Fist. There were countless collisions in the air. Lin Xian's fist was too violent. The golden light was like a wave, violently slapping in all directions. However, Ouyang Feng was not weak either. The White Tiger Divine Fist was terrifying. The huge white tiger shadow, carrying terrifying energy, collided with the golden light in the sky and tore it apart. In an instant, the two disappeared in the sky. What? What a fierce fist! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. They thought that since Lin Xian had abandoned his sword, he would definitely be at a disadvantage and might even be defeated in one move. But he didn't expect his opponent's fist technique to be so fierce. That golden light was in no way inferior to sword chi. No wonder he dared to compete with Ouyang Feng in fist techniques. Damn it, how can this kid's fist technique be so powerful? Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He did not expect his opponent's fist technique to be so terrifying. It was not any weaker than his White Tiger Divine Fist. It even made his hair stand on end. Damned brat, I don't believe you. Die. Ouyang Feng roared and performed another fist technique. Above his fist, a terrifying light flashed, falling from the sky like a Milky Way. This scene was simply too astonishing. It was as if a true divine river from the 9 heavens was descending from the immortal palace. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and changed his fist technique again. The fist of metal became the fist of water. The boundless sea, the seawater in the sky surged and the entire space seemed to have turned into an ocean. It was densely packed and every inch of space was filled with the power of the seawater. It was hard to defend against it. Boom. Boom, boom. The 7 Milky Ways that Ouyang Feng shot out were instantly drowned. Not only that, but his body also kept retreating. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe that Ouyang Feng was actually pushed back. Moreover, he was pushed back by a fist technique. This was simply too unbelievable. Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent had actually defeated him in fist techniques. One had to know that he was a genius martial artist from the 4 Symbols Sacred Ground. His strength was terrifying and it was hard to find a match among those of the same level, even the older generation figures were no match for him. But now, someone who was obviously younger than him and was a lone cultivator had actually pushed him back. He couldn't accept this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and performed his king's domain. This time, he was going to go all out, otherwise, if he lost to his opponent today, he would not have the face to continue living. Ouyang Feng's king's domain was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the immemorial demonic elephants. It was extremely thick and heavy, as if it could crush the void. In an instant, the immemorial demonic elephant domain enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt the pressure. It was as if 100,000 mountains were mercilessly pressing down on his head, crushing his body. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a bright light. He quickly waved his fists. Terrifying power surged out, and the golden light shone even brighter. It covered the sky and covered the earth, rushing towards his opponent's entire domain. At this moment, the golden light on Lin Xian's fists had all turned into golden swords, extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! An intense collision occurred. The golden light violently blasted on the immemorial demonic elephant domain, and the void shook violently. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared, spreading into the distance. In the sky, a golden storm had formed. It was like a golden sun. Boom! In the end, the golden storm exploded and swept out in all directions. Ouyang Feng's face was pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body was on the verge of collapse. Because in this explosion, his king's domain also exploded, causing him to be seriously injured. Ouyang Feng was injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' scalps went numb, and Sun Yang's expression changed greatly. To be honest, he really did not expect things to turn out this way. He did not expect this scene at all. Damn it, impossible. I don't believe it. Ouyang Feng's hair was disheveled, and his face was crazed. He really could not believe that his opponent had defeated him in fist techniques. Damn it, this is the Five Elements fist. Are you from the Five Elements sect? Ouyang Feng asked, gritting his teeth. What? The Five Elements sect. Everyone was shocked. Yes, he is using the Five Elements fist, someone exclaimed. Is he really a martial artist from the Five Elements sect? However, on the other side, Sun Yang frowned. Impossible, we all know people from the Five Elements sect who have such power. But I've never heard of this kid. They were too confused. It doesn't matter which sect I'm from. What's important is that it's all over. Lin Xian said coldly, then waved the earth element fist. Suddenly, the earth surged, and two large yellow hands appeared, grabbing at Ouyang Feng. At the same time, a huge mountain fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky was crushed. Ouyang Feng used his movement technique and disappeared from the spot. With a boom, the void cracked, forming a large black rift valley, pierced by the huge mountain. At the same time, a wave fell from the sky. A terrifying force rushed out, affecting the entire space, causing a tsunami to occur in the entire forest. The surroundings collapsed. This was the water element fist. At this moment, it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there was a wave that fell from the sky. A terrifying force rushed out and affected the entire space, causing a tsunami to occur in the entire forest. Everything around them collapsed. It was the water element fist. It was extremely terrifying. On the side, Sun Yang pulled Ouyang Feng and the two of them quickly retreated. That was because the current Lin Xian was simply too powerful. They simply couldn't withstand him. Ouyang Feng's face was gloomy, but he also retreated with them. Because he couldn't figure out Lin Xian's true identity at all. Why did he use the Five Element Fist? And the power was terrifying? You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist again. Suddenly, boundless waves swept out and surrounded the surroundings. You're courting death. Get lost. Ouyang Feng was furious. He did not expect that the other party would not let them leave. It was too much. In the next moment, he summoned two immemorial demonic elephants again and rushed out. The terrifying demonic elephant shadows roared in the void palace and crushed the surroundings. On the other side, Sun Yang pulled out a large black flag from the void and kept spinning it. Suddenly, boundless black light surged like a black ocean, pressing down from the sky. In the next moment, it collided with Lin Xian's water element fist, causing a huge explosion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two of them quickly retreated like lightning. Kid, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll wash away today's humiliation. Ouyang Feng's voice came from afar. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning and his expression was cold, but he did not pursue. Because he knew that it was easy to defeat the other party, but it would be difficult to kill him now. However, he thought that from now on, the other party would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear. They did not expect the nameless young man in front of them to be so terrifying. Even Ouyang Feng was no match for him. Soon, everyone retreated and did not dare to stay there. They were afraid of being targeted by Lin Xian. After everyone left, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the wounds on his body and the spirit energy he had consumed. The spirit qi in the surroundings surged towards him, causing his body to glow. It didn't take long for him to recover. One day later, he learned from other warriors that after Ouyang Feng and Sun Yang had left that day, someone had attacked them. The two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle before finally leaving. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. It seemed that other than him, there were other experts hidden in this forest. More and more geniuses arrived at the woods. However, he was not afraid. Instead, the blood in his body surged, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Because he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon continued their journey. Not long after, the two of them frowned. The reason for that was because they discovered a huge footprint in front of them. Furthermore, the footprints belonged to a human. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Look at the footprints. Could it be the legendary giant clan? The giant clan? They actually exist in this forest." Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. Then, the two of them continued to walk forward. Gradually, Lin Xian and the others discovered that something was amiss. Because they discovered that the forest was too quiet. There was not the slightest sound. One had to know that this was too eerie. This was a primeval forest with countless beasts around. There would definitely be sounds of beasts roaring. But now, there was no sound at all. It was as if all the beasts had disappeared. The Crimson Dragon shrunk his neck. "Kid, this place is a little strange. Let's be careful." Lin Xian was also a little scared. This scene was too terrifying. The two of them walked carefully. After an hour, the surrounding forest gradually opened up. It was no longer a dense forest, but a sparse one. There were even large open spaces in some places. What shocked the two of them even more was that there were huge footprints left on the ground. Obviously, this should be the living area of the giants. Bang! Bang, bang! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Then, a huge figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the figure. It was indeed a giant. It was dozens of meters tall, and it walked like a dragon or a tiger. It was full of power. The young man who looked like a demonic beast, Ouyang Feng, was like a baby in front of this giant. Not only that, the giant was holding a huge mountain-splitting axe in one hand, and an extremely terrifying demon wolf in the other. However, at this moment, it was already torn into pieces. That demon wolf was at least at the demon king level. These giants were actually feeding on demon kings. One had to admit that it was too terrifying. Not only that, Lin Xian's face became gloomy in the next moment. That was because he discovered that two more giants had appeared behind the giant. At the same time, there was a figure standing on the shoulder of one of the giants. He was no stranger to that figure. It was the demoness of the Demon King Palace, Xianxia. Damn it, why is this woman with these giants? Lin Xian frowned. He felt very uneasy after letting her escape last time. He didn't expect her to find these giants. Damn it, this woman must be eliminated. Lin Xian frowned. He discovered that the other party was too mysterious. She could constantly summon powerful companions. Xianxia, who was on the giant in front, also had a sharp gaze. She discovered Lin Xian's existence very quickly. Then, a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. Capture the two of them. I want them alive. Xianxia pointed into the distance and issued an order. Roar! Suddenly, the two giants around her let out angry roars. The sound was extremely terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder, shattering the surrounding clouds. Not only that, the two huge bodies also began to move. The entire ground shook violently. What the hell? This woman is crazy. The Crimson Dragon screamed. He didn't expect her to be able to command these giants. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He couldn't understand how she did it. However, he knew that he was in great danger now. The next moment, he shouted coldly. His body swayed quickly as he retreated. However, at this moment, huge figures appeared behind them, ready to block them. In an instant, 4 giants stood in all directions, trying to capture them. That huge body was like an ancient demonic mountain, standing tall in the surroundings, blocking all paths of retreat. The 4 giants were like an iron wall, blocking Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. As for Xianxia, he was pushing the other giant to the front. "Brat, I bet you didn't expect this day to come. How dare you treat me so rudely before? That's unforgivable. But don't worry. As long as you obediently become my cauldron, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be smashed into a bloody mist by these giants." "Humph." Lin Xian snorted. Become their cauldron? How could he live? The other party was obviously trying to suck him dry. "Do you think you can stop me with just 4 giants? What a joke." Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he turned around and shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom, the Crimson Dragon also turned into a red bolt of lightning and flew to the side. Trying to escape? Xianxia snorted and then urged one of the giants to attack. Boom, a huge palm covered the sky and pounced toward Lin Xian. The length of the palm was too terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to survive if he was hit. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the extreme speed of the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Therefore, at the critical moment, his body moved horizontally. He quickly dodged the shocking attack. Boom, the palm hit the air and the void cracked. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon shot up into the sky and left the encirclement. Then, the two turned into lightning and quickly moved into the distance. "Chase after them!" Xianxia shouted. She did not expect the other party to be able to escape her encirclement. However, so what if the other party could escape temporarily? With the help of these giants, she could definitely catch the other party. The next moment, these giants began to run. They were like small mountains, moving quickly. Although these giants were huge, they were not slow at all. They covered more than 100 feet in a single step. Their speed was shocking. Not only that, wherever they passed, the forest collapsed and the ground cracked. It was a terrifying sight. This kind of vibration finally attracted the attention of other martial artists. Many figures gathered over here. When they saw those enormous and terrifying giants, their scalps went numb, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Heavens, what is this? F***ck. It is a giant. There are giants in this forest. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. However, when they saw Xianxia on the giant's shoulder, they were even more shocked. Isn't that woman Xianxia from the Demon Imperial Palace? She's actually with these giants. This is unbelievable. As a top force, the Fey Imperial Palace is incomparably mysterious. This Xianxia is a genius of the Fey Imperial Palace. He must have a secret technique that allows him to communicate with these giants. Some experts guessed the secret. But in any case, Xianxia's ability to control the giant was truly shocking. This was especially true for the martial artists from the major forces. Each and every one of them wore solemn expressions. One had to know that the Almighty's cultivation levels were suppressed in this area, and they could no longer unleash their peak combat strength. However, it did not affect the relationship between the various major powers. Because all the Almighties were suppressed. But now, Xianxia was actually able to control the terrifying giants. This undoubtedly increased the power of the Fey Imperial Palace. For a moment, everyone was worried. They were even secretly wondering if they could withstand the attacks of the giants. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, these giants seem to be chasing someone." Hearing this, everyone quickly looked over. Sure enough, they saw 2 figures running quickly in front of them. What? It's him. Many people saw Lin Xian's figure and were immediately shocked. Who is this kid? Some of them did not know. Thus, someone told them about the battle between Lin Xian and Ouyang Feng. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists gasped. They had heard of Ouyang Feng's strength. He was a humanoid demonic beast with infinite strength. He was extremely terrifying, however, the youth in front of them was actually able to defeat Ouyang Feng. It was simply too shocking. Needless to say, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The news of Xianxia controlling the giants to chase after Ling Xian quickly spread. More and more martial artists gathered. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure was like lightning as he and the Crimson Dragon shuttled quickly. At this moment, one of the giants roared and grabbed a mountain peak. It viciously smashed towards Lin Xian. This scene was simply too shocking. A mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall was directly uprooted from the ground. One could imagine how terrifying these giants were. Boom, the huge mountain peak fell, forcing Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to change direction. However, this change in direction caused the other two giants to catch up and surround them again. Bang, a huge palm with astonishing power slammed down viciously. The other giant raised its foot and quickly stomped towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Their speed was extremely fast as they constantly dodged. Finally, they narrowly avoided the attacks of these giants. The ground cracked open. It was incomparably terrifying. The surrounding forest collapsed once again. At this moment, another giant rushed over and uprooted another mountain peak, sweeping it towards Lin Xian. Terrifying shockwaves rolled and the void trembled. This attack was extremely terrifying. As for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, their speed was extremely fast and they instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it! Seeing that the other party had completely disappeared from sight, Xianxia was driven mad. She did not expect that the other party's speed would be so fast that even the giants could not catch up. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb, their expressions horrified. The power displayed by these giants was simply too terrifying. Ordinary kings would not be able to withstand a single blow from them. Even those powerful demon kings would not be able to contend against these giants. For a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with terrified expressions. However, they were also extremely shocked by Lin Xian's speed. The other party's speed was simply too fast. They could not keep up. It could be said that both Lin Xian and Xianxia were existences that made people tremble. On the other side, Lin Xian completely avoided the attacks of these giants and entered the forest. After completely escaping from the pursuit of the giants, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon arrived at a safe place. F***ck. That woman is too despicable. She can actually control the giants. The Crimson Dragon's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. This time, it was fortunate that they had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He had to think of a way to get rid of these giants. Otherwise, their threat would be too great. Then what should we do to get rid of these giants? The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered as he pondered. Those giants were extremely terrifying. Each of them was no weaker than a 6-star king. They might be able to fight one-on-one. However, if 5 giants attacked together, they would not be able to defeat them at all. It seemed that the best way was to find some powerful beasts to fight against these giants. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Let's think of a way. Can we make these giants fight with the beasts? Then, we can reap the benefits. That's a good idea. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were also shining. In the next few days, the two began to run around, looking for powerful monster kings. The 6-armed ape was one. Other than that, they also found a terrifying 3-headed lion. There was also a huge green-winged exotic beast. It was a terrifying beast. These monster kings were too powerful. Lin Xian could not subdue them at all. What he needed to do was to interfere with these monster kings. For example, he could use the 5-colored immortal stone as bait for the 6-armed ape. The green-winged exotic beast could steal its eggs and make it go berserk. As for the 3-headed lion, he needed the 10,000 beast ding and his heavenly secret super ability to cast an illusion. Since he had found a way, Lin Xian was ready to return to the giants to investigate the situation. However, before that, he, the Snow White Monkey, and the Crimson Dragon stole the Green Wind exotic beast's eggs and lured it to the giant valley. At the same time, he used all his strength to drive the 10,000 beast Ding to lure the three-headed lion over. Then, he asked the Crimson Dragon to control the 10,000 beast Ding and set up a few formations to hide the three powerful monster kings. He would wait until he had a thorough understanding of the giant valley before making his move. Soon, he came to the empty valley again. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying aura emitted by those giants. However, this time, Lin Xian was more cautious than last time. He restrained his aura and looked like a ghost. No one noticed this process. However, the giant valley this time was a little different from before. The original giant valley was abnormally quiet. There was no movement at all. However, it was a little lively now. This was because there were many warriors in the giant valley. It seemed that he was not the only one who had designs on the giant valley. However, the others did not dare to be as bold as him and directly start a war with the giant. Those people were probably here to seek refuge with Xianxia. After all, the giants were too terrifying. If they could borrow the power of the giants, they would be able to obtain heaven-defying benefits. Plus, there was Xianxia in the giant valley. It would be a great fortune to be able to take in such a beauty. Therefore, for a time, many martial artists flocked over. Xianxia didn't reject anyone who was willing to join him. From the looks of it, she wanted to create a powerful force in this forest. The current situation in the Tilted Moon Profound World was very subtle. As for how long it would take for the Profound World to open again, no one knew. As for those who entered the Profound World, most of them were unable to pass through the Sea of Death and reach this land. Those who could come here were all elites. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the major powers would not be worried at all. That was because they had sect elders and mighty figures following them. However, now that the cultivation of the mighty figures was suppressed, their safety was not guaranteed. Therefore, these people secretly began to form an alliance. Xianxia was no exception. Now that she had the giants, her strength had greatly increased. Naturally, she was the first to form an alliance in a high-profile manner. She believed that with the help of these giants and her charm techniques, she would be able to create a powerful force in this forest. When that time came, all the treasures in this forest would belong to her. This woman's ambition was not small at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked around again. However, his face soon darkened. The reason for that was because he discovered that there was an enormous stele before the ravine. There were a few lines of words written on it. It meant that anyone who provided the whereabouts of Lin Xian would be rewarded handsomely. If he could capture him personally, Xianxia would spend the night with that martial artist. On the side, there was a portrait of Lin Xian. This news directly provoked the martial artists near the valley. Everyone's eyes were red. They could not wait to capture Lin Xian immediately. They had no choice. Spending a night with Xianxia, they would be willing to die immediately even if they had to. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect the other party to come up with such a plan. It seemed that he had to deal with the giant valley first. Sure enough, once the news came out, more martial artists gathered in the valley, wanting to join Xianxia's organization. Of course, not everyone would come. Some powerful sect disciples would not form an alliance with others. Instead, they would form their own small groups. Some even wanted to make a move on Xianxia. Because compared to Lin Xian, Xianxia's threat was too great. If she succeeded in forming an alliance, it would be difficult for others to resist. Sure enough, on the other side of the valley, Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. However, at this moment, her expression was extremely solemn. Her eyes flickered as she looked into the distance. This Xianxia is really something. I didn't expect him to be able to gather such a huge force in such a short time. Humph, he's just borrowing the power of the giants. On the side, the pale young man's expression was cold. However, at this moment, Lu Mingyue spoke again. I didn't expect Long Xian's strength to exceed our expectations. Indeed, that kid was able to defeat Ouyang Feng. I have to say, it's really surprising. I suspect that his surname is not Long at all. He's very likely the Lin Xian wanted by the Alcade Sacred Land. Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. You're saying that he's the Danzong traitor? This time, the pale young man, Yan Qing, was also shocked. If that's the case, then it makes sense. That kid was able to escape the Alcade Sacred Land's pursuit. He's probably not an ordinary person. I just didn't expect him to appear here. Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Zhao Tianxia alone will make it difficult for Lin Xian to escape. Even if he escapes, the Alcade Sacred Land will definitely not let him go. Haha, does that mean he's dead for sure? Yan Qing sneered. Of course. Lu Mingyue nodded slightly, then said, what about Ouyang Feng? Has he recovered? His injuries have already healed. I'm afraid he's already heading to the Giant Valley. What, he's really going there? Lu Mingyue was also surprised. Could he really subdue the giants? I don't know, but as a warrior of the four-symbol sacred land, Ouyang Feng has a trace of the giant's bloodline in his body. As for whether he can succeed or not, that's not certain. At this point, Yan Qing's expression became extremely solemn. After observing for a long time, Lin Xian decided to make a move. He turned into a ghost and flew into the valley. Soon, he arrived at the giant valley. Wuji the snow-white monkey also jumped out. In the depths of the valley, the aura was heavy as if there were countless huge creatures, causing the entire void to freeze. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful and had the great dragon sword soul in his body, so he was not afraid of this aura. This allowed him to move quickly. Lin Xian and the rest did not go to the center, but started to explore the surroundings. He had to figure out how many giants there were, and how many warriors there were. He also had to take a look at the number of warriors. However, at this moment, the snow-white monkey was very excited. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed forward. Little White, come back quickly. Lin Xian transmitted his voice, afraid that Little White would attract the attention of others. At the same time, he also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Swoosh swoosh, the snow-white monkey landed, and Lin Xian quickly approached it. Wuji the snow-white monkey bared its teeth and pointed at a place in front. It turned out that the ground in front was full of potholes, but in one of the potholes, there was a ray of light. Not only that, but there was also a wave of pure energy accompanying it. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He and the snow-white monkey quickly walked forward. Such pure energy! Lin Xian looked at the pool of liquid on the ground in shock. Little White quickly spat out the 5-colored divine stone to let it absorb the energy in the liquid. Whoosh, whoosh, the 5-colored divine stone jumped and absorbed the energy quickly. It was like a heart, emitting a 5-colored ray of light. As if it felt that it was not enough, Little White lowered its head and drank a mouthful. Immediately, it showed a satisfied smile. Its big eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Lin Xian also took a little and tasted it. He was shocked. This energy is comparable to a divine crystal. Could it be a divine crystal liquid? Lin Xian guessed that the liquid was most likely a divine crystal. It was just that it had not formed into a crystal. He did not expect such a treasure to be here. It seemed that he had made the right choice this time. The 5-colored divine stone was very mysterious as it quickly absorbed the divine crystal liquid. Soon, he finished absorbing the energy. Lin Xian could clearly feel that the 5-colored divine stone had become incomparably resplendent and filled with energy. It seemed that he only needed to go back and absorb the energy in the 5-colored divine stone again. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He searched again and found some more nerve fluid. He also let the 5-colored divine stone absorb all of it. Then, he placed the breeze exotic beast's egg in the valley. At the same time, he and the little white monkey quickly left to meet up with the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon removed the formation and used 10,000 beast sting to disturb the 3-headed lion. The first to go berserk was the breeze beast. It immediately sensed that its egg was in the valley ahead. Thus, he roared and flew over. Next was the 3-headed lion. Under the interference of the 10,000 beast sting, it charged forward like a madman. The 6-armed divine ape was controlled by Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the 5-colored divine stone and flew toward the valley ahead. The six-armed divine ape felt the energy of the five-colored divine stone and its eyes turned red. In the next moment, it roared and waved its 6 arms, roaring toward the valley ahead. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire valley shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. Who dares to trespass into the giant valley? Do you want to die? Soon, a figure flew up from the valley and shouted coldly. He was a warrior who had just joined the giant valley. Now that he knew something was wrong outside, he naturally came to check it out. However, in the next moment, his scalp went numb and he looked terrified. That was because he realized that there were 3 huge creatures rushing toward the valley. They were 3 terrifying demonic beasts with monstrous demonic auras. They were not any weaker than the giants. Seeing this, the warrior's scalp went numb. He turned around and ran into the valley. However, in the next moment, a green light lit up. Then, a huge wind blade cut him in half. The breeze beast roared and was the first to rush into the valley. Behind him, the 3-headed lion and the 6-armed divine ape also rushed into the valley. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly left the valley to meet up with the crimson dragon and the others. Then, they looked into the distance. The valley in front of them exploded in an instant. The terrifying aura formed a huge pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Terrifying roars could be heard. Like thunder, they resounded through the entire forest. Countless warriors soared into the sky, trying to escape. In short, it was a mess. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at the scene and felt his scalp go numb. He did not dare to enter the valley now. It had become a forbidden land. Therefore, in the next moment, he, the crimson dragon, and the little white monkey quickly left. It was a restless night because a huge battle had broken out in the valley. 5 giants and 3 incomparably powerful demon kings started fighting. The momentum was extremely terrifying. It affected more than half of the forest. Even the warriors in the distance rushed over to watch the battle. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the giant valley. It was too shocking. One had to know that a few days ago, the strength of the 5 giants was too terrifying, no one could fight against them. However, they did not expect that just a few days later, someone would attack. They even successfully attracted the attention of the 3 monster kings. The battle was terrifying. It lasted for an entire night. The 3 monster kings did not leave until the next morning. As for the consequences, they were also extremely terrifying. The entire valley was razed to the ground. Not only that, all the surrounding forest was destroyed. More than half of the warriors who had joined the giant valley were killed in the battle. The remaining ones were also injured, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. Of the 5 giants, 1 was killed, 2 were seriously injured, and the other 2 were lightly injured. It could be said that it was a disastrous battle. The 3 monster kings also retreated with serious injuries. In an instant, the news of the giant valley swept through the entire forest like a gust of wind. Xianxia's face was gloomy. She was about to go crazy. Previously, with the strength of the 5 giants, she was able to quickly gather a large group of warriors and establish a powerful force. However, she did not expect the giant valley to be destroyed in just a few days. Not only that, but one of the giants was killed. The others were also injured and their strength was greatly reduced. More than half of the warriors that she had gathered were also injured. It could be said that the heavy losses this time made her lose face. Needless to say, she was now the laughingstock of the entire forest. She didn't even see clearly who did it. However, according to her guess, it was most likely her enemy, Lin Xian. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was also angry. He was injured and quickly left. Previously, he had sneaked into the giant valley and communicated with one of the giants. He had almost convinced the other party. However, he did not expect that such a battle would occur. Therefore, not only did he fail to communicate, but he was also injured in the battle. This battle was like a storm that swept through the surroundings. Everyone was guessing who was the one who did it. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Lin Xian, who was the one who did it, found a cave and chose to go into seclusion. The outside world was in chaos, and Lin Xian and the other two were hiding in a safe place, absorbing the energy in the five-colored divine stone to increase their cultivation. The five-colored divine stone was extremely mysterious. Ever since it absorbed the energy of the divine crystal liquid, it was filled with a pure aura. On it, the five-colored light turned into pure energy for Lin Xian and the others to absorb. Lin Xian activated the art of longevity and continuously absorbed the five-colored energy, transforming it into his own power. Finally, when the five-colored divine stone became dim again, Lin Xian stopped absorbing. Then, he opened his eyes and felt that his cultivation had increased by a lot. It was as if he had absorbed a divine crystal. Looking at the time, Lin Xian felt that the commotion outside was about to end. It was time to go out and take a look. Therefore, he and the Crimson Dragon went out carefully. As expected, the news of the battle in the Giant Valley a few days ago gradually died down. However, the atmosphere in the primeval forest all day long had become tense. That was because someone had found a psychic old herb. The previous battle was because of an old herb of the same age. However, that kind of thing was very difficult to find. Everyone had searched for so many days, but they could not find it. However, they did not expect that someone would find it again this time. It was a purple divine medicine that shone brightly. Its entire body was glowing and its shape was like a dragon horse. It was full of spirituality. Its strength was even extremely powerful. That was because this psychic old herb was considered a plant-type monster. In addition to having powerful magical effects, it could also cultivate. In fact, some could even cultivate to an extremely terrifying level. Rumor had it that the great emperor would have an immortal herb by his side. That kind of immortal herb was extremely heaven-defying and could allow the great emperor to live a second life. Not only that, but those immortal herbs were even more terrifying, and they could even kill saints. While the spirit-channeling old herb before him couldn't compare to the immortal herb by the emperor's side, it was still a terrifying existence. The first psychic medicine that looked like a dragon horse was discovered by Lu Mingyue and the others. Lu Mingyue and the others had been searching for traces of the Tonglin old medicine all along and were finally discovered by them. However, they underestimated the strength of the spiritual old medicine. Therefore, due to his carelessness, he actually allowed the dragon horse psychic medicine to escape. After this, Lu Mingyue was extremely vexed because she was the one who was most likely to be the first to obtain the psychic old medicine. However, he missed this opportunity. However, the others were incomparably excited. After searching for so long, he finally found the psychic old herb again. To them, this was undoubtedly an extremely exciting piece of news. As a result, many people once again began to search wantonly. However, after so many days had passed, no one had found the spirit-communicating old herb. It was as if the spirit-communicating old herb in the shape of a dragon horse had evaporated into thin air. Everyone was speculating about the whereabouts of the psychic old herb. Some people said that it hid in a valley, some people said that it escaped underground and disappeared. There were also people who said that it left this place and went to the depths of the forest. There was even a rumor that this kind of psychic old herb had an incomparably powerful demon king guarding it. All in all, for a time, these psychic old herbs were rumored to be incomparably mysterious. This stimulated everyone even more. In fact, battles broke out from time to time during the search. In the end, the psychic old herb was not found, but many martial artists had already lost their lives in this battle. In fact, even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also began to search for the psychic old herb. After searching for a few days, they did not gain anything. But very soon, another matter attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Not only Lin Xian, but even all the martial artists in the entire forest were alarmed. Because the Black Sea in the distance suddenly bloomed with black light, covering the sky and covering the earth as if it was the netherworld. Following that, one mysterious Tao pattern after another appeared, carrying a mysterious aura. Following that, a deep voice sounded. "Ignorant outsider, you shall be buried on this island forever." The voice was very deep and extremely old. Seal. In the next moment, those Tao patterns quickly intertwined and combined to form a powerful seal, completely sealing the entire sea. What's going on? What are those seals? Who's talking? Get out here. Angry roars sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was stunned by the scene. Natives, damn it, it's actually the natives. It was unknown who shouted, but it instantly caused boundless panic. Naturally, they knew about the existence of the natives. Previously, in the Sea of Death, they had been attacked, and most of the martial artists had died there. However, so many days had passed, and the natives did not attack again, so they had forgotten about this matter. They thought that there were probably only a few natives in this space and that they would not be a threat to them at all. But now, they did not expect the natives to appear again. Not only that, but they even sealed the sea directly. Humph. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you can seal it just because you said so? An old man did not believe it. In the next moment, his body emitted a resplendent light. Like a sharp sword light, he soared into the sky and flew towards the Sea of Death in the distance. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was a mighty figure. Although his cultivation was suppressed, his combat strength far exceeded that of a 6-star king. At this moment, his figure swayed and rushed towards the Sea of Death, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the sea was really sealed as the natives said. Or could the mighty figure break the seal? This concerned their safety and their future. In front of them, the mighty figure old man's figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the sea. What seal? Watch me break it. He roared and struck out with both palms. 2 terrifying palms erupted with shocking light that swept across the world. The terrifying energy directly pierced through the sea. This palm was too terrifying. It could easily kill a 6-star king. However, when the terrifying palm struck the seal, it did not cause any waves at all. Not only that, but the seal was also affected, and it flickered with a strange light. Then, it formed a terrifying bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the mighty figure. Poof, the mighty figure old man's body fell into the sea, and his blood dyed it red. What? He was killed. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw the scene. That was an almighty. Among them, he was an absolutely terrifying existence, but now, he had been killed. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. What kind of seal is that? It's so terrifying. It can even kill an almighty so easily. Doesn't this mean that we'll have to stay in this primitive forest for the rest of our lives? No. Voices of despair rang out. It was obvious that everyone had suffered a severe blow. As genius warriors and elites of the top factions, they had come here to look for opportunities. But they had not expected such a terrifying thing to happen. They had been sealed here and could not return. This was a form of despair for them. They were not the only ones. The other warriors, elders, and almighties all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The top factions were even more solemn. Because there were a few very powerful people who had come this time. For example, the Alcade Sage and Yi Wudao had frightening statuses. If they died here, the Alcade sacred land and Yi family would probably go berserk. Especially the Yi family. As a clan of the ancients, their anger would probably burn the entire eastern wilderness. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He had not expected such a thing to happen. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. He said, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid there will be a big riot in this primitive forest soon. There's no way back now. There will definitely be a riot here and a new order will be established. Also, those peerless powerhouses need enough energy to cultivate. Because only by breaking through to become a super almighty could they open the seal and return." Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the Crimson Dragon was right. The primitive forest would probably usher in an era of darkness. And if he wanted to survive such chaos, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would become someone's slave. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Without any hesitation, his body flashed, and he quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to find enough dragon crystals and divine crystals to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as expected, the entire primitive forest began to riot in the next few days. Those who held grudges and those who were greedy attacked without regard for anything else. Because he was already in despair and had nothing to worry about. Some martial artists' enemies were disciples of holy lands. Before this, they didn't dare to make a move. Even if they were stronger than others, they didn't dare. This was because if they killed a disciple of the Holy Land, they would definitely be hunted down by the Holy Land. But now, these worries were completely gone. Because no one knew if they would be able to leave this place in their lifetime, those people decided to act decisively. There were also some who were greedy for energy, martial arts, and beauties. In short, intense battles broke out in the entire primeval forest. No one was spared. Among them, there were a few who were very powerful. The first was Xianxia. She had the giant and could be said to be very powerful. She also had many martial artists gathered around her. It was the first powerful force to be organized. The other was Lu Mingyue. She was a genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful. Thus, she had gathered a group of followers. The other was the Alcade Saint. The Yaoguang Saint Sun's strength was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were many people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Therefore, under his prestige, he quickly established a huge force. There was almost no one who could contend with the Alcade Saint Sun. Of course, Yi Wudao was an exception. The average person didn't know Yi Wudao's identity. But those who knew Yi Wudao's identity didn't dare to underestimate him. Even the Alcade Saint Sun would go all out against Yi Wudao. That was because Yi Wudao's identity was too terrifying. Apart from these people, there were also other allied organizations, large and small groups. In short, the entire primeval forest was extremely chaotic. But after a few days, the battles gradually calmed down. That was because excessive killing was useless. They had to think carefully about what to do next. On the other side, Lin Xian was cultivating in stealth. Although he hadn't found any dragon crystals or divine crystals, Lin Xian didn't lack the energy to cultivate with the 5-colored divine stone in his hand. The 5-colored divine stone could absorb the world's spiritual energy and transform it into 5-colored energy. Moreover, the energy it transformed into was extremely pure. It wasn't inferior to dragon crystals or divine crystals. Thus, Lin Xian's cultivation and strength were constantly increasing. However, he didn't keep cultivating. After calculating the time, he felt that the battle outside was almost over. Moreover, he also wanted to know what changes had happened in the primeval forest. He decided to go out and take a look. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian went out, he received news of what had happened in the past few days. Just as he expected, after he left, a great battle broke out in the forest. Then, the battle was extinguished. What followed was the combination of various groups and forces. Even the Alcade Saint, Xianxia, and the others took the lead to set the rules in the forest. There was no other way. The Alcade Saint and the others were too strong. Their strength was incomparably powerful. If they joined forces, the other small groups wouldn't dare to resist. However, these small groups weren't to be trifled with. That was because the warriors who could come to this primeval forest were all elite warriors. Although these small groups were weak, they knew how to work together to resist. For a time, the Alcade Saint and the others couldn't do anything to these small groups. Therefore, under such circumstances, they set the rules that belonged to this primeval forest. After Lin Xian heard these rules, he immediately smiled. Because one of the rules was that they couldn't fight casually. This was to prevent powerhouses from forcibly killing the weak. However, this forest had never been afraid of fighting. If they wanted to fight, they had to be witnessed by others. In other words, assassinations and rude attacks were avoided. After hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was still worried that those people from Scorpio would attack him crazily. Now, it seemed that there shouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, he directly swaggered out. Sure enough, many warriors immediately exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian. They were no stranger to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had defeated Ouyang Feng before and was even chased by Giant. In the past few days, Lin Xian hadn't shown up. They thought that Lin Xian had died in the dark riot. However, they didn't expect him to appear again. Immediately, a few organizations came out and threw an olive branch to Lin Xian, inviting him to join. They even offered generous conditions, including beautiful women, energy, and cultivation methods. Suddenly, several organizations came out and extended an olive branch to Lin Xian, inviting him to join. They even offered generous conditions, including beautiful women, energy, and cultivation methods. However, Lin Xian rejected all of them. He did not want to join any organization or alliance because it would limit him. Moreover, with his and the Crimson Dragon's means, it was enough for them to be like fish in water in this forest. However, it did not take long for the news of Lin Xian's return to the forest to spread. When Xianxia and the others heard the news, they gritted their teeth and quickly rushed over. However, the first to arrive was not Xianxia, but a tall magical beast youth, Ouyang Feng. Ever since he lost to Lin Xian last time, he had always regarded it as the greatest humiliation of his life. Therefore, he had been cultivating hard these days and had absorbed the blood of many powerful demon kings to increase his strength again. Now, he could condense 3 immemorial golems. In his opinion, he could easily defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, when he heard that Lin Xian had returned, he was the first to arrive. He wanted to defeat Lin Xian in front of everyone to prove himself. Lin Xian saw the tall magical beast youth opposite him and suddenly became happy. He did not expect that the first to come looking for him would be Ouyang Feng. "Loser, why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian asked. "Don't tell me you want me to join your organization?" "Humph. I lost to you last time, but this time I will not lose to you again. I will kill you with my own hands," Ouyang Feng said coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Xian shrugged. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. You don't have to provoke me. There are rules in this forest now. We can fight, but we have to follow the rules." Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He wanted to defeat his opponent in front of everyone to prove himself. Not long after, Zhao Tianxia and Lu Mingyue arrived. At the same time, the pale-faced youth, Yan Qing, also arrived. Among them, Zhao Tianxia represented the Giant Valley, while Lu Ming formed his own Bright Moon organization. The pale youth, Yan Qing, had also established the Thorned Flower organization. With the 3 major organizations present at the same time, the battle could begin. Not only these 3 big organizations, but the other martial artists in the forest also rushed over when they heard the news. Whether it was Ouyang Feng or Lin Xian, they were both extremely powerful existences in their eyes. There was no way they would miss out on such a battle. The location of the battle was chosen to be far away from the powerful demon kings. They were afraid that their battle would affect the demon king. If the demon king went berserk, they would all suffer. After all, the most powerful people in this primeval forest weren't them, Holy Sun Alcade, or Leaf Dao Denier. Instead, it was the terrifying demon king here. No matter how strong they were, they didn't dare to provoke those demon kings. "Brat, today I will use your blood to wash away my shame." Ouyang Feng roared and his body shone brightly. The terrifying immemorial demonic elephant domain instantly shrouded the area. His aura continued to rise. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his tall body made him look like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Boom, with a wave of his fist, 3 immemorial demonic elephants quickly appeared. They roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. "What? 3 immemorial demonic elephants?" Seeing this scene, the martial artists watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Ouyang Feng to become stronger and be able to condense 3 immemorial demonic elephants. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Xian again. His strength was probably much stronger than before. Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others looked at this scene with a slight smile. They knew how terrifying 3 immemorial demonic elephants were. Lin Xian probably couldn't contend with them. The current Ouyang Feng was no longer the Ouyang Feng from before. He was absolutely terrifying. Sun Yang also revealed a sneer. Seeing the 3 immemorial demonic elephants, Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he dared to challenge him again. It turned out that his fist technique had improved. But so what? His opponent had improved, and so had he. Moreover, his improved strength was even more powerful. So with a cold snort, Lin Xian quickly waved the 5 elements fist. Boom, earth element fist. He waved his fist, and a terrifying power covered the entire world as if to suppress the 3 immemorial demonic elephants in front of him. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, there was a fierce collision, and dust flew all over the sky. The earth cracked, but it turned into countless sharp earth spikes that shot towards the immemorial demonic elephants. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into the master of the earth. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, covering the entire forest. At this moment, the faces of the people watching the battle changed. This energy was simply too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. However, Ouyang Feng was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent's strength to increase and be able to resist his attack. Impossible. How could this kid become so strong? He can even resist 3 immemorial demonic elephants. The others were also shocked. They found that Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Kill, Ouyang Feng roared, and the black wind rose. His whole body was like a demonic beast, opening and closing wide. Lin Xian waved the 5 elements fist, using the great dragon sword soul as the foundation. It was extremely terrifying. The two of them kept fighting, and the earth cracked. Terrifying scenes appeared one after another. At this moment, everyone around was stunned because the two of them were too powerful. The 3 immemorial demonic elephants were enough to suppress most of the people present, but they couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 5 elements fist was ever-changing and terrifying. It could dissolve everything in the world. It was so much so that even the people from the 5 elements sect opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They didn't understand why the other party knew their sect's unique skill. Boom, after 50 moves, Ouyang Feng suddenly roared. The aura on his body skyrocketed again, and the 3 immemorial demonic elephants in front of him quickly merged. Their bodies kept growing, and they suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant, the earth cracked, unable to withstand this power. 5 elements fusion, true dragon attack, Lin Xian waved his fist, and the profound meaning of the 5 elements fused together, turning into a 5-colored divine dragon that rushed out. The huge dragon claw directly slapped the immemorial demonic elephant. Crack, the immemorial demonic elephant howled, turned into spiritual energy, and shattered on the ground. Ouyang Feng's body was also blasted away by this huge energy. Boom. Boom, boom. Ouyang Feng fell on the ground after retreating for 3,000 meters and breaking countless mountains and trees. Ah. Damn it. I don't believe it. Ouyang Feng roared at the sky. His black hair fluttered, and his entire person became extremely ferocious. Defeated again, he was actually blasted away by his opponent again, which was unbearable. Defeated again, he was sent flying again, which was unbearable for him. It should be noted that this time, he had condensed 3 immemorial demonic elephants. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. However, he still could not defeat his opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. Ouyang Feng roared madly. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank because his opponent was already in front of him. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the 5 elements fist. Instead, he used a more violent and destructive fist technique. He had already practiced the Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist to the great accomplishment realm. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying fist was like a black dragon as it blasted forward. Damn it, block it for me. Ouyang Feng's pupil shrank. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast and catch up to him in an instant. In the next moment, he waved his arms and formed a tall Hell's Gate in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, the black dragon fist hit the Hell's Gate, making a shocking collision sound. The Hell's Gate was extremely mysterious. No one knew what kind of technique it was, but it was not damaged. However, the terrifying power of the apocalyptic black dragon fist passed through the Hell's Gate and hit Ouyang Feng's arms hard. Crack, crack. Ouyang Feng's arms were broken and his body was sent flying again. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Ouyang Feng to be defeated so miserably. Isn't this Lin Xian a little too strong? Everyone was shocked. After Lin Xian succeeded, he did not stop. Instead, his body was like lightning as he charged over once again. It was a good time to get rid of his opponent. He would not show mercy to such an enemy. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. Lin Xian moved like lightning and attacked Ouyang Feng again. What? Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to continue attacking. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the three major organizations? Stop. At this moment, another cold shout was heard. Then, two green vines turned into rays of light and rushed toward Lin Xian. That is? Yan Qing has made his move. Everyone cried out in alarm. There were immediately people who were dissatisfied, because they had already broken the rules. Indeed, Yan Qing had broken the rules. This was because, according to the new rules, the battle would only end when one side died. Or admit defeat. Before this, Ouyang Feng did not take the initiative to admit defeat, and he did not die, which meant that the battle was not over yet. No one else was allowed to interfere. However, at that moment, Yan Qing attacked. This caused many people to feel discontent. The reason for that was because they felt that the other party was truly bullying them intolerably. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Sword qi gushed out from his body, transforming into a long river that fiercely crashed forward. Boom, the green vines were sliced into two. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed reaching the extreme. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Ouyang Feng. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword light slashed down rapidly. Puff, the sword slashed at Ouyang Feng's body and sent him flying. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and the surroundings fell silent. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful even though Yan Qing had intervened to stop him. Yan Qing's face turned gloomy. Lin Xian's speed was too fast, and he actually managed to dodge his attack. Killing someone in public was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Moreover, what made his face even gloomier was that Lin Xian had actually succeeded. The sword had landed on Ouyang Feng's body. Even if Ouyang Feng did not die, he would probably be crippled. After sending Ouyang Feng flying again, Lin Xian did not make a move. His body swayed and landed on the ground. He was extremely fierce, like the god of death. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and trembled. In fact, many people immediately invited Lin Xian again and offered great benefits. They wanted to invite Lin Xian to join their organization. If they could invite such a terrifying young genius, he would definitely be a powerful force. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian had no intention of joining the organization. Hence, he rejected them one by one. However, that did not affect Lin Xian's reputation. From then on, Lin Xian's reputation spread throughout the entire forest. On the other side, Xianxia, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others looked extremely gloomy. They looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. That was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was too shocking. It had only been a few days, but Lin Xian's power had increased so much. Needless to say, he must have obtained some treasure or opportunity in the forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly. They had to think of a way to get rid of such a great enemy as soon as possible. Otherwise, the threat to them would be too great. The shocking battle came to an end just like that. Both parties left, and the forest regained its peace. However, Ouyang Feng's corpse was still lying there, and no one cared about it. However, his storage ring had been taken away mercilessly. That was the cruel primitive forest. No one cared about a dead person. Even if Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others were once Ouyang Feng's companions, they did not care about the corpse now. However, after everyone left, the void suddenly split open. A silver-white hand reached out, grabbed Ouyang Feng's corpse, and disappeared. No one knew what had happened. Lin Xian did not know either. After he killed Ouyang Feng, he had left the area and set off towards the depths of the forest again. Lin Xian knew that the strength that he had displayed in killing Ouyang Feng had probably aroused the killing intent of some people. He did not know how many were in the dark, but on the surface, there were at least Xianxia, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others. Every one of those people was incomparably powerful, not weaker than Ouyang Feng. Moreover, in this forest, there must be their own opportunities. No one knew how powerful they were now. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. Although he would not join any organization, it did not mean that he would not form an alliance with others. Right now, he wanted to find someone to form an alliance with. Naturally, that person was Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao currently had a huge faction, so Lin Xian easily found out where he was. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian arrived at a quiet place. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Spiritual qi was abundant, and there were no powerful demon kings around. It was indeed a good place to live. As expected of the Yi family. Even in this primitive forest, they were incomparably terrifying behemoths. Lin Xian now knew that Yi Wudao's identity was not ordinary. It was very likely that he was a disciple of the ancient Yi family. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he felt that there were no less than 3 powerful soul powers around him that were staring at him. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he felt that there were no less than 3 powerful soul powers in the surroundings that were staring at him. Furthermore, these soul forces were terrifyingly powerful. Needless to say, they belonged to almighty experts. Lin Xian's expression tensed up when he sensed the soul power of these almighties. "Senior, I'm here to look for Leaf Doudenier. I have no ill intentions." Hearing Lin Xian's words, 2 of the soul forces retreated. However, the last one didn't relax in the slightest. After a while, laughter rang out from the forest, and the last soul force retreated. Lin Xian knew that Leaf Doudenier knew he was coming, so he didn't hesitate and strode in. Sure enough, a handsome young man in white stood in front of him. It was none other than Leaf Doudenier. "Brother Dragon, you're here," Leaf Doudenier said with a smile. "You're famous now." Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't make fun of me, Brother Yi. Compared to you, my reputation is nothing." "You can't say that. Your reputation isn't weak at all." Indeed, Lin Xian's reputation was like the sun at high noon. His accomplishments were simply too many. Not to mention his previous exploits, just the fact that he killed Ouyang Feng was enough to cause a huge stir. Leaf Doudenier looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brother Dragon, would you like to join us?" "Join you?" Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected Leaf Doudenier to make such an offer. This was something he hadn't expected. After all, the Yi clan was a clan of the ancients. After thinking for a long time, Lin Xian said, "Brother Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to bring you any trouble." But Leaf Doudenier said, "Brother Dragon, you're overthinking things. We don't want you to join us because we want you. It's because you're strong enough to join us. Even here, you're still an elite." Leaf Doudenier was right. Lin Xian was strong enough to be taken seriously even in the Yi clan, however, Lin Xian still shook his head. "I didn't just offend Xianxia and Ouyang Feng. There are some even more terrifying existences. I don't want to cause trouble for your Yi clan." Lin Xian was right. He had not only offended people like Lu Mingyue and Zhao Tianxia. He had also offended people from the Wavering Light Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, and the 5 Elements sect. Especially now, he was wanted by the Wavering Light Holy Land. If his identity was exposed, he would probably attract the pursuit of most of the warriors. He even had the heavenly secret divine eyes. If this was exposed, no one would let him go. The Yi clan would most likely not be spared and would make a move against him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not join the Yi family. At the very least, he wouldn't stay with these almighties because their methods were too terrifying. Who knew when they would discover his secret? However, Lin Xian had come to form an alliance. Therefore, he said, "Although I can't join your Yi clan, we can form an alliance. We can help each other. When we are in trouble, we can help each other. How about it?" "All right." Leaf Doudenier smiled. Although he couldn't let Lin Xian join them, they could form an alliance. It wasn't a bad choice. Although the Yi clan was powerful, it wasn't that they didn't have enemies. In the past few days, they had suffered several inexplicable attacks. They could form an alliance. They would do their best to form an alliance. They naturally wouldn't miss out on a young genius like Lin Xian. Moreover, Leaf Doudenier also wanted to make friends with Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian left and returned to a safe place. He flipped his hand and took out a 5-colored crystal. This 5-colored crystal was formed by the energy of the 5-colored divine stone. For convenience, Lin Xian had turned the energy of the 5-colored divine stone into small crystals so that he could absorb it when he was free. This was convenient and could quickly provide him with energy. Over the next few days, Lin Xian searched for other sources of energy while absorbing these crystals. However, no one knew that in the depths of the primeval forest, in a dark swamp, a tall young man crawled out of the muddy swamp. He looked at his body in shock, feeling the abundant energy in his body. "Don't worry, your injuries are completely healed. Not only that, your cultivation has reached its peak." In front of the tall young man stood a blurry figure surrounded by black energy. It was impossible to see what was real or fake. "Thank you for saving my life." The tall young man knelt on the ground and said, "Master, from now on, I will follow you and be loyal to you until death." "Very good." The mysterious figure smiled. "I know that your enemy is Lin Xian, and I know that you want to kill him very much. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, become my subordinate, and work for me, I will let you kill him with your own hands." "Really?" The tall young man was shocked and suddenly raised his head. If anyone was here and saw this face, they would definitely scream. Because this tall young man was none other than the dead Ouyang Feng. However, for some reason, he was now alive. The mysterious figure in front of him laughed. Of course, it was true. Then, he waved his hand and a silver-white palm pressed on Ouyang Feng's forehead. Buzz, suddenly, a silver mark appeared on Ouyang Feng's forehead. It was the size of a coin and was engraved with strange runes. The silver mark flickered and soon disappeared. "I have planted a special energy in your body. You can try it now." Hearing this, Ouyang Feng no longer hesitated. He stood up from the ground and then activated the energy in his body to trigger the silver mark between his eyebrows. Buzz, the silver mark appeared and shone brightly. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared on it and crawled all over Ouyang Feng's body. A terrifying and powerful energy was emitted from the silver mark. So powerful. Ouyang Feng was shocked. Then, he waved his fists and 4 immemorial demonic elephants circled around him. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Just a few days ago, he could only use 3 immemorial demonic elephants. However, now that he had come back from the dead, he could use 4 immemorial demonic elephants. This meant that his strength had improved tremendously. "Thank you, Master." Ouyang Feng knew that everything he had now, including his life, was given to him by the mysterious man in front of him. Therefore, he swore to be loyal to him forever. The mysterious man nodded and then said, "Get up. I will give you some more men. Together, you can capture that kid." The mysterious man waved his hand and suddenly, 5 more figures appeared around him. If Lin Xian were here and saw this scene, he would definitely turn pale with fright. The mysterious man waved his hand, and 5 figures appeared around him. If Lin Xian were here and saw this scene, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Because these 5 figures were Guo Chuanfei, Li Wei, and the others. These people were all killed by him before, but he didn't expect that they would all be resurrected now. Not only that, but their auras had become even more powerful. "Go, I'll wait for your good news." The mysterious man waved his hand, and Ouyang Feng and the other 5 disappeared. These people did not attack immediately. Instead, they formed a dark organization. They did not want to be surrounded and killed by others, so they decided to use the rules of the primeval forest to get rid of Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow White Monkey attacked again. Their targets were the powerful demon kings. Of course, they were not targeting the demon kings themselves, but the spiritual herbs, crystals, and eggs they were guarding. With the Snow White Monkey's treasure bowl, Lin Xian and the others' speed, and the formation, they were able to succeed repeatedly. However, this also angered many demon kings. Immediately, the nearby forest went berserk again. The warriors who did not know the truth all felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They ran away like crazy. These few days, no one dared to wander around the forest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a rich harvest. He did not absorb the energy he obtained immediately. Instead, he first gave it to the 5-colored immortal stone. Then, he absorbed the 5-colored energy from the 5-colored immortal stone. Although this kind of conversion was a little troublesome, the 5-colored energy was purer and more abundant. Lin Xian's strength was also rapidly increasing. Now, he was almost a mid-4-star king. This kind of improvement was very fast. One had to know that in the outside world, even the geniuses of the peerless sacred grounds and ancient families would need several years to increase their strength. Ordinary warriors might not be able to increase their strength even after decades or centuries. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had made such a breakthrough in just over 10 days. One had to admit that this speed was too frightening. Not only that, but these days, he had been digesting and studying the battles. He was now constantly unearthing the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Previously, she had been using the sharpness of the great dragon sword spirit. That was why he had such a strong combat strength. However, looking at it now, that incomparably terrifying evolution ability was even more shocking. For example, Lin Xian did not know any of the 5 elements sex ultimate techniques, nor did he know any of the 4 symbols sacred grounds ultimate techniques. However, with the help of the great dragon sword soul, he could use both the 5 elements fists and the immemorial golem fist. Furthermore, its power was even more terrifying than his opponent's fist technique. Not only could he imitate other people's martial arts, but he could also imitate a king's domain. If this kind of attack was used, it would definitely be extremely shocking. On this particular day, he wasn't working on his cultivation, because he had received a message from Leaf Doudenier. Therefore, Lin Xian set aside his cultivation and headed in Leaf Doudenier's direction. It didn't take long for him to see Leaf Doudenier again. "Brother Dragon, you're in bad shape," Leaf Doudenier said grimly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that Xianxia and Lu Mingyue have joined forces to attack me? He wasn't surprised at all, because the two sides would have to fight sooner or later. However, to his surprise, Leaf Doudenier shook his head. "It's not Xianxia and Lu Mingyue. It's another faction." "Another faction? Who is it?" Lin Xian frowned. "It's a newly formed mysterious faction called the Dark Organization. For the past few days, the Dark Organization has been searching for your whereabouts." "Dark Organization?" Lin Xian frowned. He had never heard of this name. Therefore, he asked, "Who are they?" "I don't know. They're very mysterious. They all wear large black robes that cover their faces. There's even a black fog surrounding their bodies. However, their attacks are very swift and fierce. There was once an organization with a dozen people that clashed with them. In the end, the 6 of them defeated the small organization." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the opponents few in number, but they were also very powerful. More importantly, they hid their identities. Who would attack him? He couldn't figure it out. But then, he snorted coldly. "Since they want to fight, then let's fight." "Brother Long, do you want to fight them?" Leaf Doudenier asked. His expression was solemn. "The opponent's strength can't be underestimated. In this battle, I'm afraid the 6 of them will attack together. It's too much for you to fight the 6 of them alone. Moreover, they seem to have come prepared." "It's fine. It's only 6 people. I'm confident." Lin Xian nodded solemnly, his eyes shining brightly. He had his own plans. If he defeated the Dark Organization in public, his reputation would expand once again. When that time came, other organizations would think twice before making a move on him. In that case, his troubles would be reduced by a lot. Soon, the news of Lin Xian challenging the Dark Organization spread. Suddenly, all the warriors in the entire primeval forest were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to agree. For a moment, everyone was discussing. Is this guy out of his mind? How dare he agree to such a thing? Yeah, that's 6 people. And they're extremely powerful. They've even defeated a large organization. Such a force is absolutely terrifying. Someone actually dares to challenge them alone. He's courting death. Just you wait. That kid is dead meat. This time almost no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Because this was not a one-on-one battle, but a battle with an organization. Under such circumstances, it would be too disadvantageous for him to fight alone. Zhao Tianxia, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others sneered when they heard the news. "Looks like I don't have to do anything. Someone else will take care of him." Xianxia snorted coldly. Then, he moved and led his people to watch. On the other side, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others also set off. They weren't the only ones. Most of the warriors set off as well. They wouldn't miss such a shocking battle. In the forest, Ouyang Feng, Li Wei, and the others revealed sinister smiles when they heard the news. They were all people who had died once. This time, they were resurrected to kill Lin Xian. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian might refuse. If that happened, they might be in a lot of trouble. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to agree. What an arrogant guy. He's courting death. How dare he attack the six of us? He's dead meat this time. I'll definitely take revenge for this. I must kill him to avenge the death of my friend. Cold shouts sounded. These people were filled with murderous intent. They were extremely cold and swore to kill Lin Xian. Cold shouts rang out one after another. These people were brimming with killing intent. They were incomparably cold as they swore to kill Lin Xian. They put on black robes and masks. Ouyang Feng's body swayed and shrunk until he reached the size of a normal person. He had no choice. If he walked out in his original form, he would definitely be recognized. That was because other than him, no one else was more than 3 meters tall. He did not want others to know that he was resurrected. That would ruin his master's plan. In a forest, more and more martial artists rushed over. They were discussing the upcoming battle. Not long after, a figure rushed over from afar. He was tall, handsome, and calm. It was Lin Xian. That's the kid? He's too arrogant. Humph. He's very ordinary. I don't see anything powerful about him. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? He's quite handsome. There were also women who were infatuated. However, more people sneered. What's the use of being handsome? He'll be finished soon. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? I'm afraid he's dead meat today. That's right. I heard that the Dark Coalition is very terrifying. Every one of them is a powerful machine. If the 6 of them attacked together, no one would be able to resist them. A series of discussions broke out as everyone's gaze landed on Lin Xian. At that moment, the void in the distance rippled. 6 black figures rushed over. They were 6 mysterious people in black robes and masks. Their bodies were surrounded by black gas. It was impossible to see them clearly. Even soul power could not detect them. Whoosh, they landed on the ground. Each of them emitted a shocking murderous aura that pierced through the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and quickly retreated. What a terrifying murderous aura. It seems that they're determined to attack this time. Many people felt their scalps tingle when they sensed the aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the 6 people in front of him. At the same time, he was puzzled. The murderous aura on them was too strong. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. However, he did not know the 6 of them at all. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. After defeating them and taking off their masks, he would know who they were. It was useless to guess now. In front of him, 6 black-robed men stood there. Their murderous aura soared to the sky, as if they were gods of death. Especially the one at the front. His murderous aura was like a giant dragon that soared into the sky. He stared at Lin Xian in front of him and said coldly, "Boy, are you going to die kneeling, or are you going to surrender obediently? But no matter what method it is, I will make you wish you were dead." His voice was very low, like that of a demon. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. It seemed that the other party's resentment towards him was not small. However, he wasn't someone who would just sit and wait for death. Thus, he snorted coldly, "Cut the crap. The 6 of you can come at me together." What? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Was he really going to challenge an entire organization by himself? This was crazy. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. As for the 6 black-cloaked men at the front, they sneered. "Brat, you're too arrogant. However, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish." The 6 of them were like demons, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Wait. This place isn't suitable for battle. I'm going to challenge the 6 of you alone. Give me some space. Otherwise, aren't you being too much of a bully? Space? What space do you want? Don't tell me you want to use the entire forest as a battlefield? The black-cloaked men's voices were cold because they had all fought Lin Xian before and knew that Lin Xian's speed was incomparably terrifying. If they were allowed to stretch out the battle line, they were afraid that they would be defeated one by one. In that case, their advantage of working together would be gone. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. I don't need the entire forest. Just give me a valley. A valley? The surrounding warriors were stunned. The 6 black-cloaked men were also stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to choose a valley. The 6 of them discussed for a while, then revealed sinister smiles again. If they were to start fighting now, the other party would very likely escape. However, choosing a valley was a different story. That valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and only had one exit. As long as they blocked the exit, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. That way, they would be able to catch a turtle in a jar. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. We'll do as you say. Choose a valley. Kid, choose a grave for yourself. Ha 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 ha. They sneered, not putting Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Xianxia, Lu Mingyue, and the others also shook their heads in disdain. In their opinion, no matter what Lin Xian chose, there was no chance of victory. On the other side, Yi Wudao had also arrived, accompanied by 2 old men. When they saw Lin Xian's actions, they immediately said coldly, "This kid is too arrogant. He actually wants to fight against 6 experts by himself?" The 2 old men shook their heads. Yi Wudao's expression was grave, but he still spoke. Don't underestimate Brother Long. I feel that he's very strong. He's not weaker than me. How is that possible? Young master, one of the old men didn't believe him. But just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by the other. In front of them, Lin Xian moved, looking around. Finally, he chose a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and was relatively spacious, suitable for battle. Okay, this will be it. Lin Xian said. This is the grave you chose for yourself? It's really not that great? Kid, from now on, this will be your eternal resting place. The black-robed men sneered. As for the other spectators, they came to the surrounding mountains and silently watched the battle. They stood on top of the mountain and looked down. They could clearly see the entire battle. Soon, the battle in the valley began. The 6 black-robed men roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Even the spectators felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with fear. Because the auras of these 6 people were too powerful. In the next moment, the 6 black-robed men joined forces to seal off the only exit. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a fierce light appeared on his body. It made him look like a god of war, powerful to the extreme. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, he didn't try to escape. He didn't even try to take a detour. Instead, he directly rushed over. What? He actually rushed over. What is this kid thinking? Isn't he courting death by directly confronting 6 people? It seems that he knows he's going to die, so he's giving up? Doubtful voices sounded. Clearly, these people couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions. Looks like he knows that he's going to die, so he's given up on himself? Doubtful voices were heard. Obviously, these people could not understand Lin Xian's behavior. In their opinion, the best way to face the 6 black-robed men was to wander around the valley and defeat them one by one to avoid being surrounded by them. That way, even if he could not win, he could at least stall for some time. However, Lin Xian's approach was completely out of everyone's expectations. He did not beat around the bush at all and directly faced them head-on. People who did that were either fools or idiots, or they had ungodly strength. Did Lin Xian really have ungodly strength? No one knew. The 6 black-robed men on the other side were stunned when they saw that, but then they shouted coldly. How dare he look down on them and fight the 6 of them head-on? That was intolerable. Therefore, the next one of them roared angrily and charged forward like crazy demonic beasts. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and in the next moment, it was less than 10 meters. However, at that moment, Lin Xian made his move. He waved his arm and a sharp sword light instantly surged out. That sword light was too terrifying. It contained the aura of a dragon and appeared in the air like lightning. In an instant, it slashed one of the black-robed men. Boom! After that attack, a terrifying crack appeared on the black-robed man's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's body was sent flying backward and crashed onto the ground. What? He got him in one hit. When the crowd saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. They could not believe that Lin Xian was the first to succeed and gain the upper hand. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Xian was alone, and he was facing 6 black-robed men, each of whom was extremely powerful. However, even so, Lin Xian still gained the upper hand in the battle. It was hard to believe. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Even the 6 black-robed men were shocked. They could not accept that fact at all. His strength has actually increased again. The leader of the black-robed men had a ferocious look on his face and his eyes were as red as a wild beast's. He could not believe that the other party's strength had improved so much in such a short period of time. This was simply too heaven-defying. Go! Kill him! With a roar, they once again charged towards Lin Xian. Terrifying attacks surged towards him like waves. The void trembled, unable to withstand it at all. It was immediately torn apart. In the next moment, a violent power surged towards Lin Xian, surrounding him in an instant. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword, sweeping forward. Immediately, a huge crack appeared on the berserk energy. Then, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and rushed out. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of these black-robed men and punched out with both fists. His left hand was the fist of metal, and his right hand was the fist of fire. Both of his fists punched forward. On the left, golden light shone. The golden light seemed to have transformed into a golden sword. It was incomparably sharp and quickly pierced through the void. On the right, pitch-black flames surged out. The terrifying heat caused the entire void to distort. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, 2 black-robed men were sent flying as if they had been struck by lightning. He's done it again. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Because Lin Xian was simply too powerful. In a total of 4 moves, he had injured 3 people. It could be said that they had never seen such a method before. The remaining 3 black-robed men were also horrified. They could not believe it at all. How could this be? How did he become so powerful? At this moment, on the distant mountain peak, Lu Mingyue, Xianxia, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Because this scene was completely different from what they had imagined. It could be said that the strength that Lin Xian displayed now was a world of difference compared to before. Damn it, what kind of treasure does this kid have? How could it be so heaven-defying? His strength has increased so quickly. Even the 2 old men standing next to Leaf Dao Denier were completely shocked. How did this kid do it? How can his combat strength be so strong? Could it be that he can really be compared to the young master? The 2 of them were extremely shocked. Yi Wudao, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Lin Xian. Kill! The remaining 3 black-robed men roared crazily. The 3 of them had the strongest auras. At this moment, they were like gods and demons as they attacked crazily. Terrifying energy exploded. In an instant, the void in front of them exploded, and an incomparably terrifying black hole appeared. Whoosh! However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the energy attack by a hair's breadth. He then swung his fists and swept all 3 of them. A terrifying battle erupted. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 3, but he was still not at a disadvantage. This made everyone more and more shocked. Humph! Suddenly, Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his fist technique again. A primordial aura surged from his body. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, 2 long roars were heard. It was as if 2 huge beasts had awakened. Then, two immemorial demonic elephants rushed out from his fists and stood in the void. Their huge bodies carried endless energy. Their cold eyes were emotionless. The two immemorial demonic elephants seemed to have crossed time and space from hell. What? Immemorial demonic elephant fist. How does this kid know the four symbols sacred grounds fist technique? At this moment, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The three black-robed men were extremely shocked. Especially the one in front. His body was trembling as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible, this is impossible. How does he know the immemorial demonic elephant fist? This was the four symbols sacred grounds ultimate technique. How could an itinerant cultivator like him know such a fist technique? Under the mask, Ouyang Feng could not accept it. One had to know that such an ultimate technique could not be taught to outsiders. Even in the four symbols sacred ground, only the genius disciples could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian was obviously not from the four symbols sacred ground. Yet, he could use the immemorial demonic elephant fist. It was unbelievable, but now, there was no time for them to think about it. Because the two immemorial demonic elephants were already rushing towards them. Boom! Boom, boom! The void was trampled mercilessly. Countless black cracks appeared and spread in all directions. The two immemorial demonic elephants were like two mountains that pressed down on the three black-robed men. Get lost. Finally, the black-robed man in front could not hold it in anymore. He also waved his fists, and a terrifying aura spread out. Not only that, but two huge phantoms also appeared on his fists. Immemorial demonic elephants, boom. Boom, boom. The four immemorial demonic elephants collided in the air and fought non-stop. A terrifying aura tore through the sky. In the end, the four immemorial demonic elephants disappeared into the void at the same time. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. They did not expect the black-robed man to know the immemorial demonic elephant fist. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. They did not expect the black-robed man to also know the immemorial golem fist. What was going on, they did not understand at all. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted abruptly, his face full of shock. To be honest, he did not expect the other party to use the immemorial golem fist. This was too unexpected. One had to know that the reason he could use the immemorial golem fist was because of the great dragon sword soul. Apart from him, he had only seen Ouyang Feng use this fist technique. But now, the black-robed man in front of him actually knew this fist technique as well. It was too shocking. Could it be that the other party was a four symbols Holy Land martial artist? For a moment, many people looked toward a mountain peak. Because there were several four symbols Holy Land martial artists standing there. However, those people quickly shook their heads because they did not know who the other party was. This was too shocking. There were actually two outsiders who could use their four symbols Holy Land's ultimate technique. This matter was definitely not simple. They had to investigate to the end. I did not expect you to be from the four symbols Holy Land. Are you here to avenge Ouyang Feng? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Humph, you don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that today is the day you die. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Then, he waved his fist again and quickly charged forward. Since he had already used the immemorial golem fist, he would no longer hold back. For a moment, four terrifying immemorial golem elephants appeared around him and charged forward together. What? Four immemorial golem elephants? How is this possible? Everyone was in an uproar again because they did not expect the black-robed man to be so powerful. One had to know that Ouyang Feng, as an outstanding disciple of the four symbols Holy Land, could only use three immemorial golem elephants. And now, the black-robed man was even more terrifying than Ouyang Feng. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the four symbols Holy Land? Could he be a four symbols Holy Land saint? For a moment, everyone was shocked and asked the other four symbols Holy Land martial artists. The surrounding four symbols Holy Land martial artists were also very puzzled. They frowned deeply. They did not know who the black-robed man in front of them was. The four immemorial demonic elephants filled the void as they charged forward with terrifying energy. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. He did not expect his opponent's ancient demonic elephant fist to be so powerful that it could summon 4 ancient demonic elephants. This was even more impressive than Ouyang Feng. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Brandishing both of his fists, the fist of water gushed out rapidly. Instantly, boundless seawater surged, covering the entire space. Crash, the seawater rushed towards the 4 immemorial demonic elephants and surrounded them in an instant. Not only that, but a huge whirlpool of ocean waves formed near each immemorial demonic elephant, forming a powerful force that firmly locked the immemorial demonic elephants, making them unable to move. This scene was truly too terrifying. No one had expected that Lin Xian would still be able to contend against the mysterious black-robed man's 4 immemorial demonic elephants. The face of the black-clothed man at the front also darkened. The fact that his opponent was able to contend with his 4 immemorial demonic elephants surprised him greatly. However, his strength was not limited to this. In the next moment, he brandished his fists again. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants roared into the sky, and violent power gushed out from those immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! 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 The boundless whirlpool of ocean waves was directly stomped into a terrifying black hole. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants escaped the shackles of the cage and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the other black-robed men also made their move. 2 of them were not injured, and the other 3 were injured. At this moment, they had recovered some of their injuries under the effect of the elixir. They would join forces again to attack. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and the dragon sword realm rushed out immediately, and then transformed into the water realm. Boundless waves swept in all directions. The waves were very terrifying, containing the aura of the great dragon sword spirit, resisting the 6 masters. Humph! However, one of the black-robed men sneered, then waved his fists, and also punched out seawater all over the sky. The fist of water, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that one of the black-robed men would also know the 5-element fist, and even use it. To be honest, even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would also know the 5-element fist. This was really unexpected. 5-element fist against 5-element fist. The boundless ocean surged, and the 2 forces collided in the air. Every time they collided, a thunderous sound would be heard. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party would also have people from the 5-element sect. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, everyone screamed again. That was because the other black-robed man used the primal chaos energy and rapidly shot it out. That primal chaos energy was incomparably terrifying, and it could even kill a 6-star king. Primal chaos energy. It's a martial artist from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone cried out in alarm. Even Lu Mingyue furrowed her brows. After all, she was an outstanding disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She did not expect that one of the black-robed men would be her fellow disciple. Moreover, from the primal chaos energy, the other party was clearly an expert. However, who was the other party? Lu Mingyue did not know. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. For a moment, he was surrounded by 6 experts. His situation was extremely dangerous. I seal! Lin Xian roared. The boundless ocean waves in the surroundings surged and instantly froze, forming clouds of icy mist that froze the entire space. Ka. In an instant, the attacks that filled the sky and the terrifying scene, as well as the 6 black-robed men, were all frozen in the icy mist. The surrounding ocean also instantly froze. This method could be said to be heaven-shaking. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he rapidly retreated from the encirclement of the 6 black-robed men. In the next moment, the 6 black-robed men roared, and a terrifying radiance erupted from their bodies, shattering the icy mist. They once again charged at Lin Xian. The 6 black-robed men were very powerful. However, what shocked Lin Xian even more was that the 6 black-robed men actually included people from the 4 Symbols Holy Lands, the All Beginnings Holy Land, and the 5-element sect. These people were all his enemies. He did not expect that they would actually attack him together. However, since this was the case, he would not show mercy. In the next moment, he roared and pulled out the 9 underworld demonic sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky. The seawater that filled the sky also instantly turned into an incomparably terrifying sword chi. It swept out in all directions. Dang dang dang, an earth-shaking collision sounded. The 6 black-robed men were actually forced back by the sword chi. What? So powerful. What kind of sword chi is this? It can actually repel 6 experts. How did this guy do it? Everyone was shocked, and they did not dare to believe it. The 6 black-robed men were also shocked. They were afraid that the other party's sword chi was too terrifying. It made them feel as if they were on the verge of death. Kill. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, and his entire body was surging with killing intent. In the next moment, a huge black sword chi ruthlessly blasted downward like a mountain. Boom, one of the black-robed men was hit and his black robe was instantly torn apart. Poof, in the next moment, he revealed his true face. The mask on his face and the surrounding black fog were all slashed apart. What? It's you. Lin Xian was shocked and could not believe what he was seeing. He actually knew the black-robed man. It was Wang Yu. However, he had already killed him. How could he still be alive? Moreover, he was much stronger than before. What was going on? Lin Xian could not understand. In addition, the people from the 5 Elements sect were also shocked because they also recognized Wang Yu. However, they did not know why Wang Yu was dressed like that and why he had become so powerful. Damn it! Wang Yu looked ferocious and murderous. His eyes were full of viciousness. Wang Yu was still alive. How could this be? If that was the case, then were the other black-robed men also dead and resurrected? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that the other party might not be any other cultivator, but one of the people he had killed before. In order to verify this idea, he stared at the black-robed man at the front. The other party used the ancient demonic elephant fist. He wanted to see if the other party was Ouyang Feng. Therefore, in the next moment, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. With the demon sword in his hand, he turned into a shocking sword light and rushed forward. You're courting death. The black-robed man at the front saw Lin Xian and immediately roared. He waved his fist, and the 4 immemorial demonic statues quickly circled around, forming a powerful hurricane that violently blasted out. Whoosh, whoosh, the void was instantly torn apart. The powerful wind blade was extremely sharp and could destroy everything. However, Lin Xian only shook his long sword and pierced a black hole in the wind blade. He also rushed out in an instant. However, he was soon stopped by an ancient demonic elephant. Humph! You want to get close to me? You have no chance. The black-robed man at the front sneered. He naturally would not let Lin Xian get close and would not expose his identity. An immemorial demonic elephant stood in front of Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a giant wall that no one could cross. On the other hand, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand. His entire being was extremely sharp as he faced this colossus alone. This scene was too terrifying, making one's scalp tingle. Although the immemorial demonic mammoths were only condensed from power, they felt like real ancient demonic beasts. They emitted a terrifying aura that made it hard for people to breathe. Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, his aura was even more terrifying than that of the immemorial demonic elephants. Wang, in the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. He waved the 9 Serenities devil sword and quickly stabbed out. The terrifying sword light rushed out like a rain of light, emitting a trembling sound. Sword chi thunder. The terrifying sword light soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Then, endless lightning accompanied by terrifying sword radiance fell from the sky rapidly. Rumble, the void trembled, and terrifying lightning filled the sky, completely drowning the immemorial demonic elephant. What a terrifying sword light and lightning! This young man was indeed amazing. On the surrounding mountain peaks, even the older generation figures and sect elders kept nodding their heads. The young disciples looked even more solemn. Because the power that Lin Xian displayed made them tremble. Boom, the sky was filled with sword light and lightning, instantly piercing through an immemorial demonic elephant. Lin Xian was like a demon, walking quickly toward the black-robed men. How could this be? How could his sword technique be so powerful? The black-robed men's eyelids twitched wildly because they realized that the other party's combat strength was too amazing. His cultivation was obviously inferior to theirs, but his combat strength made them feel a sense of despair. Damn it! Attack! The black-robed man at the front roared again, and the three immemorial demonic elephants beside him roared out. It's useless. I must take off your mask today. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his long sword, and the dragon sword realm around him quickly provided energy. Boom! Boom! 3 huge sword auras directly blasted the 3 immemorial demonic elephants away. For a moment, nothing could stop Lin Xian's footsteps. How could this be? The 6 black-robed men opposite him felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. Facing the young man in front of them, they had a feeling of wanting to escape. I don't believe it. At this time, the black-robed man at the front roared, turned into a demon, and quickly rushed over. On his body, a huge light appeared in an instant, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. Buzz, the demonic sword flew across the sky, directly splitting the terrifying light. Not only that, the black-robed man's mask, black robe, and black mist were all split open. No. The black-robed man retreated, covering his face with his hand, looking very ferocious. It's really you. Lin Xian did not attack again, but his expression was incomparably cold. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned, and each of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Because they had already seen the black-robed man's face. However, they could not accept this. Ouyang Feng. How could it be him? This is impossible. Among them, Yan Qing's face was full of shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Indeed, she had seen a ghost. One had to know that Ouyang Feng was killed in public, and everyone knew that. But now, he had come back to life. Not only that, but his strength had also increased greatly, which was too unbelievable. What was going on? At this moment, not only Yan Qing, but even Lu Mingyue and Zhao Tianxia were also extremely shocked. The other martial artists' minds were blank. A dead person coming back to life, this did not make sense at all. They had never heard of such a thing. Everyone was stunned, but at the same time, they also knew why the other party would use the immemorial demonic elephant fist. Because the other party was originally a martial artist from the 4 symbols sacred grounds. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. It's you, you're not dead. That's right, it's me. Since he had been recognized, Ouyang Feng did not hide anymore. His entire body bloomed with light, and his figure suddenly rose to 3 meters, returning to his original appearance. However, you're wrong about one thing. It's not that I didn't die, I came back to life. This time, I've come from hell for revenge. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. Ouyang Feng's expression was cold, and his eyes were like lightning, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Behind him, the other 5 black-robed men also tore off their black robes and took off the masks on their faces. Seeing those people, Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. Because those people were none other than Wu Chuanfei, Li Wei, Wang Yu, and the others who had been killed by him. It seemed that not only Ouyang Feng had come back to life, but the others had as well. However, how did the other party do it? What kind of method was this? Lin Xian was extremely shocked, and even He Tu and the Crimson Dragon hidden in the Black Earth were stunned, unable to believe it. What kind of technique was that? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Even He Tu and the Crimson Dragon, who were hiding in the Black Earth, were stunned. They could not believe it. Kid, be careful. They're too strange. The 2 of them transmitted their voices. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, and the aura on his body became even sharper. I don't know how you came back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You're courting death. Shameless boasting. You're definitely not the 6 of us. Ouyang Feng and the others shouted coldly, their expressions ferocious. In the next moment, they pounced crazily. This time, they no longer had any scruples. They attacked with all their might, using their respective ultimate techniques. Immemorial demonic elephant fist. Ouyang Feng shouted. He was like a demon, and the terrifying immemorial demonic elephant rampaged. 5 Elements Fist. Li Wei used the 5 Elements Fist. The 5-colored light kept flickering, terrifying and strange. Chaotic light. Guo Chuanfei shot out beams of terrifying light that tore through the void and quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. The others also used their ultimate techniques, and terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian. Good timing. Lin Xian laughed. I haven't used my full strength in a long time. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Lin Xian's body emitted a bright light, and the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped the entire valley. Kill! He roared and waved his long sword. Suddenly, a black sword light descended from the sky like the Styx River. Poof, the terrifying energy directly split a ball of energy, causing it to dissipate into spiritual energy. On the other side, Lin Xian clapped his hands, and the 10,000 beast ding appeared above him. A terrifying black light swept out like a tide. It was deafening, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping in the sky. Boom boom boom, the 5 Elements Fist was broken. Layers of dragon shadows. Lin Xian held the sword in his right hand and punched out with his left. Countless black fist shadows intertwined in the air, forming numerous black dragons that blotted out the sky. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants collided with each other at high speed as the terrifying dragon soared through the sky. Pung pung pung, in an instant, the 6 figures were blasted back again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a demon god. He stood in place, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. This is your power? You're just SOSO. Domineering. Too domineering, only a few people were capable of repelling 6 experts by himself. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, domineering to the extreme. Damn it, why is he so strong? The faces of Ouyang Feng and the other 5 turned ugly. Originally, they had thought that the 6 of them would be able to easily kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that in just over 10 days, the other party's cultivation and strength would undergo another earth-shattering change. That kind of breakthrough was even more powerful than theirs. Even now, the 6 of them couldn't take him down even if they worked together. However, the 6 of them wouldn't give up just like that. This time, they came to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, the 6 of them still had their biggest trump cards that they hadn't used yet. In the next moment, Ouyang Feng snorted coldly. Kid, don't be too arrogant, although you're very strong and beyond our expectations, do you think you can avoid being killed like this? You're too naive. No matter what means you have, today is the day you die. Li Wei sneered. What? What other means do you have? Bring them all out. I'll let you know that all means are futile in front of me. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Ouyang Feng snorted coldly. Then, the 6 of them looked at each other and nodded heavily. The 6 of them snorted coldly. Light erupted from their bodies, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged. Then, a silver mark appeared between their eyebrows. The light shone, and it was extremely strange. Silver runes quickly crawled out from the mark and covered the 6 of them in an instant. In the next moment, the 6 of them shone with silver light, and their aura suddenly skyrocketed. The terrifying energy formed a huge storm that enveloped the entire valley. Even the surrounding martial artists who were spectating the battle felt their bodies hurt from the force of the energy storm. What? They're still hiding their strength. What's going on? This aura is too terrifying. What's that silver rune mark? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. If 1 or 2 of them had hidden their strength, they could still believe it. However, the 6 of them had hidden their strength together, and they had hidden a lot of it. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. There must be a secret on the 6 of them. Furthermore, that silver rune imprint was truly too strange, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect the 6 of them to be able to increase their strength by so much at the same time. It was too surprising. Silver runes? They must have obtained some kind of mysterious energy. I wonder if it's man-made or something else. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The resurrection of the 6 of them was already too surprising. He didn't expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that they must have had an unknown adventure. Feng and the other 5, their bodies shone with silver light. They felt that they had powerful strength and suddenly laughed. Haha, kid, you're dead this time. I think the 6 of us don't need to attack together. One of us can kill him. After obtaining the energy of the silver rune, the 6 of them became arrogant again. Among them, Li Wei took a step forward. Kid, let me blow your head off with one punch. 5 formed fist, the golden fist turned into a wave and rushed forward quickly. This energy was more than twice as strong as before. Pung, suddenly, the sword light that filled the sky was blasted back by this punch. Even the sword chi dimmed a lot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that the silver rune mark was really mysterious. It could increase a warrior's energy by so much. After Li Wei succeeded in his punch, he also laughed to the sky. That was because he felt that he alone would be able to kill Lin Xian. Kid, did you see that? This is my strength. Die obediently. Li Wei was like a god of war, looking down at Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Li Wei's strength had indeed increased. He could even compete with him. However, he could only contend against him. It was impossible for him to defeat him, because before, he didn't use all of his strength. I don't know what kind of adventure you had, and I don't know what your silver rune mark is. But if you want to defeat me with this little strength, it's undoubtedly a fool's dream. Lin Xian said coldly. A fool's dream? It seems that you're still naive. I'll let you know what regret is. Li Wei sneered. He once again waved his 5-element fist and quickly attacked. Feng and the rest did not make a move because they also felt that Li Wei could defeat Lin Xian after activating the power of the runes. In the sky, Li Wei swung his 5 elemental fists. Seawater surged on one side and flames surged on the other. The two opposite energies collided in the air, forming a terrifying light that quickly shrouded Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. It was like a black lightning bolt. In the next moment, the sword radiance turned into 2 black dragons that intertwined with each other. The terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky and instantly split the energy in the sky. Azure Dragon Break, in the sky, the terrifying sea of flames and the sky was split open by the sword, creating a vacuum. Not only that, a sword radiance rushed into the sky like a black dragon and went straight for Li Wei. What? He's still hiding his strength. Li Wei's pupils constricted when he saw that. He was not a fool and could naturally see that his opponent had become stronger. Thinking of that, his scalp went numb. He waved his 5 elemental fists and quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid the shocking sword. Behind him, Feng and the rest were also shocked. 1 or 2 of them even made a move. They had just gained the upper hand and could not be suppressed by Lin Xian again. However, the sword was too fast. It was like a flash of lightning and instantly pierced Li Wei's body. Poof, Li Wei was directly penetrated by the sword chi and nailed to the ground. The sword chi hummed and turned into a black dragon that enveloped Li Wei and destroyed his vitality. What? He was killed. Seeing that, everyone widened their eyes. Feng and the rest were in disbelief. Li Wei was killed. What a joke, they could not believe it at all. Li Wei's strength was in the top 3 among them. At that moment, he had activated the power of the silver runes and was extremely terrifying. In fact, there were very few people among the younger generation in this primitive forest who could compete with Li Wei. Even so, he was still killed by Lin Xian's sword. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and kill him. There could not be any more accidents, Feng roared angrily. He had a bad feeling, so he ordered the other 4 to attack with all their might. In the next moment, they moved. Silver light flickered on each of their bodies. Like 5 silver flashes, they quickly pounced forward. 6 God Sword Art. Lin Xian also shouted. With a wave of his arm, 4 sword god phantoms appeared in his dragon sword spirit domain. Every one of them was extremely sharp and terrifying, as if they were real gods of death. Kill. In the next moment, Lin Xian led the 4 sword phantoms and quickly charged forward. Pung pung pung, not only that, but Lin Xian's dragon sword domain also emitted a series of dragon roars. A great battle erupted, and it was abnormally intense. However, it didn't take long for those black-clothed men to be pierced by the sword shadows and nailed to the ground. The only one who was still alive was Ouyang Feng. However, at this moment, his face was also filled with madness. He simply could not accept this reality. How could this be? How could the other party be so strong? He had single-handedly killed 5 of his comrades. One had to know that his comrades all had the silver mark given to them by their master. That energy was enough to make them laugh at their peers. Now, the 6 of them joined forces and still couldn't defeat the other party. Damn it, even if all those people are killed, I can still kill you alone. Ouyang Feng roared angrily, and the silver light on his body shone even more brightly. The silver mark between his eyebrows flickered with an incomparable light. His body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian on the other side also frowned. It had to be said that this Ouyang Feng was stronger than the other 5. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to kill the other party today. Therefore, in the next moment, he waved the demonic sword in his hand and slashed out streaks of shocking sword chi. Boom, the demonic sword streaked across the sky like a black river, surging over. With a sharp aura, it directly cut open the sky. However, at this moment, the aura emitted from Ouyang Feng's body became even stronger. On his body, the silver light was like lightning, and even the scales of a demonic beast flickered. His body, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, quickly became 7 to 8 meters tall. His limbs were thick, like a human-shaped demonic beast. Whoosh, Ouyang Feng's body swayed slightly, and like a silver lightning, he instantly dodged the terrifying sword chi. On his body, the silver light was like a silver flame, burning fiercely, causing his strength to increase by several times. It had to be said that this silver mark was too mysterious. It could actually increase a martial artist's strength by so much. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. In particular, the martial artists from the 4 symbol sacred grounds were even more shocked. This was because the current Ouyang Feng, other than not having the primordial demon elephant's nose, was like an primordial demon elephant. His 4 huge feet could crush mountains and rivers, and his eyes were red like a wild beast. His body was covered with silver scales, and he was completely a standing primordial demon elephant. Kid, the origin of this silver mark is extraordinary. It's definitely not something you can imagine. And my current strength is also not something you can imagine. Therefore, in this battle, you will definitely be killed by me. Say these words after you succeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand again. The sword chi filled the sky and was incomparably sharp, directly slashing down on Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng roared angrily. Like a wild beast, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist to meet the attack. At this moment, his fist was like a silver mountain, extremely dazzling. Clang, the silver fist and the black demonic sword collided, causing an earth-shattering collision. The explosion turned into an energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. Ouyang Feng's strength had indeed increased and was almost on par with his. Moreover, Ouyang Feng's body was so strong that it could contend with his demonic sword. It was indeed shocking. Haha, kid, don't struggle anymore. My current strength is already increasing. It won't be long before I tear you to pieces. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's just an external force. After all, it doesn't belong to you. You can't unleash its full power. Today, I'll let you know what true heaven-defying combat strength is. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of black lightning and quickly rushed forward. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand turned into a black dragon that kept roaring. The sword chi was too terrifying. It could devour the sky and split the earth, as if nothing in the world could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ouyang Feng. The terrifying black sword chi quickly descended. Clang, clang. Clang, Ouyang Feng roared again and again. He waved his silver palm and quickly resisted. The silver light collided with the sword chi that filled the sky, causing clanging sounds. The silver light collided with the sword light in the sky, producing a clanging sound. The energy was too terrifying. It was like two volcanoes erupting at the same time, blowing up the entire void. The ground sank and the entire valley collapsed. Black holes appeared one after another. Ah! Roar! Ouyang Feng roared crazily. Silver runes shone all over his body and his eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, he seemed to have lost his mind and pounced forward like a mad beast. Humph, it's not my own power. You can't do it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. The sword chi on his body was like a rainbow. The great dragon sword's soul revolved quickly and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Boom! There was another fierce collision, followed by blood splattering everywhere. This time Ouyang Feng could not take it anymore. His silver light was cut open and countless cracks appeared on his palm. Not only that, but his body was also sent flying, causing the ground to crack. Buzz! Lin Xian quickly caught up with him like a shadow. The demonic sword in his hand emitted a black light like a black sun and slashed down. The sword was so powerful that even the eyelids of the elders in the distance twitched. Ouyang Feng's body was also cut in half by the sword. The silver light in the sky disappeared and blood stained the ground. The entire valley was silent. The 6 members of the Dark Coalition were all killed. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and looked like a sword demon. After a moment of silence, the surrounding cultivators let out a series of exclamations. They could not believe that the final winner was Lin Xian. One should know that the 6 members of the Dark Coalition were all very powerful. At that moment, they were all killed by a single person. It could be said that it was a feat that defied the natural order. At that moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for the people that held grudges against Lin Xian, their expressions grew even more gloomy as they frowned. They knew that Lin Xian was definitely a powerful enemy. He would probably be their nightmare in the future. Those who did not have a grudge against Lin Xian and yearned for power were extremely excited. Their eyes were red. They felt their blood boiling and wanted to roar at the sky. It was as if he was fighting alongside Lin Xian. That was because this kind of hot-blooded battle scene had really infected them. There were even many people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. Because of the previous battle, they knew that Lin Xian must have expended a lot of energy and might even have suffered serious internal injuries. Therefore, this was the best opportunity. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After killing Ouyang Feng, he left the valley at lightning speed. The previous battle had indeed consumed a lot of his spiritual energy, so he didn't want to give those people a chance to attack. Humph. Seeing Lin Xian dashing out of the valley, a group of people from the surrounding mountain peaks dashed towards him like a ghost. These people weren't of the younger generation, but rather middle-aged or elders. They were the experts of top powers who were taking action. They wanted to clear the obstacles for their sex genius disciples. Because Lin Xian was undoubtedly a powerful enemy. But soon, they returned with dark faces. That was because Lin Xian was too fast and they couldn't catch up to him. There were also shouts from those who wanted to form an alliance with Lin Xian or invite Lin Xian to join them. But there was no response. Like a ghost, Lin Xian left the valley completely and shuttled through the forest continuously. But soon, he stopped and even frowned. That was because there was a figure in front of him blocking his way. Lu Mingyue. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Lu Mingyue to be the one blocking him. She was able to keep up with his speed and even predict his escape route. He had to admit that she was definitely a terrifying woman. That's right, it was indeed Lu Mingyue standing in front of him. She was like a fairy, but there was a trace of coldness on her beautiful face. Lu Mingyue didn't say anything, but her eyes were shining brightly and streaks of chaotic chi appeared on her body. Buzz, in the next moment, 2 streaks of chaotic light burst out from her eyes. Like sharp swords, they pierced through the void and pierced forward. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Since his opponent dared to compete with his soul power, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. So, in the next moment, his eyes also flickered. 2 streaks of golden light turned into golden swords and collided with his opponent's chaotic light. Bang, the 2 soul powers collided. Then, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. A small crack appeared in the void, and the surrounding forest was cut in half. This kind of attack was too terrifying and dangerous. The slightest carelessness could seriously injure a cultivator. After the collision, the two of them didn't attack again. Lin Xian was astonished. His opponent's soul power was actually so powerful that she could contend against him. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Lu Mingyue was also astonished. She didn't expect Lin Xian's soul power to be so powerful. Furthermore, after such an intense battle, he was still able to contend against her attack. It seemed that he was indeed extraordinary. He was a peerless enemy, so, in the next moment, she said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry. I won't attack you right now. However, you've still killed the cultivators of my All Beginnings Holy Land. It's impossible for you to survive like this. In the next 7 days, my organization and I will attack you. If you can contend against us, then this grudge will be settled. If you can't, then I'll have avenged my fellow disciples." After saying that, Lu Mingyue didn't wait for Lin Xian's reply. She turned into a streak of chaotic light and left the forest. Revenge? All Beginnings Holy Land? Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes flickered. Sure enough, his opponent still wanted to attack him. However, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to see what kind of methods this outstanding disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land had. If she was too weak, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way. Not long after Lu Mingyue left, Lin Xian also quickly moved. He returned to that safe place and started cultivating. He wanted to recover the energy he'd lost and the injuries he'd sustained. He even took out the 5-colored divine stone and started absorbing it. The 5-colored divine stone flickered with incomparably resplendent light. Tens of thousands of multicolored rays of light fell down and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian also operated the immortality secret art and started absorbing the 5-colored divine stone. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart jumped. He discovered that he seemed to have entered the world within his body. The 5-colored divine stone outside had actually followed him in. This was too strange. He hadn't planned to enter this world at all. Yet, he'd arrived in the world within his body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes with difficulty and realized that he was still in the outside world. The scene from before was like a dream. The 5-colored divine stone was still floating in front of him. Was it really an illusion? Lin Xian was puzzled. He stood up and realized that the exhausted energy and injuries on his body had been healed. Lin Xian could not understand. He knew that the world in his body was very magical, and the 5-colored divine stone was even more so. Could it be that the two were related? After studying it for a while, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he did not bother about it anymore. Now that his injuries were healed, he wanted to continue heading into the depths of the forest. Because he wanted to see how vast this forest was. On the other hand, Lu Mingyue went back and began to contact her Bright Moon organization, preparing to hunt down Lin Xian. There were only 7 days. She had to kill him within these few days. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for him to recover completely. Lu Mingyue's plan was very good, but she did not know that Lin Xian had already recovered completely. According to Lu Mingyue's original plan, Lin Xian could not have recovered so quickly. This was because this place was very strange. Warriors could only absorb energy through elixirs and subdivine crystals. It was very difficult to absorb energy from the outside world. Not to mention possessing such a magical item like the 5-colored divine stone. Therefore, it would take at least 3 to 4 days for him to recover completely from such an intense battle. And during this period of time, it was absolutely fatal for a martial artist. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had the art of longevity and could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, he had the 5-colored divine stone. This allowed him to recover completely in less than half a day. Therefore, when Lu Mingyue led her people to Lin Xian's lair, they found that he had already left. Damn it, he ran away. Search, we must catch him. Lu Mingyue snorted and gave the order. On the other hand, Lin Xian did not care about this pursuit at all. Ling Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the little white monkey advanced into the depths of the primeval forest. Along the way, they were very careful, avoiding the powerful monster kings, and kept moving. Finally, they gradually approached the depths of the primeval forest. Looking into the distance, the terrifying aura in the surroundings was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding trees were also getting bigger and more luxuriant. In fact, some of the trees were as big as a mountain. They were so huge that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but Lin Xian still hadn't arrived. However, the environment here was even more spectacular than the outside. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon sped up, preparing to cross the mountain range. They did the same. However, when they crossed the mountain, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned. Because the scene behind the mountain range was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that there was a vast forest behind the mountain range. But reality wasn't like that. In front of him was a vast expanse of white bones. Big and small, grotesquely shaped, they covered the ground. From afar, it looked like a white wave. Their surroundings were also quiet, without the slightest sound. This was because aside from Lin Xian's group of 3, there were no other living creatures here. What was going on? Where did the bones come from? Lin Xian was shocked. What had happened here before? He was too surprised. Previously, in the primeval forest, he had seen many corpses and bones, but the number of corpses there couldn't be compared to here. In front of him was a sea of bones. It was extremely terrifying, and he couldn't see the end of it. This was definitely not caused by an ordinary battle between monsters. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, this should be an ancient battlefield." An ancient battlefield? Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon nodded heavily. Yes, an ancient battlefield. There must have been an earth-shattering battle here. But what kind of battle was it? I don't know. But it might have something to do with the seal of the oblique moon world. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the sea of bones in front of him might hide a huge secret. Although the scene in front of him was terrifying, Lin Xian still decided to take a look. He carefully walked forward. In front of him was a vast expanse of white. Those bones had been asleep for who knew how long, and at this moment, there was still a terrifying murderous aura on them. This aura was very terrifying. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare to approach it. However, Lin Xian was different. The sword chi formed by the great dragon sword soul surrounded his body, completely isolating the terrifying aura. Just like that, Lin Xian walked forward. Buzz, suddenly, the white bone on his left exploded, and a terrifying figure charged towards him. Who is it? Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He suddenly shouted and quickly retreated at the same time. He didn't expect that there would be someone here. And someone who could attack him. Could it be someone from the ancient era? Lin Xian didn't know, but he didn't dare to be careless. Not only that, but he also saw the other party. It was a middle-aged man. He was very dignified, and his body was surrounded by divine light. He looked like a god of war. A terrifying fist blasted towards him. Oh no! This aura is at the almighty level. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. However, he realized that he couldn't dodge at all. The fist was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and blasted towards him. Damn it! Lin Xian shouted coldly. In the next moment, he waved his arm and countless sword chi formed an azure dragon divine shield in front of him, blocking the shocking blow. Poof! In the next moment, the terrifying fist blasted on the azure dragon divine shield and strangely passed through it. Not only that, the fist quickly blasted towards his body. What? Lin Xian's scalp went numb when he saw the scene. This was too strange. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that when the terrifying fist collided with his body, it actually passed right through him without causing him any harm. What's going on? Lin Xian didn't understand why he wasn't hurt. However, in the next moment, he frowned again. That was because behind him, the pile of bones suddenly exploded. A white figure was like a shocking rainbow that quickly charged towards him. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She was dressed in white and held a blue killing sword in her hand. She was like a flying immortal as she quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This sword was very terrifying. It was far beyond any sword technique that Lin Xian had ever seen. Therefore, in an instant, it pierced his body. However, something strange happened again. The long sword seemed to be transparent and didn't cause any damage to him at all. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Golden light shone in his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Dao patterns. Heavenly secret divine eyes. At that moment, Lin Xian activated a pair of golden eyes and looked around. Soon, he was stunned because he realized that the otherworldly flying immortal behind him and the domineering middle-aged man in front of him were all illusions. They were illusions that did not exist and were long dead. What a terrifying place. It can actually make me hallucinate without me knowing. Lin Xian's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. If he did not have the heavenly secret divine eyes, he probably would not have discovered the abnormality here. One had to know that it was just too unbelievable. His soul power was extremely powerful and very few people in the younger generation could contend against it. His soul power could even contend against mighty figures. But here, he was still affected by the illusion. One could imagine that if other kings were here, they would probably collapse. As expected of the ancient battlefield, it's really terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. At that moment, the Crimson Divine Forest transmitted a voice. Kid, be careful. The resentment here is very strong. I'm afraid even mighty figures will be affected here. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded and continued to use the heavenly secret divine eyes. A faint golden light swept in all directions and the illusory figures were destroyed. Lin Xian stepped on countless bones as if he was climbing a mountain and walked forward. In front of him, there was a huge black sword that covered the sky and pierced the clouds. Although the sword was carved from stone, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Lin Xian faced it like an ant facing a dragon. What is this? It can emit such a terrifying aura. Lin Xian looked at the huge sword in front of him with a shocked expression. I'm not resigned to this. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound entered Lin Xian's mind. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. A golden light bloomed in his eyes. Who is it? Get out here. It's too scary. Could it be another illusion? But that should not be the case. He had already activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Logically speaking, no illusion could fool him. But what was with the voice in his mind? After looking around, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Thus, his gaze once again locked onto the enormous black sword in front of him. I can't accept this. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lin Xian to hear such a voice in his mind. Could it be that the voice was coming from the piercing heaven divine sword? Lin Xian was shocked, and his scalp went numb. What was going on with this gigantic black sword? Who put it here? What was the point? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He couldn't figure it out. Therefore, when he asked the Crimson Dragon and Black Earth, both of them shook their heads. It couldn't be helped. They might still know a thing or two about the outside world. However, the Tilted Moon mysterious world had been sealed a long time ago. They had no idea what had happened here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that the huge black sword in front of him must have some kind of secret. Therefore, he walked forward and took a closer look. Perhaps he could discover something. The gigantic black sword was incomparably tall. Ancient patterns were engraved on it, and it exuded a prehistoric aura. This was all that Lin Xian could see. Upon closer inspection, the black sword was surrounded by a black mist that blocked Lin Xian's vision. Even with the heavenly secret god eyes, he couldn't see through it. Perhaps it was because it was too far away, or perhaps it was because Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes was not fully cultivated. Or perhaps it was because the gigantic sword was too mysterious. Regardless of the reason, more than half of the gigantic sword was shrouded in black mist, making it seem even more mysterious. Lin Xian walked forward again, wanting to take a closer look. He even wanted to feel the gigantic sword. However, he soon frowned because he realized that he couldn't rely on the gigantic sword. In the area 10 miles around the heavenly colossal sword, a terrifying spatial domain was formed, preventing anyone from entering. Furthermore, the black mist in front of him surged, forming a terrifying black space. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the countless white bones around him rose into the air and flew forward. As soon as they entered the black space, they seemed to be blasted into nothingness by a powerful force. Nothing was left behind. What a terrifying black space! Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this. These white bones had existed for countless years without being destroyed. However, they were instantly blasted into nothingness by the black space in front of him. This power was simply too terrifying, therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly. He could only walk slowly around the edge of the black space because he wanted to see what was behind the gigantic sword. Perhaps he could discover something, therefore, Lin Xian moved again. However, Lin Xian was extremely surprised when he told him to go around the gigantic sword. That was because he saw a figure standing there. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As the gigantic sword was huge and surrounded by a special black domain, Lin Xian couldn't see the other side at all. But now, when he circled around, he found that there was a figure standing on the other side of the giant sword. Just like him, the figure was staring at the gigantic sword intently. However, in the next moment, the figure in front of him suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. It seemed that the figure didn't expect anyone to come here. Buzz, in the next moment, the figure attacked. Originally, Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the figure. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. However, when the figure attacked, he immediately reacted. This was definitely not a hallucination. It was different from the previous attack. This was a terrifying killing move that could take his life. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He stomped his foot and quickly moved to the side. However, at this moment, another terrifying attack appeared behind him. It was a crescent-shaped sword ray. It was extremely sharp and easily cut the void in half. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect there to be an attack behind him, it was too shocking, therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into an afterimage on the spot and instantly dodged. The crescent-shaped sword chi cut Lin Xian's afterimage apart and quickly disappeared. Lin Xian had already appeared on the other side. Not only that, but sword chi surrounded his body. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared straight ahead. That was because he realized that the other party was an extremely terrifying person. He had never met such a person before. In front, the figure also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. That was because he didn't expect the other party to be able to dodge his attack. The figure in front also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be able to dodge his attack. One had to know that his attack was extremely terrifying, very few people of the same level could contend with it. Even the older generation experts couldn't escape from his hands. But now, there was someone who could easily dodge his attack. He was simply too shocked, that person was surprised, and so was Lin Xian. Because now, he could see the other party clearly. The other party was only a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had an ordinary face. However, his aura was extremely extraordinary. You're very skilled to be able to dodge my attack. It's indeed rare. The young man said calmly. Who are you? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Although the other party wasn't as dazzling as the Alcade Sage or Yi Wu Dao, Lin Xian instinctively knew that the other party was definitely not simple. Who are you? Before you ask your opponent, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The black-robed young man said calmly. I'm Lan Xian, a rogue cultivator. Lin Xian revealed his current identity. Lan Xian? A rogue cultivator? I don't think so. Could it be that you're Lin Xian, the one wanted by the Alcade Sacred Land recently? The black-robed young man revealed Lin Xian's identity. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. There was even killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to see through his identity so easily. It was too surprising. Who are you? This time, Lin Xian's voice was much colder. He had no choice. He couldn't reveal his identity now. Otherwise, it would cause a massacre for no reason. Therefore, he couldn't allow his identity to be exposed. Don't be nervous. Whether you're Lin Xian or not doesn't have much to do with me. I'm just guessing. Could it be that you want to kill me? The young man said calmly. As for who I am? When you beat me, I'll naturally tell you. Otherwise, you have no right to know my name. Only by defeating him would one be qualified to know his name. Such words were simply too arrogant. These words did not match the temperament of the black-cloaked youth. However, Lin Xian felt that it was only natural, because he could feel how powerful the other party was. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other party attacked again. The black-robed young man's body emitted a dazzling light. However, Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank. That was because dozens of attacks had suddenly appeared in front of him, less than a meter away. This kind of attack speed was too terrifying. He had never seen anything like it before. If it was an ordinary person, they would not have been able to dodge at all and would have been killed immediately. Fortunately, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His entire body transformed into a stream of light as he instantly left his original location. Boom! Boom! A spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. What incredible speed! Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't noticed it the last time, but now that he was exchanging blows with his opponent, he felt that his opponent's attacks were too strange. With such a long spatial distance, his opponent was able to attack him in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. It was as if his opponent could ignore space. He can still dodge it? Not bad. Interesting. The black-cloaked youth nodded slightly. Then, he waved his palm, and a sky full of multicolored light instantly attacked Lin Xian again. The multicolored light was initially around the black-cloaked youth, but in an instant, they were near Lin Xian. They appeared from all directions, stabbing at Lin Xian's vital points. Lin Xian kept dodging, narrowly avoiding these attacks. However, his face became more and more gloomy because he realized that this was not the way to go. That was because no matter how fast he was or where he appeared, there would always be terrifying attacks by his side. That made it impossible for him to shake off his opponent. Therefore, in the next moment, he stopped dodging and stopped moving. A sharp light quickly appeared on his body. Sky-shaking sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky and slashed in all directions. At that moment, the entire space turned into a sea of sword principles, with countless sword chi surging and roaring. However, the black-cloaked youth did not move at all. When the sword chi got close, the black-cloaked youth waved his palm, and suddenly, the sword chi was inexplicably transferred to other places and fell with a loud bang. However, the black-cloaked youth was not injured at all. Lin Xian was astonished. Such a defensive technique was simply too bizarre. It could actually transfer his sword chi so easily. Needless to say, it was extremely shocking. Space ability. Lin Xian frowned and his eyes flickered. He had experienced hundreds of battles and could naturally see his opponent's ability in an instant. However, he did not expect his opponent to be able to use space ability. That was too unbelievable. There were thousands of paths. Warriors cultivated wind, thunder, water, fire, sabers, spears, staffs, and swords. Some could even control poison gas and some could control plants. Of course, there were also people who could control space. Even time, however, the latter two types of warriors were too rare. They were almost non-existent. Lin Xian had never thought that he would encounter a monarch who could control space. No wonder his opponent was so domineering and confident. That was because there was a rumor in the world that space was king and time was supreme. In other words, in the face of a space warrior, all methods were futile. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the black-cloaked youth revealed a smile. That's right. I am indeed a space warrior. Your sword chi is very sharp. This kind of sword technique is rarely seen. Unfortunately, in front of my space territory, you have no chance of winning. Retreat. Leave this place and I can spare your life. The black-cloaked youth said in a deep voice. Leave this place? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned and shook his head slightly. In this world, no one can order me around. No one can make me do things that I don't want to do. On the opposite side, the black-cloaked youth's face turned cold. Since that was the case, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, spreading out in all directions like water ripples. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt that the place he was in had changed. Although the environment did not change, Lin Xian could feel that he was enveloped by his opponent's space territory. Sure enough, the space around him quickly formed a vortex as if it was going to tear his body apart. It really is the power of space. What a strange technique. Lin Xian used his power to resist the power of space. It had to be said that space warriors were too terrifying. Just by using the power of space, they could easily tear their opponent apart. At this moment, Lin Xian also felt a great sense of danger. The terrifying power of space quickly enveloped him. It was about to tear his body apart. The terrifying power of space quickly enveloped him. His body was about to be torn apart. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the terrifying sword chi destroyed everything around him. This included the incomparably strange power of space. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian shattered like a mirror, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. As for him, he stood in the middle of the whirlpool like a demon god. Seeing this, the black-robed youth frowned. He did not expect his opponent to have such a move. He knew that his opponent's sword chi was fierce, but he did not expect it to be so fierce. It could even cut through his power of space. This was too shocking. It was not a joke to say that space was king. He had never been defeated since he was born. Even the older generation could not last more than a few moves against him before being torn apart by the strange power of space. Other than the saints from the eastern wilderness holy lands who could fight against him, no one else was his match. However, he did not expect this youth to be able to fight against him. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian, I will remember you. You are not bad. Although you are not a disciple of a top sect, your battle strength is already at the top of the younger generation. You are qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Gu Santong. Gu Santong, hearing this name, Lin Xian was shocked. He asked in a deep voice, you are a disciple of the Gu family, a clan of the ancients? That's right. Gu Santong nodded slightly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. No wonder his opponent was so powerful. He was a martial artist from a clan of the ancients. He did not expect so many great forces to come to the Crescent mystic world. First, there was the genius of the Yi family, the Alcade Saint, and the All Beginnings Holy Land. Now, even the Gu family had come. He wondered what other terrifying characters were hiding in the dark. The Black Earth left. The Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission, Kid, be careful. The Gu family is a very powerful family. Moreover, the Gu family has produced a great emperor. Their strength and foundation are very strong. Moreover, the Gu clan's original unique skill was the void technique. Now that this young man is a space elemental king, his void technique must be even more terrifying. Void technique. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. Although the clan of the ancients and the peerless sanctuary were the most powerful forces in the eastern wilderness, a family that had produced a great emperor was even more terrifying and powerful, and the young man before him was the descendant of the great emperor. This was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. So what if the other party was a descendant of a great emperor? He had the Great Dragon Sword spirit and was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. One had to know that the first successor of the Great Dragon Sword was also a great emperor, therefore, he was not afraid of anyone. Come on. Let me see how strong a disciple of a remote antiquity family is. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. On the other side, Gu Santong's lips curled up. You'll see. Then, he waved his hand and a bright light burst out. Hand of the Void. A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Lin Xian shone brightly. Sword chi circled around his body as he prepared for the upcoming battle. But soon, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he did not sense any attack. This made him extremely suspicious. Could it be that the other party was just bluffing, but in the next moment, a purple light palm suddenly appeared above his head and slammed down fiercely. Boom, with an earth-shattering sound, the place where Lin Xian was shattered by the purple palm. Boom, a terrifying energy burst out and swept out in all directions. The entire space was shattered. The purple light enveloped everything. Humph, it's over. On the other side, Gu Santong said in a deep voice. He was not surprised by this result. One had to know that the Gu clan's void technique was extremely powerful. No one could withstand it. Moreover, he was a space element king who was proficient in space. It could be said that the void technique was even more terrifying in his hands. However, in the next moment, he frowned and his eyes flashed. Then, his body completely merged into the void. Poof, a sword light pierced from behind, piercing through the void. However, it was still one step too late. Gu Santong's body had already disappeared. When the sword god's shadow disappeared, Gu Santong's body appeared once again. His expression was serious as he looked ahead. He was no longer as casual as before. Fortunately, he was proficient in space techniques. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill him. Therefore, at this moment, he looked ahead, his eyes flashing. His opponent had withstood such a terrifying attack and was still able to threaten him. He had to admit that he was very surprised. He even suspected that his opponent was not killed. As expected, the purple energy in front of him gradually disappeared. The shattered void also quickly healed. Then, a figure appeared. Beside Lin Xian, the dragon sword territory flashed and formed a huge azure dragon divine shield, protecting his body. To be honest, that palm was too sudden. There was no warning, and it was very fast. It enveloped him in an instant. At this critical moment, he could only passively defend. In the end, he managed to resist the purple palm. However, the terrifying power of the palm also caused him to be injured. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm. His eyes flashed. As expected of a disciple of the Gu family. He was indeed strong. He was able to injure him in one move. He was too shocked. He had rarely been injured like this in previous battles. He did not expect his opponent to injure him so quickly. The void technique combined with the space territory was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. Gu Santong was even more shocked because he realized that his opponent was indeed injured. However, it was not a fatal injury. This made him suspect that he had fallen into an illusion. One had to know that the purple palm could easily kill a 6-star king. Even the older generation experts would not be able to survive if they were hit by it. However, his opponent only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His foundation was not damaged at all. He did not expect this to happen. On the other side, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword and said coldly. You are very strong. You are worthy of my full strength. With the demonic sword in hand, the dragon sword territory flashed. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Kill. His entire body turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Gu Santong in an instant. Humph. It's useless. Gu Santong snorted coldly. He used the void technique and his body completely merged into the void, disappearing. Puff, Lin Xian's sword pierced through the air. However, he was not upset. His expression was calm. He was like a god of death, looking around disdainfully. Lin Xian's sword missed, but he was not upset. His expression was calm, and he was like the god of death, looking around. He knew that no matter how strong his opponent was, he could not hide in the void forever. His opponent would definitely come out. Not long after, the void on the other side rippled, and Gu Santong's figure appeared. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian used his ultimate skill, and the gale boots on his feet shone brightly, increasing his speed beyond compare. Therefore, the moment Gu Santong's body appeared, Lin Xian was already beside him. The terrifying demonic sword flashed with sword chi, and it slashed down fiercely. What? So fast? Gu Santong was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. He had just appeared, and his opponent was already here. He even suspected that his opponent was using spatial techniques. In the next moment, his figure flickered again, and he disappeared. However, the next time he appeared, he would be attacked by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster, and even his black robe was being pierced by his opponent. Gu Santong was shocked. His opponent's speed was too fast. He had never seen such speed before. It was like teleportation. He knew that this could not go on. He had to attack, or he would be in danger. Gu Santong roared, and his eyes lit up. Thereafter, a series of horrifying attacks appeared out of nowhere around Lin Xian. These attacks were too strange and too fast. This was true teleportation. Seeing that the attacks were about to engulf him, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his sword, and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void. That black hole was like an abyss beast, and it swallowed all the attacks. What? Spatial mystique. Seeing this, Gu Santong was shocked. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. Although the scene just now was very similar to his spatial ability, he could clearly sense that it wasn't a spatial ability. This guy broke the void directly. Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He realized that Lin Xian had used his superior battle prowess to shatter the void and forcefully destroy all the attacks. This was too shocking. One had to know that he could do this because he was a spatial king and knew how to use space. As for the other party, he had directly shattered it with a tyrannical attitude. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. You're very strong. You're a genius of the younger generation. Gu Santong's expression was serious. But you are no match for me. Because I didn't use my full strength earlier. If I go all out, I'm afraid you won't be able to block it. So, for your safety, I advise you to leave this place. I don't want to kill anyone. Leave here? Impossible. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Cut the crap. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Gu Santong did not say anything else. In the next moment, his aura became even more terrifying, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. He was the ruler, and he could control the space. Boom, Gu Santong stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He felt that the space around him had solidified and was pressing down on him continuously, as if it was going to crush him into a bloody mist. Creak. Creak, Lin Xian's bones could not stop shaking. Open. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body spun wildly. Terrifying sword chi surged out of his body and swept in all directions. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. It was extremely sharp. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and shattered the surrounding space. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared under Lin Xian's feet and spread in all directions. It was as if this space could not withstand Lin Xian's power. What? He can still withstand it. On the opposite side, Gu Santong frowned, his expression extremely serious. His space shackle was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying, even a 6-star king would be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. There was no way for him to resist. However, his opponent could withstand it. Not only that, but he could even move. This was almost enough to break his ultimate technique. Looks like I can only banish you. Gu Santong's expression was solemn as he said coldly. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Eternal banishment. Boom, the void split open and a black hole appeared, swallowing Lin Xian completely. In the next moment, the surrounding space trembled rapidly like a painting. Then, it returned to its original state. As for Lin Xian, his figure disappeared. Eternal exile, this was an extremely terrifying spatial absolute art. It could throw a martial artist into an ice-cold universe. It was equivalent to being banished and could never return. Although it did not kill the opponent immediately, it was equivalent to finishing off the opponent. Because no one who was banished for eternity could ever return, eternal banishment, Lin Xian completely disappeared from this space. On the opposite side, Gu Santong heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished off a powerful opponent. This battle was extremely intense for him. Other than the saints of the sacred grounds, he rarely encountered such a powerful opponent. Sighing in relief, Gu Santong once again looked at the giant sword in front of him. In a flash, he was about to comprehend the energy on it. However, at this moment, he frowned and stared at the space behind him. It was peaceful there, but Gu Santong's eyebrows were twitching wildly, as if something was about to happen. Boom, as expected, in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering sound. The space behind him shattered and a figure flew out quickly. Like a sharp sword, it appeared from the darkness. What? He's out. Seeing this, Gu Santong's pupils dilated in disbelief. That's right, the person who came out was Lin Xian. He flew out from the eternal banishment. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely cry out in shock. Because this was too unbelievable, one had to know that the eternal banishment was an extremely terrifying ability. No martial artist who was banished has ever returned. But now, Lin Xian had actually broken this rule and directly killed his way back. One has to admit that this was too heaven-defying. Indeed, Gu Santong was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could escape from the eternal banishment. You are very strong. I cannot defeat you for now. But you cannot defeat me either. Let's call this a draw. Gu Santong said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although he could escape from the eternal banishment, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. Because his opponent's base technique was too strange. It was almost undefeatable. Although Lin Xian could escape from eternal exile, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. This was because his opponent's base mystique was too strange. It was almost undefeatable. Unless his dragon sword's soul made another breakthrough and greatly increased his battle power, he would be able to cut open the entire space and make it impossible for his opponent to hide. As for now, he was not confident of winning. However, it was likely that his opponent was the same. He could only threaten him, but it was impossible for him to kill him. Both of them knew this, so they did not continue fighting. Instead, they gathered together to talk. Lin Xian asked his opponent about the situation here, and his opponent asked Lin Xian about the primeval forest. Because Gu Santong always stayed near the giant sword and rarely went out, he did not know much about the outside world. Both of them took what they needed. After chatting for a while, they realized that their personalities were quite similar, and they became friends. Haha, was this what they meant by no discord, no concord? Gu Santong also laughed heartily. A person like Lin Xian was enough to threaten him, so it was better to be friends than enemies. Next, the two of them began to cultivate near the giant sword. According to Gu Santong, the giant sword had an extraordinary origin and had been around for a long time. In this period of time, he even figured out two cultivation methods. The first was to absorb the black gas on the giant sword into the body. This could temper a martial artist's body. The second was to understand the Tao patterns on the giant sword. This could perfect one's martial arts mystique. With Gu Santong's reminder, Lin Xian also began to cultivate according to these two methods. As expected, after absorbing the black gas, Lin Xian could feel his body growing stronger. It was as if he had become a prized artifact, invincible. As for the Tao patterns on the giant sword, they were even more mysterious. To understand them, one would have to spend a lot of time and effort. In the end, even the Crimson Dragon came out. He also wanted to understand the Tao patterns. The two of them and the dragon cultivated silently here. As for the little white monkey, it was playing in the sea of bones. About 10 days later, other figures appeared in the vicinity. These people all had powerful auras. It was obvious that they were all experts. When those people saw this scene, they were very serious at first. But slowly, he got used to it. All of them wanted to uncover the secrets of the ancient sword of heaven. After a few more days, more and more people gathered in the surroundings. Some people even began to set up camp near the Sea of Bones, preparing to comprehend the Tong Tian divine sword for a long time. Lin Xian even found some familiar faces. It seemed that most of the ancient martial art practitioners in the primeval forest had rushed over here. Actually, it was quite normal when he thought about it. Because the sea outside the primitive forest had been sealed, it was impossible for them to leave. Therefore, they could only explore the depths of the forest. Sooner or later, they would return to the heaven-reaching sword. Those who arrived later naturally also discovered Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked and even had looks of disbelief on their faces. Did something happen? When Lin Xian saw their shocked expressions, he grabbed one of them and questioned him. A martial art practitioner was grabbed by Lin Xian and brought to his side. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. Because he saw with his own eyes how Lin Xian killed Ouyang Feng and the other 5 experts. He had an instinctive fear of Lin Xian. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was just asking about something, the martial art practitioner heaved a sigh of relief. So he quickly told him what he knew. It turned out that the news of Lu Mingyue bringing people to hunt down Lin Xian had already spread. These people thought that Lin Xian had already been killed. But they did not expect that he would appear near the heaven-reaching sword. This really shocked and surprised them. Because the Bright Moon organization that Lu Mingyue belonged to was a very powerful organization in the primeval forest. If they wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. So it was about this. After Lin Xian heard this, he let the other party go. Then, his eyes flickered. The other party really brought people to hunt him down. But thinking about it, they should be going crazy now. Because these days, he had not appeared in the periphery of the forest. Instead, he had been cultivating here. How could the other party find him? However, this also made him fearful. From the looks of it, Lu Mingyue really did want to get rid of him. Just because he hadn't appeared on the street before didn't mean she wouldn't make a move now. Since he would have to fight sooner or later, he decided to take the initiative. Of course, he had to figure out the situation with Lu Mingyue and the others. So, his body blurred, and he flew around. Because he saw a familiar figure. Leaf Dao Denier. Yes, Leaf Dao Denier was here. He was dressed in white, and looked handsome and spirited, like a god of war. Even in a crowd, he could be seen at a glance. Brother Leaf. Lin Xian came to Leaf Dao Denier's side. Should I call you Brother Long or Brother Lin? Leaf Dao Denier asked with a smile. Brother Lin? You know? Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected that Leaf Dao Denier would know who he was. Yes. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. After you killed Ouyang Feng's group of 6, I guessed who you were. Indeed, he hadn't suspected anything before. But not long ago, Lin Xian's battle with Ouyang Feng's group had shocked him. The battle prowess Lin Xian had displayed was far too powerful. It didn't seem like something a wandering cultivator should possess. Combined with the latest news, Leaf Dao Denier guessed that Long Xian was Lin Xian, the man wanted by the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since you've guessed who I am, are you going to make a move against me? Why would I make a move against you? Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. First, given my status, I don't need to curry favor with the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Second, given my talent, I don't need to know about the existence of the Heaven's Legacy race, therefore, I won't make a move against you. What a confident man, Lin Xian sighed in amazement. Leaf Dao Denier and Gu Santong were both geniuses of the primordial aristocratic families. They were different from ordinary cultivators. They were extremely confident in themselves, such people were extremely powerful and terrifying. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the other party's words. That's good. I don't want to lose a friend like you. Next, the two of them went to a quiet place and set up some wine and barbecued meat. You didn't appear these past few days. I thought you were really dealt with by those people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Leaf Dao Denier picked up a cup of spirit wine and slowly said. No. I've been near the heaven-reaching sword for the past few days. But given Lu Mingyue's personality, she shouldn't have given up. Sooner or later, there will be a great battle between her and me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But you don't seem worried at all? Leaf Dao Denier said. I warned you that Lu Mingyue is extremely powerful. She's even stronger than Ouyang Feng. I even speculate that she has the qualifications to become the all-beginning saintess. She really is a terrifying opponent. That's why I've decided to take the initiative. I can't be passive. take the initiative? What are you planning to do? Leaf Dao Denier was shocked. Isn't Lu Mingyue hunting me down? She must have brought quite a few elites with her. In that case, their Bright Moon organization's base will be very weak. If I attack their base at this time, they will be very weak. Leaf Dao Denier raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lin Xian was serious this time. Indeed, at this time, the Bright Moon organization's base is very weak, but not everyone can compete with them. Are you confident? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. But I can't act rashly. Bright Moon and Yanqing's Thorned Flower Alliance. There's also Sun Yang's Wind Follower. They have a good relationship with Bright Moon. Moreover, the distance between these organizations is also very close. Leaf Dao Denier's eyes flashed. He sent people to investigate the situation, and it didn't take long for news to reach him. It turned out that Yanqing and Sun Yang had also set off together with Lu Mingyue. Humph. That woman actually brought so many experts to hunt me down. It seems she really is unscrupulous. Lin Xian sneered. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. I'll uproot all of their organizations. Let's see if anyone dares to provoke me. Lin Xian bade farewell to Leaf Dao Denier and left to make preparations. The night was gloomy, and the atmosphere was heavy. There was even an aura of death. At night, the Sea of Bones was even more terrifying. It was like hell itself, and emanated an aura that caused one to tremble. However, no one noticed that within the Sea of Bones, there was a figure that was moving rapidly like a ghost. It was naturally Lin Xian. He was so fast that ordinary kings wouldn't be able to detect him. Before long, he left the Sea of Bones and headed for the forest. The sky was dark, and the stars twinkled. From time to time, wild beasts would appear in the forest, but Lin Xian nimbly avoided them. With his powerful soul power and Tianji divine eyes, Lin Xian was like a fish in water, moving swiftly and fiercely in the darkness. Lin Xian finally arrived at the headquarters of the Bright Moon Alliance. Then, he hugged his arms and a huge mountain peak appeared quickly. Then, it expanded rapidly like a real mountain and pressed forward. Boom, with a loud bang, the building in front of him was directly shattered. Blood flowed out from the cracks. This change directly alarmed many people. Instantly, many people rushed out. Who are you? How dare you attack the Bright Moon Alliance? Are you tired of living? These people were abnormally angry. They must be one of the top organizations in this primeval forest. Usually, no one dared to provoke them, but now, someone actually dared to attack them. This was intolerable to them, but in the next moment, when they saw Lin Xian, they were stunned. One by one, they screamed, "Damn brat, it's actually you." They naturally recognized Lin Xian because their boss, Lu Mingyue, had led countless experts into the forest to hunt him down. But they did not expect him to come to their headquarters. Thinking of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Seeing the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he snorted coldly. These people were not very strong, so he directly handed them over to the Crimson Dragon. He held the demonic sword in his hand and walked quickly like a god of death. He wanted to find the strongest person here and kill him directly to prevent the other party from escaping. The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved its dragon claws. Suddenly, a huge array enveloped the surrounding area. Then, he began to attack the martial artists of these organizations. The little white monkey was in charge of robbing their treasures. Lu Mingyue and the other experts were not here, so the Bright Moon Alliance was very weak at the moment. They could not resist the counterattack of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Suddenly, screams sounded one after another. This change attracted the attention of the Windswept Organization and the Thorned Flower Organization. Soon, the two organizations sent martial artists over. When they saw the destroyed Bright Moon Organization, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, the Bright Moon Alliance was destroyed by someone. Who is it? How dare he be so bold? Does he want to die? Lu Mingyue was a genius of a generation and had countless elite experts under her command. She was extremely powerful, ordinary people did not dare to provoke her, but now, her Bright Moon Alliance was destroyed by someone? This was too bold. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and jumped high from a mountain peak. He landed on the ground and blocked these people. You want to attack me too? His voice was unusually cold. What? Damn brat, it's you. When the people of the Thorned Flower Alliance and the Windswept Organization saw this, their faces turned ugly. They did not expect that it was Lin Xian who did it. This was too unbelievable. They had to spread the news and inform Yanqing and Lu Mingyue. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Kill. Hurry up and run away and spread the news. Angry roars sounded one after another. Then, these people moved and fled in all directions. But then, a flickering light array descended from the sky and sealed the entire space. At the same time, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Then, the light behind him shone and the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped everyone. The shocking sword chi was like a long river, carrying a terrifying killing aura as it swept in all directions. When all the light disappeared, everyone fell to the ground and their blood flowed like a river. This scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was untainted by a speck of dust. His entire person was like a god fiend, terrifying to the extreme. Let's go to the Thorned Flower Alliance. Lin Xian did not hesitate at this moment. He quickly moved and flew toward the Thorned Flower Alliance. The other party had joined forces with so many people to kill him. How could he show mercy? Therefore, at this moment, he turned into a killing god. Not long after, the Thorned Flower Alliance was destroyed. Then, Lin Xian went to the Windswept Organization. Soon, the Windswept Organization also disappeared. Not a single person escaped. This battle naturally alarmed the other organizations. However, when they saw a tall figure like a killing god in the array, releasing shocking sword chi, they all retreated. They only dared to watch the battle from afar. They did not dare to go forward. That was because the aura was too shocking. It made them tremble. Moreover, from the other party's cultivation technique, they guessed that the person who did it was Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was like a taboo in their eyes. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, these people only dared to watch and did not dare to make a move. The next day, after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, these people sent martial artists to investigate. The next day, after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, these people sent warriors to investigate. However, the news they received made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Bright Moon Organization, Thorned Flower Alliance, Wind Follower Organization. The three major organizations were all uprooted overnight. Shocking, it was too shocking. These three organizations were extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, they were invincible. Usually, no one dared to provoke them. They were a colossus. But now, it had been completely destroyed in a single night. It had to be said that this was absolutely shocking news. Lin Xian had annihilated the three major organizations by himself. This news swept through the entire primeval forest like a gale. A day later, Lu Mingyue, Yanqing, and the others also knew. Then, their faces turned gloomy and ferocious. They could not wait to kill their way back. Damn it! That was too despicable. These experts were driven mad. They went out to hunt down Lin Xian, but they did not expect that their base would be uprooted. This was too shameful. At the thought of this, they were furious. Let's go back. I must kill him. Yanqing gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Mingyue's expression was cold. She had underestimated him. She did not expect him to have such determination and strength. He dared to annihilate the alliance of the three major organizations. It seemed that he had to be eliminated this time. Otherwise, in the future, he would definitely be a disaster. On the other side, Sun Yang was also gritting his teeth. Other than them, the other experts also had gloomy expressions. This time, they had lost a lot of face. They had probably become the laughingstock of the entire primeval forest. If they wanted to wash away this shame, they had to kill Lin Xian. These people were all ferocious. Their expressions were cold and murderous. They quickly rushed back into the distance. When they saw that their nest had been destroyed beyond recognition, they all roared at the sky. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. They knew that these three organizations were really angry. They were probably going to pursue Lin Xian endlessly. Although it was shocking that Lin Xian had wiped out 3 major organizations in one night, Lin Xian didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian. However, they knew that this was only possible when there were no elite experts around. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Moreover, no one dared to look down on Lu Mingyue and the others now because they were a top-notch organization. Very quickly, Lu Mingyue and the others found out that Lin Xian had actually appeared near the Bone Sea Divine Sword. Upon receiving this news, they immediately rushed forward with murderous intent. They had to get rid of the other party, or they wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and Sun Yang joined forces. He brought a large group of experts with him. With a murderous aura, he flew toward the heaven-reaching sword. When the surrounding martial artists heard this news, their scalps went numb. They set out as well. When the cultivators at the Bone Sea saw Lu Mingyue and the others, they exclaimed in surprise. They knew that there would be a great battle soon. Therefore, the other organizations and alliances all warned their subordinates to retreat quickly. At the very least, they had to return to a safe place and not get involved. For a time, the entire Bone Sea was filled with undercurrents. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Very soon, those people discovered Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing near the heaven-reaching sword. Sword light flashed all over his body, forming an inexplicable connection with the heaven-reaching sword in front of him. It was as if he was a sword god. This scene shocked everyone. They had long known that this heaven-reaching sword was incomparably mysterious and contained strange Tao patterns on it. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, it would definitely bring great benefits to oneself. However, this Tao pattern was very mysterious. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it thoroughly. But looking at Lin Xian's appearance now, could it be that he had comprehended it thoroughly? Thinking of this situation, these people's scalps went numb. Moreover, those people who came to hunt him down had gloomy expressions. They knew that they had to make a move as soon as possible and absolutely could not give the other party a chance. Otherwise, if they allowed the other party's strength to increase again, they would probably all suffer a calamity. Damn thief, get over here and take care of me. You actually dare to destroy the 3 great alliances. Today, you will die without a doubt. Brat, if you surrender obediently, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, today, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Cold and angry roars came one after another. These voices awakened Lin Xian from his cultivation enlightenment. In the next moment, he silently turned around and swept his cold eyes around. Feeling this gaze, many people trembled and felt a chill in their hearts. They realized that they actually did not dare to look Lin Xian in the eye. But soon, some people clamored again because they had the numbers advantage. Not only that, but there were also a few elders and powerhouses who came this time. These people also had connections with the various major factions. They were even the elders of the same sect as Lu Mingyue and the others. These people were also worried that if Lin Xian continued to grow, he would become a scourge. Therefore, they decided to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Immediately, dozens of figures charged towards Lin Xian like lightning. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian did not move at all. However, the light on his body became even more resplendent. Soon, 6 sword shadows condensed behind him. One was as red as blood, and the other was as blue as water. One was as heavy as a mountain, and the other was as hot as fire. One was as sharp as gold, and the other was as black as ink. 6 God sword technique. Lin Xian's eyes turned. Suddenly, the 6 sword lights behind him quickly condensed and formed 6 shining divine swords that quickly slashed down. Boom boom boom, in the dazzling light, shocking sword lights swept in all directions. 6 huge sword chi directly drowned the area in front of him. Boom, the dozens of warriors who rushed over were instantly slashed into a bloody mist. Not only that, but the terrifying sword aura also spread out in all directions. What? They were killed in an instant. That kid's swordsmanship has become stronger again. Damn it, run. Those sword chi are too terrifying. Furious roars could be heard one after another. Following which, countless warriors fled frantically. They could not withstand the 6 terrifying sword chis at all. Lin Xian had his hands behind his back and looked down at everyone like a demon god. Damn it, he has become stronger again. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue and the others' faces were gloomy. The surrounding elders and powerhouses' eyes flickered and their hearts were filled with killing intent. Genius, powerhouse, this was everyone's evaluation of Lin Xian. However, it was also because of this that they urgently wanted to eliminate Lin Xian to prevent future trouble. Sun Yang was the first to attack. He waved his hand and a few warriors beside him immediately moved. Transparent wings appeared behind their backs. At this moment, they were actually flying rapidly in the air. This scene was too shocking. One had to know that in this space, flying was already restricted. Others could not fly, but now these people could actually fly. This was simply too shocking. This scene was too shocking. One had to know that in this space, flying was already restricted. Others couldn't fly, but these people could actually fly in the air. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a technique. However, in the next moment, he sneered. The people in the sky did not dare to get close at all. They directly attacked downwards from high up in the sky. Streaks of terrifying energy blasted downwards, intending to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand and 6 terrifying sword auras surged behind him, forming a terrifying sharpness. It directly cut through all the attacks. Not only that, the sword chi almost hurt the few flying warriors in the sky. However, those warriors had wings like monsters behind their backs. At this moment, their movements were abnormally agile, and they quickly dodged the soaring sword chi. Haha. It's useless. In a situation where everyone can't fly, we have wings. We are invincible. In the sky, those kings dodged the attacks and sneered. Invincible? What idiots. Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can be so awesome just because you have wings? He snorted coldly, then his body swayed, and he continuously stepped in the air. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the sky. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he directly kicked a dancer to death. What? So fast? Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. As for those martial artists in the sky, they turned pale with fright. They did not expect the other party to appear in front of them in an instant. What kind of technique was that? They had never heard of it before? Hurry up and fly higher. We must not let this kid attack us. These people hurriedly flapped their wings and flew higher. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt the power of laws rapidly surge towards him, forcing him to descend. Therefore, he did not continue forward. Instead, his body swayed, and he returned to the ground. Seeing this scene, the kings in the sky heaved a sigh of relief, but Sun Yang and the others looked gloomy. The other party's speed was too shocking. This was not good news for them. Therefore, they decided to get rid of the other party as soon as possible to avoid any more complications. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did he think that flying high was enough? Watch me destroy you. With that, he stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Void Heaven Hand. Lin Xian coldly shouted, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, thinking that the other party was going to use some kind of ultimate technique. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Lin Xian use any attack. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can scare us with your fierce words? You're really an idiot. We are not to be trifled with. In the sky, those kings with wings sneered. As far as they were concerned, the other party was just bluffing. Weng Peng, however, in the next instant, a large purple palm appeared out of thin air above them and rapidly slapped down. Immediately, the martial artists who could fly in the sky were slapped away by the large purple hand and landed on the ground. Not only did they land, but they were also smashed into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. Under such shocking power, these people had no ability to resist at all. What? How can this be? Seeing this scene, Sun Yang's face darkened. Originally, he thought that gaining the upper hand in the sky and suppressing Lin Xian would be a very effective method. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would be able to deal a serious blow to the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would be able to break through his high-altitude suppression in just a moment. Even the martial artists he sent out were all killed. This was too unbelievable. Damn it, how did he do it? The appearance of that purple palm was too strange. Lu Mingyue and the others also frowned. Under normal circumstances, those martial artists in the sky could definitely dodge the attack with their agility. However, this palm came too suddenly. Those kings didn't even have time to react before they were slapped to death. If this attack appeared on them, would they be able to dodge it? These people felt a chill in their hearts. They had no confidence at all. However, the older generation figures and elders all frowned. Void Heaven Hand, that's the Gu clan's ultimate technique. Damn it, is this kid a disciple of the Gu family? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, what, the Gu family's ultimate skill? Is he from that clan of the ancients? Thinking of this, they gasped and looked at Lin Xian. Their scalps tingled. If the other party was really a disciple of the Gu family, they would be in big trouble. The Gu family was a clan of the ancients, a family that had produced a great emperor. It was extremely terrifying. That's right, this is the virtual Sky Hand, just like the rumors. Kid, who are you? How can you know the Gu family's ultimate skill? Cold shouts came one after another. They were too shocked. They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, they might not be able to fight this battle. In fact, no one knew that this was indeed the Gu family's ultimate skill. However, it was Lin Xian's divine ability. This was the virtual Sky Hand that Lin Xian had evolved using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely satisfied with the amount of power he had unleashed. Lin Xian did not answer the doubts of those people. He said coldly, if you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Don't waste my cultivation time. You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant. The elders and experts shouted coldly. They had never been reprimanded like this before. Therefore, in the next moment, Lu Mingyue and the others also waved their hands. Suddenly, more than 20 figures rushed out quickly. They charged towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but an incomparable light flashed in the sky, forming a huge energy shield to prevent the purple palm from appearing out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Countless sword chi appeared behind him and turned into a huge sword screen, blocking in front of him. The attacks in the sky collided with the sword screen, causing it to shake violently. However, in the next moment, these attacks were all reflected back. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the energy exploded and swept in all directions. Many warriors were affected. However, at this moment, a clear and beautiful voice sounded. Everyone attacked together. Kill this kid. This was Lu Mingyue's shout. Sure enough, with Lu Mingyue's words, the surrounding warriors attacked more and more. As for Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others, they led their own teams and quickly charged over. Even some of the older generation figures attacked. This scene was too terrifying. Only Lin Xian could contend against it. If it were anyone else, they would probably be slapped into a bloody mist in an instant. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't just passively defend. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed into the crowd like lightning and started killing in all directions. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey also came out to help Lin Xian. The three were like dragons entering the sea, extremely powerful. Buzz, Lin Xian opened the Dragon Sword spiritual domain and quickly rushed forward. Countless sword chi swept out and instantly pierced through 5 kings. Not only that, more than a dozen people were injured. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian was simply too powerful. So many people attacking together couldn't suppress him. Instead, they were suppressed by him. One had to admit that this was simply too shocking. Boom. Boom, boom. A sea of lightning surged and quickly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the sky was filled with saber lights, forming a curtain of saber lights that ruthlessly slashed down. Lin Xian's figure was like lightning as he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to increase his speed. He quickly shuttled through the air and dodged most of the attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he would use the Azure Dragon Divine Shield to block. Boom, however, at this moment, an elder-level king seized the opportunity and quickly sent out a palm strike. The golden palm light soared into the sky and carried with it a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Xian's back. This palm strike was simply too powerful, causing Lin Xian to frown. He held the Nine Darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it backwards. A huge spatial crack appeared behind him and swallowed that terrifying palm strike. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and the six-sword chi behind him flew out and instantly pierced through the elder-level king. Pung! 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 Blood dyed the elder-level king red as his body was pierced through by the sword chi and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even an elder-level king couldn't block Lin Xian's sword. It was simply too terrifying. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted as the six sword lights behind him quickly transformed into six illusory figures that accompanied him. Six God Sword Art. At this moment, the six God Sword Art was being executed by Lin Xian to the extreme. The six-path sword body doppelgangers moved quickly and attacked continuously. With each strike, a king would fall. In a short period of time, the number of kings around Lin Xian rapidly decreased, and the blood all flowed into the ground. The horrifying white bones turned even more demonic at this moment, emitting a torrential killing aura. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and wielded two killing arrays. It was like an invincible god of slaughter. Originally, there were hundreds of people surrounding them, but soon, there were only about 100 people left. In an instant, more than half of them were gone. Damn it, he's too strong. Those who were still alive felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Yanqing roared angrily, he has killed so many people. He must have used up all his spiritual energy. Let's join forces and kill him quickly. Hearing this, everyone was tempted again. Indeed, Lin Xian's battle prowess was too strong, but it seemed that he had consumed even more. Therefore, they decided to give it a try. Otherwise, they would not be able to account for the deaths of so many people. You still want to fight? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered, then let's see who runs out of energy first. Lin Xian attacked again. He was not worried about running out of energy. Not to mention the large amount of energy in his hands, just the immortality chant alone made the energy in his body several times that of a king of the same level. He was almost on par with a mighty figure. Lastly, he could absorb the surrounding energy to replenish himself. This was something that other kings and even mighty figures could not do. Therefore, Lin Xian's battle prowess was the same as in the outside world. It would not decrease at all. Sure enough, when more than 50 people were killed again, the remaining dozens of kings finally realized this problem. Damn it, how is this possible? His power hasn't decreased at all? Instead, he has become even stronger. Demon. He's a demon. Everyone, run. At this moment, those people finally could not bear it anymore and quickly fled. As for the older generation figures in the distance, their bodies swayed, but they did not attack again. That was because the other party was too dangerous. He could kill the older generation experts with a raise of his hand. Such a person was indeed terrifying. Now that they were not confident of winning, they naturally would not attack. However, not everyone retreated. There were still some kings in the field, led by Lu Mingyue, Yanqing, Sun Yang, and the others. They would not let Lin Xian go. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He was like a demon king, slaughtering everyone until they were utterly defeated. Therefore, for a moment, other than those who were still watching the battle, there were not many people left in the field. Of course, those who were able to stay until now were definitely experts. Buzz, a huge vine turned into a green whip and lashed at Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. It was like a long green river that shone brightly. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. Then, the green vine was directly pierced through. It's you. Lin Xian turned around and stared at Yanqing. That's right, it was indeed Yanqing who attacked. He finally could not help but attack. Brat, how dare you destroy my Thorned Flower Alliance? You deserve to die. Now, go to hell. Yanqing shouted angrily. Behind him, countless rays of light shone and formed a huge thorned flower. The thorned flower emitted a terrifying aura like a peerless monster that suppressed the sky. Not only that, countless green shadows flickered near the thorned flower, like a forest in the sky. It's Xianxia. He attacked. Seeing this, the surrounding kings exclaimed. They looked at the green scene in front of them and were shocked. Xianxia is a plant-type king. He's extremely strange. I wonder if he can defeat that brat. Discussions rang out as Lin Xian, who was standing in front of the crowd, quickly made his move. Seeing Lin Xian rushing over, Xianxia snorted coldly and the thorned flower behind him shone brightly. At the same time, countless huge flowers formed in the sky. They were extremely beautiful and looked like shooting stars. The waving petals carried a sharp killing intent that could easily pierce through the void. Buzz. The petals filled the sky and formed a terrifying killing intent that swept towards Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian roared and his body shone brightly. He held the killing sword in his hand and rushed over quickly. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the petals that were filled with killing intent. Not only that, but he was also extremely sharp. Every swing of his sword pierced through a thorned flower. Flower blooms for a lifetime. Xianxia shouted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless vines surged under the thorned flower petals and formed a green energy that surrounded Lin Xian. The poisonous thorns were extremely sharp and looked like the spears of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. Brat, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. Turn into fertilizer under my thorned flower. The vines turned into demons and ghosts. The spears of a demon god and huge palms blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph. It's just a broken flower. I'll destroy it now. Lin Xian snorted. His body shone brightly, and the demonic sword in his hand shone brightly. Buzz, he slashed out with his sword. It was as if the Milky Way had descended, cutting through the 9 heavens. Boom, the green light in front of him was cut open, and countless vines flew in all directions. However, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a strange smile when he saw the scene. Poof, in the next moment, the flying vines, which carried poisonous thorns, turned into a sky full of hidden weapons that pierced towards Lin Xian. Some of them even crashed into him. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and countless rays of light burst out, covering the sky. Seeing this, Xianxia sneered. You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think that's all I have? Just you wait. As long as you're pierced by one of the poisonous thorns, your blood will become my nourishment. When the time comes, I'll use your corpse to bloom the most beautiful thorned flower. Xianxia looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding people were also shocked, and the people of the Thorned Flower Alliance laughed. Ha 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 ha. So what if that kid is strong? He's no match for Xianxia. Of course, no one can block the poisonous thorns of the thorned flower. Those are the legendary poisonous thorns. No one below the Almighty can resist it. Cold laughter rang out one after another. Clearly, they believed that Lin Xian was beyond saving this time. That was because they had seen Xianxia use this method to kill several powerful seniors more than once. Thinking about it, that kid should not be able to escape. However, in the next moment, everyone's laughter stopped. They even widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Even Xianxia was shocked and could not believe it. That was because the light in front of him had disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. However, there were no injuries on his body. The thorned flower thorns that filled the sky were all broken. What? How is that possible? He's unharmed? Everyone was shocked. Damn it, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How did he block it? Xianxia roared crazily. His thorned flower venomous thorn was even more powerful than ordinary treasure chi. It could even be compared to an earth-tier treasure. However, his opponent was completely unharmed. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Just a small trick. Do you really think you can hurt me? What an idiot. Lin Xian sneered and thrust out his sword. Puff, then, Xianxia's body trembled as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. If it had been slightly off, it would have pierced his heart. What? So powerful. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was because they did not see how Yanqing was injured. They only saw Lin Xian stab out with his sword and Yanqing was injured. What kind of sword technique was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? At this moment, the surrounding experts, Lu Mingyue, and the older generation figures all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Damn it, how is this possible? Yanqing also clutched his wound. His face was pale. This sword had seriously injured him. Moreover, the injury was not only on his shoulder. There was an inextinguishable sword intent around his wound that directly damaged his body. Outsiders could not see it, but he could feel it. That sword technique is too sharp. I'm afraid the sword intent contained in it cannot be erased in a short time. An expert analyzed. After hearing this, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that Yanqing was seriously injured from the beginning? This was too terrifying. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? Yanqing roared crazily. The thorned flower behind him shone brightly, forming a powerful vitality that poured into his body and provided him with strength. Soon, the injury on his body stopped, but his face was extremely pale. Go to hell! Yanqing roared. His body shone brightly, and countless thorned flowers bloomed in the entire space. He stepped on the petals and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Behind him, the huge thorned flower was like an ancient demonic beast. It was abnormally terrifying and emitted a monstrous aura. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his long sword and continuously slashed out sharp sword qi. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Who will win? The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other. Needless to say, it will definitely be Yanqing. Someone said coldly, Yanqing's thorned flower domain is not only powerful in terms of attack, but it can also absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. What? Yanqing's thorned flower domain can absorb the spiritual energy here? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They knew the rules of this space. It was difficult for them to absorb the spiritual energy here, but they did not expect Yanqing's thorned flower domain to be able to do so. At this time, an older expert also said, it's not as exaggerated as you think. It's impossible to absorb 100% of it. However, it can convert a small part of it. No matter what, it has an advantage over the other kings. So, that brat is definitely dead. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. No wonder Yanqing dared to make a move. It turned out that he was so terrifying. They had always thought that Lu Mingyue was the strongest, but they did not expect Yanqing to be so terrifying. At this time, Yanqing also sneered, brat, so what if your combat power is strong? You can't last long. I'm going to exhaust you to death. As he sneered, Yanqing waved his hand, and petals filled the sky, forming a huge flower bush that completely enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying light burst out, wanting to completely refine Lin Xian. You want to fight a war of attrition with me? Lin Xian was stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. The last thing he was afraid of was a war of attrition. The amount of spiritual energy he had was much higher than these people. Moreover, the art of longevity could absorb the spiritual energy here, but his opponent dared to fight a war of attrition with him. He was really courting death, however, he was not in the mood to drag it out with his opponent. In the next moment, he waved his long sword, and 6 sword qi flew out quickly behind him. The scarlet fire sword qi bloomed, and flames filled the sky, forming a sea of fire. Lin Xian raised it and slashed forward. Boom! Under this attack, the petals in the sky were burned and turned into ashes. However, Yanqing was not angry. He knew that his opponent's combat power was strong, and he could not compete with him at all. So, he just kept using his ultimate move to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy. In the next moment, he waved his hand again, and a huge green giant was born from the thorny flower, roaring at the sky. Boom! The green fist blasted out, and countless tree branches rushed out quickly, turning the sky into a forest in an instant. The sea of trees in the sky pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, a golden sword light sliced the entire forest in half. It's useless, all your moves have no effect on me, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The six-sword chi behind him quickly intertwined to form a sword diagram, which Lin Xian quickly slashed out. Puff, the sword diagram formed by the six-sword light struck Yanqing's body, sending him flying backward. This time, Yanqing's injuries were even more severe. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. As for those experts, their brows were tightly furrowed, because they realized that this was different from what they had guessed. After such a long battle, Lin Xian's combat strength should have weakened, but he didn't seem to have consumed any spiritual power at all. On the contrary, his combat strength was getting stronger. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yanqing's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was filled with shock. Impossible, why hasn't your combat strength weakened? He was really stunned because he was fighting a war of attrition. Under normal circumstances, the other party's combat strength would be almost exhausted after fighting for so long. This was because there was no external energy replenishment. But now, the other party was still full of energy, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. It even far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, how much spiritual power does he have? Yanqing's expression was ugly. One had to know that using a powerful ultimate move consumed a lot of spiritual power. However, the other party seemed to have no limit, and he quickly used one ultimate move after another. He was beaten until he couldn't fight back at all. So at this moment, fear rose in his heart. On the other hand, Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions and said coldly, "He's no match for me. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time." What? Together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Arrogant, he was too arrogant, he actually wanted to fight against all the King Realm experts by himself. Wasn't this an act of suicide? Sure enough, hearing Lin Xian's words, the King Realm experts' faces darkened. One had to know that they were all genius experts. Usually, no one dared to provoke them, and they were even more superior. But now, someone actually dared to look down on them. However, they really didn't want to swarm up because even if they killed the other party, they would lose face. This was because this wasn't a secret battle, and there were warriors from various top forces watching the battle. Lu Mingyue also frowned and said to Sun Yang beside her, "You go and help Yanqing." Okay. Sun Yang nodded and prepared to make a move. Because his organization had also been destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he would not hesitate to kill Lin Xian as soon as he had the chance. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he arrived beside Yanqing, fighting side by side with him. He even gave him a few healing pills. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Just you? It wasn't enough. Give me a few more. You're courting death. You're too arrogant." Sun Yang was furious. The other party actually dared to look down on him, this was simply intolerable. "Brat, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Sun Yang's expression was cold. In the next moment, a pair of green wings also appeared on his back. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Whoosh, soon, the transparent wings flapped gently, and Sun Yang rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, but when he got close to Lin Xian, his body began to sway and glow. In an instant, countless clones appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. Every single one of them seemed real. Their auras were so powerful that it was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. 1000 Phantom Kill. This was one of Sun Yang's ultimate techniques, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, in order to kill Lin Xian, he had actually used it at the first opportunity. The sky was filled with flickering phantoms. Each of them could form an attack, but only one of them was real. The Real Sun Yang would hide among these phantoms and unleash a sure kill attack. Normal King Realm cultivators couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, and they couldn't break through the countless phantoms. "Brat, obediently fall into despair under my 1000 Phantom Kill." A cold voice came from the void. On the other side, Yanqing also made his move. He activated the thorned flower again, coordinating with the phantoms in the sky to attack. In an instant, a terrifying light flashed, and fierce attacks shot towards Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian waved his long sword, and black sword chi shot out, bombarding the phantoms. However, there was too much energy in the surroundings. He knew that if he couldn't find Sun Yang's real body, he wouldn't be able to break through the 1,000 Phantom Kill. In fact, it was very simple to break through Sun Yang's 1,000 Phantom Kill. He only needed to use the Heavenly Secret God Eyes. However, before that, he needed to conceal himself. Therefore, in the next moment, the dragon sword field exploded, and a dazzling light illuminated the entire space. No one dared to look directly at it. At this moment, mysterious Dao runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Together with a terrifying golden light, they swept in all directions. Soon, he found Sun Yang's real body. Whoosh, he became one with the sword, and like a true dragon, he quickly stabbed towards Sun Yang's real body. Puff, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, countless amounts of blood spurted out. Half of Sun Yang's body was cut open, and he was sent flying. He had suffered serious injuries. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to break through Sun Yang's ultimate move in an instant. This was too inconceivable, because they didn't find any flaws at all. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Everyone's expression turned solemn. On the other side, Yan Qing also activated the thorned flower, delaying Sun Yang. He continuously channeled energy into Sun Yang, quickly healing his injuries. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the demonic sword and attacked again. He wouldn't give Sun Yang a chance to recover. But at this time, a sharp light suddenly came from the left side of his body. It was like the light of a celestial demon. It easily pierced through the void and stabbed towards him. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body when he sensed the light. This attack was too sharp, and he couldn't take it head-on. Therefore, he decisively gave up the chase and kept dodging. Buzz, the light of a celestial demon flew past Lin Xian's body and shattered the void. It turned the entire space into chaos. Chaotic light. When Lin Xian saw this, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Mingyue. That's right, the one who attacked was Lu Mingyue. That beam of chaotic light was so sharp that it posed a threat to Lin Xian. He had to admit that Lu Mingyue's strength was too strong. It was unbelievable. With Lu Mingyue's attack, Sun Yang and Yan Qing had a chance to escape. The two quickly retreated to a safe place to heal their injuries. Lu Mingyue was dressed in a blue dress, and she looked like a fairy. The chaotic chi in her hand rolled quickly, forming the wonton sword. The sword was 3 feet long, and it emitted a chaotic light. A terrifying murderous intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, even the martial artists watching the battle trembled. As for the powerhouses, they frowned and looked solemn. In the crowd, Yu Wudao's eyes were like torches as he stared at the wonton sword. On the other side, Gu Santong, who was dressed in black and looked ordinary, nodded slightly. Obviously, he also recognized Lu Mingyue's strength. In the next moment, Lu Mingyue waved the chaotic sword and rushed forward like a divine rainbow. As the sword light flashed, a terrifying chaotic light illuminated the entire sky. A bone-chilling coldness spread throughout the world. Lin Xian's body tensed up as he felt a powerful threat. His opponent's sword of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. He let out a long roar and waved the demonic sword in his hand, forming a black beam of light that quickly swept forward. It's useless. You can't block my sword of primal chaos. Lu Mingyue's voice was calm and her face was filled with confidence. The surrounding people also quickly nodded as they had a certain understanding of the sword of primal chaos. It was the All Beginnings Holy Land's ultimate technique and was extremely terrifying. No one below the almighty level could contend against it. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't contend against the sword of primal chaos. At this moment, even Yu Wudao and Gu Santong's nerves were extremely solemn. Clang, in the next instant, the two swords collided, creating a sky-shaking sound. This sound was like metal and stone colliding, tearing through the void and causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Many kings hurriedly closed their ears and retreated. Some who were too slow directly bled from their ears and fell to the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Just a single attack from the two of them had created such a terrifying scene. How was this a battle between two youths? Those who didn't know would think that an almighty had made a move. A terrifying light erupted as shocking energy swept out in all directions. The dazzling sword of primal chaos was suddenly covered with countless cracks and then split into two halves from the middle. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Mingyue was stunned as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her sword of primal chaos had actually been cut in half. This was simply too unbelievable. The surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb as their eyes widened. The sword of primal chaos was a weapon condensed from primal chaos chi and primal chaos light. It was incomparably sharp. It could be said to be invincible. But now, it had actually been cut in half by Lin Xian with a single strike. What kind of treasure is that black demonic sword? It's actually so terrifying that it can cut the sword of primal chaos in half? Heavens, this is too unbelievable. I'm not dreaming, right? Shocked voices sounded one after another. Clearly, no one could accept the reality before their eyes. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as a cold smile appeared on his face. The other party actually dared to compete with him in swordsmanship. He was really courting death. With his 9-hell demon sword and the great dragon sword soul, nothing could stop him. What's more, it wasn't a real earth-rank treasure. It was just a light sword condensed from a technique. If he wanted to sever it, it would be very easy. Lu Mingyue coldly snorted when she saw the black demonic sword stabbing towards her once again. Primal chaos light blossomed from her body and carried her as she rapidly retreated backwards. At the same time, Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked once again. 3 experts besieged Lin Xian, and the battle broke out in an instant. Sun Yang once again transformed into countless figures. This time, he did not confuse his opponent. Instead, he directly attacked. This was because he knew that illusions were useless now. Only by attacking would he be able to hurt his opponent. Therefore, an overwhelming number of figures charged towards Lin Feng. On the other side, Yan Qing also urged the thorned flower to unleash attacks that covered the sky. All kinds of terrifying plants filled the sky, trying to envelop Lin Xian. Lu Mingyue's expression was even colder. Balls of primal chaos light appeared on her jade-like hand. It was extremely sharp. This time, she did not form the primal chaos sword. Instead, she waved her hand and the terrifying primal chaos light turned into lightning and flew towards Lin Xian. Boom, the primal chaos light carried monstrous killing intent and was extremely fast. In an instant, it pierced towards Lin Xian's head. This scene was really too shocking. 3 great experts, each one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when they joined forces, they were even more powerful. Perhaps no one could easily withstand their attacks. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. However, it was especially at this moment that he had to remain calm. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The terrifying dragon sword realm instantly appeared. Shocking sword light soared into the sky and turned into streaks of killing intent. He held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed out a 5-colored sword light. The long sword swept across and flattened the world. The attacks that filled the sky were sliced apart. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Buzz, however, there was a streak of lightning that pierced through the sword's shadows and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Primal chaos light, it was extremely terrifying, the light was too fast. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. Not only was his opponent fast, but he also grasped the timing very well. Now was the moment when he revealed a flaw. Poof, the primal chaos light brushed past his body and made a sonorous sound. Blood spurted out and a crack appeared on Lin Xian's body. He hit him. He's injured. Seeing this scene, many people cheered because they had finally managed to injure Lin Xian after fighting for so long. Even Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others revealed a smile. As long as they could injure him, it would be easy. They believed that if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill him in 100 or 200 moves. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze and even became extremely ugly. Because they realized that their opponent was indeed injured. However, it was a light injury that could even be ignored. The primal chaos light had only cut Lin Xian's skin and did not hurt his bone structure at all. Even now, the wound was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? How is this possible? No one dared to believe it. What kind of body was that? How could it resist the primal chaos light? One had to know that even a 6-star king would probably be penetrated by that attack just now. However, Lin Xian only suffered a light injury. This was simply too unbelievable. How could they know that Lin Xian's body had been tempered by all kinds of natural treasures? Moreover, it had been tempered by the black aura on the giant sword nearby. It could be said to be extremely tough. Moreover, in the face of danger just now, Lin Xian's body was also covered with sharp sword light. Therefore, he only suffered a light injury. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. She realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond her expectations. However, this did not change her mind. She had to kill him today. In the next moment, countless primal chaos chi surrounded her body. She held the wonton knife in one hand and the primal chaos sword in the other. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through heaven and earth, releasing terrifying power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Mingyue turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly charged forward. She continuously attacked, waving the wonton knife and wonton sword rapidly. Terrifying light rushed toward Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but the violent power made him constantly dodge. Not only that, but Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked from both sides. The three of them formed a triangle and pressured Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was in danger again. Kill! Lin Xian roared. His body glowed, and a terrifying sword light quickly circled around him. Then, he quickly counterattacked with the demonic sword in his hand. He knew that Yan Qing and Sun Yang were nothing to worry about. Lu Mingyue, who was in front of him, was the real enemy. Only by killing her could he be out of danger. Otherwise, the chaotic light was too much of a threat to him. 5-element sword. Every time Lin Xian swung the sword, a terrifying sword chi would be unleashed. This was the 5-element sword, which was evolved from his 5-elements fist. Now that it was combined with the great dragon sword soul, its attack power was terrifying to the extreme. 5-elements technique? You're not from the 5-elements sect at all. You can't unleash the full power of the 5-elements technique. Lu Mingyue sneered disapprovingly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. The kings in the surroundings were also shocked. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. The sword light shone and was extremely terrifying. A flaming phoenix quickly rose into the sky with the demonic sword. The terrifying flame aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What a terrifying flame aura! It was not inferior to the 5-elements technique at all. Some experts were extremely shocked. Even the faces of those from the 5-elements sect changed drastically. Damn it, how did this kid know the 5-elements technique? Where did he learn it from? The flaming sword light shocked everyone. Buzz, the flaming phoenix sword's aura was monstrous. It directly tore through the void and slashed towards Lu Mingyue. Chaos technique. Lu Mingyue's nerves were extremely solemn. She knew that this sword was very dangerous and she had to resist it with all her might. In the next moment, she waved her hand and the chaotic aura on her body quickly circulated. With a wave of her palm, thousands of chaotic lights followed and slapped forward. Boom, the two collided and directly pierced through the void. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. Even Sun Yang and Yan Qing did not dare to resist this energy. The two of them did not even dare to attack Lin Xian and quickly retreated. The surrounding kings were also shocked and kept retreating to a safe distance. The sea of bones below was extremely demonic. It flickered with light and no one even noticed that the blood on the ground was absorbed by the sea. Not only that, the energy storm created by the battle between Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian did not have much effect on the sea of bones. It was as if there was a mysterious power around the sea of bones. After one strike, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying auras pierced through the void. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Because the methods of these two people were truly too terrifying, regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or Lu Mingyue, both of them would be able to sweep the field. After the flaming sword, Lin Xian used the other 4 swords of the 5-elements swords. Each of them was extremely terrifying and powerful. Lu Mingyue, on the other hand, was surrounded by the light of Wanton. She was like a goddess of war, extremely dazzling. However, cold sweat gradually trickled down her forehead because she realized that she was being suppressed by Lin Xian. In fact, his sword strike had even sliced apart the primal chaos light on her body. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wearing an Earth-rank treasure armor, that sword strike would have seriously injured her. Thus, Lu Mingyue's expression was extremely gloomy. The surrounding kings were also extremely shocked. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would actually gain the upper hand in this battle. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have sufficient strength. This made everyone feel incredulous. Lu Mingyue's allies were also extremely anxious. The weaker ones did not dare to step forward at all because they were unable to withstand the aftermath of the energy. Yanqing and Sun Yang were also gnashing their teeth. In this situation, they were somewhat unable to help. They could only continuously interfere from the side, but many of the effects were not great. Not only that, but they were also almost ambushed by an ordinary crimson dragon. However, at this moment, two old men's expressions were indeed cold, and killing intent surfaced in their eyes. At this moment, they finally could not hold it in anymore. Even if those people looked down on them, they were going to make a move. This was because Lin Xian gave them a feeling that he was too dangerous. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would not be long before even they would not be able to suppress him. At that time, in this deep forest, no one would be a match for Lin Xian. They would not allow such a thing to happen, so these people were prepared to make a move. Finally, an old man made a move. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. With a wave of his hand, it was like a mountain smashing over. Immediately, the void trembled, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed at Lu Mingyue again. Then, he suddenly turned around to resist the huge palm behind him. Sword light flickered all over his body, turning into a golden sword ray that directly slashed behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden sword chi directly blasted the mountain-like palm away. Meanwhile, the old man's figure also retreated. His palm was trembling and bleeding continuously. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. That was an elder powerhouse, but he was injured by the other party at first sight. This made them extremely shocked. Was the other party's strength really that heaven-defying? Kid, you're too arrogant. You don't even care about your elders? That's right. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Destroy your own martial arts, or you'll end up in a terrible state. A series of cold shouts were heard. Meanwhile, the injured old man's face was also ferocious. Originally, he thought that with his strength and sudden attack, he would definitely be able to catch the other party off guard. Perhaps he would be able to seriously injure the other party. However, he did not expect to be injured in the first exchange. This was unacceptable to him. You're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have a powerful sword in your hand, you can do whatever you want. You're causing trouble for yourself. The injured old man said in a deep voice. He did not think that Lin Xian was powerful, but that the other party had a powerful sword in his hand that could injure him. In fact, many people thought so because the sword in Lin Xian's hand had previously cut the sword of chaos in half. That was probably something that only an upper-grade artifact could do. What does it have to do with you whether I'm arrogant or not? Lin Xian said coldly. However, since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What do you want? The old man sneered. Of course, I want you to apologize with your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the killing sword in his hand, he strode forward. What, you dare to kill me? Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He then snorted coldly. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know which sect I'm from? I don't need to know. Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll definitely die. Lin Xian said coldly. You're courting death. The old man was furious. The other party was too arrogant. He was too hateful. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, I'm from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. If you dare to touch me, you'll definitely die. Wavering Light Sacred Land. Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Whether it was in the outside world or in the mystic world, the wavering light sacred land was a huge and terrifying existence. They did not expect this old man to be from the wavering light sacred land. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered. Wavering light sacred land? So what? Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Shocked, everyone around was shocked. Lin Xian was too strong. He did not even give face to the wavering light sacred land. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? Hearing this, the elder gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're challenging the dignity of the wavering light sacred land." The wavering light sacred land was a peerless sacred land in the eastern wilderness. It was very ancient and terrifying, and no one dared to provoke it. But now, he dared to challenge it. This was simply too inconceivable. So what if you're from the wavering light sacred land? Do you still think this is the eastern wilderness? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he raised his arm and waved a terrifying sword qi. You're courting death. The elder was furious. He endured the injuries in his body and attacked crazily. Behind him, a dazzling halo appeared. At the same time, a golden shadow condensed in his hand and blasted forward. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed forward fiercely. It directly slashed the golden shadow and landed on the elder's body. Poof! The elder was sent flying again. When the surrounding kings saw this, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian was too powerful. The elder was covered in blood. His eyes were full of killing intent. He stared coldly at Lin Xian like a demonic beast that had gone mad. Do you really want to fall out with the wavering light sacred land? Fight to the death? Killing you means falling out with the wavering light sacred land? You really think highly of yourself. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Your actions are insulting the wavering light sacred land. I'm just teaching you a lesson here. After saying that, his body shone with sword qi and he walked forward again. Brat, you're too arrogant. The elder's face turned ugly. Although this is not the eastern wilderness, the saint of the wavering light sacred land is here. The wavering light sacred sun. Hearing this name, the surrounding kings fell silent. There was even a strong sense of fear in their eyes. This name was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The wavering light sacred sun was a young genius and extremely mysterious. When he was young, he had displayed heaven-defying talent. When he was young, he was even more dazzling. In the eastern wilderness, he was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. It was rumored that he was extremely mysterious. No one knew what his true combat strength was. However, even the older generation and peerless geniuses had to bow their heads in front of him. Such a character, who was so powerful that it made others despair, was also in this profound world at this moment. However, during this period of time, he had not shown himself, and everyone had even forgotten about his existence. However, after the old man's reminder, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Although this was not the eastern wilderness, as long as the Alcade Saint was here, the Alcade sacred ground would still be the top existence. The Alcade Saint? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He is indeed a genius. However, even he can't save you. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Even if he comes, let him fight with me. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the Alcade Saint, he was not afraid. Seeing Lin Xian walk over again, the old man was finally afraid. His expression was full of fear. He realized that even if he brought up the Alcade Saint's son, the other party would not let him go. He could not believe it. Brat, you're courting death. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you dare to touch me, the Alcade sacred ground will not let you go. There will be no place for you in this forest. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and remained unmoved. The dragon sword spiritual domain instantly erupted and enveloped the other party. Terrifying sword qi soared into the sky, turning the entire space into an extremely dangerous zone. The old man roared crazily and destroyed his strength to the extreme. He had to save himself now, or no one would be able to save him. Sacred light technique. Laozi's body shone with light, forming a huge ball of light above his head. The terrifying light was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. The two exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. After a few moves, there was a sudden violent explosion, and bright light spread in all directions. The terrifying sacred light ball was cut in half by the sword. The entire sky sank. The old man opposite him had disheveled hair and was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Because Lin Xian was too powerful, there was no way to stop him. That kind of power made him feel despair. "Brat, you're causing trouble for yourself. Even if you kill me, there will be a day when the Alcade Saint will kill you." The old man issued a final threat. Lin Xian's expression was still cold. "You don't know what's good for you." Then, he stabbed out with his long sword as fast as lightning. The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky, and the energy caused the surrounding kings to tremble. The old man in front of him stiffened. His pupils gradually dilated as if he couldn't believe it. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread downward. Then, his entire body was split in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that the other party had really killed someone from the Alcade sacred land. Was he not afraid of the Alcade Saint's revenge? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had killed people from the Alcade sacred land more than once. If they knew this news, what kind of expressions would they have? Lin Xian had actually killed a martial artist from the Alcade sacred land with a single sword strike. This was too shocking. This was a sign of falling out with the Alcade sacred land. Moreover, the Alcade Saint was very likely to be nearby. Perhaps he would rush over soon. However, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and attacked decisively. "Brother, I have to say that you're too strong. I, old Zhang, have never admired anyone. Today, I'm the first one to admire you. Yes, brother, you're really fierce. You even dared to kill someone from the Alcade sacred land. You're too powerful. However, brother, I advise you to leave quickly. The Alcade Saint might be nearby. Perhaps he'll be here soon. You'd better leave quickly." Exclamations were heard. Obviously, these people were convinced by Lin Xian's decisiveness and strength. They were all worried about him. As for the others, such as Lu Mingyue and the others, they sneered. "That's great. We couldn't take this brat down. I didn't expect him to dare to kill someone from the Alcade sacred land. This is going to be a good show. The Alcade sacred land will definitely not let him go. I think we don't need to do anything. The Alcade sacred land alone can kill this brat." Lu Mingyue and the others sneered. "It doesn't matter. If he comes, we'll fight." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his battle suit was in high spirits. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with the legendary Alcade Saint to verify his martial arts today. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see the Alcade Saint, so Lin Xian was ready to leave. However, how could Lu Mingyue and the others let Lin Xian go? In the next moment, the three of them attacked again. Not only that, but this time, several powerful martial artists also attacked. They all wanted to kill Lin Xian. The battle broke out again. This time, it was even more intense. In addition to Lu Mingyue, there was another genius who was shining with light. In addition, there were several seniors, each of whom was extremely powerful. A great battle broke out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space shook violently. Lin Xian was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, sword light flashed all over his body as he fought more and more valiantly. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. Up until now, Lin Xian had still not been caught. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. One had to know that the lineup sent out this time was unprecedentedly strong. No one could stand up to them. Boom, however, at that moment, the ground shook violently as if some peerless monster was about to be born. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea of bones below shook rapidly and then split open. A white bone palm like a white mountain grabbed at the sky. Pung, one of the warriors did not escape in time and was caught by the white palm, exploding into a bloody mist. Blood splattered everywhere. It was abnormally pungent. Everyone was stunned by the scene. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, regardless of whether they were spectators or those who were fighting in the field. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Boom boom boom, the shaking below became more and more intense. Lin Xian and the others looked down and then gasped. The sea of bones below split open and a huge crack appeared. A white bone creature emerged from below. It was very tall, like a mountain, and its body was surrounded by murderous aura. It was terrifying. What, there's a white bone creature here? How is this possible? Everyone's scalps went numb. They had checked before and there was no sign of life at all. But now, an undead creature had appeared. It was indeed shocking. How can this be? Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned. However, those elder-level elders cried out in alarm. Damn it, the white bones absorbed the blood from the great battle before, most likely reviving it. Everyone's scalps went numb. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop it. This sea of bones was formed from the ancient battle. It was an ancient battlefield. The white bones here were all stunning and powerful figures in the past. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If they were revived, these people would not be able to stop them. Sure enough, the terrifying white bone giant waved its hand and immediately turned a group of warriors into a bloody mist. Run! In the next moment, everyone fled frantically, not daring to stay here any longer. Even those powerhouses no longer besieged Lin Xian. Instead, they all fled into the distance. This was because the white palm was flying towards them at high speed. Lin Xian also executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His body transformed into streaks of lightning as he dodged non-stop. He knew that this battle could not continue, and now he had to avoid the attacks of the bone giants. If they were targeted by the other party, they would be in trouble. As Lin Xian dodged, he frowned. Because at this moment, Lu Mingyue actually made a move amidst the chaos. A ray of chaotic light turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly pierced towards Lin Xian. It seemed that Lu Mingyue really wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, despite the chaos, Lin Xian's soul force was still extremely powerful. He caught sight of the light of chaos in an instant. Then, he snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Not only that, he also waved his arm and released a ray of sword qi, forming a cage and trapping Lu Mingyue. It made it impossible for her to escape. Lu Mingyue's expression changed. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so vigilant and able to dodge her attack. Moreover, he had created quite a bit of trouble for her. In the next moment, she bombarded the sword qi cage with all her might and escaped. She did not attack and quickly fled into the distance. Because the white bone creature was even more terrifying. Its eyes flickered, and white waves swept in all directions. None of the warriors who were bombarded could escape. Kid, don't run outside. Go near the heavenly sword. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. Hearing this, Lin Xian moved and flew in the opposite direction. As expected, there were no attacks from the white bone creature near the heavenly sword. In order to avoid being discovered, he even hid in the pile of white bones at the edge. Through the gap, Lin Xian saw the scene of frantic escape in the distance. When he saw how powerful the white bone creature was, his eyelids twitched wildly. This kind of power was definitely not something they could fight against. In front of them, the white bone giant was monstrous. Not only was its body huge, but its strength was also terrifying. With a gentle wave of its palm, it tore the void apart. Not only that, but there were also terrifying scenes surrounding it. There was a headless warlord, a terrifying sword master, and an 8-headed evil dragon. There was also a demon with wings on its back. These scenes were extremely terrifying, and all of them surrounded the white bone giant. Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm enveloped Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and more than a dozen Wang Zhe. No, Yan Qing roared crazily. The thorned flower behind him shone brightly. The vines in front of him turned into a green rainbow and quickly rushed into the sky, trying to resist. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind Sun Yang's back to increase his speed. Lu Mingyue's body was surrounded by chaotic qi, and she looked like a god of war. The other kings also roared and used all their strength to escape. However, the white bone palm was too terrifying. Other than Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others were directly turned into a bloody mist. This scene was simply too shocking. Such a powerful king had been killed in an instant. Not only that, two rays of white light appeared from the huge white bone skull. They were like giant dragons that rushed in all directions. In the crowd, Gu Santong used his spatial mystique and disappeared into the void. On the other side, Yu Wudao's body shone brightly. He emitted a powerful aura, and like a god of war, he quickly ran into the distance. The terrifying scene was still playing out, but Lin Xian's place was abnormally quiet. No one would have thought that he was right below the white bone. In fact, the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. Lin Xian now understood this point. He was now inside the white bone. It seemed very dangerous, but he was incomparably safe. He was not affected at all. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, the huge white bone creature gave up its pursuit and walked towards the Sea of Bones again. It seemed like it wanted to return to the Sea of Bones. What the F***ck, Lin Xian's face darkened. If it came to the Sea of Bones, would it discover him? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If he ran now, he would be targeted. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper into the Sea of Bones. The Crimson Dragon was also out of ideas. The white bone giant in front of them was obviously an existence that surpassed the Almighty. They could not escape at all. Therefore, they could only go deeper and hope that the white bone giant would not discover them. Then, the man and dragon set off towards the bottom of the Sea of Bones. Their bodies shone brightly, and terrifying sword chi opened a path as they rushed underground. After walking for a long time, Lin Xian felt that the bones below were getting fewer and fewer. He was about to touch the hard ground. After walking for a while, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched. He and the Crimson Dragon's figure flashed as they arrived underground. There was actually an immortal's cave below. That's right, Lin Xian broke through countless bones and earth and arrived at a strange immortal's cave. There were also bones here, but not many. Moreover, from the luster, they were more powerful than the ones outside. But fortunately, they had been dead for countless years and posed no threat to him. This is a corridor. There seems to be a cave ahead. Let's go and take a look. The Crimson Dragon pointed ahead and said. Lin Xian was also curious. He wanted to know where this place was, so the two discussed for a while and set off again. After walking for a while, a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a passage engraved on it. It was an ancient language, but fortunately, Heitu could recognize it. I'm here. I hope I can succeed this time. It was just a short sentence. There was nothing to see. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon continued to walk forward. Not long after, they found another stone tablet. The enemy is too powerful. It's unimaginable. The enemy shouldn't exist in this world, but he escaped the cycle of time. I think we should use other methods. Enemy? What kind of person is able to escape the cycle of time? Seeing the second stone tablet, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. This time, they sped up and walked forward. Because they estimated that there should be a third stone tablet. After going through so many difficulties and dangers, we finally found the Great Dragon Sword. I hope we can succeed this time. The Great Dragon Sword, it was actually related to the Great Dragon Sword. Seeing this, Lin Xian was excited. He didn't expect that the Immortal's cave under the Sea of Bones was related to the Great Dragon Sword. Could it be that the owner of this cave was also the descendant of the Great Dragon Sword? But he didn't know which generation it was. Let's go and take a look. This time, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. He even used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached the extreme. The next moment, he saw the fourth stone tablet. However, nothing was written on the fourth stele. To be exact, it was written, but it had been erased by someone. Even the traces of the erasure were still clearly visible. What exactly happened? Did that man defeat Rian or not? What was the result, and who erased the traces? Was it the owner of the dragon sword or someone else? Lin Xian frowned, extremely puzzled. Moving forward, Lin Xian refused to give up and continued to dash forward at top speed. However, he did not find the fifth stele. Instead, he saw a coffin. Beside it, there was a pit. It was unknown whether it was buried or dug out by someone. Do you want to open it? After much consideration, Lin Xian finally decided to open it. The next moment, he opened it. There was no corpse inside, nor were there any bones. Instead, there was a piece of human skin. The human skin was the size of 2 palms. It was glossy and full of divine energy. Whose coffin was it this time? Who left this human skin behind? What was the purpose? Could it be that the corpse was stolen? Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. The next moment, he picked up the human skin. However, when he saw the reverse side, he was completely stunned. Because on the human skin, there were countless words. This is? Lin Xian was shocked. He looked carefully. Could it be that the owner of this cave, the owner of the dragon sword, left it behind? He looked carefully and then sucked in a breath of cold air. Dragon sword secret technique. This was actually a secret technique about the great dragon sword. It seemed that it was left behind by the owner of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was wild with joy. He now had the great dragon sword spirit and his battle strength was unparalleled. However, he only instinctively used the great dragon sword spirit and didn't have the corresponding technique. Even He Tu didn't leave it behind for him. Because the 4th generation of the dragon sword died too suddenly, he only left behind some earth-class cultivation techniques and no dragon sword secret technique. In fact, he didn't even know if the 4th generation successor of the dragon sword had the dragon sword secret technique, but now, he actually obtained a dragon sword secret technique. Even if the supreme expert wasn't suppressed, he probably wouldn't be able to contend against this white bone giant. With this dragon sword secret technique, Lin Xian could use it in the entire king level. Moreover, he believed that after cultivating it, the power of his great dragon sword spirit would be even more terrifying. After searching around again, he didn't find anything else. Thus, he and the Crimson Dragon left. This time, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and changed to another direction. He carefully left. He didn't alarm the huge white bone giant. Not long after Lin Xian left, another figure landed in this cave. It was a young man. He was very handsome and even had a trace of evil aura. After he arrived at this cave, he narrowed his eyes. When he saw the first stone tablet, he also frowned. However, when he saw the second stone tablet, his eyes lit up. It's him. This is his cave. The handsome young man was excited. However, as he walked further, he frowned because he also found that the traces had been erased. Especially when he saw the coffin that had already been opened, his expression turned gloomy. At this moment, the coffin was empty. The human skin had been taken away, so the mysterious handsome young man naturally didn't get anything. Damn it. Someone was one step ahead of me. The evil young man's eyes flickered. Who is it? Don't let me find out. Otherwise, Mo Tianqi, won't let you go. Mo Tianqi, this evil young man turned out to be Mo Tianqi, the former sect master of Danzong, who was hunted down by the Yaoguang sacred land. He could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He was a peerless supreme expert. However, he didn't expect that he would come to this tilted moon mystic world. On the other side, Lin Xian naturally didn't know that after he left, Mo Tianqi had also gone to that mysterious cave. He didn't even know that Mo Tianqi was in this mystic world. Now, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had come out of the underground cave. He was still near the Bone Sea. When he came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were a mess. The mountains had collapsed and countless large areas of forest were destroyed. Obviously, they were all destroyed by the terrifying white bone giant. He carefully distanced himself, trying to find a safe place to cultivate the dragon sword secret technique. However, at this moment, in the deep forest in the distance, a ray of wanton light shot into the sky. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the mountain peak. Her body shone with chaotic light and a pair of chaotic wings appeared on her back. Her entire body emitted a powerful aura. Lu Mingyue, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure on the mountain peak in the distance. He frowned. The other party's aura was much stronger than before. Did she make a breakthrough? That was too shocking. Unexpectedly, not only did the white bone giant fail to kill Lu Mingyue, but it also allowed her to successfully make a breakthrough. Now the other party's strength was even more terrifying and powerful. She was really a difficult opponent. No wonder Yu Wudao said that this woman was qualified to be the saintess of all beginnings. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who discovered Lu Mingyue's breakthrough. The other experts in the forest also discovered it. Then, they all looked dignified. There was no other way. Lu Mingyue was very powerful before, and now that she had made a breakthrough, her strength had increased a lot. But it was conceivable that she would become one of the most terrifying figures. Such a person was absolutely terrifying. But at that moment, a king whose body was shining with light quickly soared into the sky and attacked Lu Mingyue. This scene caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect that at this time, someone would attack Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's figure shook, and the wings of chaos unfolded. Her whole body turned into a stream of light and quickly left the mountain. She didn't fight with the other party. She must have just made a breakthrough and wanted to stabilize her realm. When the resplendent figure saw Lu Mingyue leaving, he snorted coldly and did not pursue her. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void. Who is this person? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. When Lu Mingyue and the others besieged him, the other party seemed to have attacked him. He just didn't expect that the other party would attack Lu Mingyue now. I don't know. He should be a powerful king. He doesn't seem to allow experts with heaven-defying combat strength to exist. This kind of person seeks a balance. He will attack whoever displays the most power. The Crimson Dragon analyzed. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Humph, the other party better not attack him, or he will never let that person go. The next moment, he turned and left, going to a safe place to practice the Dragon Sword secret technique. This practice lasted for half a month. The Dragon Sword secret technique was very mysterious and abnormally difficult to practice. Lin Xian practiced for half a month, but only grasped a little. However, although he had only grasped a little, he could feel that his aura was undergoing a shocking change. The great Dragon Sword's soul became even more skillful and nimble. It was as though a true dragon had taken up residence in his body. His terrifying strength made his entire body incomparably sharp. With my current strength, ordinary 6-star kings are no match for me at all. Those older generation experts are also no match for me. I just don't know what will happen if I encounter a true holy sun. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was infinitely powerful. After his strength had greatly increased, Lin Xian went out again. This time, he actually met Gu Santong. Gu Santong was as calm as ever, as if he was just an ordinary person. However, Lin Xian knew that this was definitely a formidable opponent. This was because he had fought with the other party before, and it was only a draw. There weren't many people who could fight him to a draw. Until now, there was only Gu Santong. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. Gu Santong naturally saw Lin Xian as well. However, when he felt the qi on Lin Xian, he was instantly shocked. You've broken through. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's aura to be even sharper than before. You're not simple either. You're even more mysterious than before. I can barely feel your aura. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense the other party's existence. This meant that the other party's void technique had become even more perfect. It was almost able to merge with the entire space. Space mystique was definitely a terrifying mystique. Coupled with the other party's void technique, it could be said to be extremely powerful. When Gu Santong learned that Lin Xian had broken through, his eyes shone brightly. Even his ordinary face was now covered with a layer of radiance. His entire person was no longer ordinary. Since you've broken through, and I've also broken through a little during this time, why don't we fight again? Last time it was a draw. It wasn't satisfying. If it was any other time, I wouldn't mind fighting. But now, I can't. Lin Xian shook his head. That woman, Lu Mingyue, has also broken through. I think she'll attack me again. So until I defeat her, I must maintain my peak condition. I can't be ambushed by her. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Lu Mingyue, hearing this, Gu Santong nodded. Indeed. That woman is incredible. Her primal chaos technique has been trained to a superb level. She's a strong opponent. If that's the case, then I won't force you. After you defeat her, we'll fight again. The radiance on Gu Santong's body quickly disappeared and entered his body. He became an ordinary young man again. Then, he asked, but, what do you plan to do? That woman probably won't fight alone. She has many powerful people by her side. As far as I know, the last time the Bonesi changed, a large number of powerhouses died. But it also allowed many people to break through at the critical moment. Their strength increased by leaps and bounds. They're even more terrifying than those who died before. That Lu Mingyue seems to have a few kings who broke through. They're even more terrifying than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. Therefore, although their number of kings is small now, their strength is a level higher than before. There's such a thing? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He really didn't know. He had been in seclusion these days to cultivate the dragon sword secret technique. He didn't expect such a change to happen in the outside world. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had broken through. Everyone else had as well. However, he believed that with the dragon sword secret technique, his strength was definitely not something those people could imagine. But he didn't want to wait passively. So, he decided to take the initiative. Just like last time, when he uprooted the Bright Moon organization. He decided to do the same thing again. When Gu Santong heard about Lin Xian's decision, he was shocked. You're going to take the initiative? He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. After all, Lu Mingyue had broken through and her strength had increased greatly. Moreover, the other party had a few more powerful experts. Even so, Lin Xian still decided to take the initiative. It was simply too shocking. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "There's no other way. The other party has too many kings. If a few of them break through, I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with them. That's why I have to kill them before they break through. It's time to settle some debts." Hearing this, Gu Santong's eyes flashed. Then, he said, "Do you need help? You want to help me?" Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Gu Santong to be willing to help him. After all, he was from the Gu clan and was a space elemental king. He was extremely powerful. With him around, he would be a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "I do want to help you," Gu Santong said, "however, I hope that when I'm in danger, you can help me." "What is it? Could it be that you've encountered some danger?" Lin Xian was confused. Gu Santong looked like he was in trouble. "I am in trouble. Recently, I've been feeling that someone has been observing me in the dark. There's even a chilling aura. However, I can't find out who it is." At this point, Gu Santong's expression was extremely serious. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. If what Gu Santong said was true, then it was too scary. Gu Santong was a space elemental king and had mastered the void technique. His perception of space was extremely strong. If someone was hiding in the surroundings, they would not be able to escape his perception. However, he could not find the mysterious person. This meant that the other party was extremely powerful, at least more powerful than Gu Santong. If someone like this had his eyes on Gu Santong, it was no wonder that even a disciple of a clan of the ancients would have a headache. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "No matter what danger it is, if you help me this time, I'll definitely help you the next time you're in danger." Firstly, Lin Xian decided to take the initiative. With Gu Santong's help, his chances of winning would be higher. Secondly, he already saw Gu Santong as a friend. If a friend was in trouble, he would naturally help. "All right. Then I'll go with you this time." Hearing this, Gu Santong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not know what the danger was, with Lin Xian's help, no matter how dangerous it was, he would definitely be able to get through it. Next, the two of them began to plan and decided to uproot Lu Mingyue's faction. However, before that, there was one more person to deal with. That was Xianxia. This woman's heart was vicious, and she was good at seduction, bewitching others. She even had several giants in her hands. She was a threat that was not any weaker than Lu Mingyue. Lin Xian would not allow such a threat to exist. Therefore, he decided to take Xianxia out as well. At night, darkness fell. This time, Lin Xian was on the move again. Gu Santong and the Crimson Dragon turned into 3 streaks of light and headed towards the Valley of the Giants. Last time, the Valley of the Giants had been destroyed by the battle between the 3 beasts. But now, the valley was once again built by a few giants. It was surrounded by 3 huge mountain peaks, forming an impenetrable fortress. Normal kings would not be able to break through, but something like this was not a problem for Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. A smile appeared on his calm face. In the next moment, the surrounding space began to vibrate rapidly. Like waves, the vibrations spread rapidly in all directions. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt the space around them distort violently, and then their bodies were wrapped up. In the next moment, just like Gu Santong, they completely merged into the void. Void technique, Lin Xian felt the changes in his surroundings and was shocked. As expected of a family that had produced a great emperor. This secret technique was too strong and too strange. They could actually hide in the void and directly bypass the impenetrable mountain peaks to enter the Valley of the Giants. After entering the valley, Gu Santong immediately used his space domain. Instantly, the entire valley was enveloped. The void vibrated, and darkness descended. The terrifying space domain released boundless power, imprisoning all the warriors. Even the giants' movements became stiff for a moment. Lin Xian also released his dragon sword domain at the same time. Terrifying murderous intent filled the sky, and dazzling sword chi quickly slashed downwards. It was like a harvester, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the kings below. He did not feel any pity, because these people had tried to kill him before. He was only returning for revenge. Poof poof poof, the entire process was very fast. The warriors did not even have the chance to resist before they were killed. There were even 2 giants whose bodies were pierced by the terrifying sword chi. However, they were abnormally strong, and their vitality surpassed that of a king. Therefore, even though they were heavily injured, these giants struggled madly. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He scanned the area below, but he did not find Xianxia. With a cold snort, he used the dragon catcher hand. His terrifying palms turned into 2 green dragons that quickly probed downwards. He caught one of the kings. "Where is Xianxia?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "If I tell you, can you spare my life?" The king trembled, his eyes filled with fear. "If what you say is true, I can spare your life." Hearing this, the king hurriedly said, "Xianxia has not returned since the Bone Sea's shocking change. He seems to have given up on the Valley of the Giants." "He hasn't returned?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Xianxia was a cautious person. He knew that the Valley of the Giants was not safe, so he simply left in advance. Now that he did not know where he was, it seemed that he could not kill him this time. "You can leave now." Lin Xian waved his arm and threw the person out of the Valley of the Giants. He did not kill him, because in his eyes, he was not worth mentioning. In the next moment, he sent a voice transmission to Gu Santong and the Crimson Dragon, telling them to leave quickly. The 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of lightning and left the Valley of the Giants in an instant, flying towards the Bright Moon organization. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the Crimson Dragon had just left the Valley of the Giants when an angry roar came from behind them. Without the restriction of space, the giants immediately roared and were extremely terrifying. They ran madly out of the Valley of the Giants, wanting to kill Lin Xian and Gu Santong. At the same time, an angry roar came from afar, accompanied by terrifying energy waves. "What's going on?" Lin Xian and Gu Santong were shocked. The giants behind them were angry for a reason. They were chasing after them, but why were there such terrifying energy waves in the distance? Could it be that someone is fighting? Not long after, light shot into the sky and waves rolled. It was obvious that someone was fighting. And it seemed that it was not just 1 or 2 people fighting. Gu Santong felt the changes in space as he flew, and then his expression became very serious. "Someone is fighting. Like us?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was also shocked. "That's right. Like us, someone has ambushed other organizations." Gu Santong continued, "And it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before. When that happens, many people will die." Moreover, it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before. At that time, many people will die, Gu Santong said in a low voice. How can this be? Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that someone would start a fight at this time. I think that after the shocking change in the Bone Sea, many people have broken through. Therefore, the original balance has been broken. There must be people who are dissatisfied with the current benefits and want to redistribute. As expected, they're all a bunch of greedy people. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This is even better. It's suitable for our operation. Originally, he was thinking that if he attacked the Bright Moon organization, there might be other organizations helping him. However, it seemed that this worry could be completely discarded. Because now, all the organizations would be busy with their own affairs and would attract the attacks of others. Buzz, light shot into the sky in front of them. Countless golden lights surrounded them, illuminating half the sky. A terrifying aura permeated the heavens and the earth. What a powerful energy wave! Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Santong's expression was extremely serious. The Alcade Sage has made his move. It seems that he's one of the masterminds behind this. The Alcade Sage, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard that the Alcade Sage was extremely terrifying, but he had never seen him in action. Now that he felt this aura, he knew that the rumors were true. The Alcade Sage was extremely powerful. Just this aura alone was enough to shock people. He had to take it seriously because there was a lot of hatred between him and the Alcade Sacred Land. One day, there would be a battle between them. However, no matter how strong the other party was, he would not be afraid. With his strength and potential, he would definitely not lose to the other party. The two of them rushed all the way and finally arrived near the Bright Moon organization. However, Lin Xian frowned because an earth-shattering battle had already taken place in the Bright Moon organization. The surrounding buildings and forests were all destroyed. I wonder who attacked the Bright Moon organization? Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he scanned the surroundings. He did not find any trace of Lu Mingyue. However, there were still a few king-level figures in front of them, but they were all heavily injured and were concealing their auras. Seeing these people, Gu Santong said in a low voice. Among these people, a few of them had successfully broken through a few days ago and had greatly increased their strength. Who would have thought that they would suffer such heavy injuries? Most likely, they would not be able to survive. To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill these people if they worked together. Now, however, they were all heavily injured and on the verge of death. One could well imagine how terrifying the person who did this was. Those people looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One of them shouted with difficulty, "The Alcade Sage, he actually attacked us." Before he could finish his words, the king's neck tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. It was actually the Yaoguang saint who did it. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not expect that such a terrifying figure would actually make a move against the Bright Moon organization. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't all that strange. Although Lu Mingyue had been strong, she probably hadn't been a match for the likes of Sage Sun Yaoguang and Leaf Dao Denier. However, this time, Lu Mingyue had broken through again, which probably threatened the Alcade Sage Sun's position and interests. Therefore, the Alcade Sage Sun took the opportunity to eliminate Lu Mingyue and the Bright Moon organization to ensure his superior position in the forest. It was truly a merciless battle. Lin Xian had originally come for revenge, but he didn't expect to be involved in this battle for fame and interests. Not long after Lin Xian and Gu Santong left, they encountered a chaotic battle. Dozens of kings were fighting in front of them, causing the sky to shake and the earth to crack. Blood flowed, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. When they saw Lin Xian and Gu Santong, they actually rushed over without caring about anything else. Whoosh, 7 powerful kings rushed towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong like the wind. Those people's bodies shone brightly, emitting demonic clouds that rolled over. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Humph! Gu Santong snorted coldly. How dare the other party attack them? They were courting death. In the next moment, the space domain appeared and locked the 7 people in place like a cage. Brother Lin, do it quickly. he shouted anxiously. Even he couldn't hold on for long against 7 kings at once. However, it didn't matter. To Lin Xian, a moment was enough. He waved his long sword, which turned into 7 rainbows and instantly pierced through the 7 kings. What? Seeing this scene, those who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. He killed 7 kings in an instant. This kind of strength is heaven-defying. At this moment, those people stopped fighting each other and stared at Lin Xian and the others. After a while, they seemed to recognize the 2 people and then ran in all directions like crazy. There was no other way. The 2 people's techniques were too powerful, and the scene just now had really shocked them. These people didn't dare to attack Lin Xian at all. Seeing those people running away, Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued on his way with Gu Santong and the Crimson Dragon. Not long after, intense energy fluctuations appeared in front of them again. Accompanying them was a terrifying wave of chaotic energy that overflowed the sky. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. This is chaotic energy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a radiance blossomed in his eyes. Those who possessed chaotic energy were definitely from the All Beginnings Holy Land. And judging from the might of this chaotic energy, only Lu Mingyue could release it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but increase his speed. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw more than 10 people fighting in front of him. He instantly found Lu Mingyue's figure. It was indeed Lu Mingyue's people fighting with other kings. Apart from Lu Mingyue, there were 3 extremely terrifying kings beside her. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were even stronger than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. Presumably, these were the kings whose strength had greatly increased. The ones fighting with Lu Mingyue's group were also a group, and their strength wasn't weak either. One of them was a burly man with a tall stature. He had the strength to pull up a mountain. His hand split open the sky, and with a stomp of his feet, terrifying cracks spread out for thousands of miles. His strength was even more terrifying than Ouyang Feng's. Not only that, but when he opened and closed his palms, a huge golden condor rapidly appeared. Accompanying it was an extremely ferocious aura. Divine Condor Palm, with a palm strike, the huge golden condor swooped down, its claws grabbing at the void. Its golden wings were like 2 heavenly blades, instantly slicing apart the bodies of the 2 kings. When this huge golden condor appeared, even the 3 experts behind Lu Mingyue retreated continuously. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Lu Mingyue lightly snorted, and the chaotic light on her body flickered rapidly. The terrifying chaotic energy wrapped around her body, making her look incomparably sacred. Boom! In the next moment, the divine eagle was already above Lu Mingyue. With a terrifying aura, it rushed down quickly. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the blink of an eye, the divine eagle was near Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's body remained motionless like a pine tree. However, the chaotic aura on her body was spreading rapidly. As a result, the void around her instantly turned into a state of chaos. The divine eagle landed in the chaos and slowed down. It was as if it had entered a swamp. Roar! The divine eagle kept struggling. Its body glowed with a terrifying aura. However, it could not break free from the chaotic aura. The corners of Lu Mingyue's lips curled up slightly. She lifted her jade-like hand and pointed out gently. Then, a terrifying chaotic light instantly pierced through the divine condor's shadow like lightning. Pfft! The burly man in front of her trembled and spat out blood. His ultimate move was broken and he was severely injured. In the next moment, his bell-like eyes stared at Lu Mingyue. They were filled with fear. Because this woman was really too terrifying. She actually broke his ultimate move with just a raise of her hand. Just how powerful was she? He did not dare to imagine. In the next moment, he did not dare to stay any longer. His body flashed and he quickly escaped with the check beside him. You want to leave? Lu Mingyue snorted and was about to give chase. However, in the next moment, she stopped. She frowned and looked to the right. Who is it? Come out. She realized that someone was spying on her. Moreover, this spying was very discreet. If she did not have a rare treasure on her, she would not have realized that someone was spying on her. Eh? You can see us? There was no one in the void. However, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was filled with surprise. In the next moment, two figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong's face was filled with surprise. He was surprised that Lu Mingyue could detect his presence. Lin Xian was also shocked. Based on the situation just now, Lu Mingyue's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, she could detect their presence. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. What? It's you. Lu Mingyue was also shocked. She knew that someone was spying on her, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. What made her even more nervous was that there was a young man standing beside Lin Xian. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura he emitted was simply too terrifying. Judging from the other party's aura, the spatial concealment earlier could very well be the other party's doing. This was too shocking. She didn't even know when the other party had arrived. If not for the necklace she had obtained from the ancient era's remnant, she would not have been able to discover the other party's presence. However, even with the ancient necklace, she could not accurately capture the other party. She could only sense that there were people around her. In the next moment, she stared at Gu Santong and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Gu Santong. Gu Santong said in a low voice, "You being able to discover my presence is indeed surprising. Could it be that you have some kind of treasure in your hands?" He was indeed very shocked, because even a powerful being might not be able to discover it. Since the other party was able to detect it, it meant that the other party definitely had a treasure in his possession. Gu Santong. Below, Lu Mingyue frowned when she heard the name. Although she had never heard of the other party, his surname was Gu, so she had to take him seriously. This was because the other party was very likely to be from a clan of the ancients. "I don't know what price this brat offered you to help him, but I can pay you double. Just don't attack." Lu Mingyue looked at Gu Santong and said quickly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered, "Even now, you still want to poach me? You really know how to play. How dare you? Brat, surrender obediently. You actually dared to chase after me, you really don't know what's good for you." Behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers sneered. They stared at Lin Xian, their killing intent surging. "Humph," Lin Xian sneered and took a step forward. Instantly, the entire space began to tremble rapidly. Sword ripples appeared beneath his feet like ocean waves, causing the entire space to tremble. Accompanying them was a monstrous aura of the slaughter sword principle, shocking everyone. Boom boom, behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers kept retreating. They were shocked because at that moment, they even felt like they were on the brink of death. Their opponent's sword chi was too powerful, and they could not block it at all. At that moment, the three of them looked at Lin Xian in shock. Who was this person? Just one step from him was enough to make them tremble in fear. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. She waved her hand, and the chaos chi appeared, blocking the shocking killing intent. Only then did the three challengers behind her let out a sigh of relief. "No wonder you dared to chase after me, your strength has increased as well." Lu Mingyue stared at Lin Xian, her eyes flashing. "I have to say, you're really surprising. In such a short time, your strength has increased so much. It seems like you've encountered some kind of opportunity. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who's improved. I've improved as well. Now, you're no match for me." Lu Mingyue displayed a strong sense of confidence. "Cut the crap. Today, I'll kill you with my sword." Lin Xian pulled out his 9 darkness demonic sword. Boom, a great battle broke out. As soon as Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian exchanged blows, they displayed their powerful strength. Immediately, the entire void shook violently. At the same time, a terrifying space domain completely enveloped Lu Mingyue and the others. Their bodies stiffened, and they felt a strange power that confined their bodies. "Damn it! Open!" The three challengers roared crazily, and their bodies glowed with light, resisting the power of space. However, it was difficult for them to move, as if they had entered a swamp. Chaos Chi surged on Lu Mingyue's body, providing her with great strength, allowing her to move. Although it was slow, it exceeded everyone's expectations. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Gu Santong was his companion, so he was not affected at all in this space. His body was like lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of Lu Mingyue, and the 9 darkness demonic swords slashed forward. Clang, Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank, and she wanted to retreat, but her speed was too slow, and she could not escape from the sword light. Therefore, at the critical moment, a blue shield appeared in her hand, and it instantly enlarged, blocking the shocking sword. The void shook, and a terrifying energy shock wave swept out in all directions. Using this opportunity, Lu Mingyue quickly retreated, and pulled away from Lin Xian. You can actually block it, looks like you have many treasures. Lin Xian's lips curled up. However, I don't know if you can block the next sword. He held the killing sword in his hand, and walked forward again. You managed to block it. Looks like you have a lot of treasures. Lin Xian smirked. However, I don't know if you can block the next attack. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward again. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the space territory again, trying to trap Lu Mingyue. However, at this moment, a bright light turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Gu Santong. The light was too shocking. It was like a wild current, so fast that the whole place shook violently. Gu Santong was also shocked. He did not expect someone else to attack. Seeing this, his body swayed and completely merged into the void. Whoosh, the bright light pierced through the void and did not hit Gu Santong. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it stopped in midair, as if waiting. Sure enough, when Gu Santong reappeared, the light chased after him again. It followed him like a shadow and would not stop until he was dead. Gu Santong dodged a few times, but he could not make the light disappear. He realized that the opponent seemed to have locked onto him. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. An expert, he immediately determined that the attacker was extremely powerful. He looked around, searching for the figure. It looked like this attack was not from Lu Mingyue. The 3 kings behind her could not possibly have such strength. There must be an expert hiding nearby. In the sky, the terrifying arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after Gu Santong. Whenever Gu Santong appeared, he would be attacked. In the end, Gu Santong could only use the eternal banishment to banish the terrifying arrow. Only then did he reveal himself. Wind-chasing arrow. You are from the Wind tribe. Gu Santong's voice was serious. Wind tribe. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue and the 3 kings behind her were also shocked. This was also an extremely powerful tribe in the eastern wilderness. Although they had never produced a great emperor, their strength and resources were not inferior to the exceptional sanctuary. They did not expect a disciple of the Wind tribe to appear this time. Sure enough, a young man walked out from the forest in front of them. He was dressed in green and held a large green bow in his hand. His aura was extremely sharp. The light from before must have been released by him. Brother Feng, you really came. Lu Mingyue smiled when she saw the scene. With Feng Jiu's help to contain Lin Xian, she could definitely bring people to kill Lin Xian. Gu Santong said in a low voice, Brother Lin, be careful. The Wind Clan disciple in front is a little difficult to deal with. I can hold him back, but I'm afraid I won't be able to trap Lu Mingyue. However, leave the 3 kings behind her to me. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid of fighting Lu Mingyue alone. Plus, he wanted to see just how strong this heaven's favored daughter was. In the next moment, Gu Santong used his space domain and swept the 3 kings beside Feng Jiu and Lu Mingyue into his domain. Only Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian were left in the arena. Humph, despicable brat. Don't think you have any chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to fight back. Lu Mingyue's voice was cold as she stared at Lin Xian. The chaotic light on her body kept flashing, turning into a sharp light. Is that so? You can say that after you win. Lin Xian snorted and threw out a punch. The black fist quickly enlarged, like a black mountain, and blasted forward. Terrifying energy filled the entire space, and countless small cracks even appeared in the void. Block it. Lu Mingyue also shouted, and the chaotic qi around her body started to swirl rapidly. The terrifying energy rushed out, as if a god had been resurrected. It was extremely powerful. streaks of chaotic light flew out, slashing at the black fist in front of her. The light flashed, and it was extremely sharp. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision, and sparks flew everywhere. The two were evenly matched. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some strength. Lu Mingyue snorted. But your strength is not enough. As she spoke, her hands danced and gathered above her head. Suddenly, the chaotic chi in the sky kept rolling, forming a chaotic treasure bottle. Boom, Lu Mingyue raised the chaotic treasure bottle high above her head, and it emitted a mysterious aura. In the next moment, streaks of bright light surged out from the wonton treasure bottle. They were like waves, sweeping toward Lin Xian. In an instant, the void trembled violently, as if it could not withstand such power. The wonton waves were too terrifying. They were like the Milky Way, streaking across the sky and attacking Lin Xian fiercely. Buzz, Lin Xian felt the energy, and his expression turned serious. He did not dare to be careless. He waved the demon sword, and a black sword chi slashed out like a demon star. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to slash the chaotic treasure bottle apart. The two collided in the air, and a bright light burst out. The energy storm swept in all directions, alarming everyone nearby. There were many kings fighting in this area, but when they felt the energy, everyone stopped fighting. They quickly looked over. Many of them even moved, wanting to see who was fighting. That was because the energy was too terrifying. Soon, they realized that they were wrong. Many people ran away crazily, not daring to go and watch the battle. They could only hide behind the mountains and watch from afar. That was because as soon as they got close, a few kings were sent flying by the terrifying energy and were seriously injured. The scene was too terrifying, so no one dared to get close. In the center of the energy vortex, two figures kept flashing, quickly resisting the energy. Among them, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword chi on his body swept in all directions, shattering all the energy waves. Not only that, but black flames also quickly condensed on his body. He was like a god of death, extremely fierce. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, ruling over the world. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue was wrapped in chaotic chi, making her look like an immortal. She was extremely ethereal and contained a powerful killing intent. Her expression was extremely solemn, and she no longer had the mockery from before. That was because after two exchanges, she could clearly feel that her opponent was indeed very powerful, exceeding her expectations. Kid, you've surprised me. You're worthy of my full strength. Lu Mingyue's voice was ethereal, but it was extremely cold. I don't care what tricks you have, just bring it on. Lin Xian shouted. His voice was earth-shattering, and the terrifying energy turned into a thunderous sound that rolled out. Buzz, not only was the sound sharp, but it also contained a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely strange. Lu Mingyue kept retreating, trying to dodge. At the same time, a blue necklace on her body bloomed with light, forming a blue ripple that turned into a blue barrier in front of her. He managed to block the terrifying soul attack. Blocked it. You really have a treasure. Lin Xian coldly snorted. When Lu Mingyue had discovered Gu Santong, he had already guessed that she had a treasure on her. Now, it seemed that his guess was correct. After dodging the terrifying soul attack, Lu Mingyue's figure fluttered like a deity as she rapidly pulled apart the distance between them. At the same time, two resplendent balls of light appeared in her hands. They formed a terrifying energy that rushed forward and engaged in an intense battle with Lin Xian. The battle between the two was very intense and extremely dangerous. Every move could kill a 6-star king. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. For a time, the entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent. No one dared to approach. Lu Mingyue's delicate body swayed as energy surged from her body. She was indeed very powerful. The All Beginnings Holy Land was an extremely terrifying holy land. As a genius disciple, Lu Mingyue was even more powerful. She had practiced the primal chaos technique to a superb level. It could be said that very few people in the younger generation could contend against this terrifying primal chaos technique. However, what shocked Lu Mingyue was that her opponent was actually able to contend against it. Just how powerful was her opponent to be able to contend against all of her attacks? Moreover, even now, Lu Mingyue still didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, those swift and fierce attacks made her feel extremely apprehensive. Indeed, although Lin Xian didn't belong to any sect, he possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could simulate everything. This made Lin Xian not only powerful, but he also had many moves. Therefore, even though Lu Mingyue was a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, she still couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Primal Chaos Technique. Lu Mingyue laughed as her body blossomed with light. This Primal Chaos Technique was one of the All Beginnings Holy Land's ultimate techniques. It had the power to split open the heavens and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed his Great Dragon Sword Soul to contend against this terrifying secret technique. He waved his sword. Suddenly, terrifying figures appeared on the sword's edge and filled the sky. Radiant light surged forward. Boom! Primal Chaos Sword! Lu Mingyue shouted. Primal Chaos Swords appeared in her hand and pierced through the void. All of the demonic beasts in front of him were pierced through. Not only that, but those terrifying sword lights also stabbed viciously towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his long sword, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Instantly, the wonton swords that filled the sky were all cut apart. Not only that, Lin Xian's demonic sword continued to enlarge. It was like a huge black mountain that shrouded the front, wanting to suppress Lu Mingyue. Above his left hand, endless flames soared into the sky, and terrifying black flames surged out. It turned into a black phoenix and circled around his finger. Boom! Boom! The great battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energies bombarded each other continuously. At this moment, no matter how strong Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were, under the constant bombardment of this energy, they suffered quite a few injuries. Both of them were bleeding profusely. However, no one retreated, because retreating meant failure. They attacked as if they had gone mad. Every move was terrifying beyond compare. Everywhere they passed, the ground sank, mountains collapsed, and forests were quickly turned into ashes. This battle had alarmed all the kings. However, all the warriors who were not fighting had seen this scene. Then, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to go near. At this moment, Lu Mingyue waved her arm. A round beast skin quickly appeared above her and kept enlarging. It was the skin of a demonic beast. She did not know what species it was, but it was emitting a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the demonic runes carved on the beast skin were abnormally terrifying. The beast skin kept enlarging, covering the entire sky. The demonic aura that hung down swept towards Lin Xian. It wanted to refine him. This was a terrifying beast skin that Lu Mingyue had found in an ancient ruin. This was an ancient demonic beast, and a terrifying demon king. When it was alive, it had already reached the almighty level. Although it was dead, the terrifying power on its skin was not something that ordinary kings could resist. In an instant, the entire space was sealed. Lin Xian was also in danger. Although it was dangerous, Lin Xian did not panic at all. He flipped his left hand, and 10,000 beast ding appeared in his palm, floating up and down. Shaking the 10,000 beast ding, Lin Xian shot out rays of terrifying black light into the sky to fight against the demonic aura. Although the beast skin was made of beast skin, it was still taken from demonic beasts. The 10,000 beast ding had a strong restraining effect on demonic beasts. Indeed, before long, the demonic aura that filled the sky was broken by the 10,000 beast ding. Not only that, but the black light emitted by the 10,000 beast ding also hit the terrifying beast skin. Suddenly, the ancient beast skin shrunk rapidly. Even a patch of charred black appeared on it. What tricks do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian said coldly. Damn it. Lu Mingyue's face darkened. She did not expect her opponent to be able to break her attack so easily. Especially that small black cauldron, it made her feel a sense of trepidation. Damn brat, don't be so smug. You only broke one of my attacks. Is that so? How many attacks do you have? Use them all. I'll take them all. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Then, he waved his fist. An extremely violent force surged out from his body. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Suddenly, a black aura filled the air. A terrifying black dragon shadow appeared on Lin Xian's fist, suppressing the void and roaring in the world. This pair of fists was too terrifying. It was as if they could destroy and suppress anything in the world. Boom! Lu Mingyue was sent flying by the punch. She vomited blood and her blue dress was stained red. The violent punch made Lu Mingyue's face turn ugly. She quickly retreated. The chaotic aura appeared on her body and healed her injuries. At the same time, she took out 2 red elixir pills and swallowed them quickly. The punch just now had caused Lu Mingyue to suffer a lot of injuries. She had to recover quickly. Not only that, but she was also shocked. That was because her opponent's fist technique was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Even she did not dare to take it head-on. It could be said that this was the most dangerous battle that Lu Mingyue had ever encountered. No matter how strong her previous opponents were, she could easily resolve them. But now, she felt that the other party was too dangerous. Even if she used all her strength, she might not be able to suppress him. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. Although he was hit by the chaotic aura and chaotic light, causing many wounds to appear on his body. Blood even dyed his body red. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. They were like stars. Moreover, his combat strength was constantly increasing as if there was no limit. The dragon sword realm flew out and merged with the 9 darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely powerful and Lu Mingyue could not resist it at all. She could only spit out blood and fly out again. This was after Lu Mingyue had used 7 or 8 defensive barriers at the critical moment. Otherwise, she would have been cut in half if she had been hit by this sword. Impossible, I don't believe it. Lu Mingyue's face was pale as she gritted her teeth. The chaotic aura on her body was even more dazzling and a terrifying Earth-class treasure appeared in her hand. However, not long after, she was sent flying again and her injuries were even more serious. She could not believe it at all. This was because with her current combat strength, no one could suppress her other than the wavering light sacred ground and Yi Wudao. However, this young man in front of her was able to injure her severely. This was too shocking. Brat, just you wait. This is not over. She knew that she had lost to him this time. However, she was not satisfied and wanted to leave. She wanted to wait for her cultivation to increase before fighting him again. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you can leave? Seeing that Lu Mingyue was trying to escape, Lin Xian snorted and attacked decisively. This was such a good opportunity. How could he let her escape? The dragon sword realm quickly surged out and countless sword chi flew forward. Boom! Lu Mingyue was instantly enveloped and the sword chi changed instantly, forming a sword chi cage and trapping Lu Mingyue completely. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived beside Lu Mingyue. At the same time, the battle on the other side had also ended. Lu Mingyue's 3 kings fell from the void and their bodies were pierced. As for the young man from the Wind tribe, his body flashed and he fled into the distance. The void rippled and Gu Santong flew towards Lin Xian. He looked extremely calm. It seemed that the previous battle had been easy for him. Humph. Kill me if you can. Lu Mingyue was caught by the other party and said through gritted teeth. You think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and pointed his sword at the other party's heart. But then, his lips curled into a cold smile. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman like you? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Lu Mingyue's eyes were filled with fear. She asked in a trembling voice, what do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to mess around, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out several rays of sharp sword chi into his opponent's body. I'm lacking a maid. You can be my maid. Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, he blew away the sword chi. He wasn't afraid of his opponent running away. He had placed a powerful seal in his opponent's body. This kind of seal was something he learned from the dragon sword's secret technique. Its power was extremely powerful. No one below the almighty level could break it. Unless the other party found an almighty who was not suppressed, or broke through to the almighty level, they would be able to break the seal. However, it was not easy to become an almighty. Moreover, in this space, all the almighty level experts were suppressed. They were unable to display their full strength. Therefore, no one here could break the seal on Lu Mingyue's body. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Damned fellow, kill me if you have the ability. Lu Mingyue gnashed her teeth. She discovered that she was unable to mobilize the energy in her body. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had actually made her a maid. Who was she? She was a proud daughter of the heavens, an outstanding genius of the All-Beginnings Holy Land. She might even become the disciple of the Saintess. Originally, according to the sect's plan, Lu Mingyue would return to the All-Beginnings Holy Land and become the new Saintess. But they never imagined that something like this would happen. She had actually been captured by the other party and became his maid. If this matter were to spread, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Lin Xian lifted her chin and said with a beaming smile, "As a maid, you should have the awareness of being a maid. I advise you not to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." To the side, Gu Santong was also stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian would kill Lu Mingyue on the spot. He never imagined that Lin Xian would actually take her as his maid. What a good idea! Since they had captured Lu Mingyue, Lin Xian and Gu Santong didn't continue to attack. Instead, they went to a safe place and calmly waited for the battle to end. The battle continued for an entire night. Then, it came to an end. This time, the battle was even more intense than the previous Great Purge. Everyone had broken through. Everyone was unconvinced and wanted to fight for the greatest benefits. The result could be imagined. Blood dyed the forest red. The pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. In this battle, the original balance had been broken. The majority of the kings had been killed. Only a few peak powers had survived. For example, the power that Yi Wu Dao and the Alcade Saint Sun belonged to. As for the other powers, even Lu Mingyue's Bright Moon organization had been destroyed. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the remaining kings and sovereigns would find a new balance and continue to survive. When another person broke through, perhaps the balance would be broken again. However, that would be a matter for a long time. There probably wouldn't be another battle of this scale in the near future. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue set off towards the depths of the forest. Not long after, another change occurred in the forest. Due to the countless kings that had been injured yesterday, the entire ground was dyed red. However, no one noticed that the blood on the ground was flowing towards the sea of bones in the depths of the forest. In an instant, the blood flowed into the sea of bones, and the entire sea of bones changed. A terrifying aura quickly spread out from the sea of bones. Then, a murderous aura filled the sky, forming countless dark clouds in the sky. Boom, the dark clouds gathered, and huge bolts of lightning struck continuously. It was as if the world was about to end. Not only that, shadows appeared in the sea of bones. Some were like gods of war, some were tall demons, and some were terrifying beasts. The dead beasts and peerless experts all seemed to have come back to life at this moment. Boom! Boom, boom! The terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. At this moment, all the surviving kings in the forest saw them. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They were extremely shocked. Looking at this scene, their minds went blank. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue also stopped in their tracks. Looking at the terrifying scene in the distance, their expressions were extremely solemn. What's going on? The sea of bones is changing again? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. The last shocking change had happened in the sea of bones. That time, a terrifying white bone giant had appeared. Its strength had reached the almighty level, and it had swept through everything. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the bone sea would undergo another change? Let's go take a look. In an instant, the three of them made their move and rushed towards the sea of bones. They weren't the only ones. The remaining warriors in the forest also rushed towards the sea of bones. They wanted to see what was going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at ease. When they arrived near the Sea of Bones again, everyone was stunned. They were shocked by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning was like a heavenly tribulation that could even kill a mighty figure. And in the middle of the Sea of Bones, there were phantom spirits floating around, making one's scalp tingle. That terrifying aura made one tremble, as if some peerless demon king had awakened. It had an ancient desolate aura. What a terrifying scene. Could it be that those ancient creatures have come back to life? Xianxia's expression was solemn. It's fresh blood. Lu Mingyue's face was pale. As a woman, she was more observant, so she noticed that the surrounding fresh blood was flowing into the Sea of Bones. After this reminder, Lin Xian and Xianxia also noticed this, and their expressions turned solemn. Thinking about it, it was because of the previous battle that the Sea of Bones had undergone such a shocking change. And this time, the battle was even more terrifying than the previous one, and more blood had been spilled. If all the fresh blood was absorbed by the Sea of Bones, who knew what would happen? More and more dark clouds appeared in the sky, as if they were about to crash down. The aura from the Sea of Bones became more and more terrifying. Even top young prodigies like Lin Xian, Xianxia, the Alcade Sage, and Yu Wudao couldn't take it. As for the mighty figures whose cultivations were suppressed, they all looked solemn as they stared ahead. Boom boom boom, just then, a low rumble came from the Sea of Bones. Is the white bone giant coming out? The surrounding kings were shocked. They couldn't forget the scene from last time, when the terrifying white bone giant was like a demon. With a wave of its hand, it could easily crush any king below the level of a mighty figure. Many were even prepared to run. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because what was coming out wasn't the white bone giant from before, but an extremely terrifying aura. Then, a huge white bone palace gradually rose from the Sea of Bones, floating in the sky. What's going on? Everyone was stunned at this moment. They looked at the scene in front of them, not daring to believe it. It was as if they were dreaming. Was it all an illusion? Lin Xian was also shocked. He activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. But in the next moment, his frown deepened. Regardless of whether it was the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret god eye, both of them could break through illusions. As long as it was an illusion, he would be able to see through it. But now, the scene in front of him didn't change. In other words, the scene before his eyes was not a fantasy. Instead, it was real. A huge palace made of white bones rose from the bottom of the forest. It was simply too inconceivable. The palace made of white bones ahead was enormous, emitting a desolated aura. The city walls and gates were all made of bones. It was 300 meters tall and incomparably terrifying. It was grander than any city Lin Xian had ever seen. Not only that, but the white bone city walls were also filled with sword scars, as if they had experienced countless battles. On top of that, it emitted an aura of vicissitudes. Could this be the Antiquity City? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The others' eyes flickered, as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom boom boom, after the palace made of white bones appeared, the lightning in the sky became even more violent. It was like a mad dragon, constantly descending and surrounding the palace. Buzz, but at this moment, the huge sword in the Sea of Bones suddenly emitted light, forming a huge sword shadow, slashing towards the palace in the sky. Beside the black sword shadow, mysterious runes appeared, carrying a terrifying aura, as if wanting to suppress the palace again. Buzz, but the palace had already appeared, how could it go back? So in the next moment, the huge palace emitted a terrifying aura, and terrifying runes surrounded it. A white light shot up into the sky, resisting the black sword light. Black and white light flashed, but there was no violent collision. Perhaps it was a different kind of battle that the others couldn't understand. In any case, Lin Xian felt that the surroundings were enveloped by the black and white light. It was quiet all around, and he couldn't hear any sound. In fact, he couldn't even sense the existence of the other kings. This situation lasted for a period of time before it gradually dissipated. In the sky, the huge sword stopped attacking, and the runes around the palace shone even brighter. Not only that, but the huge door of white bones was also slowly opening. Crack crack crack, a deep sound was heard, as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling everything. In the sky, the terrifying lightning became denser, forming a net of electricity that constantly intertwined. The kings in the surroundings held their breaths as they stared at the scene in front of them. They wanted to know what was inside the palace. Was it a great opportunity or treasure? Or was it something else? Boom! Finally, the two huge doors of white bones were completely opened, and a cold aura surged out, sweeping in all directions. Everyone felt the aura, trembling as if their lives were being taken away. Boom! In the next moment, light rushed out of their bodies, resisting the power of death. Lin Xian also surrounded himself with sword intent, slashing away all the death aura around him. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then, he was extremely shocked. Because through the open door, he could see some of the situation inside. At the door, there were figures lined up neatly in a square. They wore ancient armor, and their expressions were solemn. They didn't move at all, and there wasn't any fluctuation of aura on them, as if they were terracotta soldiers. Damn, are they some important people's burial items? The Crimson Dragon looked at this scene, and his scalp went numb. Burial items? What's going on? Lin Xian was confused, and even Gu Santong and Lu Mingyue were shocked. The Crimson Dragon said, in the ancient times, when those peerless and terrifying people died, they had a habit. They will use some experts as funerary objects to be buried in the imperial mausoleum with them. It's said that some of the dynasties in Zhongzhou often do this. Those dynasties aren't ordinary countries, but each of them is comparable to the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. Their monarchs are extremely terrifying. You can say that the dynasties are the most terrifying forces in Zhongzhou. The monarchs of those dynasties are incomparably terrifying. It can be said that the dynasties are the most terrifying powers in the central continent. It is said that a long time ago, there was a great Qin dynasty. When their monarch died, he buried 50,000 kings with him. What? 50,000 kings? Buried with him? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too shocking. Lu Mingyue also seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Therefore, she frowned and said, "This doesn't conform to common sense. If so many kings were buried with him, wouldn't his dynasty's strength be greatly reduced?" Indeed, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his foundation wouldn't be damaged. For those dynasties and your peerless holy lands, what decides their fate isn't the kings. Instead, it's your so-called foundation. I think you know this better than me. Lu Mingyue fell silent. Indeed, their All Beginnings holy land had some terrifying foundations. If they released them, they would definitely shock the world. Of course, it wasn't just the All Beginnings holy land. All the other peerless holy lands and ancient families had such foundations. At this time, the Crimson Dragon continued, "Of course, this isn't because of personal preference. It's because of a legend. According to the legend, no matter how powerful an expert is, as long as they die, they will go to hell. And those monarchs hope to bring some elites to hell. Then, they will kill their way back to the mortal world and be reborn. That's why they bring so many powerful kings with them when they are on the verge of death." What? There's such a legend? Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. The Crimson Dragon's voice was solemn. Some people are willing to do anything for immortality. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked ahead and muttered to himself. Could it be that the Palace of Bones is the tomb of a peerless expert? And those silhouettes are the so-called funerary objects? Not only that, but the following scene was even more shocking. More and more dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the lightning became even more berserk. At this time, rain started to fall from the sky. However, this wasn't ordinary rain. Instead, it was a rain of blood. It was exceptionally scarlet and dazzling. The rain of blood fluttered down, shocking everyone and making their scalps go numb. They even hurriedly raised their energy barriers to resist the rain of blood. They didn't know what kind of terrifying result would happen if the rain of blood fell on their bodies. Because they had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, the kings who were still alive stopped fighting. They were all pacing back and forth near the sea of bones, abnormally silent. Gu Santong's eyes flickered as well. He said in a low voice, "I've read in the ancient books of my family that this phenomenon would only appear when a saint had fallen." Sage, Lu Mingyue cried out in surprise when she heard this. She had almost forgotten that she had been held captive by Lin Xian because the scene in front of her was too shocking. However, the Crimson Dragon added, not an ordinary saint, but a saint who has reached an extremely terrifying realm. The death of an ordinary saint would not be able to achieve such a terrifying effect. Could it be that there's a terrifying figure hidden in the White Bone Demon Palace? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this White Bone Palace be related to the ceiling of the Tilted Moon Profound World? No matter how much everyone thought about it, this was the only conclusion they could come up with. However, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked behind him. In the next moment, an abnormally sorry figure was running towards them from the forest behind them. That figure was covered in blood and his aura was extremely chaotic. When he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. However, when he saw Lu Mingyue standing beside Lin Xian, he cried out in alarm. "Senior sister!" Lu Mingyue was also surprised. She asked, "What happened to you? Why are you so heavily injured?" "Senior sister, please take revenge for us." The injured youth knelt on the ground and crazily roared. "Revenge?" Lu Mingyue's lips twitched. She was already a captive, so how could she take revenge? However, she still asked in a low voice. "Who injured you? Didn't you establish an organization? Where are the others?" This youth covered in blood was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He hadn't been together with Lu Mingyue. Instead, he had established an organization by himself. Since he was able to establish his own organization and was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, he definitely wasn't weak. But now, he was in an extremely sorry state. Hearing Lu Mingyue's words, that disciple clenched his teeth and said, "Our alliance was completely annihilated. It was the Alcade Holy Sun. He easily annihilated our alliance. Not only that, he even killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike." "What? He killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike?" Lu Mingyue was astonished. She hadn't expected the Alcade Holy Sun to be so terrifying. Senior Brother Pei was also a fellow disciple of the Alcade Holy Sun. His cultivation was a peak 5-star king, and his strength had already reached the level of a 6-star king. She hadn't expected that such a terrifying person would be killed by the Alcade Holy Sun with a single palm strike. It had to be said that this was truly unbelievable. On the side, Lin Xian and Gu Santong were also silent. They discovered that the Alcade Holy Sun was even more terrifying than they had imagined. "Senior sister, you must take revenge for us." The kneeling youth quickly crawled forward, wanting to approach Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue also couldn't bear it and wanted to help him up. However, at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he grabbed Lu Mingyue and retreated. "What are you doing?" Lu Mingyue didn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. But in the next moment, she was stunned. This was because the body of the kneeling youth in front of her suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then it exploded. This energy was too violent. It wasn't inferior to the self-destruction of an Earth-grade treasure. The terrifying energy turned into a raging tide, enveloping Lin Xian and the other two. At this moment, Gu Santong moved. He slid his finger, and suddenly, a huge black crack appeared in front of the three of them. It was like a gate to hell. Boom boom boom, the energy in front of them all surged into this crack. This process lasted for a long time. When the light in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong's body was covered in cold sweat. This kind of energy transfer consumed too much of his energy. Even he couldn't bear it. Therefore, when the energy in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong immediately swallowed a few recovery pills to recover his strength. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. It was too dangerous just now. He had almost been hit by the energy. If he had been hit, no matter how strong he was, he would have been seriously injured. This was because that kind of self-destruction was too terrifying. Lu Mingyue's face was pale. She gritted her teeth. Damn the Alcade Holy Sun. He's so vicious. She wasn't a weakling. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the wavering light Holy Sun had done something to the youth kneeling on the ground. No matter who that youth encountered, he would probably self-destruct. Who could a heavily injured All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator go to? He would definitely go to the All Beginnings Holy Land. If that was the case, many of the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts would be injured when that youth self-destructed. The wavering light holy sun was truly vicious. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also had a lingering fear. Brat, you must be careful when you meet that wavering light holy sun in the future. The other party was truly too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon was right. This kind of powerful, decisive, and meticulous scheming person would definitely make everyone feel incomparably fearful. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous threat from this enemy that he had never seen before. The terrifying scene in front of them was still ongoing. The aura of the White Bone Palace was becoming more and more terrifying. The surrounding kings had no choice but to patiently wait for the final transformation to complete. After all, they didn't have anywhere to go. Moreover, they didn't feel at ease leaving this place. Therefore, the majority of them decided to set up camp here. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the Crimson Dragon discussed for a while before deciding to set up camp here as well. However, the place they chose was extremely remote. With Lin Xian and Gu Santong's strength, even if something really happened, they would be able to rush over immediately. Moreover, this would also prevent the other experts from looking at them with hostility. However, Lu Mingyue wasn't that lucky. She was really used as a maid. During these past few days, she had been helping Lin Xian with tea, water, barbecuing, and other miscellaneous tasks. In any case, she had done all the tasks that a servant would do. This made her feel as though she was going crazy. However, for the sake of survival, she endured it. Even Gu Santong was speechless. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The proud daughter of the All Beginnings Holy Land had actually been reduced to a prisoner and a maid. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that you are not only talented in martial arts, but you are also very attentive as a maid. They waited like this for another 3 or 4 days. However, nothing happened to the White Bone Palace. It was still floating quietly in the sky. Lin Xian and Gu Santong waited silently, but there was someone who could not wait any longer. On this day, a few experts had a discussion and actually made a bold suggestion. They actually wanted to enter the Palace of White Bones and investigate what was going on. The reason for that was because many people discovered that the Palace of Bones seemed to be the tomb of some grand individual. For such a peerless figure, there might be divine treasures buried in the cemetery. Therefore, they wanted to investigate. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had this idea, because these days, no unusual changes had been discovered in the White Bone field. Coupled with their greed, they decided to take a risk. Immediately, a dozen or so king tiers responded and decided to follow him to investigate. However, the other warriors were still watching. Although the Bone Palace didn't mutate again, the aura it was emitting made their hair stand on end. In front of them, around 15 or 16 kings moved their bodies and rushed upwards at high speed. What are they trying to do? Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon's scalp went numb. Lin Xian and Gu Santong also saw this. Their expressions were serious. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to investigate the White Bone Palace above them. At this moment, all the surrounding kings looked up at the sky. In the sky, the dozen or so kings moved like lightning and arrived near the White Bone Palace in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The leader was a middle-aged man. He flew up into the sky and continued to fly forward. He was getting closer and closer to the White Bone Palace. Buzz, in the next moment, he stepped onto the White Bone construction site and stood on top of a giant white bone. He went up. Everyone held their breaths when they saw this scene. As for the middle-aged man, he was also very excited. He looked at the white bone gate in front of him, took a deep breath, and stepped out. Pung, in the next moment, a shocking change occurred. The middle-aged man in the sky aged rapidly in an instant. In the next moment, he turned into a pile of white bones. La la la, the bones all over his body fell to the ground. What? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe that a 6-star king had turned into a pile of white bones in an instant. What kind of technique is this? That's too terrifying. Everyone was stunned, including Lin Xian. Gu Santong's expression was even more serious. Could it be the power of time? The power of time? What's that? Lin Xian frowned and asked. Space is king, time is king. If someone can control space, there will naturally be someone who can control time. To age a king instantly and turn into a pile of white bones, this is definitely the power of time. What? This is the power of time. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also shocked. He naturally knew what this meant. Among the 3,000 great Daos, time could be said to be the most mysterious and eerie. He had never heard of anyone who could control the laws of time. Because it was simply too heaven-defying. If one could control time, they could change time and space, and even become immortal. With a wave of their hand, they could turn everyone into white bones, and they could also bring people back to life. This kind of remarkable ability was shocking just hearing about it. However, since ancient times, very few people had been able to control this kind of power. As for whether those great emperors had mastered this kind of power, they did not know. But now, in this palace of bones, the power of time had appeared. It was simply too shocking. In the sky, after the middle-aged king had turned into a pile of white bones, the remaining kings saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to approach the palace of bones again. Everyone moved and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, the palace of bones counterattacked. It seemed to have come alive, blooming with an incomparably pure white light on the city wall. Boom boom boom, more than a dozen streaks of light turned into divine rainbows, instantly piercing through all the kings in the sky. It was as easy as cutting through tofu. They've all been killed. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Many of them felt lucky that they did not follow along. Otherwise, they would probably have been killed by now. However, this luck quickly disappeared. This was because a low voice suddenly came from the Palace of Bones. That voice was very strange, and they could not tell what it was. It sounded like the roar of a demon beast, but also like the sound of some kind of weapon. This voice carried a kind of supreme pressure. As soon as it appeared, all the surrounding kings trembled. Even Gu Santong had been affected. His face became abnormally pale. Lin Xian was also affected. However, the dragon sword soul in his body suddenly spun rapidly, emitting a sharp aura. It enveloped Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the Crimson Dragon. In an instant, the terrifying feeling disappeared. In another direction, Yi Wudao's body shone brightly. He was like a god of war. A golden lotus appeared behind him, resisting the unparalleled pressure. In the distance, there was also a man shining brightly. 108 halos appeared around his body, making him look like a Buddha. He was extremely terrifying. Other than that, the powerful beings were also resisting with all their might. However, they could not withstand it. Fortunately, the voice was very short. It disappeared as soon as it appeared. When the voice disappeared, everyone felt as if they had collapsed. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Although the trembling voice had disappeared, the situation didn't improve. Because after the voice, the skeletons in the sea of bones below began to tremble. Ka ka ka, countless bones quickly floated up and gathered together, forming many skeletal creatures that quickly recovered. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They kept retreating. Lin Xian and Gu Santong brought Lu Mingyue to a mountain peak and looked down. In the sea of bones below, countless skeletal creatures were resurrected, and they began to move. They formed a terrifying army of skeletons. What's going on? Are the gates of hell about to open? Everyone trembled. They did not understand. What kind of terrifying change was happening? Lin Xian's expression was also serious. This scene was too strange. It seemed that the Palace of Skeletons had a mysterious power that had revived the entire sea of bones. However, they did not know what would happen next. If the skeletons attacked them, they would be in trouble. Indeed, in the next moment, the army of skeletons below began to move in all directions. Some of them even attacked the human kings. They're really attacking. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He led his people and retreated again. The surrounding kings also retreated. Although they were strong, they could not withstand the attack of so many skeletons. Moreover, there was a terrifying palace of skeletons above them. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, they did not dare to fight head-on. They retreated into the forest. Boom. At this moment, a king had actually made his move. An elder retreated instead of advancing. His terrifying palm slapped out, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, directly shattering many of the skeletal creatures in front of him. What? What terrifying strength! Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meanwhile, the old man raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, this lord's strength has recovered. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. Terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. Almighty! This is the power of an almighty! Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the Almighty's strength would recover at this time. Could it be because of the palace of bones above? No one knew the reason, but they knew that some people were in danger. Sure enough, after the mighty figures recovered their strength, they scanned the surroundings, locked on to their targets, and decisively attacked. Because of the previous battle, their strength had been suppressed, so some of their allies had been killed. Now that their strength had recovered, they naturally wanted to take revenge. Boom, one of the old men chuckled coldly and shot toward Leaf Doudenier, apparently hoping to take advantage of the chaos to kill him. Boom, that elder brandished his fist, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying power shattered the void, incomparably terrifying. This was the power of an almighty, and it was fully displayed at this moment. In the crowd, Leaf Doudenier retreated, his entire body emitting a resplendent light. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly pulled away. You're courting death. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure appeared, quickly punching that terrifying fist. You dare to attack my family? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, but the aura on his body was incomparably violent. Almighty! This middle-aged man was also an almighty. Moreover, he was a warrior of the Yi family, and usually hid in the void to protect Leaf Doudenier. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make a move unless it was a moment of life and death. Now that Leaf Doudenier was being chased by an almighty, he finally came out. The two almighties confronted each other, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. On the other side, a young man with 108 halos around his body flew through the void and into the distance. Behind him, a mysterious woman was also chasing. The mysterious woman's aura had also reached the almighty realm. Alcade Sage. He's being chased as well. Many warriors exclaimed, because they realized that the young man with the dazzling halos was the terrifying Alcade Sage. However, they didn't expect that he was also being chased by an almighty. In addition, a few other prodigies were also being chased. Oh no, when Lin Xian saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He said to Gu Santong, Brother Gu, let's split up first. I feel like someone is going to kill me. With that, Lin Xian grabbed Lu Mingyue and threw her into the black earth. Then, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fled into the distance. Because he felt that someone was watching him. Sure enough, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying palm descended from the sky, directly blasting the place where Lin Xian was originally standing, shattering the void. Kid, do you think you can escape? An extremely cold voice sounded. It was obvious that an almighty had his eyes on Lin Xian. Brother Lin. When Gu Santong saw this scene, his expression turned serious, and he wanted to go up and help. However, in the next moment, his body trembled, and a wave of fear rose from his heart. He felt that the aura that was spying on him before had appeared again. Moreover, it seemed to be much stronger than before. Could it be that the other party was also an almighty? Thinking of this, Gu Santong broke out in a cold sweat. He used the void technique, and his entire body instantly disappeared into the air. Boom boom boom, on the other side, Lin Xian was constantly shuttling through the forest. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. All the sealed almighties had recovered their strength. This wasn't good news for him. One had to know that he had previously killed many geniuses from the top sections. Now, those people would probably go crazy and chase after him. Sure enough, there was an almighty chasing after him now. Fortunately, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was not inferior to the almighty. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Kid, let's see where you can run to. Behind him, the almighty's voice was cold. To be honest, he was extremely angry that he hadn't been able to catch up until now. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the entire sky instantly turned black. A powerful cage sealed the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. "Kid, why don't you run?" In the void, a red figure appeared. The entire sky instantly turned dark as a powerful cage sealed the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. "Kid, why don't you run?" A red figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and red hair. He emitted a violent aura. His aura was as deep as the sea, like a god of war. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He was not affected by the aura. "You can actually resist my aura? Kid, I see that you have a lot of treasures on you." The red-haired middle-aged man sneered. "But it doesn't matter. Once I kill you, everything on you will be mine." "Humph," Lin Xian snorted. "You're just taking advantage of your age. If we're in the same generation, I'll kill you like a dog." Indeed, Lin Xian was only in his 20s. The red-haired man was probably more than 800 years old. He might even be an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Even if Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, it would be difficult to make up for the difference in age. "It's useless for you to say so much. You can't run away today." The red-haired almighty sneered. "If we're in the same level, I'll kill you like a dog." Lin Xian pointed his sword at the almighty. The red-haired almighty sneered. "Kid, it's useless for you to say anything." As he spoke, he walked forward. "One move. I only need one move to kill you. Even if you're a peerless genius, you're just an ant in my eyes." The red-haired almighty had a look of disdain on his face. Then, he slowly raised his palm and pressed it forward. Boom, the resplendent palm cut through the void. Light scattered in all directions and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt that the palm was too terrifying. It was far beyond his ability to resist. He did not dare to take it head-on. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to the extreme and quickly retreated. Boom, the palm hit nothing, but the aftermath of the energy hit Lin Xian, causing him to vomit blood. He felt that his bones were about to fall apart. He actually dodged it? The red-haired almighty being squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. "Your footwork is very strange. It must be an extremely profound martial art. I didn't expect you to be able to master such a profound martial art. But it doesn't matter. When I catch you in a while, I naturally have a way to make you talk about this strange martial art." The red-haired almighty looked down at Lin Xian. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Xian. Instead, he reached out his hand from time to time to make Lin Xian flee in a hurry. "Ha ha ha ha. Peerless geniuses and young geniuses are nothing in front of me." The red-haired mighty figure laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was abnormally cold. Although the previous palm strike did not hit him, the energy shockwave still caused him to suffer extremely serious internal injuries. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart, but he still kept moving. It couldn't be helped. This was the power of an almighty. It was simply too terrifying. He was still unable to resist at all. In front of him, the red-haired almighty seemed to have played enough. Therefore, he said coldly, "Kid, it's over." As he spoke, he reached out his 5 fingers and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a 5-finger mountain, and a resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. The endless light was just one person's palm. It covered the sky and the earth. It was unimaginable. Was this the power of an almighty? It was simply too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. All the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to use all his strength. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and Lin Xian held it tightly. Not only that, but his eyes also shone brightly, and mysterious Dao patterns appeared. At this moment, Lin Xian sent out the great dragon sword soul and used his heavenly secret divine ability to find the flaw in the 5-finger mountain. Finally, he found it. His entire body carried the dragon-shaped sword shadow and turned into a sharp ray of light, ruthlessly stabbing at the flaw. Pfft! Sword light flashed as Lin Xian broke out of the encirclement, narrowly avoiding the palm strike. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. What? He actually dodged it. The red-haired Almighty was extremely surprised. This time, he had planned to end the battle. However, he did not expect the other party to be able to dodge it. He had to admit that it was simply too surprising. One had to know that there was a world of difference between an Almighty and an Almighty. It could be said to be an insurmountable gap. It was impossible to cross realms to fight. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to dodge his attack. It was simply too surprising. Moreover, the other party was even able to find his flaw, which shocked him even more. That pair of eyes? In the next moment, when the red-haired Almighty saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. Could it be the legendary heavenly secret divine eyes? The red-haired Almighty was extremely shocked. Then, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to encounter the heavenly secret divine eyes here. It seems that even the heavens are helping me. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a member of the heavenly secret tribe and have successfully activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. If that's the case, I can't let you live. After you die, I'll put your eyes to good use. With them, I might be able to improve further and even become a sage. The red-haired Almighty was too excited. One had to know that the heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious and legendary. Moreover, the reason why the wavering light sacred land was angry and issued a kill order was related to the heavenly secret divine eyes. However, he did not expect that this thing would be discovered by him. Moreover, it was in the hands of a mere king. This way, he could effortlessly obtain the heavenly secret divine eyes. Thinking of this, he laughed loudly towards the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's face darkened. He had already used his strongest combat strength and used the heavenly secret divine eyes to find a flaw. However, so far, he could only protect himself. It was impossible for him to kill his opponent, however, he would not give up resisting. At most, he would die together with his opponent. He would not let his opponent get away with it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated, causing his aura to become even sharper. It was like a peerless divine sword. The golden light in his eyes was also extremely bright. Mysterious runes flickered and were extremely deep. It was like a golden starry sky. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, the red-haired Almighty sneered, "What, you still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself. The difference between us is like a firefly against the sun. You can't do anything in front of me." The red-haired Almighty sneered and strode towards Lin Xian. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. It was like an ancient mountain that suppressed people to the point of suffocation. In fact, the entire void began to tremble rapidly. The critical moment was about to arrive. However, at this moment, the aura of the red-haired mighty figure changed. It no longer became extremely powerful. Instead, it retreated quickly like the tide. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The red-haired mighty figure was also stunned. He felt the energy in his body rapidly depleting. No. Impossible. My power, where's my power? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that this scene was extremely familiar because it had happened once when he had just arrived at the primeval forest. The laws of heaven and earth here had sealed him, causing his strength to fall below that of a mighty figure. Now, the same thing was happening again. His power was about to be suppressed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's face turned green. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the most critical moment. Damn it! I don't believe it. The red-haired mighty figure resisted frantically, but that strange energy sealed him. He realized that he could not control the energy in his body at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he gave up resisting and pounced at Lin Xian like a madman. He wanted to kill his opponent before his power was completely sealed. In this way, the heavenly secret divine eyes would still be his. Lin Xian snorted coldly as his body swayed rapidly. He naturally noticed the abnormality. He knew that it was possible that the other party had been sealed by the laws here again. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and dodged quickly. At least before the other party was sealed, he could not be caught by the other party. Damn brat. Stop right there. The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that the other party was too fast and he could not catch him at all. And the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. In the next moment, a low sound came from his body, and his power finally fell below that of a mighty figure. He was sealed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared angrily and decisively gave up on Lin Xian and fled into the distance. The red-haired mighty figure's cultivation was suppressed again, so he did not dare to fight anymore. He fled into the distance like a madman. Trying to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he instantly chased after him. Previously, the other party wanted to flaunt his prowess and kill him. How could he let him go now? Swallowing the best medicinal pill in his hand, Lin Xian madly circulated the longevity secret art, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to quickly heal his injuries. The next moment, he appeared in front of the red-haired mighty figure. Scram! The red-haired expert roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying red fist was extremely sharp and there was a red aura around it. It was as if a fire god had awakened and was extremely terrifying. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it ruthlessly blasted towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. With his soul force, he could clearly sense that the current attack was much weaker than before. In other words, the other party had really been sealed. He wasn't afraid of a sealed almighty. He didn't even need to dodge. Boom! Lin Xian executed the world-destroying black dragon fist and punched out. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain, descending from the sky. What followed was a series of dragon roars. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a tsunami, blasting out tens of thousands of ripples in the void. Boom! The red-haired mighty figure took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale and shocked. That was because he realized that he couldn't hurt the other party anymore. Lin Xian sneered, "What, you want to leave now? Weren't you very arrogant before? You want to kill me in the palm of your hand? Now, you can try to kill me." He was really furious. Previously, the other party took advantage of his seniority and relied on his hundreds of years of cultivation to forcefully kill him. If he didn't have many secret techniques in his hands, he might have been killed long ago. How could Lin Xian let such a deep hatred go? "Kid, get out of my way. To tell you the truth, even if my cultivation is suppressed, I'm still a mighty figure. I'm still not someone you can fight against. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth, and his voice was unusually cold. "You still dare to be arrogant now? Do you really think you're still the mighty figure from before?" Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. The golden light in his eyes flickered and emitted a strange energy. "I won't bully you. Let's fight to the death." "You want to fight to the death with me? You're not worthy at all." The red-haired mighty figure snorted and still wanted to escape. "Why, you don't dare?" Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a mighty figure? If you don't even dare to fight with me, there's no point in living like you. What an embarrassment to a mighty figure. Kid, you're courting death." The red-haired mighty figure's face was gloomy. As a mighty figure, his status was extremely noble. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Now, a young kid dares to look down on me? This is unforgivable. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I want you to know that a mighty figure will always be a mighty figure. Even if it's sealed, it's not something ants like you can resist. After saying that, the red-haired mighty figure attacked mercilessly. A gigantic fiery red palm appeared in the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. This red palm was hundreds of feet long and was like a flaming mountain. It descended quickly, and the aura it emitted was suffocating. The red-haired mighty figure was right. Even if a mighty figure was sealed, it was not something that an ordinary king could contend with. This aura far exceeded that of a 6-star king. It was abnormally powerful. Most likely, not many people would be able to resist it. The void fluctuated and was easily torn apart like a painting. The entire space was trembling, and the dazzling twilight illuminated the entire forest. Humph, a sealed mighty figure? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. As soon as he attacked, Lin Xian launched a fierce attack. The nine darkness demonic sword was waved quickly, and a terrifying sword light slashed forward. He did not hold back and used his ultimate move. The demonic sword in his hand was extremely sharp as if it had come alive. Poof, the sword slashed down, and blood splattered. The red palm was cut in half. Blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he roared crazily with a ferocious expression. His body retreated rapidly, and blood flowed from his palm. The red palm was formed by him. Now that it was cut in half, his palm was also affected. Fortunately, it was only a palm of light. If it was his main body, it would probably not exist anymore. Kid, how dare you hurt me? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a young kid. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a brat. If word got out, it would definitely shock the world. So what if I hurt you? Lin Xian snorted. Not only will I hurt you, but I'll also kill you. Kill me? Just you? You're overestimating yourself. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you can hurt me. I didn't even use my full strength just now. Enough, don't be so stubborn. Do you still think you're that high and mighty figure from before? Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and said coldly, do you think you can mercilessly kill the younger generation just because you've cultivated for a long time and are powerful? Your way of doing things is despicable. Now, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a scourge like you. Lin Xian shouted coldly as the aura on his body became even more powerful. You're courting death. It seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth. In his opinion, even if he was sealed, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent with his methods and experience. He just needed to spend a little more effort. Previously, he did not want to waste his energy, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to kill his opponent. Brat, I originally wanted to let you go, but since you're courting death, don't blame me for it. The red-haired mighty figure once again revealed a sinister smile. The aura in his body surged quickly and covered the entire sky. This time, Lin Xian did not say anything and stabbed out with the nine darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely terrifying. It was like a long black dragon running wildly in the sky. Seeing this sword, the red-haired mighty figure was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's sword technique to be so powerful. This sword was really beyond his expectations. In the next moment, he roared angrily and a terrifying power surged in his body. He blasted forward in an attempt to resist this sword. However, he still underestimated this sword. Poof, the sword flashed and a shocking collision sounded, shaking the surroundings. Then, blood splattered everywhere and a shrill cry was heard, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble. A hole appeared in the red-haired Almighty's attack. Not only that, his body was pierced through by the nine netherworld demon sword, nailing him in the air. This scene was simply too terrifying. A supreme being had actually been injured by a 4-star king, and he was severely injured at that. Perhaps, he had never imagined such a scene even in his dreams. Although the red-haired mighty being's cultivation had been suppressed and had fallen to the mighty being realm, not everyone could fight against him. It could even be said that no one below the Almighty's was a match for them. However, the current situation was beyond the red-haired Almighty's expectations. He did not expect that the other party would be able to heavily injure him with a single strike. Ah! The red-haired mighty figure roared into the sky with a ferocious expression. The energy in his body exploded, and the light shone like a red sun. In the next moment, a terrifying force collided with the nine darkness demonic sword, and the red-haired mighty figure quickly retreated. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The red-haired Almighty roared madly and quickly used a secret technique to temporarily seal the wound so that it would stop bleeding. However, his face was abnormally pale. That sword strike just now had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He swore that he had to kill Lin Fan, otherwise, if Lin Fan continued to grow, he would definitely become a terrifying peerless powerhouse in the future. He wouldn't allow such a threat to exist in this world. In the next moment, a terrifying red light surged out from his body, covering the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the entire space. The sky and earth were filled with terrifying red light, emitting a terrifying aura. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he was like a god fiend, and his entire body was extremely powerful. Even the pressure of an almighty reappeared on his body. Whoosh, like metal colliding and mercury flowing, a long red chain appeared on the arm of the red-haired mighty figure. It surged rapidly and swept forward. The red chain was incomparably scarlet, and it carried a monstrous killing intent and a terrifying aura. Needless to say, this was an Earth-grade treasure with boundless power. Scarlet Flame Chain. A low voice came from the mouth of the red-haired mighty figure. The terrifying chain was like a maggot attached to a bone, instantly wrapping around Lin Xian as if it was going to refine him. A terrifying light soared into the sky, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space as if nothing could stop the scarlet flame chain. At this moment, the surrounding red light surged, and a sinister and terrifying voice appeared as if it was Azura from hell. Humph! Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Break! Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely domineering. His eyes sparkled as he quickly searched for an opening. At the same time, the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist was unleashed. With a punch, terrifying energy surged and instantly hit the flaw, shattering the red light that filled the sky. The scarlet flame chain flew out like a long snake. Not only that, but the power of the punch also rushed toward the red-haired mighty figure. Boom, the red-haired mighty figure vomited blood again. His chest caved in, and more than half of the bones in his body were broken. No. Can. He spat out a few words with difficulty because he couldn't believe it. How could the other party be so powerful? He was a mighty figure, even if he was sealed, he was still a mighty figure. Even a 6-star king was like an ant in his hands. However, the young man in front of him only had the cultivation of a 4-star king, but his combat strength was even more powerful than his sealed self. He couldn't believe it. Damn brat, go to hell. As a mighty figure, he couldn't only have these ultimate moves. Therefore, he waved his sleeve, and a dark red pagoda appeared in the void. Powerful fluctuations suppressed the void, and terrifying energy surged out. The red-haired mighty figure used all his strength to push the dark red pagoda forward. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Boom, boom. Boom, the dark red pagoda was extremely terrifying, and it was also an Earth-grade treasure. Its body emitted light, and a red aura hung down. It intertwined to form a red lightning bolt that quickly bombarded. Lightning surged like a lightning tribulation. The moment it appeared, it shattered everything and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Haha, brat, die. The red-haired man laughed sinisterly. The red pagoda was one of his trump cards. Once he used it, it was extremely terrifying. He believed that the other party was a 4-star king. No matter how powerful his attack was, his defense was not strong enough to block his attack. However, Lin Xian was unusually calm amidst the red lightning that filled the sky. Beside him, the dragon sword domain rose and fell, blocking all the lightning. Not only that, Lin Xian even stretched out his left hand, and countless sword chi condensed to form a dragon's head. Roar, the dragon's head roared into the sky, and it opened its bloody mouth, forming a powerful force. The red lightning that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by something and crazily gathered toward the dragon's head in Lin Xian's hand. This scene was like a river flowing into the sea. It was shocking. Suddenly, the red lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and a dark red ball of lightning was formed in Lin Xian's palm. Boom, Lin Xian waved his arm and threw the dark red ball of lightning at the red pagoda. The collision of the two made a deafening sound. The powerful energy blasted in all directions, and the red pagoda was on the verge of collapse. There were even cracks on it. The red-haired cultivator vomited blood again, and the light on his body dimmed. You. He struggled intensely, his whole body trembling. Damn it, who are you? The red-haired cultivator's voice trembled. He couldn't believe that a 4-star cultivator could be so powerful. He even suspected that the other party was also a cultivator who had hidden his identity. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice was firm, and his face was cold. He couldn't let the other party go, so it didn't matter even if he told the other party his name. Lin Xian? Lin Xian. The red-haired cultivator muttered with a confused expression. He knew many young elites in Eastern Wilderness, but he didn't know anyone called Lin Xian. He didn't even know who the other party was or which sect he was from, but the other party's power was too terrifying. He couldn't even withstand it. Alright, since you know my name, you can go to hell. Lin Xian said coldly as he raised the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. No. Seeing this, the red-haired cultivator roared crazily, and despair appeared on his face. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He burned his blood and spiritual power to launch a shocking attack, trying to resist and escape. However, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian and merged with the 9 darkness demonic sword. Then, he stabbed with the sword. The black sword radiance was like heavenly thunder, descending rapidly. The red pagoda and red flame chains were all sent flying. Nothing could stop it at this moment. Poof, the sword was out, and the cultivator was dead. The red-haired cultivator fell to the ground, blood flowing out, and his eyes dimmed. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would be shocked and go crazy. This was because Lin Xian had killed a mighty figure. Although he was a sealed almighty, he was still an almighty. Although this kind of sealed almighty was not as strong as before, it was still not something that anyone could contend against. But now, he was actually killed by someone. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Lin Xian was expressionless. The other party had only himself to blame for this. He did not have any enmity with the other party, but the other party wanted to make a move on him out of greed. In the end, this was the result. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the dark red pagoda, the scarlet flame chain, and the man's ring of holding. After killing the red-haired mighty figure, Lin Xian released Lu Mingyue. To be honest, Lu Mingyue was very shocked. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would carry such a mysterious space with him. Furthermore, from the looks of it, that space was extremely huge. This made her extremely shocked. What kind of magical treasure did he have? Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Xian had the black earth with him. The space inside was larger than any storage ring. And all of Lin Xian's cultivation techniques and treasures were stored in the black earth. When he wanted to use it, he only needed to think and the items would come out. Moreover, this black earth could not only store items, but also people. Just like before, he had placed Lu Mingyue inside. The black earth belonged to the 4th-generation successor of the dragon sword. Not to mention Lu Mingyue, even if a mighty figure entered, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Lu Mingyue was extremely shocked. However, when she came out, she was even more shocked. She even widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because she discovered the red-haired mighty figure on the ground. She knew the identity of the red-haired mighty figure. He was a rogue cultivator, but his strength had reached the level of a mighty figure. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Previously, when she was in the outside world, she had seen him attack. He was very powerful. But now, he was actually killed. Who did it? Lu Mingyue looked around and found that there were no other powerhouses. In the next moment, she looked at Lin Xian and her pupils constricted. You killed him? Lu Mingyue's voice was trembling. She had been defeated by Lin Xian before, so she knew that he was powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to kill a mighty figure. That was a world of difference. Even if it was a sealed mighty figure, it was impossible for others to completely kill them. One had to know that these mighty figures had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years and had many trump cards in their hands. Although their cultivation was suppressed, they could still protect themselves with many trump cards. But now, a mighty figure had been killed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There's no need to be shocked. It's just a sealed mighty figure, not a real mighty figure. Alright, come with me. I'm a little tired. Boil 2 pots of spirit wine for me. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Lu Mingyue. Not long after they left, other kings appeared in this place. Those kings had fled from the Sea of Bones to this place. However, in the next moment, they were extremely shocked when they saw the corpse on the ground. Heavens, that's the corpse of a mighty figure. What? A mighty figure? That's impossible. You didn't see wrong. How can a mighty figure be killed? Those people were too shocked. They could not believe it at all. One had to know that it was a mighty figure. In their eyes, it was an extremely terrifying existence. And now, he was actually killed by someone. Damn it, who did it? Could it be that there's already chaos among the mighty figures? The king's expressions were ugly. In the previous battles, the mighty figures usually did not participate, so those who died were ordinary kings. As for those almighties, they hadn't fallen yet. But now, a mighty figure had died. In their opinion, ordinary kings could not kill a mighty figure at all. Only a mighty figure could kill the mighty figure. Hearing that, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear. They quickly turned around and left this place. They could not stay here any longer because they guessed that there might be a mighty figure or some other terrifying figure hiding nearby. They did not dare to stay here at all because they would not be able to fight back if they encountered the mighty figure. Everyone was running for their lives. A few top prodigies were being chased by the mighty figure, while the ordinary kings were running away crazily. That was because the skeleton army of the Sea of Bones was quickly charging towards them. However, those kings did not run for long before they ran back with ugly expressions. Even their faces were green. That was because they realized that the monsters in the forest had become abnormally violent at this moment. Not only that, they also realized that the auras of those kings had changed. They were even more powerful than before. Among them, a few unlucky kings had arrived near the nest of a ferocious beast. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the valley. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. That aura caused the kings to tremble. Even their spiritual energy couldn't circulate smoothly. Damn it, what kind of energy is that? It's too scary. The kings felt their scalps go numb. They realized that this aura had surpassed that of an almighty and had reached an unbelievable level. What? That's 6-armed divine ape. The kings exclaimed as they looked into the distance. Sure enough, in the valley, a huge figure rushed out. Its body was shining with golden light, like a golden god of war. On its body, 6 arms were waving non-stop. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, easily tearing the void apart. Not only that, a pair of golden wings grew out of the 6-armed divine ape's back. The wings spread out and shone with divine light, like 2 golden heavenly blades. Boom, the golden wings flapped and carried the huge body into the sky. The surrounding air turned into a golden whirlwind under the golden wings, sweeping in all directions. One of the kings did not dodge and was surrounded by the golden whirlwind, torn into pieces. Terrifying, too terrifying, the remaining kings felt their scalps go numb as they fled crazily. They realized that the 6-armed divine ape's strength had increased by a lot. Could it be that the 6-armed divine ape had been sealed before? Thinking of this, they did not dare to believe it. If that was the case, then it was too scary. Just how terrifying was the 6-armed divine ape? Before they could react, furious roars rang out from other places as well. In the entire primitive forest, all the remaining kings felt it. They realized that the powerful monster kings were displaying heaven-defying strength. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky and swept through the entire forest. Not good. These monster kings are going to go berserk. In the forest, the Crimson Dragon's expression was also grave. Lin Xian, who was beside him, frowned. They realized that the powerful demon kings from before were even stronger than before. Obviously, they guessed that these monster kings had been sealed before, just like humans. Now that the White Bone Demon Palace had appeared, the seal on their bodies had been removed, and their original strength had been revealed. What was this White Bone Demon Palace, and what was going on with this primitive forest? why were there so many powerful monster kings here? Lin Xian simply couldn't understand. Inside this oblique moon-profound world, there was something strange about it. However, now wasn't the time to think about these things. They discovered that in the forest, countless demon kings were moving towards the White Bone Devil Hall. That aura formed a storm, forcing everyone to flee again. They realized that there was no way to escape. They were forced to return to the Bone Sea. The current situation was extremely dangerous for them. There was a bone army in front of them. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the Berserk Demon King behind them was even more terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian and the others were caught in a dilemma. However, Lin Xian quickly made up his mind to return to the Bone Sea. Firstly, those demon kings were truly too powerful, and they were utterly unable to resist them. In comparison, although the skeleton army was large in number, their individual combat strength was not very strong. In comparison, it was better to return to the Bone Sea. Furthermore, he had a feeling that these monster kings had become stronger because of the White Bone Palace. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of changes had happened to the White Bone Palace. Therefore, he flew back in the direction of the Palace of Bones. The other kings did the same. However, they did not return on their own accord. Instead, they were chased back by the monster kings. That was because the auras of these monster kings were simply too terrifying. There were even a few that had surpassed the power of a mighty figure. Among them, the six-armed divine ape was incomparably valiant. It was like a golden god of war. Apart from that, there was also a huge divine crocodile. It was 100 feet long and its entire body was shining with light. On the other side, there was a 9-headed lion. It opened its ferocious mouth as if it could swallow the entire sky. Without exception, these powerful monster kings all flew towards the White Bone Palace. The heavens are too terrifying. Damn it, what's happening? Is the world going to be destroyed? These monster kings are too terrifying. Could it be that they have reached the level of a peerless mighty figure? The kings felt their scalps go numb as they quickly fled. Soon, these monster kings and the Bone Army met, and a shocking battle broke out between the two. The scene was too terrifying. The six-armed divine ape roared as it waved its 6 palms. It was like 6 golden mountains that continuously smashed down. Every strike could shatter a large portion of the Bone Army. Cracks appeared in the sky, and there were even 6 huge black holes in the void. On the other side, the divine crocodile that was 100 feet long swept its huge tail. It was as sharp as a heavenly blade, and a large portion of the Bone Army was cut in half. The 9-headed lion was even more ferocious. Its 9 heads spat out wind, fire, and thunder. All kinds of terrifying attacks turned into a frenzy of energy that swept in all directions. Many of the Bone Army were annihilated in an instant. However, more and more bone creatures crawled out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. They were densely packed and crazily counterattacking. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an ancient war had appeared in front of everyone. Some of the kings could not dodge in time and were blasted by the energy, turning into a bloody mist. The remaining people fled as if they had gone mad. They wanted to get away from this terrifying scene. Gradually, these powerful monster kings came near the Sea of Bones. They looked at the White Bone Palace in the sky and roared non-stop. Roar! Roar! Their roars were like thunder, tearing through the void, causing everyone to tremble and Xianxia to bleed. Lin Xian had already thrown Lu Mingyue into the black earth again. Her magic power was sealed, and she could not use any energy at all. She could not fight against the scene here. He did not want to take her life for the time being, so he threw her into the black earth. As for him, he joined hands with the Crimson Dragon to create a light screen to defend against the terrifying energy frenzy and the deafening roars. However, Lin Xian was even more puzzled by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Why were these monster kings attacking the White Bone Palace? Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? In front, the monster kings were crazily attacking the White Bone Palace. The six-armed godly ape kept waving its 6 arms, forming a golden hurricane that swept towards the White Bone Palace in the sky. It was like countless golden demonic clouds were rushing forward. On the other side, the divine crocodile opened its bloody mouth and spat out 5-colored lightning. The sky surged and the thunder rumbled. A terrifying energy rushed forward. The nine-headed lion's 9 heads emitted a terrifying energy that turned into an energy storm and blasted towards the White Bone Palace. Other than these 3 powerful monster kings, there were more than 10 terrifying monster kings. They roared and launched powerful attacks. Other than these 3 powerful demon kings, there were more than 10 other terrifying demon beasts. They roared and attacked fiercely. In an instant, the entire void boiled and was drowned by this violent energy. In front of them, the White Bone Palace was filled with an ancient aura. At this moment, demonic runes appeared under the huge White Bone Palace. Then, a white light shone and spread in all directions. The terrifying energy that filled the sky was completely suppressed by this white light. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others' pupils shrank. They could not believe that this White Bone Palace was too terrifying. This was because these demon kings had surpassed the almighty level and were extremely powerful. With so many demon kings attacking together, they could overturn the sky and earth, but they could not shake the White Bone Palace. What was this White Bone Palace? Was it really the tomb of a saint, the 6-armed godly ape, the crocodile god, and the other demon kings roared angrily when they saw that their attacks were ineffective. However, they seemed to be afraid and did not dare to get too close to the White Bone Palace. It was as if there was something in the White Bone Palace that was threatening them. However, their attacks did not stop. Intense collisions erupted in the sky and terrifying energy swept in all directions. The ones who suffered the most were the human kings. Although they were extremely powerful, they were as weak as ants in front of the terrifying demon kings and the White Bone Palace. Many kings were even hit by the energy waves and exploded. Even more warriors were red in the face as they resisted with all their might. At this moment, the few kings who were secretly adding fuel to the fire had ugly expressions on their faces. If they had not attacked, there would not have been so much blood and the sea of bones would not have changed. However, it was all too late. There was no point in regretting it. On Lin Xian's side, he also propped up the dragon sword domain to resist. He was in a relatively good situation. Although it was dangerous, all the energy waves were cut apart by his sword chi. None of them reached him. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. This was because they could not go on like this. Brother Lin. The void rippled and Gu Santong appeared in front of Lin Xian. His face was pale and he was injured. After Lin Xian left, he was targeted by a mysterious expert. The other party seemed to want to capture him. Fortunately, he was skilled in spatial techniques and could escape. Later on, the demon kings exploded, forcing the mysterious expert to retreat. It could be said that Gu Santong's experience was even more dangerous than Lin Xian's. Now, the two of them worked together to resist the attacks from the surroundings and achieved obvious results. The other kings also began to resist. But at this moment, the situation changed again. In the sky, the terrifying 6-armed godly ape suddenly dived down and landed on the ground. The golden eyes scanned the surroundings before a cold voice resounded, "Humans, enter the ancient city." This voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the sky. What? Enter the ancient city? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned ugly. There was a city nearby, and that was the White Bone Palace. Could it be that they had entered? Are you kidding me? Isn't that courting death? Sure enough, someone immediately counterattacked. However, the answer was a golden palm. 3 of the kings were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. They could not resist at all. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. In front of the golden ape, even the almighties were not strong enough. You can choose to resist, but there is only one outcome. You will be killed. Or you can enter the ancient city obediently. If you are lucky, you may live. Lucky? What's so lucky about that? One of the elders gritted his teeth and roared. Once they stepped into the palace of bones, they would be turned into a pile of bones. Don't worry. That won't happen now. Go in. The cold voice sounded again. Then, flames appeared on the golden ape's body and spread in all directions. If these humans tried to escape, the godly ape would attack mercilessly. Kid, what do we do? Do you want to break out of the encirclement? the dark red divine dragon asked through voice transmission. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had thought of this idea as well. However, it seemed to him that it was simply too dangerous. The golden ape in front of him was too terrifying. It was definitely stronger than the ordinary almighties. Its strength was unimaginable. Moreover, there were so many monster kings around. Where could he escape to? He might be killed in the end. Why not take the risk and enter the Palace of Bones? Judging from this situation, the monster kings wanted them to enter the Palace of Bones. They did not know what would happen after they entered. However, it would not be like the last time. They would not be turned into a pile of bones before even entering the Palace of Bones. The others looked pale. It seemed that they had no choice but to go in. Therefore, someone gritted his teeth and rushed into the sky. Soon, they arrived above the Palace of Bones. Everyone held their breaths. However, they did not turn into bones like the last time. Instead, the godly ape entered the Palace of Bones directly. It's really possible. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They felt that this might be an opportunity. After all, they might be killed if they stayed here. They might as well go in and take the risk. Now, they knew that the Palace of Bones was not ordinary. There might be great opportunities inside. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate and rushed into the sky. Let's go. Lin Xian and Gu Santong looked at each other. Then, the three of them followed the crowd into the Palace of Bones. Buzz, just as they stepped into the Palace of Bones, a strange energy came out and forced Lu Mingyue out of the black earth. She could not stay any longer. What's going on? As soon as Lu Mingyue came out, she saw the giant bone city not far in front of her. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She looked at Lin Xian and gritted her teeth. Damn you! Are you crazy? How dare you come here? If you want to turn into a pile of bones, I won't stop you. But don't stop me. To be honest, she was really scared. The scene of the monster kings being killed by the Palace of Bones was still deeply imprinted in her mind. Now that Lin Xian had brought her to the Palace of Bones, how could she not be scared? However, Lin Xian said coldly, "Shut up. If you want to die, you can go down. I won't stop you. But if you want to live, you have to stay by my side obediently. Of course, as a servant, you have to have the consciousness of a servant. Otherwise, don't expect me to save you." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't want to kill Lu Mingyue. Because holding a person who was qualified to become the saintess of all beginnings was more valuable than killing her. Lu Mingyue looked around and found that all the kings had come to the front of the giant bone city. She immediately understood. These people had no choice but to enter the giant bone city. But if they went down now, they might not survive. Not to mention that her power was sealed now. Even if she was at her peak, she couldn't withstand a blow from the six-armed ape. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword light wrapped around Lu Mingyue. I don't know why, but you can't hide now and can only follow me. Then follow me closely and don't get lost. This sword light can protect you. At the same time, Lin Xian also unlocked some of her seals, giving her some power. But it was impossible for her to escape. Don't think about running away, or you'll end up miserable. Lin Xian warned again. Lu Mingyue also knew the current situation. She couldn't wait to follow Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was powerful and had the combination of Gu Santong and the Crimson Dragon, even in danger, her survival rate was greatly increased. She wouldn't leave now. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others stepped into the Palace of Bones. The giant bone city was extremely terrifying and emitted a monstrous aura. Two tall white bone doors were completely opened, revealing the scene inside. Not far in front, there were figures wearing ancient battle robes. Each of them had great spiritual power. However, there was no vitality in them. Lin Xian and the others knew that these were the funerary objects of some of the most powerful figures in the world. They glanced around and found that there were many of these burial objects. If they were resurrected, they might completely overturn this world. But fortunately, when they entered, the terrifying figures in front of them didn't wake up. They stood there like statues. When they passed by, their bodies began to tremble. They could sense a terrifying aura emanating from those figures. It was like a divine sword, extremely fierce. At this moment, the demon kings in the sky began to attack again. Streaks of sharp energy slammed into the Whitebone City. There were even a few terrifying beams of light that blasted towards the Whitebone door. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the two gates and blasted into the City of Bones. Not good. Many kings were alarmed. They realized that the terrifying beams of light would probably affect them. Therefore, in the next moment, these people quickly ran inside. The entire Whitebone City began to emit a terrifying light. Then, those statue-like figures actually came to life. Ka. The kings who had been buried with Qin Wentian began to emit their auras, and their bodies began to move like wooden puppets. Although it was a little stiff, it carried a terrifying power with it. Boom. Boom, they were rapidly attacking outside. Terrifying saber lights, palm shadows, and sword chi streaked across the sky, fighting against the demon kings outside. He's revived. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. This scene was too strange. Could it be that these people didn't die? Or were they already dead, and now they're revived in some way? He couldn't figure it out, but he realized that this Whitebone City was full of mysteries. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, more than 10 attacks landed near them and then exploded. Terrifying energy swept towards them. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They knew that it was no longer safe to go out from the entrance. They had to go inside. Moreover, some of the kings had already done so. They realized that the items buried with Qin Wentian wouldn't attack them for the time being. Therefore, they became bolder and ran into the Whitebone City. Let's go too. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then, he, Gu Santong, the Crimson Dragon, and Lu Mingyue followed the others into the city. This was because it was too dangerous. They could be affected by the shockwaves of the energy at any time. The group of people walked in and realized that the inside of the Whitebone City was no different from an ordinary city. Buildings and streets crisscrossed the area. However, the buildings here were more ancient and full of the style of the Antiquity Age. Moreover, there was dust and broken walls everywhere. There were even many spider webs. It was obvious that no one had been here for countless years. Even though Lin Xian and the other kings were walking on the streets, they still felt that the entire city was filled with a strong sense of death. It was like a dead city. The terrifying attacks outside were still going on. It seemed like those kings of monsters were trying to destroy the Whitebone City. However, the Whitebone City was too terrifying. It was too strange. It was not damaged at all. In fact, it didn't even shake. If they hadn't heard the deafening sounds and the sky full of light outside, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Whoosh, suddenly, the sky above them darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. In the next moment, everyone looked up. They saw a yellow figure, like a golden mountain, appear above them. It formed a huge projection. The six-armed godly ape. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. They didn't expect the six-armed godly ape to appear above the Whitebone City. What was it trying to do? Boom, yes, it was indeed the six-armed godly ape. As soon as it appeared, it waved its 6 arms and formed 6 huge golden light pillars. Then, it shot downward. Boom, boom. Boom, this time, the light pillars finally reached the interior of the Whitebone City. The terrifying light pillars hit the interior of the Whitebone City, causing the entire city to tremble. Even the ground cracked and the surrounding buildings were pierced through. Oh no! At this moment, the surviving kings felt their scalps go numb. They didn't gather together anymore. Instead, they fled in all directions. Everyone wanted to reach a safe place to escape this disaster. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He used the dragon sword realm to envelop everyone. Then, he turned into an aurora and rushed into the distance. In front of him was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately felt a cold wind. Because Lin Xian and the Five Elements sect had a feud. However, now was not the time for revenge. Boy, I saw this place. Hurry up and get out of here. After saying that, the disciple of the Five Elements sect snorted and entered an ancient house in front of him. That ancient house was already very dilapidated. It was covered in dust and cobwebs. However, at this moment, it had become a safe shelter. That was because everyone realized that the older the house, the less likely it was to be damaged by this kind of attack. Perhaps there was a mysterious force protecting these ancient houses. They realized that the older the house, the more resistant it was to such attacks. Perhaps there was some mysterious power protecting these ancient houses. That 5 Elements sect's disciple quickly entered the ancient house in front of him. Moreover, he released a ray of 5 Elements power and sealed the door. It seemed that he did not want Lin Xian and the rest to enter. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Lu Mingyue said anxiously, "What should we do? Should we force our way in? We have more people anyway." Gu Santong shook his head and said, "There is no need to waste time fighting. There are many houses around here. We can look for others. Let's go in another direction." Lin Xian said. He did not want to fight now. The appearance of the giant bone city and the appearance of the demon king were all caused by the blood that was spilled when they fought. He didn't know what would happen if he fought in the city of bones and caused a terrifying amount of blood to flow again. Who knew what would happen? It might lead to something even more terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian did not want to fight now. It was better to avoid this disaster first. Lin Xian and the rest turned around and prepared to leave to look for other houses. However, just as they turned around, they heard a scream coming from the house in front of them. The scream was very pitiful and it was filled with fear. It was as if the person had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian and the rest stopped in their tracks when they heard the scream. They turned around and looked in front of them. Previously, a disciple of the 5 Elements sect had entered the ancient house. Why was he screaming now? Was he under attack? However, other than him, no one else had entered the house. Lu Mingyue was also scared out of her wits when she heard the scream. No matter how powerful she was still a woman. She was terrified when she saw something unknown. Is there someone else inside? Or is there something we don't know? Lin Xian and the rest were shocked. They looked in front of them and decided to take a look. When they arrived at the house, they suddenly heard crunching sounds coming from inside. It sounded like someone was gnawing on bones. Their scalps went numb when they heard the sound. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with fear. That was because the sound was simply too strange. Combined with the scream from before, an extremely terrifying scene appeared in everyone's hearts. Open it and take a look. Lin Xian raised his hand and was ready to blast the 5 Elements power away. He wanted to see what kind of monster was in the house. However, the sound of gnawing disappeared in the next moment. The door of the house creaked open. The 5 Elements power disappeared and the 5 Elements sect disciple walked out. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and his hair was rather messy. Other than that, nothing else could be seen. Are you okay? Gu Santong asked. As for the 5 Elements sect's disciple, he coldly snorted, what could possibly happen to me? How ridiculous. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Gu Santong frowned. Lu Mingyue's pupils constricted. That was because when she looked through the 5 Elements sect's disciple, she saw a pool of blood on the floor of the ancient house. It was bright red and had not solidified. It was obvious that it had just fallen. What's with the blood? There was a battle here. Lu Mingyue was shocked. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. Although she had been captured by Lin Xian, they were now in the same boat. Moreover, she had been sealed and did not have much power. Therefore, she needed Lin Xian's protection. She immediately told Lin Xian about the eerie situation. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also realized that there was blood inside. However, the 5 Elements sect disciple did not seem to have any abnormalities. Therefore, he could only give up. He shook his head and left with the rest of the group. However, at this moment, the 5 Elements sect disciple said, if you go out now, you will die. In this ancient city, only these houses are safe. The other streets are not safe at all. You will most likely be killed by the energy. What do you mean? Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly. The 5 Elements sect disciple quickly said, nothing. This house is bigger anyway. Why don't you all come in? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. This was because his attitude was different from before. After all, he had a grudge against the Five Elements sect. Furthermore, the Five Elements sect's disciple had displayed killing intent towards him. If it was not for the fact that the place was not suitable, the other party would have already attacked. However, the other party had invited him to hide in the house. It was too eerie. However, in the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. So be it. He was not afraid of the other party's tricks. Therefore, he called Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the Crimson Dragon. Then, the group entered the house. As for the Five Elements sect's disciple, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he looked at their backs. In the next moment, he also strode into the house and closed the door. Then, he used a force to seal it. The house was not big. It was a very ordinary room with some tables and chairs. However, it was very old and had a thick layer of dust on it. In addition, there were some miscellaneous items around. Most of them were very old. Moreover, the inside of the house was very dark. Especially when the Five Elements sect disciple closed the door, the inside of the house became even darker. It could even be described as pitch black. However, Lin Xian and the others were all King Realm experts. This little bit of darkness was nothing to them. Therefore, they did not take it to heart. They sat there and waited quietly. They could even vaguely hear the continuous explosions outside. The Five Elements sect disciple had unknowingly circled behind them. The eerie smile on his face became even more obvious. There was even a dark red light in his eyes. Boom, another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, Lin Xian felt the entire house begin to shake. Needless to say, the attacks of the peerless monsters must have hit the inside of the giant city. Everyone was shocked. They did not know when the attacks would stop. However, no one noticed the smile on the Five Elements sect disciple's face and the red light in his eyes. In the next moment, something strange happened. The Five Elements sect disciple attacked decisively. His palm carried a terrifying storm as it blasted forward. His target was obvious. It was the sealed Lu Mingyue. Ah! Lu Mingyue felt the energy behind her and screamed. She suddenly turned around. At the same time, a chaotic light appeared between her eyebrows and slashed forward. Boom! The chaotic light collided with the terrifying energy and caused an explosion. Lu Mingyue's body retreated like a fallen leaf. Although he was hit, he still managed to dodge the fatal blow. The light of chaos was her life-saving measure. It was set up by the elders of the sect. It could help her dodge a fatal blow. She did not use it even when she was fighting Lin Xian. She did not expect to use it now. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the Crimson Dragon were also shocked. Powerful energy surged from their bodies as they stared at the disciple of the Five Elements sect. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the power of space to pull Lu Mingyue to his side. Furthermore, he gave her a few medicinal pills and told her to consume them to heal her injuries. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he stared at the other party. He said coldly, "You really are up to no good. How dare you attack us? However, I really don't understand. Are you out of your mind? How dare you attack us alone? We'll know if we can defeat you after we try." The disciple of the Five Elements sect had a strange smile on his face. A dark red light bloomed in his eyes. Not good. Kid, be careful. He's not the disciple of the Five Elements sect. The Crimson Dragon quickly reminded him when he saw this. Not the disciple of the Five Elements sect? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not know what that meant. However, the disciple of the Five Elements sect suddenly attacked. His palm transformed into a five-colored palm and slammed down at Lin Xian, covering the sky and earth. The power of the Five Elements gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying light storm. The disciple of the Five Elements sect was very decisive. He did not hesitate and attacked Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. His name had spread throughout the primeval forest. Other than the top few prodigies, no one dared to attack him. Now, a martial artist of the Five Elements sect dared to attack him. It seemed that he did not know what was good for him. Humph! With a cold harumph, Lin Xian threw out a punch. Bang! The fist and palm collided. a low sound was heard. However, this time, Lin Xian was even more surprised. He even showed a trace of doubt. He realized that his opponent could actually fight against him. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that his current combat strength belonged to the top batch here. Even the sealed almighties were no match for him. But now, the other party was actually able to contend against him, which really surprised him. The Five Elements sect's disciple was also taken aback. A red light flashed in his eyes. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You were actually able to block my move." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "You're not from the Five Elements sect. Who are you?" The people of the Five Elements sect did not dare to speak to him like this, but the other party did not seem to care at all. Therefore, he was definitely not from the Five Elements sect. Humph. Dead people don't need to know so much. The Five Elements sect's disciple coldly snorted and once again moved towards Lin Xian. As the two exchanged blows, each strike was like a clap of thunder. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more shocked he became. His opponent's battle prowess was too strong, and he couldn't help but take this seriously. So in the next moment, he pulled out the Nine Serenities demon sword. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and then he stabbed out. Buzz, a resplendent light shocked the sky. This sword was extremely sharp. Clang, the black demon sword seemed to have collided with a mountain. It pierced through the opponent's palm, leaving a bloody hole on it. "You're courting death." The Five Elements sect's disciple's expression finally changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so terrifying that it could pierce through his palm. So in the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body suddenly erupted and surged fiercely towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He retreated rapidly and completely left the ancient house, arriving on the street. "Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you." The Five Elements sect's disciple's expression was ferocious. His eyes were emitting a red light, and the scene was extremely terrifying. "You're not from the Five Elements sect. Who are you?" Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and asked coldly. He realized that the other party was too strange, especially that pair of eyes. They were even more terrifying than a malicious spirit. The people of the Five Elements sect should not have such an aura. Moreover, there were screams and sounds of bones being chewed in the ancient house. He guessed that the Five Elements sect's disciple had been killed long ago. As for this person, who knew what he was, hearing Lin Xian's cold roar, the Five Elements sect's disciple sneered and did not answer. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and the wound quickly healed. Then, he slapped forward. Boom, the terrifying palm landed, and the surrounding void cracked. Even the entire space trembled violently. The Five Elements sect's disciple's palm shone brightly as he grabbed at Lin Xian. "Humph, if you don't speak, I'll beat you until you reveal your true form." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the Nine Darkness demon sword and quickly attacked. The terrifying sword chi was like a huge black mountain. It fell quickly and collided with the opponent's palm. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire street shook violently. The two of them each took a step back, and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only Lin Xian, but even Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. They knew of Lin Xian's strength. He was a terrifying expert, and yet he was able to fight to a standstill. They had to admit that it was too shocking. What a troublesome person. "But do you think that I can't deal with you just like that?" Lin Xian sneered. The sword chi on his body surged, and the dragon sword territory quickly appeared and shrouded the opponent. Then, thousands of sword chi turned into flowing light and pierced forward. This attack was too terrifying. The sword chi that filled the sky was extremely sharp. They were densely packed, and they blew up everything in front of them. Roar, in front of them, in the explosion of the energy vortex, a piercing scream rang out. The scream was ear-piercing, and it made everyone's scalp tingle. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the storm. However, the clothes on his body were still torn. Not only that, there were many wounds on his body, revealing his dark skin. The Five Elements sect disciple grabbed with his hand and tore off the skin on his body. Then, a piece of human skin was torn off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale, and she felt like vomiting. Because it was too disgusting. Can you imagine someone tearing off all the skin on their body with 5 fingers? That's what it was like now. Indeed, the 5 Elements sect disciple in front of them was no longer a human. He had turned into a ghost. At this moment, his body was red and black, and there was even blood flowing from his body. He looked like a monster. The human skin fell to the ground, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. Roar, the eyes of the ghost in front of them shone with a terrifying red light. His entire body was covered with an eerie ghostly aura. It was extremely terrifying, and it made one's scalp tingle. You're not human. You really aren't human. Lin Xian was shocked. His expression was cold as he realized that his guess was right. The other party was not a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, but an unknown creature. It was very likely that it was a creature that originally existed in the Whitebone City. Thinking of this, his face became serious because the other party's strength was not weak at all. Now that it had removed its disguise, how strong would it be? This Whitebone City was indeed too strange. It actually had such a malicious spirit. Roar, the malicious spirit roared and turned into a bolt of lightning again, pouncing toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His body was like lightning as he rushed upward. The two of them fought fiercely. Their battle was very fierce and fast. From afar, it looked like 2 flashes of light were constantly colliding in the air. Boom, suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand was emitting a dazzling light of thunder and fire. Thunder and fire, the most yang energy in the world, had a strong restraining effect on ghost martial artists. Now that Lin Xian used it, he naturally wanted to restrain the other party. Whoosh, as the sword slashed down, the thunder and fire sword chi flashed quickly and fiercely slashed down from the sky, bringing with it a strong storm. There was a strong yang energy. It was as if it could destroy all ghosts and demons. Seeing that the sword was filled with the most yang energy, the malicious spirit's face changed. The red light in his eyes shone even brighter. His body quickly dodged, forming a pitch-black space around him. Whoosh! Whoosh, this black domain was very strange. It had a cold aura of death and could even devour everything. Puff, the thunder and fire sword slashed down and collided with the black domain, making the sound of ice and fire mixing. As for the surrounding void, it started to vibrate violently like a painting. Roar, suddenly, a terrifying crack was cut open in the pitch-black domain, revealing the malicious spirit inside. In the next moment, the sword chi slashed on the malicious spirit's body, tearing a terrifying crack open. Drip! Drip, black blood fell from the sky and dripped on the ground. The malicious ghost let out a furious roar and transformed into a dark cloud. It instantly fled into the distance and disappeared. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure and did not give chase. Instead, he frowned. This was simply too shocking. What kind of creature could have black blood, he didn't know. However, he knew that the other party was definitely not human. Everyone, be careful. This place is too strange. Don't be careless, Gu Santong said in a low voice. However, at this time, several miserable cries sounded from the distance again. They were extremely mournful, tearing through the void. Hearing this voice, the few of them frowned and quickly ran into the distance. In the next moment, they saw a king with half his body torn apart and covered in blood. He was being gnawed to death by a pitch-black monster. It was the same situation again. From the looks of it, there was more than one malicious ghost-like monster. It was spread throughout the entire Whitebone City. It wasn't safe outside, and it wasn't safe inside the city either. Boom, a great battle erupted, because more than one malicious spirit-like creature appeared. Their figures appeared on several streets. Among them, some of the weaker kings were directly killed by the malicious ghosts. The more powerful king realm cultivators would fight against them. One of the battles was extremely intense. It was a human who was surrounded by dazzling halos. It was as if he had been blessed by the gods and was extremely terrifying. His entire body was surging with holy light. Each ray was like a monstrous wave. The Alcade Saint. Many kings saw this scene from afar and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked from afar. He had to admit that the other party was indeed an extremely powerful figure. Even from so far away, he could feel the overwhelming aura from the other party. The palm shadow contained a terrifying power that could easily shatter a 6-star king. After beating the malicious ghost away with one palm, the Alcade Saint seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head to look at him. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Their gazes clashed in the air, causing small cracks to appear in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was someone who could compete with the Alcade Saint. This was unbelievable. The next moment, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Lin Xian, everyone was extremely shocked because they also recognized Lin Xian. This kid is too terrifying. He can actually compete with the Alcade Saint. This is a god of slaughter. Don't provoke him. Discussions broke out one after another. They had seen Lin Xian's means. Previously, Lu Mingyue had led so many kings to chase after him, but they were all killed by him. One could imagine how terrifying he was. They were even secretly calling Lin Xian the god of slaughter. The Alcade Saint was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party could resist his gaze. However, the next moment, he turned his head with a cold expression. His entire body flickered with light and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the street. Apart from the Alcade Saint, the others were also fighting because those malicious ghosts were very strange. Most of them had crawled out of the ancient houses. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Who was he? How could he fight two malicious ghosts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be the genius of the Yi family. So powerful. One person fighting two malicious ghosts. This means that he's even more powerful than the Alcade Saint, right? How can he be more powerful than the Alcade Saint? The Alcade Saint didn't encounter two malicious ghosts. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to deal with them easily. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were also extremely shocked by the scene in front of them. Lin Xian also turned his head and saw Yi Wudao. The expert in front of him who was fighting two malicious ghosts was Yi Wudao. There was no bright light on his body, and his fist technique was very simple. However, the effect was indeed very terrifying. He punched out, simple and unadorned. However, the entire void exploded, and even the malicious ghost's black palm exploded. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and could not believe it. They had seen how powerful the malicious ghost was. It was terrifying. Ordinary 6-star kings were not a match for it at all. But now, someone could actually injure it with a punch. This was too shocking. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Who knows? This fist technique looks very ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Many kings exclaimed in surprise. However, there were some almighties who frowned. He's a disciple of the Yi family. The Yi family is an ancient family. They even had a great emperor. Yes, even in the era where there were no great emperors, there were saint physiques. I just don't know if he has such a physique. What? A holy physique. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb and their faces were filled with shock. However, an elder shook his head. That can't be. That kind of physique is extremely rare. Even the Yi family has only produced a few in all these years. If there was one, would the Yi family be willing to let him come to such a dangerous place? Is it dangerous here? I'm afraid that before entering, no one knew that this place was dangerous. They all thought that there were countless treasures in this mystic world. Someone sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, no one knew that this mystic world was extremely dangerous. Only when they entered did they realize that they had entered a place of great danger. Could it be that this person really was a holy physique of the Yi family? A holy physique? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had also heard of this physique. It was an extremely terrifying physique in the eastern wilderness. It was rumored that this mysterious physique not only had immense strength, but also extremely strong defense. It had incredible magical powers. He did not expect Yi Wudao to have such a physique. Beside him, Gu Santong's eyes flashed and he was extremely serious. As a disciple of a clan of the ancients, he knew how terrifying this physique was. At the same time, he whispered to himself, our Gu family also has a divine physique. I wonder if it's a holy physique or a holy physique. Which one is stronger? Other than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao, there were a few people who displayed even more terrifying power. At first glance, it was obvious that they were almighties whose cultivation had been suppressed. One of them was wrapped in a silver light. It was impossible to see whether he was real or not. However, he was facing 5 evil spirits at the same time and sent them flying with one palm. This method was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone's understanding. However, the silver figure disappeared in a flash and was never seen again. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. This was because if such a person appeared in front of them, it would have an adverse effect on the balance of the situation. Seeing the silver figure, Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect such an expert to be hidden among the human martial artists. On the other hand, Gu Santong's expression was solemn. It could even be said that he was very ugly. What's wrong, brother Gu? Lin Xian also noticed this, so he asked. Nothing much. I just feel that the silver figure from before has something to do with the Almighty who was chasing after me. To be honest, Gu Santong could not be completely sure, but the aura on the other party's body gave him a familiar feeling. That was why he had such suspicions. However, now that the other party had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. Woo-woo, just as everyone was shocked by the silver figure, a low voice suddenly came from the ancient house in the distance. It was as if a malicious spirit was weeping. This voice made one's scalp tingle. The next moment, an extremely cold and gloomy aura came from the ancient house in front of him. Whoosh, the entire street was covered in a layer of gray smoke, making the visibility of the surroundings very low. The chilly wind that blew on his body was abnormally cold. Whoosh, all of a sudden, a gray light flashed and streaked across the sky. Then, a scream rang out from among the human ancient martial art practitioners. Shortly after, the screaming king was quickly dragged into the ancient house in front of him. Crack! Crack! What followed was the sound of bones being chewed. Ghost, it's really a ghost. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw the scene. This was too terrifying. There must be an extremely terrifying malicious spirit in front of him. This was because they did not even see the other party's movements before a king was killed. In other words, the other party's strength had completely surpassed theirs. In an instant, everyone was extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. If the malicious spirit in front of them attacked again, would they be able to withstand it? However, at this critical moment, a laugh came from afar. What a powerful ghost king. I didn't expect to meet one here. This thing is a great supplement for me. Everyone's scalp tingled when they heard this voice. Someone actually dared to target the ghost king in front of them. Did they want to die? However, what shocked them even more was that the person who spoke was a human ancient martial art practitioner. Since when did such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner appear among the humans? Could it be the silver figure from before? Everyone turned their heads to look in all directions, trying to find the person who spoke. Roar! The ghost king in the ancient house seemed to be roaring angrily as it shot out dozens of gray lights that pierced through the void. Humph! After a cold snort, countless human figures quickly appeared. Finally, they turned into a human figure and appeared on the street. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. That was because they realized that the human figure was too strange. That was because the person who appeared was not a powerful elder as everyone had imagined. Instead, it was a child who was only 8 or 9 years old. That child had delicate features and looked very cute. There was even a trace of immaturity on his face. If one did not know better, they would have thought that he was a child of some family. However, that person appeared here. That meant that the other party was at least a king. However, was that person a peerless genius who had reached the king level at the age of 8 or 9? Or was it some old monster who had cultivated a special cultivation technique that caused his body to age and reach the level of a child? Everyone did not know, but thinking about it, the latter was more likely. As soon as the child appeared, he said with a smile, "You think you can hurt me? What a joke." As he said that, he waved his hand and spiritual power gathered, forming a huge palm of light that blasted forward. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared on the street. That was too unbelievable. They knew that the ground was very hard, but the child's palm could actually cause damage. It was too shocking. Boom, that palm directly shattered the dozens of lights that filled the sky, turning them into specks of light that scattered on the ground. Not only that, the resplendent palm of light continued to blast towards the ancient house in front of it, as if it wanted to kill the Ghost King directly. Roar, another furious roar was heard. Then, a pitch-black palm reached out and grabbed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the resplendent palm of light. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. Then, they dissipated into the void at the same time. "You're quite capable, but you won't be able to escape from me today." The child's face darkened. Although his voice was immature, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. There was even a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Obviously, that was not a child, but an old monster. Whoosh, the child's body flickered and appeared in front of the ancient house. His tender little hand contained an incomparably terrifying power as he grabbed forward. In the next moment, he and the Ghost King engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw that. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they observed carefully. That was because they also wanted to see if the child could subdue the Ghost King. Not long after, an extremely cold aura suddenly came from the void, and a silver light slashed fiercely towards the child. What? Someone else is attacking? Many people were stunned. This silver light came very suddenly without any warning. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the child. Humph. The child snorted and disappeared from where he was, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Then, his childish face turned serious. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the void. "Mo Tianchi, get the hell out here. Don't hide anymore." His voice was filled with murderous intent. What? Mo Tianchi? Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. They looked around with their eyes wide open. They knew Mo Tianchi's name. He was a peerless almighty who had killed the elder of the wavering light sacred ground. It could be said that his name had spread across the entire eastern wilderness. Now that his name appeared here, did he come in too? Many people were shocked, and Lin Xian looked even more serious. Among these people, he had the deepest relationship with Mo Tianchi. Mo Tianchi was once the sect leader of the Elixir sect, and he was a disciple of the Elixir sect. He had witnessed Mo Tianchi's betrayal, and he had been looking for the heavenly secret divine eyes. But now, the heavenly secret divine eyes were with him, so the relationship between the two was very complicated. At this moment, Lin Xian decided that he could not use the heavenly secret divine eyes here. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape if Mo Tianchi found out. Although the space suppressed almighties and sealed their cultivation, Mo Tianchi was not an ordinary almighty. However, Mo Tianchi was no ordinary almighty. He was a peerless almighty, his strength was incomparably terrifying. Who knew what level his strength had reached? Lin Xian was secretly on guard. On the other side, the void fluctuated, and a silver light flashed. Then, a handsome and evil young man appeared in front of everyone. He was dressed in white, holding a folding fan and a jade flute at his waist. He was very handsome. If they did not know, they would think that he was a young master. But everyone knew that he was a peerless almighty. Mo Tianchi, it's you. The 8 or 9-year-old child stared ahead and said coldly, "You betrayed the sacred hall, and you still dare to show yourself? Today, I will eliminate you on behalf of the sacred hall." The child exuded killing intent. Saint Hall? What Saint Hall? The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of it before. And it seemed that Mo Tianchi and that child were both from the Saint Hall. If this was true, then this Saint Hall was too terrifying. But why had they never heard of it before? They didn't even get any information about it. Lin Xian was also puzzled. He asked the Crimson Dragon, but the Crimson Dragon shook his head. The Crimson Dragon didn't know about the Templar either. "You think you can kill me? How laughable." Mo Tianchi shook his head slightly. "You're neither human nor ghost. What are you doing here instead of staying in Nanjiang?" That's my business. You don't have to know. The 8 or 9-year-old child snorted coldly, his expression abnormally cold. Do you think you can deal with me now that you've come out? I don't know if I can deal with you, but I can stop you from subduing this ghost king. The corner of Mo Tianqi's mouth curled up slightly. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. Boom, in the next moment, he attacked mercilessly. Terrifying energy flowed forward. At the same time, the Ghost King also attacked at the same time, attacking the 8 or 9-year-old child together. The child snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. Pung pung pung, in the next moment, the black scroll fluttered in the wind. Black light scattered in all directions, blocking the shocking attacks of Mo Tianqi and the Ghost King. Then, 2 short black sticks appeared in his hands. He kept knocking them. Clang clang clang, a low sound echoed in the surroundings, making everyone's hair stand on end. Buzz, just as everyone was wondering what the other party was up to, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. In the next moment, he arrived beside the 8 or 9-year-old child. When everyone saw this scene, they went crazy. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was because the figure that appeared in front of them was none other than the burial goods that appeared at the entrance of the Palace of Bones. Weren't these burial goods supposed to be fighting with the demonic beasts outside? Why were they here? And from the looks of it, they seemed to be very respectful to the child. Could there be some connection between the two? The figure in front had a dull expression. He was wearing an ancient battle robe and emitted a monstrous aura of death. He was like a divine spear that stood there, making people look up to him. Mo Tianqi did not attack. His figure flashed and he retreated into the distance, his cold eyes flickering. Looks like your corpse controlling technique has become much stronger. You can even move this kind of ancient burial object. I have to say, I really underestimated you. Don't you think it's a little late for you to find out now? The child sneered. Attacking me in this place is your biggest mistake. However, when he heard this, Mo Tianqi looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Taimu-san, do you really think that a mere burial object can trap me? And this place is not only beneficial to you, but also to me. In the next moment, he put away the folding fan in his hand and pulled out the jade flute from his waist. Then, he gently put it to his mouth. Woo-woo, a strange sound echoed in the surroundings. Soon, countless miserable cries could be heard from afar. Following which, 5 to 6 dark figures rushed over at high speed. Malicious ghosts. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb and their eyes widened. Could Mo Tianqi control malicious ghosts? In the next moment, they realized that it was true. The 5 or 6 malicious ghosts returned to Mo Tianqi's side. They were very respectful like servants. Mo Tianqi waved his sleeve, and the malicious ghosts immediately rushed forward like crazy. Not only that, there were even more malicious ghosts rushing over from afar. The Ghost King had also become abnormally irritable. A great battle broke out. Both of them were extremely powerful. Although they were suppressed and sealed, the means they displayed were too terrifying. Not only that, but both of them were extremely powerful. One could control the corpse of an ancient king, and the other could control the malicious ghosts here. The two's techniques were simply too terrifying, causing the surrounding kings to continuously retreat in fear. Clang, when a powerful wave of energy spread to the surroundings, all the kings retreated. Let's go. Lin Xian also retreated decisively. If he stayed here, it was very likely that he would be discovered by Mo Tianqi. That would be too disadvantageous for him. In fact, Lin Xian also knew that he had been discovered by Mo Tianqi long ago. He just did not know why Mo Tianqi did not make a move. Perhaps in Mo Tianqi's eyes, he was just an ant that was not worth mentioning. He had nothing to do with the heavenly secret divine eyes. In fact, Lin Xian was right. Mo Tianqi had noticed Lin Xian long ago, but for some reason, he could not attack him directly. Mo Tianqi had resurrected Ouyang Feng and a few other strong cultivators and asked them to attack. He did not expect them to fail. After that, Mo Tianqi discovered other secrets in the primordial forest, and for a while, he could not care about Lin Xian. Now that he was fighting someone else, he naturally could not care about Lin Xian. On the other side, Gu Santong's expression was cold. He realized that the person chasing him was most likely Mo Tianqi. He did not know why Mo Tianqi was chasing him, but no matter what the reason was, he was in a bad situation. Even if he was a genius disciple of a clan of the ancients, even if he was a dazzling genius, it would be difficult for him to escape from being targeted by an almighty. For a moment, everyone was retreating. However, a stream of light flashed in the crowd, and then a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. Yao Guang Sage. Many people exclaimed, because it seemed that the other party was about to attack. But they did not know who he was targeting. In the next moment, the crowd exclaimed, because they realized that the Yao Guang Sage was targeting Yi Wudao. That's right, the Yao Guang Sage was targeting Yi Wudao. He came in front of Yi Wudao, and his whole body was shining brightly. Yi Clan Sage body, do you dare to fight me? The Yao Guang Sage's voice was cold and powerful. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Yi Wudao was not afraid at all, and a terrifying power exuded from his body, causing the void to distort rapidly. Boom, the two young geniuses fought together, and the sky and the earth cracked. The surrounding kings ran even faster. Lin Xian and Gu Santong also retreated quickly. When the two of them joined forces, nothing could stop them, and no one dared to have any ideas about them. In the next moment, Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the others walked into the depths of the White Bone City. Not long after, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the depths of the White Bone City. It was even quieter here, and the loud rumbles in the distance had become so soft that they could not even hear them. There were many ancient buildings around, but no one dared to enter because they were afraid of attracting more powerful ghosts. As they walked forward, the area in front of them gradually widened. There weren't so many buildings, and instead, a huge plaza was formed. There was actually a huge sword in the square. A giant sword that reached the heavens. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that the huge sword in front of him was very similar to the huge sword that came out of the Sea of Bones outside. However, why was there such a gigantic sword in White Bone City? However, what was even stranger was that there were mysterious Dao runes on the giant sword that continued to spread throughout the area. Even the entire plaza was covered in those Dao patterns. It was a very peculiar imitation of some kind of sacrificial offering in ancient times. What was the use of this huge sword, and what was it for? Why would it appear in the giant bone city? Lin Xian and the others were very confused. Many people were extremely curious. They walked forward and prepared to find out what was going on. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the rest also walked forward. They blended into the crowd and walked forward. Many of those people came to the vicinity of the enormous sword, but nothing happened. However, the moment Lin Xian stepped onto the plaza, the entire plaza began to tremble. The huge sword in front of him suddenly shook. Countless Dao runes flashed on it, and then condensed into a shocking sword light. It exploded from the huge sword and swept out in all directions. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the huge sword to suddenly change. The martial artists at the front were directly swept by the sword light and were sent flying. For a moment, everyone was bewildered. They did not dare to go forward because it was too strange. Lin Xian was also shocked. Could the huge sword's change have something to do with him, or was it related to the great dragon sword soul in his body? He did not know, but he knew that it must be related. Therefore, in the next moment, he walked forward again. Buzz, the huge sword shone brightly. Then, the Dao runes seemed to come alive and emitted an even more peculiar light. Some of them even formed strange Dao runes, as if to express something to the crowd. This is? Many kings were shocked. They realized that it was very likely a powerful martial technique. Therefore, in the next moment, they all focused on observing. However, although these Dao runes were strange, they were very obscure. These people looked at them for a long time, but they did not understand what they meant. Gu Santong looked at the Dao runes in front of him, his eyes flashing. Previously, when he was outside, he had spent a long time comprehending the huge sword near Gu Hai. Now that he saw the huge sword again, he did not feel that it was unfamiliar. Therefore, he walked to a suitable place and silently comprehended it. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed as he engraved the Dao runes in his mind. Although he could not fully comprehend them now, he believed that as long as he continued to comprehend them, he would definitely be able to comprehend something. The huge sword flashed. Not only was Lin Xian and the others shocked, but even Mo Tianqi, the Alcade Sage's son, and the others who were fighting in the distance were startled. However, Mo Tianqi and the 8 or 9-year-old child were engaged in an intense battle and did not rush over. However, the Alcade Sage's son and Yi Wudao stopped and did not continue fighting. Instead, they quickly rushed over. The arrival of the Alcade Sage's son and Yi Wudao attracted everyone's attention. Many people woke up from their comprehension and looked behind them. They wanted to know who had won this battle. However, judging from their expressions, they are both calm. It seems like a draw. There is no clear victor. Perhaps the battle was too short. It is impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Discussions broke out one after another. But no matter what the outcome was, the two of them were still top-notch existences. Yi Wudao and the Alcade Sage's son clearly did not notice the discussions. Their gazes were focused on the huge sword in front of them. As they looked ahead, their eyes flashed with resplendent light. Yi Wudao was like a god of war as he strode forward. Soon, he chose a place and silently comprehended. On the other side, the Alcade Sage's son also snorted coldly and walked forward. Everywhere he passed, the kings around him quickly dodged. But soon, he frowned because he discovered that there was a figure who dared to block his path. The surrounding martial artists also saw this scene and immediately began to whisper to each other. Someone actually dares to block the Alcade Sage's son. He is really courting death. Yeah, isn't that person too bold? What do you know? That kid is a demon king. This is going to be interesting. Many people recognized Lin Xian. They naturally knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. Many people recognized Lin Xian. Naturally, they also knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. The Alcade Saint was even more terrifying. If the two of them fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. To be honest, Lin Xian did not pay attention to the Alcade Saint at all. All his energy was now focused on the giant sword in front of him. The Alcade Saint stopped in his tracks with a gloomy face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Someone actually dared not to make way for him. He was courting death. With a cold snort, the Alcade Saint raised his hand and shot out a dazzling light that quickly rushed forward. Feeling the fierce attack, Lin Xian woke up from his enlightenment. Then, his face darkened. Get lost. With a roar, Lin Xian threw out a punch. The terrifying fist was shining with a black light. It was like a huge black dragon, rushing forward quickly. In the next moment, it collided with the fierce attack. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the fierce attack exploded instantly. Lin Xian turned around and stared coldly at the Alcade Saint. Why did you sneak an attack on me? Give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the surrounding people gasped. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not expect Lin Xian to attack the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint said coldly, I've taken a liking to this place. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Leave? Lin Xian snorted. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? As he spoke, he threw out a punch. A black fist appeared in the void. Like a raging dragon, it blasted forward. Boom, the space trembled. The black fist exuded an extremely violent aura. It was like a vast sea that swept through the entire space. Boom, some of the surrounding kings could not withstand this aura and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand this power at all. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He realized that his opponent's power was beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he also acted decisively. He stretched out his palm, bringing with it a holy radiance that filled the sky. It was as though the palm of a demon god was pressing down rapidly. The palm was condensed from spiritual power, and it carried a terrifying power that could easily kill a 6-star king. In the next moment, the two collided. Boom! Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as boundless light surrounded the area, forming a gigantic pillar of light that shot straight into the clouds. Fortunately, the Whitebone City was abnormally tough, and there were mysterious Dao runes floating around the square, preventing it from being affected. Otherwise, just a single strike from the two of them would be enough to completely destroy this place. After the attack, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his whole body emitting the aura of spiritual power. Facing the Alcade Saint, he was extremely powerful. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to contend with the Alcade Saint. This was simply inconceivable. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. This was indeed beyond his expectations. One should know that he was a saint, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Not many people in the younger generation could contend with him. Lin Xian was neither a genius from the clan of the ancients nor a saint from a peerless sacred ground. How could he block his attack? He had never seen such a thing before. Boy, I have to say that you are indeed beyond my expectations. You are worthy of my attack. However, it is obviously unwise for you to do so. You will end up in a miserable state if you fight with me. Cut the crap. I want to see what right do you have to ask me to get lost today? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly burst out. He was too angry. He had been comprehending here and didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. However, Lin Xian attacked him directly without any reason, which was intolerable. Therefore, he must teach Lin Xian a lesson today. So what if Lin Xian was the Alcade Saint? If he dared to provoke him, he would still beat him up. Seeing Lin Xian's domineering attitude, the Alcade Saint's face darkened. Even Yi Wudao didn't dare to treat him like this. However, an unknown boy dared to look down on him, which made him want to kill him. In the next moment, the holy light on his body shone even brighter. He was like a holy light emissary, emitting endless light. Holy light palm. With a wave of his palm, the entire sky was illuminated like a resplendent sun, suppressing forward. Facing the Alcade Saint's powerful attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He punched out, and his black fist drew a strange arc in the air. The sky was filled with dark light. It was extremely terrifying, and it collided with the holy palm. The light shone, and a sonorous sound spread in all directions. The surrounding kings trembled, and they were almost killed by this energy. At the same time, a huge light spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air because they realized that Lin Xian was really able to contend against the Alcade Saint. Not only that, but the two of them were also fighting. On the square, the two figures were like lightning, constantly exchanging blows. Every time they collided, the void would explode, and a terrifying black hole would appear. The two of them were so powerful that the crowd could only catch some blurry shadows. Only Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the older generation figures, as well as the mighty figures who had been suppressed, were able to clearly watch the entire battle. However, these people's faces were also extremely solemn because the two of them were like gods of war, blooming with light. The powerful force suppressed all directions, making them feel uncomfortable. They were frightened. Lin Xian was fighting the Alcade Saint. He was extremely powerful, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He was like a raging dragon. The destructive black dragon scroll opened and closed, constantly bombarding. Heavens, who is that boy? Is he also a saint of a large sect? It's very possible. Maybe he's hiding his identity. Otherwise, no one else can compete with the Alcade Saint. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. Boom, terrifying light surged out, and Lin Xian's fist was like a black mountain, directly sweeping forward. The shocking black aura quickly intertwined and rushed towards the Alcade Saint. Boom. Boom, boom. Every black light was extremely huge, like a mountain, and pitch black, as if a true dragon had appeared in the world. The void was like a painting that was ruthlessly torn apart in an instant, and terrifying energy filled every inch of space. The Alcade Saint used the Saint Light technique to resist with all his might. However, his expression was extremely solemn, and it could even be said that he was shocked. Because he never thought that the other party could compete with him, and for so long. However, his expression was solemn and even shocked. He had never thought that the other party would be able to contend with him for such a long time. One had to know that only saints and other prodigies could compete with him. However, the other party was not famous at all. He had never even heard of him. This meant that the other party was definitely not a disciple of a sacred ground. However, the other party had incredible combat strength and was able to fight with him without being at a disadvantage. It was truly shocking. At the same time, it made him extremely angry. The next moment, he clasped his hands together, and the light on his body rose again. A powerful and terrifying force surged out like a tsunami. Boom, the entire world trembled violently in an instant, and a terrifying force slammed in all directions. The surrounding kings frantically retreated, and their eyes were filled with horror. Lin Xian also swayed and distanced himself. What? The wavering light saint's aura has become stronger again? How terrifying. Could it be that the wavering light saint didn't use his full strength before? That must be it. No wonder that kid could hold on for such a long time. It seems that the wavering light saint went easy on him previously. I'm afraid that kid won't be having a good time now. He might even be defeated immediately. Discussions broke out. Obviously, they were shocked by the power that the wavering light saint had displayed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He said in a low voice, "You really did hide your strength. Since you know, why don't you obediently surrender? Kneel by the side. Otherwise, when I attack, you'll really die." The wavering light saint's voice was cold. Lin Xian laughed. "Do you think you're the only one who hid your strength?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the void. The originally violent black aura on his body instantly transformed into terrifying sword chi that shot into the sky. Those sword lights were so sharp that they seemed to be able to break through the heavens and cut through the 9 darkness. Even some kings started to tremble uncontrollably. What? What a terrifying sword chi. That kid actually hid his strength too. Heavens, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? Kill, in the square, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He quickly waved the 9 Hell Devil sword, and streaks of sword light fell like the Milky Way. The radiance was boundless and endless. Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed into the clouds, shocking everyone. Clang! Clang! The Alcade Saint also snorted coldly and used the Saint Light technique to fight back. Above his left hand, boundless radiance condensed, forming a huge light shield. On top of it, there was a sun pattern, which was extremely dazzling. Holy Light Shield, the Alcade Saint held a huge light shield in his hand to resist the sword chi that filled the sky. Clang, 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 a terrifying vibration sounded, tearing the void apart. The divine light shield in the hands of the Alcade Holy Sun dimmed instantly. However, the Alcade Saint let out a furious roar as countless saint lights gushed out from his body. It quickly replenished the divine light shield. This caused the divine light shield to shine once more. Not only that, but all kinds of strange runes shone on the holy light shield this time, blocking the sword chi. On the other side, Lin Xian held the demon sword in his hand. He was like a god of death, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The 9 darkness demon sword was pitch black, and the black sword chi was like a crescent wave that slashed forward. Bang! This sword was more terrifying than all the previous sword chi, so even though the Alcade Saint was holding the holy light shield, he was still forced to retreat. What? The Alcade Saint was forced to retreat. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Although the Alcade Saint was not injured, it was still unbelievable that he was forced to retreat. That was the Alcade Saint. He was absolutely terrifying in the younger generation. The Alcade Saint was also shocked. He found that his opponent was too powerful, and he was not weaker than Yu Wudao. Humph. The next moment, he let out an angry roar, and his entire person became furious. 2 bright rays of light shot out from his eyes, like torches that pierced through the void. His entire body was covered by a bright halo that was like a flame, making him look incomparably majestic. Not only that, he held the holy light shield in his left hand, and a bright spear appeared in his right hand. The long spear vibrated, and the sky was filled with multicolored light, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Boom, the Alcade Saint finally began to fight back. He stabbed out, and the bright spear in his hand instantly erupted. The terrifying power was like a torch that shrouded Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a cold roar, and a shocking sword light burst out from his eyes. He held the demon's sword in his hand and swung it around. The two constantly collided, bursting out lightning-like rays of light that surrounded the surroundings. Soon, 100 moves had passed, and the two of them were still fighting. They were evenly matched. All the spectators were shocked. They now found that Lin Xian was really too powerful. He was able to be evenly matched with the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint was also shocked, and then his face became extremely ugly. However, he did not attack again in the next moment. Instead, he waved out a shocking spear light, and then his entire body retreated. Lin Xian shattered the spear light, but he did not attack. He stared coldly at his opponent. It seemed that the two of them would not be able to determine the result of this battle for a while. Unless they used all their trump cards, but in that case, others would benefit. Therefore, the two of them would not attack again. The Alcade Saint snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. He also did not fight for Lin Xian's position. Instead, he walked in another direction and silently comprehended the giant sword in front of him. Lin Xian put away the demon sword and also began to comprehend. The surrounding people were shocked. The battle had happened so suddenly and ended so quickly that no one could react. Outside, the battle between the peerless Monster King and the City of Bones was still going on. The terrifying sound waves were like waves that kept bombarding. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him and fell into a strange state. Suddenly, he found that the giant sword in front of him was emitting a bright light. Then, the scene in front of him also changed. He found that in the square, in addition to the giant sword in front of him, there were 4 more illusory sword shadows. Each of them was indomitable and incomparably huge, emitting a monstrous aura. They suppressed the entire square as if they were sealing something. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be 4 illusory sword shadows around him. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the others were still silently comprehending, as if they did not notice the 4 illusory sword shadows around them. What's going on? Am I the only one who saw it? Now, he found that the scene he saw was different from what others saw, which made him very confused. But in the next moment, he understood. Because the giant sword in front of him had changed. The shape of the sword was rapidly changing, forming the appearance of a giant dragon. The dragon's head and the sword's body were extremely ferocious. A terrifying murderous aura permeated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What? This is the great dragon sword. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him in shock. The appearance of the giant sword was too familiar. His great dragon sword soul could condense that appearance. Could it be that the giant sword in front of me is the great dragon sword? Lin Xian was too shocked. He only had the great dragon sword soul, and the great dragon sword had disappeared in the ancient times. He did not know where it was. But he did not expect to see the great dragon sword body now. If he could obtain the great dragon sword body and merge with the great dragon sword soul, then his combat strength would be incomparably heaven-defying. However, was the other party the real great dragon sword? He did not know. Moreover, even if it was real, he did not have the ability to subdue the giant sword in front of him. The other party emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it was a real giant dragon. Anyone in front of it would feel incomparably small. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. If the giant sword in front of him was the great dragon sword, then, would the other 4 sword shadows be the other 4 divine swords? Of the 5 swords in the world, besides the great dragon sword, there were 4 other divine swords. So in the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the second sword shadow. It was different from the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword was lifelike, and every sword pattern on it was clearly visible. However, the giant sword next to it was incomparably pitch black, like a black hole, making it impossible to see the real situation. Not only that, the space around it was distorted, as if even the light was swallowed. The devouring sword, Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen this kind of divine sword in Lord Alcohol's hands before. He thought that it should be the legendary devouring sword. Lin Xian was too surprised. He found that this was indeed the 5 swords in the world. He did not expect that these sword shadows would appear in the giant bone city. What was the connection between them? Soon, he found something different. This was because he found that below the devouring sword, there was a pattern that connected to the square. It was an incomparably cold place, as if it was hell. The devouring sword was like a black mountain, directly inserted into the demonic earth. In the pattern, there were thousands of demons struggling crazily, but all of them fell to the ground. Could it be that the devouring sword suppressed the demonic earth? Lin Xian was shocked because he could only see this from the pattern. Thinking of the great dragon sword and the giant bone city in front of him, Lin Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that each of the 5 swords in the world suppressed a forbidden area? But, where are those places exactly? Why do they need to be suppressed? Moreover, they are peerless divine objects like the 5 swords in the world. He really could not understand. The third sword shadow was a picture of the 100 forms of life, as if it recorded everything in the world. It also suppressed a forbidden area. It was a continuous mining area that seemed to be buried with endless divine treasures. The fourth sword shadow was even more strange. Around it, there were apes and monkeys, as well as people who looked like ancient war gods. There were even some figures wearing ancient armor and holding totems in their hands. Not only that, there were also some clothes that Lin Xian was familiar with. It was obvious that they were modern. There were even some strange people that he had never seen before. The fifth sword shadow was all kinds of natural scenes. Mountain torrents erupted, heavenly lightning fell, and in short, there were some strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The 5 sword shadows were extremely terrifying. They brought about different scenes, but without exception, they all suppressed peerless places. This scene caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. He knew that these 5 sword shadows represented the 5 swords in the world, although he could not completely recognize them. However, he had a certain understanding of them. The first sword shadow was the great dragon sword. The second sword shadow was the devourer sword. The third sword shadow showed the 100 forms of life. It should be the reincarnation sword. The one with the ancient, modern, and future should be the legendary spacetime sword. Only it could connect the past, present, and future together. The last divine sword that caused the strange phenomena of heaven and earth should be the heavenly punishment sword. Legend had it that the divine sword was related to the heavenly path. Each of the 5 divine swords had incredible power and could be said to be extremely mysterious. If these 5 sword shadows appeared in the eastern wilderness, it would definitely make everyone go crazy. Even those peerless sacred grounds and clans of the ancients would go crazy. However, these 5 sword shadows had all appeared, and only Lin Xian could see them. Boom! Boom, boom! After an earth-shattering sound, the sword shadows in front of him disappeared. The surroundings changed once again. All of the illusions were quickly disappearing. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body started to rotate rapidly and even roar. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that the great dragon sword soul in his body had formed a connection with the great dragon sword in front of him. A magical force gathered in the air, and the sword shadows that had disappeared reappeared, shining brightly. Buzz, a ray of light rushed out, with the sword shadows as the center, and spread out in all directions, covering the entire bone city. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others felt that time and space had changed, as if they had fallen into a space-time vortex. Buzz! Buzz! After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He found that it was quiet around him. He was in a forest, and there were stars in the sky. The surroundings were abnormally quiet. Not the bone city? Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around and found that there were no longer any terrifying sceneries around him, nor were there any deafening explosions. Apparently, they had come out. Not only him, but there were also countless figures around him. They were all the kings who had entered the Bone City. At this moment, they were all wild with joy as they looked at their surroundings. "We're out, haha, we're finally out. God bless us, we're finally out." Exclamations could be heard. Obviously, everyone was very excited. After all, the Bone City was a terrifying place. They were extremely lucky to be able to come out. Beside them, the Crimson Dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, Ben Huang was scared to death. I thought we were going to be trapped in the White Bone City forever. To be honest, he was really scared. Because he had been sealed for thousands of years, if he was trapped in the Bone City again, he might as well kill himself. However, soon, the Crimson Dragon became suspicious. Kid, something's not right. Look at this place. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is not the Tilted Moon world. We can absorb the spiritual qi around us. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws. He found that he could control the spiritual qi around him with his spiritual fire. This was something that could not be done in the Tilted Moon world. It's true. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found that the aura here was completely different from that of the Tilted Moon world. Not only the two of them, but the others also noticed this. Then, a series of exclamations sounded. End of chapter 1803. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.